Zhang Lin, who had tragically perished beneath the wheels of a vehicle, abruptly emerged from his coffin. Upon regaining consciousness, he was immediately approached by the mythical figures of Oxhead and Horseface, who insisted that he become the representative of the three realms. From that moment forth, deities from every corner of existence would seek his assistance. Immortal elixirs were consumed as mere medicine. Treasures became mere ornaments, and malevolent entities that dared to approach were effortlessly obliterated at his whim. Being the singular cultivator of immortality on Earth was indeed a position of unparalleled grandeur. Chapter 1. Resurgence from Death. Following a jarring screech of brakes, Zhang Lin's world transformed into a monochrome haze, as though time itself had come to a halt. His consciousness began to wane, and his eyelids felt as though they bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, ultimately succumbing to their descent. Upon awakening again, he found himself enveloped in darkness, a dreadful silence surrounding him. As he attempted to rise, his head collided with something solid, and he reached out to discover it was a frigid wooden plank. Suddenly, memories flooded back the painful moment when his girlfriend of 3 years, repulsed by his financial struggles, had chosen to end their relationship and departed in a luxurious vehicle. Overwhelmed by despair, he had resorted to heavy drinking, and his subsequent recollections were a blur, only a vague recollection of blinding lights remaining. Where was he now? Is this the place? Indeed, commenced digging. The sound of soil being disturbed echoed above him, growing louder until the wooden plank was removed, allowing a bright moonbeam to pierce the darkness. A ghost! The sight that met Zhang Lin's eyes was that of two grotesque creatures, one with the head of an ox and the other with the head of a horse, both regarding him with peculiar expressions. Seeing him curled up amidst debris, the ox-head creature spoke. "What are you frightened of? You're already dead." Dead? That was impossible. He felt perfectly alive. This was absurd. Have you not noticed anything peculiar about your condition? Upon this remark, he did indeed sense something was amiss. His limbs were icy, and in a moment of panic, he noticed his arms were marred with abrasions, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. The horse-head creature produced a mirror for him to behold his reflection. What a horrifying visage stared back at him. His face was a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood, utterly unrecognizable, with features collapsed inward, eliciting nausea. Am I truly dead? Zhang Lin struggled to accept this reality, believing his misfortunes began with his orphaned upbringing, followed by betrayal from his long-term girlfriend, and now, it seemed, he had lost his very life. But wait, if he was indeed dead, how could he still speak and move? The ox-head creature seemed to read his thoughts, and explained, "Your current state cannot be classified as entirely dead, yet you are not alive either. You exist in a liminal space due to your unique constitution. We have come to recruit you as the representative of the three realms." Representative of the three realms, me? It dawned on him that these two beings were the fabled Oxhead and Horseface, sent by the King of Hell to seek out an immortal body to maintain order across the realms. The role of the three realms representative was that of a mediator, addressing matters that the celestial and infernal realms could not intervene in. Previous candidates had ascended to immortality, leaving a void in succession, and now that a suitable candidate had finally emerged, the influential figures could hardly contain their excitement. The Oxhead continued to entice him. "Should you accept, you shall return to a normal life and ascend to the pinnacle of existence. Otherwise, with your current appearance, you risk being discovered." The Oxhead left his statement hanging, and Zhang Lin, recognizing there was little to lose, readily acquiesced. The Horsehead presented him with a sleek black device. "This is the communication device of the three realms. Times have changed, and we must adapt accordingly. Carry it with you at all times, for we will periodically assign tasks, and upon completion, you shall be rewarded." The Oxhead glanced at the sky, recalling unfinished business, and together they vanished in a swirling black smoke, leaving behind a black elixir, claiming it would restore his body. Zhang Lin stared at the elixir for a considerable time, grappling with the surreal nature of the events that had unfolded. What did it matter? Given the circumstances, he resolved to take a leap of faith. Clenching his teeth, he swallowed the elixir, only for it to become lodged in his throat. After a considerable struggle, it finally descended into his stomach. After a brief silence, a surge of warmth coursed through him, his wounds rapidly healed, and color returned to his pallid complexion. The sunken areas of his face began to regain their fullness. He retrieved the mirror once more to examine his reflection. His once dark skin now gleamed with a radiant fairness, and his features appeared more refined. His smile bright and inviting, he was transformed. A chilling breeze swept through, and Zhang Lin shivered, finally recognizing that he was surrounded by an array of gravestones, densely packed and unsettling. He turned to view his own gravestone, which stood starkly bare, devoid of even a single flower. Of course, who would mourn such a solitary existence? Yet, he could not suppress a wave of melancholy. The date inscribed on the gravestone read May 21st. He activated the communication device, setting up his fingerprint to access the main interface, which displayed only 3 applications: the Three Realms chat group, task inbox, and my treasures. The time displayed in the upper right corner read 1:43 a.m. On May 24th. He had lain in the coffin for 3 days and nights. Zhang Lin switched off the device, realizing his immediate priority was to escape this place. However, before doing so, he needed to refill the earth that had been disturbed by Oxhead and Horseface and find himself some clothing. The eerie stillness of the cemetery was occasionally interrupted by unsettling sounds, as Mr. Wong, the night watchman, known for his bravery after 2 decades on the job, armed himself with a flashlight and iron rod, determined to uncover the source of the disturbance. Just as Zhang Lin finished covering the grave, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the area, prompting him to instinctively flee. "You there, stop running," he heard Mr. Wong shout. Foolish would be the one to heed that call. Zhang Lin dashed through the graveyard. Mr. Wong, due to his age, began to tire and eventually collapsed on the ground. Noticing his pursuer had ceased to follow, Zhang Lin halted, but Mr. Wong, being cunning, decided to wait at the entrance of the cemetery. Seeing Mr. Wong stationed at the gate, Zhang Lin was filled with frustration. Why did this old man have to meddle so? Wouldn't it be more pleasant to sleep? In his desperation, he again pulled out his device, pondering whether he could summon Oxhead and Horseface to assist him in escaping. He opened the Three Realms chat group, composed a message, and transitioned to a chat interface that featured only 2 functions: friends and chat groups. Upon entering the chat group, the screen exploded with activity as countless messages flooded in, with dozens appearing within mere seconds. The Star of the North. Welcome our new group member. Please refrain from discussing inappropriate or violent topics to foster a positive environment. Smile the great sage, equal to heaven. Enough with your sanctimonious demeanor, old man. How about my eye on you? A flurry of anger. Marshal Tiampong. Go, Monkey King. Admiration. Tang Sung. Wukong, do not misbehave. If you continue, I shall have to recite the tightening spell. The Dragon King of the West sees Third Prince. Master, have you forgotten that the eldest brother no longer wears the tightening band? A barrage of question marks. Tang Sung. Ahem. It's a habit. It has become second nature. Awkward Sha Sung. Eating melon, the Supreme Lord. Mind your words. Do not frighten our young friend Zhang Lin, for he is the new representative of the 3 realms, and you shall all rely on him henceforth. Upon hearing this, deities from all walks of life emerged from the shadows, from the halls of Yama to the heights of the celestial realms. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin stood in astonishment, realizing the 3 realms chat group was filled with divine beings. He slapped himself to assure he was not dreaming. With the likes of the Supreme Lord speaking, it seemed only proper that he should contribute to the conversation, lest he appear excessively aloof. Yet, as words formed on his lips, he found himself at a loss for what to say. After much contemplation, he finally typed, "Hello everyone, I am Zhang Lin, and it is a pleasure to meet you. The Electric Mother," the deity has replied. "I feel so honored and elated. I want to give birth to a monkey for the deity. Heart Thunder God. And you're going to cuckold me?" Brandishing a weapon, the great sage, equal to heaven. "When did you enter my genealogy, Electric Mother?" "I had no idea." The Barefoot Immortal. Shock Tai Bai Jinxing. Ahem. Let us pause momentarily. Your discussion has strayed rather far afield. After countless millennia, the representatives of the 3 realms have emerged once more, which is indeed a cause for celebration. Therefore, a token of our meeting is certainly in order. What say you, esteemed immortals? The once lively chat group fell silent. In an instant, Zhang Lin briefly thought his internet had faltered, yet his phone displayed no signal issues, leaving him perplexed as to the network he was utilizing. Tai Bai Jinxing. Very well. You may feign ignorance, but when you find yourselves in need, let us see how you fare. Ding. Tai Bai Jinxing has issued a red envelope, designated for Zhang Lin. A red envelope. Zhang Lin immediately clicked to claim it. You have received Tai Bai Jinxing's red envelope, containing 1 strength charm, 1 diamond charm, 1 invisibility charm, and 1 cleansing pill. Sun Wukong. TSK, 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 this old star is truly miserly, akin to throwing pennies to beggars. Contemptuously Marshal Tiampong. The Monkey King speaks the truth. Third Prince of the West Sea. 1. Erlang Shun, 1. Sandy, continues to spectate Tai-Bai jinxing. Enraged if you were so generous, why not share? Sun Wukong, do you fear me? Ding. Sun Wukong has issued a red envelope, designated for Zhang Lin. You have received Sun Wukong's red envelope, containing 3 monkey hairs and 100 points of merit. Tai-Bai jinxing. Is this all? Celestial Eye. Is this all? Celestial Ear. Is this all? Marshal Tiampong. The 3 of you above are quite the characters. Sun Wukong. Nonsense. My monkey hairs are versatile and unparalleled. Are they not superior to those pitiful charms? Zhang Lin. What is merit? Tai-Bai jinxing. Merit is a valuable asset, used to enhance your cultivation and serves as our currency. In short, the more the better. Understanding this, Zhang Lin hastily departed the chat to experiment with the effects of his newly acquired treasures. Chapter 2. An encounter with a wealthy beauty. The red envelope's rewards were stored in a treasury, and upon opening it, Zhang Lin discovered a plethora of compartments, reminiscent of a web game inventory. But how to extract them? With a thought, 3 sheets of talisman paper materialized in his hand. Just then, his phone vibrated, and he returned to the chat group, where he found a private message from Taishang Laojun. Taishang Laojun, young friend, as you embark on your journey, you may find it challenging to discern good from evil. I bestow upon you the celestial eye, granting you the ability to perceive all things in the world, rendering demons and spirits visible. Remember, once you tread this path, peril abounds, so remain vigilant of those around you. Zhang Lin furrowed his brow, though uncertain of the implications. He replied with gratitude and accepted the divine power. Little did he anticipate that the activation of this celestial eye would be a torturous ordeal. He felt as though his eyes were ablaze, akin to being pierced by needles, and it took several minutes before the discomfort subsided. At first glance, the celestial eye appeared unremarkable, yet his vision sharpened considerably, revealing information about the talisman papers in his grasp. Strength Charm, crafted by the disciple of Tai-Bai jinxing. This charm grants an increase of 500 pounds of strength for 1 hour and is a one-time use item. Diamond Charm, crafted by the disciple of Tai-Bai jinxing. This charm renders the body impervious to harm for 1 hour and is a one-time use item. Invisibility Charm, crafted by the disciple of Tai-Bai jinxing. This charm grants invisibility, including any items touched, for 1 hour and is a one-time use item. Good heavens! Tai-Bai jinxing is indeed stingy. All these charms are mere trifles created by his disciple. However, to an ordinary mortal, they possess considerable power. Contemplating the invisibility charm, Zhang Lin felt a pang of regret, yet the safest course of action was to utilize it. By the decree of Taishang Laojun, I invoke invisibility. A chilling wind swept through, yet the talisman remained unchanged. How peculiar in dramas, this is how it is done. Why does it not work for me? Zhang Lin sought counsel from Tai-Bai jinxing, who revealed that the talisman required spiritual energy to activate, necessitating the consumption of the cleansing pill to alter his constitution first. He ingested the cleansing pill, which dissolved upon entry, sending a warm current coursing through his body, causing dark particles to surface on his skin, exuding a foul odor as impurities were expelled. After approximately 10 minutes, the warmth dissipated, leaving him feeling sticky and uncomfortable. He had no choice but to remove his clothing, for the stench was unbearable. Zhang Lin acutely sensed the changes within his body. It seemed a peculiar energy had manifested in his dantian. Could this indeed be the so-called spiritual energy, albeit only a faint trace? Since the celestial, I could discern all, perhaps he could as well? Having learned from Tai-Bai jinxing that merit could enhance spiritual energy, Zhang Lin promptly withdrew his merit. A luminous orb appeared in his hand upon striking it against himself. It fused into his being, increasing his spiritual energy by 10 points and elevating his realm to the 2nd level scattered practitioner. Remarkably, this 10 points of merit only converted to 1 point of spiritual energy. It seemed that every 10 points of spiritual energy could advance 1 realm. With his phone tucked securely within his waistband, merging man and device, he grasped the talisman, channeling his spiritual energy into his right hand. The talisman ignited spontaneously, and as he gazed at his body, he found himself rendered transparent to the outside world. He had completely vanished. Old Wong, wielding an iron rod, shivered involuntarily. Why was the night so particularly frigid? Suddenly, a noxious odor assailed him, a foul mixture reminiscent of canned herring and body odor, causing dizziness. He raised his flashlight, yet saw nothing, while the acrid stench grew increasingly potent until he could bear it no longer, and succumbed to unconsciousness. Damn! Zhang Lin, now invisible, could not suppress an expletive. It seemed the invisibility charm was wasted, all thanks to that old man. After his departure, old Wang found himself stripped bare, left only with his underwear as last shred of dignity. The next day's news reported that an elderly gentleman had been caught running naked in a cemetery at night, raising questions of moral decay and the distortion of humanity. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lin, his actions had sparked such a scandal. After cleansing himself by the river, he donned old Wang's clothing, contemplating his next steps. His current identity was that of a deceased individual. Returning to his former life was impossible, and with his identification rendered void, he found himself at a standstill in this information-driven society. Zhang Lin hailed from El City, having survived a catastrophic fire at the hospital on the day of his birth, the blaze raging fiercely, leaving him the sole survivor. Was it a blessing or a curse? A kind-hearted elder had taken him in, but passed away when he was 10, after which he faced the world alone, performing all manner of menial labor. Having finally matured and met Lin Qian, he believed his life was on the right track, yet fate had other plans. Reflecting on his journey thus far, he realized he had no true friends, and in the vastness of El City, he had no place to belong. Tears streamed down Zhang Lin's cheeks since heaven had granted him a second chance at life. He vowed to live better than anyone else and to make those who had betrayed and looked down upon him regret their actions. After a night spent on the lawn, he ventured onto the street, disregarding the curious glances of passers-by as he entered a modest eatery, ordering 2 bottles of Ergo 2 and a plate of peanuts. Though alcohol could temporarily alleviate sorrow, it could not alter his circumstances. Before long, he was intoxicated, unable to settle his tab, and was forcibly ejected after receiving a severe beating. Stumbling aimlessly down the street, Zhang Lin found himself in the path of a speeding Bentley, a scene that felt eerily familiar. At that moment, Yi, wearing a Bluetooth headset, was engaged in business negotiations with a major client, her focus wavering. Suddenly, a shadow darted in her path. She slammed the brakes, yet her foot accidentally pressed the accelerator instead. With a resounding crash, the shadow was hurled several meters away, leaving Yi in shock. Just when trouble struck, she had a billion-dollar deal on the line. After wrestling with her conscience, she exited the vehicle, acknowledging her responsibility. Now, all she could do was pray that the individual was still alive, otherwise, she would be in deep trouble. Zhang Lin was considerably awakened by the collision. Had it been anyone else, they would have been left with little more than a breath of life. Fortunately, he was shielded by his magical powers, sustaining only a minor scrape with no significant injuries. "Are you all right?" 2 black high-heeled shoes appeared before him, and as he looked up, he was met with a pair of elegantly long, snow-white legs. Further up, damn it, who invented safety shorts? I share an irreconcilable enmity with that person. The sweet voice brought him back to full consciousness, prompting him to hastily rise from the ground. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her clear, bright eyes revealed a hint of concern and anxiety. Above them were 2 elegantly arched brows, a petite nose, and lips as enticing as rose petals. Her ample bosom and curvaceous figure perfectly embodied the image of the goddess he had always envisioned. "Hello, are you okay?" "Ah, I'm fine," Zhang Lin stammered, his nervousness rendering his words clumsy. Over the past 3 years, he and Lin Qian had only held hands and embraced. He had the heart of a thief, but lacked the courage. Yi furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, wondering if he had been dazed by the impact, as he simply stared at her with a silly grin. "Should I take you to the hospital?" "Hospital?" Zhang Lin quickly shook his head, involving a hospital would surely cost him a fortune. Yi firmly pulled him towards her car, eager to resolve the matter swiftly as she had business to attend to. Zhang Lin, still in a daze, climbed into the vehicle, unaware that a man was observing this entire scene with keen interest. "It seems we have another superhuman to withstand such a high-speed collision and emerge unscathed. Is he of the enhancement type?" The man murmured to himself, promptly dialing his superior to report. Such extraordinary individuals must be kept under governmental control, otherwise they pose an unstable threat to society. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yi proceeded to arrange a comprehensive examination for him, the results indicating that everything was normal. This left her questioning whether she had imagined the entire incident. Perhaps there had been no collision at all? Nevertheless, for safety's sake, she insisted that Zhang Lin remain for further observation while she hurried to the hotel, leaving behind a business card and a bank card before departing in haste. Zhang Lin stared blankly at the bank card in his hand, astonished that the one who had collided with him was a wealthy and beautiful woman. The card contained a staggering sum of 50,000 amount he could never hope to earn in a year of hard labor. After deducting utility bills and living expenses, it would take him several years to save such a sum. The business card read, Yi Group International Trade Company, Limited Chairwoman, Yia, followed by her contact information. Goodness, a chairwoman of a corporation, and a striking woman at that. If only he could marry her, he would achieve both professional and romantic success, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Zhang Lin swallowed hard, realizing that previously, he might never have encountered the upper echelons of society. But now, as a representative of the three realms, such dreams were no longer mere fantasies. With newfound wealth, he was determined to indulge himself. He promptly completed his discharge paperwork, withdrew some cash, and glanced disdainfully at his outdated attire. After visiting a nearby boutique, he outfitted himself from head to toe, spending less than 500 in total. The mindset of a poor individual is deeply ingrained and not easily altered. Chapter 2. Encountering the affluent beauty, the red envelopes and rewards received would be stored in the treasury. Upon opening it, Zhang Lin discovered numerous compartments resembling the inventory of an online game. However, how could he extract anything from it? With a thought, 3 talismans unexpectedly manifested in his hands. The Supreme Lord Laozi spoke. Young friend, as you embark on your journey, it may be challenging to discern right from wrong. I bestow upon you the divine eye, granting you the ability to perceive all things in the world, allowing no demon or ghost to escape your gaze. Remember, once you tread this path, peril abounds. Be vigilant of those around you. Little did he expect that the activation of this divine eye would be excruciating. It felt as though his eyes were ablaze, akin to needles piercing through, and it took several minutes for the pain to subside. At first glance, the divine eye appeared unchanged, yet his vision seemed significantly enhanced, revealing information about the talismans in his grasp. Mighty talisman, crafted by the disciple under the constellation of the White Emperor star. Upon use, it grants an increase of 500 pounds of strength for 1 hour, a consumable item. Vajra talisman, crafted by the disciple under the constellation of the White Emperor star. Upon use, it renders the body impervious to weapons for 1 hour, a consumable item. Invisibility talisman, crafted by the disciple under the constellation of the White Emperor star. Upon use, it enables the user to become invisible, including any objects touched, for 1 hour. A consumable item. Goodness gracious, the White Emperor star is rather stingy, only providing these meager talismans drawn by his disciple. Nevertheless, they are indeed formidable for a mortal. Zhang Lin felt a pang of regret holding the invisibility talisman, yet the most prudent course of action was to utilize it to venture out. With urgency, the Supreme Lord Laozi commanded, invisibility. A cold gust swept through, yet the talisman remained unchanged. How peculiar. In dramas, this is how it is typically employed. Why did it not work for him? Zhang Lin sought guidance from the White Emperor star, only to discover that the talisman required spiritual energy to activate, necessitating the consumption of a cleansing elixir to alter his constitution first. He ingested the elixir, which dissolved upon contact, a warm current coursing through his body. Black particles gradually surfaced on his skin, emitting a foul odor. These were impurities being expelled from within. Approximately 10 minutes later, the warmth dissipated, leaving him feeling sticky and uncomfortable, prompting him to shed his garments, as the stench was unbearable. Zhang Lin acutely sensed a change within. A peculiar energy seemed to have taken residence in his dantian. Could this be the so-called spiritual energy, albeit only a trace? Since the divine eye could discern all things in the world, surely he could too, right? Zhang Lin's attributes. Spiritual energy, 1 level. First stage casual practitioner divine ability, divine eye constitution, immortal sacred body virtue. 100 hearing that virtue could enhance his spiritual energy. Zhang Lin promptly extracted it. A sphere of white light appeared in his hand, which he pressed against himself, integrating it into his being. His spiritual energy increased by 10 points, elevating his level to second stage casual practitioner. Alas, this 10 points of virtue only translated to a mere 1 point of spiritual energy. It appeared that every 10 points of spiritual energy could advance 1 level. Zhang Lin tucked his phone into his undergarments, achieving a seamless fusion of man and machine, and with talisman in hand, he concentrated his spiritual energy into his right hand. The talisman activated, igniting spontaneously without fire. Looking at his body, he had become translucent, while to the outside world, he had completely vanished. Old Man Wang, clutching an iron rod, couldn't help but shiver. Why was the night so exceptionally chill? Suddenly, a putrid stench assaulted his senses, reminiscent of a noxious blend of canned herring and body odor, rendering him dizzy. He shone his flashlight in search of the source, but found nothing. and the odor intensified to an unbearable degree, ultimately causing him to faint from the assault. Damn it! Zhang Lin, now invisible, couldn't help but curse. It seemed this invisibility talisman was a wasted effort, all thanks to that old fool. Once he departed, Old Man Wang found himself stripped of all but his undergarments. A final vestige of dignity. The following day, the news reported that a certain elderly gentleman had been caught running naked in a cemetery in the dead of night. Was this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Unbeknownst to Zhang Lin, this incident would stir up quite the commotion. After clearing away debris by the river, he donned Old Man Wang's garments, contemplating his next move. Zhang Lin was a city dweller. The day he was born, a fire erupted in the hospital, ferociously consuming all but him, leaving him to wonder whether it was a blessing or a curse. A kind-hearted elder adopted him, yet by the age of 10, that elder too had passed away. Subsequently, he ventured into the world alone, enduring every form of menial labor imaginable. Having finally matured, he met Lin Qian, believing his life was on the right track, only to find that, reflecting on his past, he had no true friends and nowhere to belong in this vast city. Tears streamed from the corners of Zhang Lin's eyes. Since fate had granted him a second chance at life, he resolved to live it better than others, making those who betrayed and looked down upon him rue their actions. After a night spent on the lawn, he ventured onto the streets, disregarding the odd glances of passers-by as he entered a small eatery, ordering 2 bottles of erguotu and a plate of peanuts. Though alcohol might drown one's sorrows, it could not alter reality. Before long, he found himself intoxicated, and having no money to pay the bill, he was unceremoniously thrown out and beaten. Staggering aimlessly down the street, a Bentley sped towards him, a scene reminiscent of the past. At that moment, Yiya, wearing a Bluetooth headset, was engrossed in a business negotiation with a significant client. Distracted, she suddenly spotted a shadow ahead and hastily slammed on the brakes, only to inadvertently accelerate, having pressed the gas instead. After a moment of internal conflict, she resolved to exit the vehicle, for one must take responsibility. Now all she could do was hope the person was unharmed, else it would spell trouble. Zhang Lin, struck by the car, felt considerably more alert. Were it anyone else, they would likely be gravely injured, but thanks to his spiritual protection, he had only sustained a minor scrape. Are you all right? Before him appeared 2 sleek black high-heeled shoes. As he looked up, he beheld a pair of long, snow-white legs. Damn it, who invented safety shorts? I have a vendetta against them. A sweet voice snapped him back to reality, prompting him to scramble to his feet. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her bright, clear eyes were tinged with worry and anxiety. Above them arched 2 elegantly shaped brows, her petite nose and thin lips resembling tempting rose petals. With a curvaceous figure that perfectly embodied his vision of a goddess, she stood before him. Hello, are you all right? Zhang Lin, flustered, struggled to articulate his words. His relationship with Lin Qian had been limited to hand-holding and brief embraces. He was keen, but lacked the courage. Yiya frowned, unsure if the man before her had been stunned by the impact, as he merely stood there, grinning foolishly. Should I take you to the hospital? The hospital? Zhang Lin quickly shook his head. Associating with a hospital could cost a fortune. Yiya seized him, ushering him into her car. She had business to attend to, and the sooner this was resolved, the better. Dazed, Zhang Lin climbed into the vehicle, oblivious to the fact that a man was observing the entire scene. Another supernatural being, it seems, to withstand such a high-speed collision and remain unscathed. Perhaps he possesses a fortification ability? The man muttered to himself before hurriedly calling his superiors. Such extraordinary individuals must be under the nation's supervision. Otherwise, they posed an unstable threat to society. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yiya promptly arranged for a full-body examination, which revealed no abnormalities. This led Yiya to question whether she had merely imagined the incident. Perhaps she hadn't hit him at all. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, she insisted Zhang Lin remain for observation while she hurried off to the hotel, leaving behind a business card and a bank card. Zhang Lin stared at the bank card in his hand, in disbelief that a wealthy beauty had struck him with her car. The card contained over 50,000, a sum he could hardly amass in a year of hard labor. After deducting utility expenses and various living costs, it would take him years to save such an amount. The business card read, Chairman of Yi Group Overseas Trade Company, Limited, Yiya, followed by contact information. Gulyalu. Zhang Lin swallowed hard. Had it been in the past, he would have never encountered the upper echelons of society. Yet now he stood as a representative of the 3 realms. No longer a mere fantasy. With newfound wealth, he felt the urge to indulge, swiftly completing his discharge procedures. After withdrawing some cash, he glanced at his outdated attire with disdain. He promptly adorned himself from head to toe in a nearby clothing store, spending less than 500. For the mindset of the impoverished is deeply ingrained and not easily altered. Chapter 3. The ghost Su Xiaoming seeing the owner approach with fervor. Zhang Lin pulled a stack of red bills from his pocket and slammed it onto the table. The owner's expression shifted instantly, hastily concealing the spatula behind his back. "Oh, esteemed guest, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it immediately." Zhang Lin pointed at the menu. Ahem, yes. I'll have this one, and this one as well, plus a bottle of beer. Though he had consumed some earlier, he was aware of the adverse effects of excessive drinking and opted for something lighter. The owner, maintaining a stoic demeanor, called out, "1 serving of peanuts. 1 serving of cucumber." Zhang Lin added, "And a bottle of beer." The owner internally scoffed. Even with money, he still eats so frugally. After finishing his meal, Zhang Lin was about to settle the bill when his phone vibrated violently. Upon opening it, he discovered it was his task inbox. Task difficulty, 1-star task client. Neo 2 Ma Mian task content. A student at Gaoxiang High School has accidentally fallen from a building, caused by a ghostly presence. Please eliminate the ghost before sunrise tomorrow. Task reward, record of demon extermination failure penalty, 10 years of life note. Any refusal will be deemed a failure. To think it was Neo 2 Ma Mian who assigned this task. He had barely emerged from the coffin for a day, and trouble was already knocking at his door. Gaoxiang High School was located somewhere in the eastern part of the city. A taxi ride would take at least an hour. It was already nearing 4 p.m. He needed to hurry to gather information. With that thought, Zhang Lin sprang to his feet, leaving the owner dumbfounded. This brat had dined and dashed once before when he was broke, and now with money, he had the audacity to do it again. Zhang Lin vowed it was not intentional. He had simply been too rushed to remember. Gazing at the school before him, he felt a wave of emotion. He had never attended school in his life and envied every student he encountered, perpetually feeling inferior. At this hour, students were busy in the cafeteria. High school schedules were tight, with evening classes still ahead. However, he was already 23, tall and robust, certainly not looking the part of a student, and the gatekeeper would undoubtedly deny him entry. Suddenly, an idea struck him as plausible. He clutched his stomach and rushed to the gatekeeper's booth, shouting, "Sir, I have a stomachache. May I enter the school to use the restroom? I promise I will be quick." The gatekeeper merely glanced at him dismissively, saying, "Our leadership has stated that all outsiders must register with a legitimate reason. Your stomachache is of no concern to me. If it's urgent, there's a greenbelt nearby. Go there." Frustrated, Zhang Lin realized this approach wouldn't work. He reluctantly pulled out a 100 yuan bill, handing it over. "Sir, could you please make an exception? Nature calls. And as civilized individuals, we should not resort to indecency." The gatekeeper scanned the area, confirming no one was around, quickly pocketing the money. He waved his hand impatiently, saying, "Lazy people have frequent needs. Hurry along. They've been strict lately. If the leadership finds out, don't implicate me." "Thank you, sir," Zhang Lin said. Though inwardly, he cursed the man. Money may not be omnipotent, yet a lack of it is utterly debilitating. In this world, one must rely on it. He employed the same tactic to inquire about the incident from a male student, learning that a week prior, a girl named Meng Yao had jumped from the rooftop of the teaching building at midnight. The scene had been horrific. Even her mother had been unable to recognize her. Strangely, the rooftop was usually locked, with the key secured in the gatekeeper's booth. How had she accessed it? The male student then mysteriously revealed that there was more to the story, but the principal had concealed it for the school's image. Hence very few in the outside world were aware. Zhang Lin understood the implication and promptly placed 300 yuan in the student's hand, who grinned broadly, disclosing a startling secret. Just before Meng Yao's death, another girl from her class had also jumped from the same spot, reportedly driven to suicide by bullying. And the student in question was one of the culprits. It was rumored that the school was now haunted by vengeful spirits. This made sense. Zhang Lin arrived at the site of the incident, the teaching building towering 5 stories high. The ground bore no remnants of the tragedy, yet upon using his heavenly eye, he discerned a vast crimson area. However, it puzzled him that the building appeared normal. Had the ghost already departed? No, if it were that simple. Neo 2 Ma Mian wouldn't have sent him to deal with it. He felt a surge of expletives rise in his throat. How could a mere mortal like him be tasked with such a perilous endeavor? Surely, the ghost wouldn't resemble the terrifying specters of movies. "Hey, you there, come here." Zhang Lin, disinterested, attempted to slip into the teaching building, only to have his collar yanked back. "You little rascals, do you dare ignore my words? Not wearing your uniforms in school and dressing like this. Are you preparing to go on a date? Come with me to the academic office. We'll see about that." Spotting a window, he climbed through, only to find he had landed in a restroom, all equipped with Western-style toilets. Just then, footsteps approached the door, prompting him to lock it and remain silent. Zhang Lin felt panic rise within him. His conscience pricked as he heard the flushing sound. He considered leaving immediately but then thought, what place could be safer than a restroom? He lowered the toilet seat and sat down, the effects of the alcohol resurfacing. And he dozed off. Time slipped away, and he was eventually startled awake by a sneeze. Curling his body, he wondered why it had suddenly grown so cold. The sky had darkened completely, and the now empty teaching building exuded an eerie, terrifying atmosphere, so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat. Checking his phone, he found it was already 11:45 p.m. He stretched, his legs numb from sitting too long, taking several minutes to regain feeling. Using his heavenly eye once more, he detected an ominous black mist swirling in the air. Though he didn't comprehend its significance, he sensed the situation was dire. Thud, thud. The previously silent corridor echoed with unsettling footsteps. Who could be wandering around at this hour? Despite having faced death once, he still felt trepidation. If he didn't act, he would lose 10 years of his life. Taking a chance, he recalled he possessed a strand of the great sage's monkey hair, which bolstered his confidence. Carefully, he pushed open the restroom door and stepped into the corridor. The teaching building's door stood ajar, and from the sound of the footsteps, it seemed they were heading upstairs, recalling the words of the male student. Zhang Lin retrieved 2 talismans and the monkey hair, following the sounds cautiously. Upon reaching the rooftop, he spotted a girl in pajamas, her back turned to him. She appeared dazed, limbs stiff, clearly possessed. As she slowly turned, her face, illuminated by the moonlight, grew paler, her mouth twisting into a grotesque grin. An eerie laughter escaped her throat, and in a horrifying moment, blood streamed from her eyes, her features contorting into a nightmare. Yet, in Zhang Lin's eyes, she bore a different visage, a comely girl, possessing the beauty of a flower, yet her face was marred by an undeniable sorrow. Why must we harbor such grievances? When will this cycle of vengeance cease? Are you not afraid of me? How could I possibly fear someone as delightful as you? The girl fell silent for a moment before collapsing to the ground, a dense black mist emanating from her, gradually taking on a human form, precisely the visage that Zhang Lin had perceived through his celestial sight. What an intriguing older brother you are. It is a pity I never encountered someone like you in my lifetime. Otherwise, things would have been different. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Zhang Lin eagerly inquired. Who could argue otherwise? The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed our fated connection. I have gleaned some insights into your past. You seek revenge, which is understandable. However, how does this course of action differ from those who tormented you? You have already caused the death of one person. Surely they now recognize their wrongdoings. Why not put an end to this? Chapter 4. The Covenant with the Spirit. I am grateful to you, but please leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Wait. Zhang Lin quickly retrieved his phone and opened the chat group, sending a message to the celestial Taibai. Zhang Lin, are you there, great immortal? I have an urgent matter to discuss. Taibai jinxing. What troubles you, young friend Zhang? I was just preparing to concoct an elixir. Taibai jinxing. For a mere spirit, you could obliterate it with your powers, couldn't you? Zhang Lin was infuriated, wishing to pluck the old man's beard. Why were these deities so fixated on violence? Taibai jinxing. If you must save it, then you can only forge a covenant, accumulating merit alongside it, and perhaps it may even attain the status of a ghostly immortal. A covenant with a spirit? Such a curious affair. Zhang Lin looked up to find the ghostly figure peering at his phone screen, startling him. Taibai jinxing. Is this for real? Does this world truly harbor celestial beings? Zhang Lin couldn't help but scoff. I have seen ghosts myself. The spirit let out a melodious laugh. You are truly amusing. If what is said here holds truth, then I shall reluctantly join you in this covenant. But should you and your companion conspire against me, I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant. Zhang Lin found her demeanor somewhat endearing. After all, she was merely a high school girl with a rather naive mindset. Following Taibai jinxing's instructions, he began the ritual to forge the covenant, first pricking his tongue to draw blood and applying it to her forehead to inscribe the binding seal. Biting down hard, he winced at the sharp pain. The sensation was overwhelmingly intense. However, due to his inexperience, he failed several times, nearly biting his tongue off. After a struggle, he finally completed the drawing and focused his energy, reciting the incantation. All beings of heaven and earth possess a spirit. Let blood serve as witness, and bind together. The seal was activated, and a bolt of blood lightning descended, enveloping both the man and the spirit in divine might. Covenant Initiator Zhang Lin, what shall I call you? Su Xiaoming. Covenant Initiator Zhang Lin and Su Xiaoming are hereby bound, sharing life and death henceforth, with heaven as witness. Should either party falter, let thunder strike. As the blood lightning dissipated, Zhang Lin felt his mental energy drain away, collapsing weakly to the ground. Finally, it was accomplished. Just as he reveled in the successful resolution of the matter, Taibai jinxing sent another message. Oh, I forgot to mention, Spirits possess no lifespan. Hence your own lifespan will now be halved. Why did you not say this sooner? Zhang Lin fainted on the spot, while Su Xiaoming, losing half her ghostly power, was freed from her previous restraints. As the girl regained consciousness, she was met with the sight of Su Xiaoming, causing her to faint once again. Su Xiaoming looked at the two unconscious individuals and sighed in resignation. The burden of this mess would now fall upon her. Zhang Lin stretched lazily, marveling at the opulence of the room, relishing the comfort of a bed, especially with a lovely girl lying beside him. Wait, something feels amiss. He recalled that he had gone out on a mission last night and had forged a covenant with the spirit named Su Xiaoming. But why was he here? He quickly pulled the blanket up, relieved to find that he was fully clothed. Nothing strange had occurred. You are awake, master. Su Xiaoming yawned, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, startling him into covering himself with the blanket. Su Xiaoming Ghost Power. 3 Realm. First level of the Red Ghost Physique. In spirit, this spirit even possesses ranks? Zhang Lin was pleasantly surprised to discover that his own powers had significantly increased, elevating him to the 3rd level of the Scattered Cultivator Realm. Can you explain what is happening now? Su Xiaoming tossed her hair playfully, feigning ignorance. Are you inquiring about what transpired after you fainted? Or why we find ourselves in bed together? Zhang Lin coughed awkwardly. Were modern girls truly this forward? His conservative nature struggled to accept it. Oh, I see. Wait. What did you just say? He hurriedly checked his pockets, discovering that the thick wad of cash he had possessed was now reduced to just a few bills. His face turned a shade of green with anger. Spending a single night had cost him thousands, a sum that could sustain him for months. Let's check out. Well, the checkout time is noon, and no refunds. Su Xiaoming rolled her eyes playfully. This man was truly extraordinary. Able to engage with celestial beings yet still fretting over such trivial expenses. It was not that Zhang Lin was stingy, he was simply accustomed to a frugal lifestyle. Opening his phone, he found that the rewards had been deposited into his treasury. The record of subduing demons and exorcising evil, a legendary account penned by the renowned celestial master Zhang Daoling, chronicling his life experiences, including methods for crafting various talismans and spells to vanquish demons. Mastering this tome allows one to command all malevolent entities. Who is Zhang Daoling, you ask? Even the Supreme Lord Laozi personally descended to bestow upon him the dual swords of Yin and Yang, along with talismans and spells. His legendary tales are countless throughout history. Searching through the chat group, Zhang Lin discovered indeed that this individual had ascended to immortality. The acquisition of his book was sheer coincidence. However, with such a voluminous tome, when could he possibly finish it? Zhang Lin estimated it contained tens of thousands of pages, given its height. Where did you conjure up such a thick book? Su Xiaoming inquired, reaching out to touch it, only to be repelled by a flash of golden light, slamming against the wall. Talismanic artifacts are not to be trifled with. Ouch, what a troublesome book. You hurt me. Zhang Lin sighed, realizing that if others overheard this, they'd misconstrue it as something else entirely. Su Xiaoming's state was peculiar. Being half human and half ghost, she retained a human appearance yet lacked warmth and the need for sustenance. His phone vibrated again, this time it was Zhu Beiji seeking him out, lamenting that he had grown tired of heavenly peaches and craved earthly delights. Due to celestial regulations, their descent to the mortal realm was exceedingly difficult. Hence his plea for assistance. Interestingly, the fate of the 4 disciples from the journey to the west seemed to diverge from the original tale. Zhu Beiji was still the marshal of the heavenly canopy. How should he entertain this insatiable pick? Zhang Lin naturally wished to avoid spending exorbitantly on delicacies like shark fins or bird-nest nests. What affordable yet delectable options could he procure? Beside him, Su Xiaoming began to whine. Oh, how I long to eat something. Even instant noodles would suffice. The absence of taste is unbearably torturous. How could he forget instant noodles? They could easily resolve this dilemma for just 3 yuan. No worries, I shall procure some for you right away. What flavor do you desire? Spicy pepper flavor. That won't do. It's too pricey. The seafood flavor is quite similar. Let us settle on that. Su Xiaoming clenched her fists, striving to suppress her urge to strike him, as their bond meant that any harm to one would be felt by the other. Upon leaving, Zhang Lin felt something was off. How could he check into a hotel without identification? Inquiring at the front desk revealed that this was a private establishment. As long as one could pay, even a wanted criminal could stay. Enough is enough. Zhang Lin unexpectedly received a fist to the eye, causing him to yelp in pain. Does this child have violent tendencies? He rubbed his eyes, unwilling to engage with the child. A new challenge loomed ahead. He understood how to receive red envelopes but was clueless about how to send them. Under Zhu Beiji's guidance, Zhang Lin successfully delivered several buckets of instant noodles to the celestial realm, leaving Zhu Beiji thoroughly bewildered upon receipt. Marshal Tianpeng, young brother Zhang Lin. How does one eat this thing? It's both hard and tough to chew. Shortly after, he sent a video. Out of curiosity, Zhang Lin clicked on it, only to see a rotund man vigorously gnawing on a pack of instant noodles, most peculiarly, the packaging itself. Holding back laughter, Zhang Lin explained that it was not meant to be consumed that way. One must soak it in hot water for a few minutes, and then add the seasoning. Such a hassle, Pigsy thought to himself. After eons, these mortals have become increasingly frivolous. If it doesn't taste good, I, Marshal Tianping, am not to be trifled with. Feeling drowsy again, Zhang Lin tossed his phone aside and buried his head in sleep, only to be roused by a hotel staff member reminding him to check out. Lately, he had been sleeping extraordinarily well. Chapter 5, The National Supernatural Bureau. At that moment, he was unaware that the few buckets of instant noodles had caused quite a stir in the immortal realm, with a multitude of deities clamoring for a taste. By the time he checked his messages, his private chat was overflowing. Marshal Tianpeng, young brother Zhang Lin, are you there? Is there any of that instant noodle left? The Monkey King, what kind of instant noodle did you give that swine? Hurry and bring some to honor me. God of Cuisine, greetings. May I inquire how that marvelous dish, instant noodles, is prepared? It is so delicious that it shames us all. Jade Rabbit, young sir, do you still have any instant noodles? Those deities are too despicable. I only managed to snatch a sip of broth, which surpassed all celestial nectar. I would gladly trade my beloved carrots and unique mooncakes from our Guanghan palace for it. This insatiable swine sought to freeload, but Zhang Lin was unyielding, replying that he had no funds to restock. Understanding the implication, Pigsy immediately sent a red envelope. However, upon receiving the item, Zhang Lin was infuriated. Pigsy had given him a half-eaten peach, with bite marks still visible. 3,000-year-old peach, produced in the heavenly peach orchard, ripe every 3,000 years, rich in heavenly essence. Once removed from the celestial realm, its essence rapidly dissipates. Consuming it enhances the physique and wards off ailments. Well, it was still a celestial item. Zhang Lin swallowed a few bites, forcing down the nauseating taste, which resembled drinking water, far less appetizing than peaches sold at the fruit shop. As for how to resolve things with Sun Wukong, seeing his firm tone, Zhang Lin decided to send a few buckets of instant noodles. He noticed a common trait. These deities were rather stingy, especially those with great power. Although the Jade Rabbit had little of value, at least it was precious to her. As for the God of Cuisine, Zhang Lin found him unworthy of his attention, likely having nothing of worth to offer. For now, he thought of the beautiful woman who had bumped into him yesterday, contemplating inviting her for a meal. Perhaps she might have taken a liking to him. Su Xiaoming's ghostly energy was too low to directly interact with sunlight, thus she could only possess him. Frankly, it felt rather unpleasant, akin to being under surveillance. He contemplated acquiring a magical artifact to contain spirits. The old phone he had purchased for a few hundred lacked calling capabilities, so Zhang Lin bought a simple mobile phone. Content as long as it could make calls. In her office, Yi was processing documents when suddenly her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Without a second thought, she answered. Hello, this is Yi Corporation. How may I assist you? No, it's just that. I wanted to have dinner with you. Hearing the stammering voice, You found it familiar. Could it be that foolish man from yesterday? Clumsy and stuttering, he was pitiable. Perhaps she should give him a little more money since the business deal was already settled, albeit with some minor hassles. If Zhang Lin had known her thoughts, he would have spat blood in frustration. You want to have dinner with me? Are you certain? Yi initially intended to decline, but suddenly reconsidered, agreeing instead. After hanging up, she felt guilty. Was it too morally reprehensible to take advantage of a fool? But if she went alone, well, she could always compensate him later with a few extra thousands. Gazing out the window, she felt somewhat overwhelmed, tirelessly working to earn money for her sister's medical treatment. At times, it felt exhausting. Zhang Lin felt as though he were floating, akin to a dream, much to Su Xiaoming's disdain. Just as he hummed a cheerful tune, a car pulled up, and two men in sunglasses stepped out, swiftly placing a black hood over his head. Zhang Lin struggled in resistance, but suddenly felt a cold, hard object pressed against the back of his head, realizing it might very well be a gun. His mind raced, pondering whom he had offended, perhaps the elderly man he had wronged or the owner of a small restaurant. But how could an ordinary person possess a firearm? As he pondered aimlessly, he called out for Su Xiaoming's assistance, yet she, still fuming, refused to help, merely stating they would discuss it if the situation worsened. He dared not gamble on his ability to withstand bullets, and it seemed the assailants had no intention of killing him. He would have to assess the situation as it unfolded. He remained vigilant, noting the diminishing noise around him. The vehicle must be heading toward a more desolate area. Unable to see his phone screen, Zhang Lin could not access his hidden treasures. External items, after all, could easily be constrained by human interference. Upon reaching the destination, he was led into a building, taken up an elevator to a floor, and subsequently entered a room where someone removed his hood. After being in darkness for so long, Zhang Lin struggled to adjust, groggily seeing a middle-aged man seated before him. "I apologize, young brother Zhang Lin. For the sake of our organization as confidentiality, we had to bring you here in such a manner." From the tone, it seemed they were not there to cause him trouble. Zhang Lin calmly replied, "What do you want from me? I am merely an ordinary person." The man chuckled softly, rising from his chair. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zhang Xiaorong, director of the National Supernatural Bureau." The Supernatural Bureau? Zhang Lin's confusion deepened. Was the world truly this intricate? Yet, he had no ties to the supernatural. Zhang Xiaorong clapped his hands, and a screen above lit up, displaying footage of the very incident from yesterday when he was struck. Do not tell me that an ordinary person could be flung several meters by a vehicle at such speed and simply stand up unscathed. There is only one possibility. You possess supernatural abilities. Zhang Lin scratched his head helplessly. What on earth was happening? Not a moment of peace. What concern did the Supernatural Bureau have with a cultivator like him? Of course, he could only voice this inwardly. No matter how skilled one might be, one must fear a kitchen knife. He did not wish to be shot. You can say that if you wish. The two men in sunglasses exchanged ominous glances, raising their guns at him. Zhang Xiaorong's expression darkened as he sternly commanded, "What are you two doing? Brother Zhang Lin is my guest. Put down your weapons." Having navigated the world, Zhang Lin quickly recognized the charade and decided to play along. "Director Zhang, there is no need for anger. This is my fault. It was my tone that was inappropriate." "Not at all. Please have a seat. I will share some information about us." Zhang Lin made himself comfortable, reclining on the sofa and crossing his legs. The director's face twitched momentarily, yet he said nothing. The reason they had summoned Zhang Lin was to recruit him into the Supernatural Bureau, as unregulated supernatural beings could pose a threat to society. Numerous incidents had previously occurred, only labeled as accidents in the news. Zhang Lin initially intended to decline, but then the director produced a stack of documents, revealing his death certificate. Zhang Xiaorong smirked subtly. With such leverage, he was confident Zhang Lin would comply. "If you agree, we will not only help you establish a new identity, but also provide monetary rewards based on your contributions. Consider it carefully." They did not concern themselves with how Zhang Lin had come back to life. The abilities of supernatural beings were varied and unpredictable. Anything was possible. In truth, Zhang Lin was indeed captivated by this scheme. The allure of these conditions was overwhelming. He was in dire need of money, and with a new identity, he would no longer need to live in hiding. After all, there was no significant downside. A notification chimed from his new phone, revealing a message from Yia, inviting him to dinner at the Golden Star Hotel the day after tomorrow. He quickly searched online and was astonished to discover it was a 5-star establishment. The cost of a meal there must be exorbitant. Nevertheless, for the sake of his goddess, he resolved to go, gritting his teeth. Juggling two phones was quite cumbersome, and after sharing his frustrations with Tai Bai Jin Xing, he learned that the communication device between the three realms was, in fact, a treasure. By concentrating and calling it with his spiritual energy, he could summon it into his body. To retrieve it, he merely needed to call it forth again. Remarkably, once inside, it could activate a virtual mode, displaying a screen before him, controlled by his thoughts. Zhang Lin realized how foolish he had been. No wonder the deities typed so swiftly. It was through mental input. It seemed that one must always inquire before proceeding. After a brief period of adjustment, he adapted to this method, albeit with a drawback. While the virtual screen was transparent, it still obscured part of his vision. Subsequently, he approached He Bai Wuchang and exchanged 2 portable media players for a necklace. The underworld and the celestial realm differed in their interests in food, as neither possessed taste. The necklace was entirely black, adorned with a dark red gem known as the Ghost Spirit Chain, capable of harboring souls within it, containing a vast, independent space. Chapter 6. The record of subduing demons and exorcising evil. Su Xiaoming was naturally delighted to have a new home, complete with all amenities, including mountains, water, and even a small house, equipped with modern facilities. However, all of this was merely an illusion, sustained by the wielder's magical power. With this pressing matter resolved, Zhang Lin felt considerably more at ease. After all, prolonged possession by spirits would diminish his yang energy, making him susceptible to encounters with ghosts, and could severely impact certain abilities. Within mere seconds, his mind was inundated with thousands of characters, truly the essence of celestial literature. The 3 realms have traditionally been defined by 4 arts: celestial arts, Taoist arts, demon arts, and ghost arts, with celestial arts reigning supreme, created by the immortals. Taoist arts, on the other hand, were derived from insights gained from celestial arts. However, they all shared a commonality: the necessity of substantial magical energy for their execution. Demon and ghost arts could typically only be wielded by their respective races, holding equal standing, albeit ranking above Taoist arts. Since the dawn of Pangu, 4 distinct physical constitutions emerged: the emperor body of humanity, the demon god body of the demon race, the ghost god body of the ghost race, and the most enigmatic, the undying sacred body. This notion reminded him that Niu Tu and Ma Mian had previously mentioned it. However, records concerning the undying sacred body were scarce, merely noting its exceptional vitality, its capacity to harm kin, and its resistance to death unless one chose to end their own life. It could master all 4 arts without suffering backlash. Moreover, only these 4 physiques could transcend the limits of immortals, becoming omnipotent deities. Regrettably, none have achieved this to date. Perhaps merely a legend. Humans, ghosts, and demons aspiring to become immortals must first traverse 7 realms before receiving celestial bones from the 3 pure ones and being granted celestial status. Otherwise, they risk descending into demonic paths. The immortals of the underworld differ slightly from those of the heavenly court, as their magical energies are divided into yin and yang. Hence the distinctions between earth immortals and heaven immortals. The initial sections of the text provided insights into the common knowledge and history of the 3 realms. While seemingly of little practical use, Zhang Lin found it utterly engrossing, revealing the myriad peculiarities concealed within this world. The current whereabouts of the demon and ghost races were not mentioned in the book, which was to be expected, given its ancient origins. How could it possibly document future events? Zhang Lin continued to peruse the text, absorbing knowledge and witnessing the rise of a legendary celestial master, who single-handedly vanquished tens of thousands of demons and ghosts, dispersing evil with a mere wave of his hand and severing mountains with a single sword stroke. Celestial arts are founded upon magical energy, categorized into 4 tiers: lower, intermediate, upper, and top level. The mightiest celestial arts necessitate an ample supply of magical energy for their release. Given Zhang Lin's current meager reserves, even casting a lower-tier celestial art proved laborious, and the classification of celestial arts was extensive, with offensive arts demanding the most energy. After a prolonged attempt, he discovered he could only perform a lower-tier celestial art called Object Retrieval from Afar, which was heavily restricted. If the object exceeded a certain weight or was too distant, it would be ineffective, determined by the user's magical prowess. Additionally, the target must be an inanimate object. Devoid of life, he could only retrieve items weighing up to 5 grams within half a meter. This celestial art appeared rather trivial, yet it bore remarkable potential. A single note's weight was approximately 115 grams, allowing him to retrieve up to 5 notes at once. Despite its questionable ethics, Zhang Lin resolutely refrained from engaging in any such unscrupulous acts, deeming it utterly useless. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a consequence of severely drained mental energy, and soon succumbed to slumber. The following day, he resumed his studies, delving into the methods of talisman crafting. There were 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Talismans differ fundamentally from talisman paper. The latter is commonly used to repel minor spirits and possesses limited power, utilized only once, while talismans are immensely potent and reusable. The method of crafting talismans has long been lost to time, with many sects relying on the talismans left by their ancestors to gain renown. However, crafting talismans requires substantial sacrifices of essence and magical energy. A moment's negligence could lead to demonic deviation. Furthermore, the materials such as vermilion, yellow paper, and brushes must not be ordinary, while they could still be drawn upon. Their quality would be significantly inferior. This was not an issue for him, as he currently lacked nothing of the sort. Nonetheless, the last time Tai Bai Jin Xing had provided him with some talisman paper. Seeking out that old man was likely futile. Zhang Lin, is the Great Lord present? I urgently require your assistance. Taishang Laojun, are you here regarding the crafting of talismans? I can provide the materials, but there is one matter I must ask of you. Truly, as a prominent figure in the celestial realm, he anticipated Zhang Lin's visit even before he spoke. However, what could this request be that even Taishang Laojun found impossible to fulfill? Zhang Lin, please, Great Lord, share your request. I shall venture through fire and water for your sake. Taishang Laojun, cough, cough, it is not so grave. Recently, I have heard of a culinary delight gaining popularity in the heavenly court, and I wish to savor its flavor, but I wonder if you could assist me. Zhang Lin was taken aback. Even the Great Lord was enchanted by instant noodles. What did these deities typically consume? Upon receiving the noodles, Taishang Laojun was visibly pleased, stroking his beard, and conjured a box to present to Zhang Lin. Upon opening the box, Zhang Lin discovered 3 items, each exuding boundless celestial energy, invigorating his spirit. Spirit sand, a unique substance of the celestial realm, primarily used for crafting talismans and formations, rich in spiritual energy. Phoenix brush, crafted from a feather of the phoenix, imbued with remnants of its power. Zhang Lin's hands trembled as he held the box. The great lord's generosity was evident, leaving him in awe. With the materials assembled, he soon realized that crafting the talismans was exceedingly challenging. It appeared that only a few strokes were necessary, yet even half a stroke drained his magical energy entirely. I shall not continue. What a futile endeavor. Ha! Look at your flustered expression. It amuses me greatly. Su Xiaoming had appeared from who knows where, floating in the air and mocking him. This ghostly girl was becoming increasingly vexatious. She must have been blinded by folly to deserve a slap to her face. However, gazing at Su Xiaoming triggered a memory within Zhang Lin, prompting him to close his eyes and focus, sifting through his recollections. The Yin spirit body, a constitution exclusive to women, also referred to as the pure Yin body, enhances a man's magical energy when they unite with it. Once manifested in the world, it would be fiercely contested by numerous cultivators. The intensity of Zhang Lin's gaze shifted towards Su Xiaoming, now imbued with a strong sense of desire, causing her laughter to cease abruptly, leaving her feeling uneasy as past painful memories resurfaced. Indeed, he felt a stirring within him. However, given Su Xiaoming's current half-human, half-ghost state, the effectiveness of such a union remained uncertain. Why are you staring at me? Do you perhaps have feelings for me? That's unacceptable. You'll need to bring me flowers and take me on a date. Ugh. Zhang Lin rolled his eyes, thinking that dating a ghost was only for someone whose mind had been kicked by a donkey. Besides, why would he choose this flat-chested brat over a living, breathing beauty? It appeared that Su Xiaoming sensed his gaze and looked down, instantly seething with anger. So what if she was flat-chested? A flat chest could be a girlfriend and a brother at the same time. Yet, Zhang Lin failed to notice the loneliness in her eyes. Her smile merely masked her inner sorrow. How she longed for someone to lean on. Zhang Lin received a phone call and stepped outside, where he encountered the two men in sunglasses from the previous day, still exuding that infuriating demeanor. It seemed that government institutions operated differently. With remarkable efficiency, his new identification card was ready by the next day. The name remained the same, though he had now become the illegitimate son of someone. Of course, all of this was a fabrication. In reality, there was no wealthy father. Zhang Lin didn't mind. As long as he could live a normal life, that was sufficient. All traces of his previous existence had been erased, and apart from a few who still remembered, he had essentially vanished. The man in sunglasses handed him a bank card, stating that his monthly salary would be deposited into it. Naturally, this money would not be given freely. Should any extraordinary incidents arise, they, as supernatural beings, would be required to rush to the front lines. Before departing, the man informed him that he had been assigned to one of the supernatural teams and would meet the members that evening. He felt a flicker of anticipation. What indeed were these supernatural beings? In the bustling bar, a group of young people danced and sang, the air thick with the scent of alcohol and women's perfume. Zhang Lin despised such places. To him, it felt like entering another world rife with depravity and filth. He navigated through the throngs to a private room, where two men and a woman awaited him. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face stood up first, extending his hand. Zhang Lin reciprocated, shaking it firmly. You must be Zhang Lin. I'm Chu Xiong, the captain of this team. The others are Yi Xiong and Xiao Na. Hello, Zhang Lin replied. Yi Xiong, a young man of similar age, seemed rather aloof, his expression stiff. He spoke only that initial greeting and fell silent. Xiao Na, a petite girl with a doll-like face, was undeniably adorable. Was she still in elementary school? Zhang Lin. Isn't Xiao Na just the cutest? Don't you want to pinch my cheeks? I wouldn't mind at all. Cough, cough. Chu Xiong shot her a glare, exasperated. How many times have I told you not to tease the newcomers? Do you want me to reveal the fact that you're actually a 30-year-old aunt? Xiao Na's face fell, her expression changing dramatically. You've said it now, you old man. Go die. In the next instant, a cup on the table flew toward Chu Xiong, but he caught it effortlessly, having grown accustomed to such antics. Xiao Na's face turned crimson, and after a brief struggle, she conceded defeat. Humph. With tear-filled eyes, Xiao Na puffed her cheeks in a display of indignation. Had Zhang Lin not been aware of her true age, he might have rushed to comfort her. The phrase legal lowly suddenly emerged in his mind. Such a physique was indeed a favorite among lowly enthusiasts. Enough of this farce. Let us familiarize ourselves with our respective abilities, then discuss how we shall cooperate in future battles, Chu Xiong suggested, directing his gaze at Zhang Lin. As you observed earlier, that old man locked onto him with a gaze. Xiao Na's ability is thought manipulation, an exceptionally powerful skill, currently at level A. Level A? That refers to the strength of one's abilities, which are categorized into 7 levels. Yi Xiong possesses invisibility at level A. while I have strength at level A. Zhang Lin discreetly glanced at Yi Xiang, astonished that he had invisibility. He pondered how it compared to an invisibility talisman. And the notion that abilities were classified into 7 levels seemed to suggest that everything had been preordained. So what about Zhang Lin's abilities? Can you show us something impressive? Like the ability to retrieve money from afar? That would certainly be a spectacle. Noticing Zhang Lin's hesitation, Chu Xiang assumed his powers were exceptionally formidable yet difficult to demonstrate. As some unique abilities were indeed like that, he decided to go with the flow, and surprisingly, Zhang Lin managed to evade scrutiny. They exchanged contact information and discussed matters further, with Zhang Lin remaining a mere observer throughout the conversation. Before parting ways, Chu Xiang cautioned him to be wary of supernatural beings without locators, as they harbored deep resentment toward the National Supernatural Bureau. "Ah, I've truly boarded a pirate ship." Zhang Lin lamented inwardly, though he could only complain without any recourse. After reading, Zhang Lin lay in bed, tossing and turning. Unable to sleep, not due to concerns about the day's events, but rather from the excitement of dining with the goddess the following day. Unsurprisingly, he woke the next morning with dark circles under his eyes. Fortunately, he had ample time and continued to lounge until noon. Yi called him, instructing him to prepare for their meeting, stating there were matters that needed to be clarified face to face. Eating out was such a grand affair. The wealthy truly lived differently. He thought little of it, glancing at his attire and contemplating whether he should change into something more refined, as his current outfit felt rather shabby. Thus, he splurged on a new outfit, though it didn't exceed 1,000. To prevent Su Xiaoming from ruining his plans, he set up a barrier to restrict her movements. Upon arriving at the square, Zhang Lin scanned the area and quickly spotted the exceptionally poised Yi. Today, she donned a sexy black dress, had styled her hair anew, and wore a sapphire pendant around her neck, seemingly having put significant effort into her makeup. Could it be that the goddess truly had eyes for him? How else could he explain this? Yi noticed him and gracefully approached, but upon seeing his attire, her expression faltered slightly. Zhang Lin, lost in his daydreams, failed to notice, as he contemplated whether they should have a boy or a girl and how many children would be ideal. "Why did you come dressed like that? Come with me," she commanded. Upon hearing the goddess's voice, he eagerly followed her. They entered a clothing store, and as soon as Yi stepped inside, she declared, "Bring out your finest men's attire for him to try on." Nearby women whispered among themselves, "Oh, this woman looks beautiful, but she's just a gold digger, taking care of a boy toy. How ridiculous." Indeed, that man looks so foolish. He must be a bumpkin from the countryside, and I doubt he can handle it. The comments grew increasingly harsh, and Yi, incensed, slammed her bank card onto the counter. "I'm renting this place today. Please remove these irrelevant persons." We run a business and can't afford to offend anyone." "Perhaps we could," the shop assistant stammered, caught between a rock and a hard place. "Who are you trying to impress? Just look at yourself. I want to see who dares to throw me out." Zhang Lin glanced at the woman, noticing her rotund figure, her face caked in makeup, and her greasy demeanor adorned with gleaming golden jewelry. Though he wished to stand up for Yi, he lacked the financial means to do so. Yi merely smirked dismissively, calling out, "Bring your manager to me." The overweight woman continued to taunt. "Calling the manager is quite a feat. I'm a regular here, and I'm well acquainted with the manager." The shop assistant had no choice but to fetch the manager, as the situation had escalated beyond her control. When the manager arrived, he was first struck by the woman's beauty, then felt a sense of déjà vu. "Manager Wang, you're here. Do you remember me?" Upon recognizing the rotund figure, Manager Wang nearly retched, his expression turning serious as he replied, "I'm sorry, but I don't know you at all." The corpulent woman's face jiggled with indignation, resembling that of a bloated sow. Yi presented her business card to him, and Manager Wang, upon receiving it, wore a complex expression. Indeed, it was this formidable woman. He promptly made a decision. "Esteemed customers, I apologize, but this establishment is reserved by this lady today. I kindly ask you to visit us another day, and as a gesture of goodwill, every one of you shall receive a small gift." The overweight woman was incensed. Upon hearing those words, it felt as though she had been slapped hard across the face. She collapsed onto the floor, rolling about and refusing to leave. Reluctantly, Manager Wang summoned assistants to have her dragged away. The scene was somewhat ludicrous. After clarifying intentions, Manager Wang immediately arranged for Zhang Lin to be dressed up. What can one say about the feeling of being pampered? It was both humiliating and exhilarating. Zhang Lin was taken aback upon seeing the prices of the garments. Over 8,000 for a single coat? This must be a ripoff. The total value of his possessions barely equated to the price of a sleeve from such attire. The adage "a Buddha is adorned in gold." A person in fine clothing proved true. Expensive items undoubtedly hold their worth. While Zhang Lin may not have become more handsome, his demeanor certainly improved. When it came time to settle the bill, the total exceeded 30,000, yet Yi did not even blink. Upon exiting, she noticed his troubled expression and resolved to reveal the truth, stating that this was merely a part of his compensation. Compensation? What compensation? Yi looked at him intently and articulated, I require you to pose as my boyfriend. What? He stammered. Do not misunderstand. I mean for you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Once this is accomplished, I shall provide you with an additional 30,000, and this attire will belong to you. What say you? He lowered his head in silence. Yi felt a twinge of guilt. I apologize for not consulting you beforehand. That was my mistake. You are free to leave at once. Yet, Zhang Lin suddenly grasped her delicate hand. Who said I wouldn't agree? Acting for such a sum of money? I'm not foolish. Her hand felt soft and smooth, as if devoid of bones. That was his assessment. Yi attempted to withdraw, but he insisted that they must fully commit to the role. Given their current relationship status, any lack of intimacy would raise suspicions. Regret washed over her. This seemingly foolish boy did not appear so naive after all. However, there was no time to seek out another. She bit her lip, enduring his advances. Chapter 8. Who Dares to Touch Her? Zhang Lin was subsequently taken for various transformations, having rehearsed his lines in advance, as he was now to assume the identity of a successful entrepreneur. It turned out that Yi had secured the business deal previously, primarily because the other party's son had taken a liking to her. Today's invitation was intended for a drinking gathering. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Zhang Lin felt compelled to attend. Who dared to vie for a woman against him? Which fool was it? After this commotion, time had nearly elapsed. Yi inquired if he could drive. Ridiculous. He had obtained his license 3 years prior. Soon, a fruit stand bore the brunt of his driving, but fortunately, no one was harmed. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated. Didn't you say you had your license? Yi clutched her chest, admonishing herself not to succumb to anger. How had she found such an extraordinary buffoon? She couldn't help but fret about the evening's gathering. Esteemed beings, I offer a bucket of instant noodles. What treasures can procure me the means to impress others? Neza, the third prince, what does this impress, and why would one wish to do so? Sha Sing, I understand. In the mortal realm, impress refers to the posterior. He wishes to place a backside upon his face. Jianmu, such a peculiar taste, my lord. I am astonished, yet intrigued. Lei Gong, do not hinder me. Today I shall obliterate this woman. Do not impede my wrath. Tang Senzong, go forth, we shall not obstruct you. In fact, we are preparing for your eventualities. Zhang Lin hurriedly explained himself. Otherwise, he would suffer great humiliation. Giant spirit god, is it merely to show off? You humans are truly at leisure. I, however, possess no material wealth. I only have my divine summoning talisman. Perhaps it may serve a purpose. Although the giant spirit god bore a divine title, he was not a true deity, having barely withstood a few blows from Sun Wukong. These divine titles were largely illusory. What use was this summoning talisman? Zhang Lin could not fathom its worth, and the other deities expressed their inability to assist. If even the gods were powerless, it seemed he had no choice but to proceed boldly and see how matters unfolded. Upon arriving at their destination, the illustrious Golden Star Hotel, it was evident from its exterior that this was no place for the common man. Xiaoya, you've arrived. A man, dressed as a wealthy scion, rushed over to open the door for Yi. However, upon noticing the unfamiliar man seated in the passenger seat, his smile gradually faded. Xiaoya, who is this? Yang Long scrutinized Zhang Lin, pondering the latter's identity, reassuring himself that perhaps he was merely Yi's brother. Before Yi could respond, Zhang Lin took the initiative, sensing the man's hostility. This gentleman, Xiaoya, is my fiancée. I would prefer that no other man address her so intimately. So kindly maintain your distance. What? Yang Long gazed incredulously at Yi, having previously inquired without hearing of any boyfriend, let alone an engagement. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhang Lin wrapped his arm around Yi's slender waist, the air thick with the scent of romance. Observing their departure, Yang Long's face contorted with rage, prompting him to dial a number. Such extravagance! The opulent interior of the hotel showcased the lifestyle of the affluent, where all present were individuals of notable stature in society. Good day, sir. Do you have a reservation? Without one, entry is not permitted. At that moment, Yang Long entered from outside. Zhang Lin pointed at him, stating yes. He is treating us. What was your name again? Yang Long suppressed his fury. I am Yang Long, remember it. However, realizing he had lost composure before his beloved, he quickly amended. What are you doing? This is one of my guests. Do you not possess any discernment? Of course, my apologies. Please, come in. Zhang Lin scoffed disdainfully. Bullying a receptionist was hardly a feat of merit. He swiftly took Yi's hand and departed, completely disregarding Yang Long. as if he were the true protagonist of the evening. Pushing open a door, they found the room filled with guests, all bewildered by his arrival. Wasn't this gathering intended for Yang Long to profess his feelings to Yiya? Who was this unfamiliar man? Zhang Lin advanced assertively, announcing their relationship before the assembled crowd, inviting them to celebrate their union. Yiya could only manage a forced smile, secretly pinching his waist. This performance was excessive. Would she truly end up marrying this fool? Impossible. The atmosphere grew tense until Yang Long received a phone call, his previously dark demeanor vanishing as he erupted into laughter, leaving everyone perplexed. Zhang Lin was equally confused. What could possibly be so amusing? Had his father found him a new stepmother? Shaya, although we have signed the contract. Before he could finish, Yiya interjected, are you attempting to backtrack? A major company reneging on an agreement would not bode well for its reputation. Yang Long turned to Zhang Lin. I am not finished speaking. Is it not essential to uphold sincerity in business? Since you agreed to come, why employ a pauper to act? What do you mean acting? Humph, I have investigated. This fellow is no CEO, but rather an abandoned, illegitimate child, living in rented accommodations. The others quickly chimed in. I suspected as much. How could someone so young possibly be a boss? I merely wish to spare him some dignity. Such trash dares to associate with the exquisite Miss Yiya? A toad aspires to eat swan meat. Remove your filthy hands from me, you wretched beggar. You have gone too far. We can simply abandon this business deal. Let us depart. Yiya tugged at Zhang Lin, intending to leave. But would it truly be that simple? Yang Long shattered a glass on the floor, and in an instant, a group of individuals stormed in, brandishing long sticks, their audacious expressions revealing them to be a gang of ruffians. Yiya's countenance stiffened. Young Master Yang, what is the meaning of this? Yang Long slowly approached her, declaring, of course, it means I have an interest in you. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory answer today, none of you shall leave this place. He raised a wine glass from the table and offered it to Yiya. Or perhaps you should toast each person present, if it pleases me. I might allow you to depart. With over 10 individuals present, toasting each one would surely render her unconscious, and the implications were all too evident. Zhang Lin observed the unfolding situation, seeking the perfect moment to intervene, which was evidently now. He shielded Yiya behind him, casting a cold glare at Yang Long. If you wish to drink, I shall accompany you. Do not torment a woman. Yang Long burst into laughter, clutching his stomach, tears streaming down his face. Zhang Lin questioned whether this man had lost his senses, laughing inexplicably. How amusing. Do you know my identity? I could crush you with a mere finger. He extended a finger towards Zhang Lin's forehead, but with a sharp crack, his expression twisted into one of agony. Ah, my hand. My hand. The onlookers were bewildered. This young man had unknowingly stirred a great trouble. Yang Long's father was notoriously protective of his own. The power of their group was immense. Feared by both the underworld and the legitimate world alike, even prominent figures would refer to him as Young Master Yang. Dare to touch our Young Master Yang? You must be seeking death. Brothers, beat him up. Just avoid any fatalities. Yiya's face paled, and she positioned herself in front of Zhang Lin. However, as a frail woman, she was no match for the thugs, and she was shoved aside, crashing against the wall. Zhang Lin could no longer contain himself. Channeling his internal power, he struck a thug in the stomach, sending him sprawling and colliding with several others before coming to a halt. Though shocked by the formidable strength of his opponent, the thugs did not retreat. Instead, they were emboldened. Chapter 9. The Giant Spirit Descends. How infuriating. Yang Long realized that this could not continue without his eventual defeat. He picked up a shard of glass, threateningly holding it near Yiya's face. You better stop, or this pretty little face may acquire a scar. Yiya wept regretfully, blaming herself for involving others. If something were to happen, she would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Zhang Lin, you must leave. Do not concern yourself with me. He wouldn't dare harm me. Yang Long, fueled by rage, scoffed at their affection. What a pair of lovebirds. Even now, you wish to evoke sympathy? In terms of looks and lineage, what do you possess that would warrant her attention? You should feel honored to be noticed by her. Want to leave? Not a chance. Disable this brat, and let us see how you continue your love show. Zhang Lin, seizing the moment, discreetly crushed a talisman in his hand, emitting a faint golden glow that was barely noticeable. As fists and feet rained down upon him, the thugs grew increasingly perplexed. Why was this guy's body so resilient? Their hands were bruising. Zhang Lin had activated a protective talisman, granting immunity to most physical attacks. He pretended to be incapacitated, lowering their guard. Yang Long was indeed fooled. Seeing Zhang Lin motionless on the ground, fearing a fatality, he rushed to check on him. Suddenly, Zhang Lin opened his eyes and seized Yang Long in a counterhold. Everyone stepped back. I cannot guarantee his safety. The crowd retreated, not daring to gamble, for if anything happened to young Master Yang, it would mean death for all present. Xiaya, let us leave. Yiya, still shaken, found solace in Zhang Lin's words and followed him towards the hotel exit. Upon reaching the lobby, the scene startled others, prompting them to call the police. Zhang Lin could not intervene. Although the commotion had attracted attention, it also invited trouble. Just as they were about to exit the lobby, he sensed an impending crisis, swiftly releasing Yang Long and dodging to the side. Wu Fan, taken aback, was surprised that his unexpected attack had been evaded. Uncle Fan, save me. Uncle Fan, help. Yang Long crawled to the feet of this suddenly appearing man. Wu Fan's eyes flickered with disdain, though it quickly vanished. Young master, do not fear. With me, Wu Fan, here, no one shall lay a finger on you. This was truly perilous. Zhang Lin felt a wave of anxiety as he beheld the man radiating formidable energy. Had he been struck just moments ago? Given his current cultivation level, he likely would not have survived. Oh, Wu Fan noticed the disguised locator on Zhang Lin's wrist. So, you are with the Supernatural Bureau. No wonder you could evade my attack. What? This brat is also an ability user like you, Uncle Fan? The surrounding crowd, oblivious to the conversation, could not comprehend what they were discussing. How could there be ability users in this world? Now it made sense. The danger he exuded far surpassed that of Chu Xiong and others. He was at least a level ability user. Wu Fan, an ability user with speed, assessed Zhang Lin. After a quick examination, Zhang Lin gasped in astonishment. A level ability user? How could he fight against that? Yang Long's expression darkened as he addressed Wu Fan. Uncle Fan, I do not care. You must incapacitate this person today. I will handle the Supernatural Bureau myself. Wu Fan sighed. Alas, you constantly attract trouble. Is it worth it for a mere woman? This is no longer just about a woman. It concerns the dignity of the Yang family. Yang Long retorted defiantly. Do you dare defy my orders? With a mocking tone, he continued, Uncle Fan, I only address you as such out of respect for your years of loyal service to the Yang family. But do not forget, you are merely a dog raised by my father. If he becomes displeased, he can take your life at any moment. Wu Fan's veins bulged, his fists cracking ominously. Yet considering his future prospects, he refrained from retaliating against this impudent child. He approached Zhang Lin, sensing nothing unusual about him. As if he were an ordinary person. My young brother, I apologize. I do not intend to bully you due to my age. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, you may leave today. Otherwise, I will shatter all your meridians, and you will spend the rest of your life in bed. Zhang Lin cursed him as a cunning fox. He was unaware of how formidable a level ability user was, but he knew they were exponentially stronger than himself. The protective talisman might not withstand such power. I must thank you, esteemed senior. Wu Fan recognized the hidden mockery in Zhang Lin's words. In the world of martial arts, one is often bound by circumstances. It was his own fault for provoking someone he should not have. Those of you who are merely spectators, how long do you intend to linger? Depart at once. The existence of ability users was reserved for a select few. Yang Long did not wish for these fools to witness the unfolding events. With a command, only 4 individuals remained. Although Yiya was unaware of what an ability user truly entailed, she grasped Zhang Lin's hand, unwilling to let him approach. Zhang Lin turned to her, gazing affectionately. Do not worry, I shall return safely. After all, you are my fiancée, and our wedding has yet to take place. Yiya laughed, feeling an inexplicable fondness for Zhang Lin. How naive. If you wish to pursue me, you must at least buy the city for me. Zhang Lin replied earnestly, no problem. If you desire the stars, I shall pluck them from the sky for you. You are merely boasting. I ask you, have you both had enough? I did not come here to witness your public display of affection. Yang Long's eyes turned blood red, filled with a murderous rage, as if he wished to dismember Zhang Lin on the spot for daring to flirt with the woman he desired. Zhang Lin, astonished, exclaimed, Oh, why are you still here? My apologies, I didn't even notice. Next time, I shall consider the feelings of the single dog. Uncle Fan, kill him. Wu Fan's expression was icy as he vanished in an instant. If one were to slow it down tenfold, the human eye could still perceive his movement. Zhang Lin abruptly shoved Yiya aside, but before he could turn around, a punch sent him flying, causing the entire hotel to tremble. Despite the protective talisman, he sustained severe internal injuries. His blood surged as he coughed up a mouthful of crimson, sweat beading on his brow. When speed reaches a certain threshold, a qualitative change occurs. That punch bore the force of a speeding train, and Zhang Lin was smashed through the wall. Cough, cough, you're not so formidable after all. I thought you were impressive. Zhang Lin, covered in dust, slowly rose from the ground, a mocking smile on his lips, the golden glow around him flickering, signaling the impending loss of the talisman's protection. Humph, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You do possess some genuine skill. But do you think you can withstand my next move? Why not give it a try? Wu Fan felt his dignity trampled upon, and with a fierce stomp, The floor cracked beneath him, a terrifying aura enveloping the hall. Zhang Lin understood he could not withstand this strike. Only a fate of shattering bones awaited him. To his surprise, that talisman proved useful. He swiftly completed a transaction with the giant spirit through a virtual screen, retrieving a summoning talisman just as the next attack loomed. Activating it with his magical energy. The punch was blocked by the axe, but to outsiders, it appeared as though Wu Fan's fist lingered before Zhang Lin's chest, causing Yang Long to panic. "Uncle Fan, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill this guy. Don't forget, your wife and daughter are still in our hands." Wu Fan felt unjustly accused. It was not that he wished to hold back, but a mysterious force obstructed him, and despite exerting all his might, he could not advance an inch. Zhang Lin sighed in relief, thankful that the summoning talisman's power exceeded his expectations. Otherwise, he might have truly met his end. How would it feel to know he lost to a mere bowl of instant noodles? Chapter 10, The Soul-Binding Ghost. What are you doing? Don't you care about your wife and daughter's lives? Wu Fan suppressed his anger, attempting to explain calmly. There is likely a powerful psychic operating in the shadows, and I cannot breach their defenses. Yang Long ignored this, insisting Wu Fan attack. Zhang Lin realized that this psychic was merely a pitiable figure. There was no need for mutual hardship. He slipped behind Yang Long and struck down with a knife hand, instantly silencing the world. Outside, police cars had already surrounded the area, and several guns were aimed at him. He could only smile wryly, no matter how strong one might be. Escaping the law was impossible, and he had no choice but to surrender with raised hands, since he had attacked the son of Yang Wei. What should have been a simple few days of detention escalated to a court case, with the looming threat of imprisonment. Fortunately, the Bureau of Abnormal Powers intervened at a critical moment to defend him, allowing him to escape calamity. Zhang Xiaorong chastised him fiercely, explaining that rescuing him had entangled many interests, and Zhang Lin, aware of his wrongdoings, did not argue back. To make him acutely aware of his errors and provide an explanation to higher authorities, he was assigned a perilous task, along with 3 other members. Specific details would be communicated later. Whether they would survive depended on their fortitude. Upon learning that Zhang Lin had been released, Yi's anxious heart finally found solace, and she called him to collect the promised reward. Money was certainly important. Even siblings must settle accounts clearly. However, when he arrived at Yi's company, he found everyone wearing distressing expressions. In the chairman's office, Zhang Lin immediately noticed Yi's distracted demeanor, her eyes clouded with worry. After pressing her, he learned the cause. Yi worked tirelessly to earn money for her sister, Yi Shui, as their parents had passed away early, leaving the sisters reliant on each other. Yi Shui had been born with a rare illness, her frail condition causing her to gasp for breath with the slightest exertion, and at times, she would utter nonsensical words, leaving even doctors baffled. Hearing of a miraculous healer abroad who could easily resolve any ailment for a staggering fee of $100 million, Yi clung to this hope. $100 million, surely, that person was mad with greed. Zhang Lin found it hard to believe such a healer existed. Genuine healers do not refuse treatment due to financial constraints. Yi, though skeptical, saw this as her only hope. After inheriting her parents' modest company, she worked tirelessly to expand it, gradually gaining some recognition. However, after the prior incident, Yang Wei not only rescinded their contract but also warned other companies against any dealings with her. If this continued, her only options would be to sell or dissolve the company. It was truly outrageous. Zhang Lin felt a surge of indignation for her. Could those in power truly act with such impunity? The answer was indeed yes. Wealth allowed one to manipulate others' actions at will. Possessing power, status, and wealth meant controlling the fates of the majority. He resolved to avenge Yi. As for healing, he believed he could procure a miraculous elixir. Could it possibly be inferior to that so-called healer? Let us go. Take me to your sister. I will treat her. You? Yi exclaimed. Zhang Lin, don't joke around. I've sought out all the renowned doctors in the country. You know medicine? Just as Yi was about to explode in frustration, he clarified. I have a friend who can, and he surpasses Hua Tua. There is no ailment he cannot cure. Yi's expression turned cold. Fine. I shall see if your friend is as miraculous as you claim. If you deceive me, we shall never meet again. It will be as though we have never known each other. It's a promise. That afternoon, Yi brought Zhang Lin to her home. Although she was wealthy, her living space was modest, around 100 square meters. She believed that warmth mattered more than size. As long as it was sufficient, it was good enough. The house was impeccably tidy, and she did not hire a maid, preferring to care for it herself, finding comfort in the effort, regardless of the toil. Su Xiaoming, having endured for so long, could no longer hold back. Regardless of Zhang Lin's attempts to dissuade her, she leaped from her necklace, glaring at Yi with an inscrutable expression. Being half human, half ghost, she could enter an invisible state at will, though this only affected ordinary people. Zhang Lin sensed something was off about her, but could not pinpoint the issue. Upon receiving permission, Yi opened the door, revealing a girl of about 10 sitting quietly by the window, painting the scenery outside. The little girl was adorable, her clear, innocent eyes and pale complexion lending her a haunting beauty that tugged at one's heartstrings. Yi Shui gazed intently at Zhang Lin, asking, "Is this big brother my sister's boyfriend? Although he doesn't look impressive and seems a bit silly. At least someone will be here to take care of my sister after I leave." Zhang Lin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was unsure whether to be pleased or to weep. Did his face truly appear so foolish? What nonsense are you spouting? Yi's face flushed momentarily. But hearing the latter part of the statement, her heart felt as if it had been gripped painfully. She was acutely aware that the last examination indicated that Xiaoxue could not hold on much longer. This prompted her to take risks by engaging in business discussions with the Yang family, ultimately leading to this disastrous outcome. Zhang Lin activated his celestial vision, and upon inspection, he was taken aback to discover that a malevolent spirit resided within the young girl, incessantly siphoning her vital energy. "What's wrong? Your complexion looks dreadful. Are you angry with Xiaoxue?" Zhang Lin observed Yi, hesitating to lay bare the truth. Involving an ordinary person like her could prove problematic. "I need to speak to Xiaoxue privately. Could you step outside for a moment?" "All right, but don't do anything strange, or I'll have to kill you." Her gaze was unwavering, indicating she was not jesting. Zhang Lin understood her sentiment. After all, Xiaoxue was her only family. Once he exited, Xiaoxue suddenly spoke up. "The beautiful lady beside you can come out too. I can see you." This revelation startled Su Xiaoming, for ordinary individuals should not have the ability to perceive her. Slowly, Su Xiaoming's figure materialized. "Wow, you're impressive. You can actually see my sister." "Of course, I even know you're a ghost," Xiaoxue replied. Zhang Lin exchanged glances with Su Xiaoming, realizing that Xiaoxue was privy to more than they had anticipated. Just then, Xiaoxue's aura transformed from frail to immensely powerful, her eyes turning an eerie white. "I didn't expect there to be cultivators in this world. I was just 7 days away from completely taking over this body. And your arrival is quite untimely." Zhang Lin contemplated the formidable nature of this spirit, capable of discerning his cultivation practice. Spirit of the soul, realm, blue ghost second layer information, a type of spirit that resides in other beings, gradually draining their life force until it becomes the dominant entity. The blue ghost is a level above the red ghost, surpassing Su Xiaoming by an entire realm. No longer limited to controlling thoughts, but capable of launching attacks using ghostly power. This was dire. Zhang Lin realized he stood no chance against such a formidable spirit. And Su Xiaoming also felt the gravity of the situation, rooted in place, hesitant to act rashly. Xiaoxue displayed a sinister smile. "Don't worry, I am not a senseless killer. As long as you both act as if nothing is amiss, I will refrain from harming you. Besides, Yi has shown me kindness. Once I completely replace her sister, I will accompany her until her old age." How does that sound? This was absurd. It was the first time Zhang Lin had heard of such a form of repayment. Was the true Xiaoxue destined to be sacrificed for this? He could not agree. "You monstrous spirit. You deserve to descend into hell for the havoc you wreak upon the world." The spirit, realizing the negotiation had failed, suddenly harbored murderous intent. Xiaoxue's mouth sprouted sharp fangs. Her nails elongated and sharpened, and a barbed tail emerged behind her, resembling a little demon. Just then, Yi's anxious voice rang out from outside. "Zhang Lin, what on earth are you doing? It's been too long. I'm coming in." Chapter 11. Prosperity and Wealth Upon Entering. Yi found Xiaoxue lying unconscious on the ground and rushed forward. Xiaoxue, what's wrong? I shouldn't have left you alone with a stranger." "It's my fault." Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Lin felt a pang of discomfort. In her eyes, he was merely a stranger. It was a bitter realization. They belonged to different worlds. Had he not intervened, she might have already been on Yang Long's bed. How ridiculous. His nails dug into his flesh. Yet he felt no pain. Su Xiaoming silently grasped his hand, witnessing all. Yi suddenly noticed another presence in the room and became instantly wary. "Who are you? And how did you get in here?" "Oh, is that so?" Yi dismissed it. "You two can leave. I don't need someone of unknown origin to rescue my sister." Watching him depart, Yi felt her heart pierced by 1,000 arrows, struggling to breathe. Men are all the same, she thought. Can friends be that close? As a woman, how could she not discern the girl's feelings? Zhang Lin walked silently along the road when Su Xiaoming finally mustered the courage to speak. "Are you truly going to abandon them? That spirit is not benevolent. I can sense your feelings. Why choose to evade?" Zhang Lin halted, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. "Feelings are mutual. The ugly duckling will never transform into a swan. The chasm between our worldviews is too vast, destined for an unfavorable outcome. Rather than clinging to this, it's better to let go." Slap. A resounding slap struck his face as Su Xiaoming, with tears in her eyes, shouted, "You haven't even tried. How can you know the outcome? There is no such thing as a destined pair. What matters is that two people treat each other sincerely, rather than concern themselves with societal judgments. Even the most expensive phone relies on a mere charger." That slap awakened him. Though her words were blunt, they held truth. There is no such thing as unworthy. Everyone is human. Why impose hierarchies of worth? Let us go, Su Xiaoming retorted. Where to? Zhang Lin smiled slightly. Of course. We're going to confront the spirit. However, Su Xiaoming revealed her worry. We cannot defeat that spirit. Suddenly, she realized something. Are you planning to seek help again? No. This time, I will rely on my own strength. In the supermarket, Zhang Lin cleared the shelves of snacks, making the staff suspect he was restocking. This time, he aimed for a significant haul. After moving the last batch of snacks to a secluded corner, he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Why are you buying so much food? Are you planning to trade it with that spirit? General Tianping, what is happening? Did I open it incorrectly? Little brother, that is rather inconsiderate. Didn't they say there was no stock left? Angry. Monkey King, let me see what good stuff you have. As long as it tastes good, your merits will be assured. Chang'e, no one has worshipped this fairy recently. My merits are running low. Can I trade some rabbits with you? Steamed, braised, stir-fried. Or perhaps for soup. All are great options. Jade Rabbit. How could you eat such a cute rabbit? Lu Dongbin. Just what I need as a drinking snack. The meat of the Jade Rabbit should be tastier than ordinary rabbits. Jade Rabbit. Is the Hound of Heaven around? Fight him. Hound of Heaven. I want to eat the rabbit too. Zhang Lin interjected. Everyone, please calm down. I have spicy rabbit heads, 500 merits per pack. And only 9 packs available. First come, first served. Electric Mother. I'm here, give me a pack. General Tianpeng. Why is the old lady still eating? It should be left for us young ones. After an intense exchange, Zhang Lin amassed 4,500 merits, grinning widely. Why hadn't he thought of this before? What a lucrative venture. Looking at the pile before him, he wondered how much it would fetch if sold entirely. For those who didn't get any, don't be disheartened. We're starting a second sale, salt-baked rabbit heads. Jade Rabbit. Daxian, are you targeting us rabbits? Zhang Lin. Absolutely not. It's all a coincidence. Monkey King. I'll take them all for 5,000 merits. Who dares compete with me? I'll knock you out. General Tianping. Monkey, you're too domineering. Share a little with me. Monkey King. Get lost, you fat pig. Don't talk about camaraderie. There is nothing to discuss. Zhang Lin, gentlemen. Let us not ruin our camaraderie. I also have honey-glazed rabbit meat. Uniquely delicious. Only 1,000 merits. Jade Rabbit. I'm leaving. I want to be alone. Sand Monk. Who is quiet? Why do you want to think about her? While Zhang Lin filled his pockets, he remained oblivious to the attention he had drawn from the Jade Emperor. Absurd. The heavenly court was in chaos thanks to that so-called spokesperson of the 3 realms. Where were the heavenly eyes and ears? Outrageous. The Jade Emperor, filled with ire, proclaimed, as celestial beings. You ought to devote yourselves to cultivation rather than indulging in feasting and revelry, thereby tarnishing the sanctity of the heavenly realm. The Queen Mother gently interjected, Your Majesty, please temper your anger. It is only natural for mortals to be swayed by greed and desire. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving for improvement is a significant step. It may be best to let this matter rest. The Jade Emperor, with a fierce gaze, retorted, Let them first amend their ways. I shall impose a ban of 10 or 8 years on them to prevent any further disturbances to the heavenly order. All the deities present understood that the Jade Emperor's jealousy was provoked by seeing others prospering beyond him. Zhang Lin remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis until he suddenly found himself unable to communicate. Ding! You have been silenced by the Star of Venus for 1 month. During this period, you are forbidden from speaking in this group. Zhang Lin exclaimed, Old fool, what does this silence mean? You have taken a fair share for yourself? And now that I am prospering, you wish to sever my means of income. The Star of Venus replied, My young friend, do not be hasty. This is not entirely my fault. Your commotion has even attracted the attention of the Jade Emperor. If I had not interceded on your behalf, the consequences would have been far graver than a mere month of silence. Zhang Lin, feeling wronged, thought to himself that selling goods should not warrant such punishment. He calculated his earnings and realized he had amassed over 100,000 merits, a sum that even a deity of Erlang's caliber might only earn in a year. The prospect of rapidly enhancing his cultivation through mere sales was unprecedented. Zhang Lin extracted half of his accumulated merits, which shone brilliantly even in daylight. Su Xiaoming, entranced by the dazzling object, instinctively reached out to touch it, only to be swiftly rebuffed by Zhang Lin. That hurts. What are you doing? It's merely a glowing trinket. I can choose not to touch it. Zhang Lin, undeterred, pressed the merits onto himself. feeling a surge of power as they transformed into immense magical energy flooding into his dantian. He ascended through the ranks of cultivation, halting at the 9th level of scattered cultivation, understanding that his dantian could not contain such a vast amount of magical energy. To break through, he needed a foundational pill. But the current scrutiny was severe. According to the Star of Venus, the celestial beings were observing his every action, and any further transactions with mortals would result in a permanent loss of his speaking privileges. Chapter 12. The Battle with the Evil Spirit with No Other Choice. He purchased a foundational pill for 1,000 merits. The pill, a deep yellow hue, emanated a potent medicinal fragrance that alleviated his fatigue upon inhalation. The foundational pill is crucial for cultivators aiming to establish their foundation, with a chance to open their meridians upon consumption. Establishing a foundation is akin to laying down the groundwork upon which further cultivation can be built, facilitating the flow of magical energy. Guard me. Do not allow anyone to approach, he commanded. Su Xiaoming, pointing to herself in disbelief, complied reluctantly, dispersing her ghostly energy around to prevent intrusions. It was clear from previous descriptions that the foundational pill did not guarantee a breakthrough. Outcomes varied by individual. Excessive failures could diminish success rates and even create resistance. Hence, not everyone possesses the innate qualities for cultivation. Zhang Lin, as an undying sacred body, need not worry about such matters. For him, breaking through was as effortless as quenching thirst. After half an hour, Zhang Lin opened his eyes, his aura surging dramatically, aptly described by the phrase water flows smoothly. The residual magical energy revitalized and elevated his cultivation to the 9th level of foundational establishment. The next realm was the golden core. Although his magical energy was sufficient for a breakthrough, his body required time to adjust to the rapid advancement. Zhang Lin estimated that the remaining magical energy would eventually enable him to reach full mastery of the golden core. Thus, he transferred the remainder of his merits to Su Xiaoming. As they were one entity, her enhancement would reciprocate his cultivation, allowing him to delegate certain tasks. What are merits but the fruits of benevolent deeds in the world? Ordinary spirits cannot absorb them. They would be harmed instead. However, Su Xiaoming, now bonded, could harness this energy. Ghostly cultivators face far fewer restrictions. An abundance of energy is all that is required, unconfined by the laws of heaven and earth. In a mere moment, Su Xiaoming's aura grew formidable, quickly aligning with Zhang Lin's and ultimately surpassing it. Zhang Lin hastily employed his celestial sight. Discovering she had reached the 8th level of malevolent spirits, exuding a terrifying presence, her demeanor transformed from fragile to icy as she gazed upon Zhang Lin. Forgive me. I need a moment, she murmured, transforming into a cloud of black mist that entered a necklace. The surge of her power momentarily overwhelmed her ghostly nature, leading her to contemplate harm against Zhang Lin. He was drenched in cold sweat, understanding that this sensation was far more alarming than any previous encounter with a supernatural entity. This indicated a stark reality. Within the same tier, ghostly cultivators were exponentially stronger than their supernatural counterparts, capable of challenging beyond their ranks. Thus, it seemed he must confront the spirit alone. To mitigate unforeseen events, he had studied 2 celestial arts. One, a fire-based technique, true flame of the 5 elements. And the other, a method for manipulating objects akin to telekinesis, both considered advanced fundamental celestial arts. Why are you here again? Do you not comprehend my words? Yi glared at Zhang Lin with hostility, attempting to shut the door. Zhang Lin swiftly intervened, wedging his foot in the door. With a serious demeanor, he declared, "Since I promised to cure your sister's ailment, I shall fulfill that vow. Trust me once more, will you?" Yi wrestled internally with the decision of whether to trust this man again, her fear for Xiaoxue's safety gnawing at her. Zhang Lin grasped her hand, conveying his sincerity. Yi felt the weight of his earnestness, sighed, and gazed into his eyes for a prolonged moment. "This is my final act of faith in you. I hope my choice is just." She allowed him entry, yet Zhang Lin was taken aback when Yi insisted on witnessing the healing process, refusing to relent despite his pleas. What a predicament! He fretted, while Xiaoxue, with a mocking grin, seized control once more, confident that Zhang Lin would refrain from striking while Yi was present. "You said it yourself. Do not be frightened by what you see next." Yi furrowed her brows, perplexed. "What do you mean?" Zhang Lin chose not to respond to her inquiry, recognizing that they would face this inevitably, thus opting for transparency. Xiaoxue's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by terror. The man's aura had intensified significantly, becoming inscrutable. "Foul spirit, reveal your true form," Zhang Lin bellowed, igniting a flame at his fingertips and casting it forward. The fire swelled, transforming into a brilliant blaze that engulfed Xiaoxue, her anguished cries reverberating throughout the room. Unaware of the circumstances, Yi panicked, disregarding the source of Zhang Lin's flames, rushing to intervene. Zhang Lin had not anticipated such a turn of events. This little ghost was not adhering to the expected script, now feigning innocence. She began a masterful performance, seizing Yi Ya's hand with a seemingly sincere expression. Do not blame brother. I know he despises me for being a burden. I am aware my time is limited. I hope you do not hold it against him. Yi Ya covered Xiaoshua's mouth, whispering, Do not speak such nonsense. You will recover, and I will always be by your side. The text had documented that whether possessed by a spirit or hosting one, the remedy lay in the center of the forehead, where the spirit resided. Upon seeing the scissors, Xiaoshua's expression changed dramatically. She immediately pushed away Yaya, shedding any semblance of her previous frailty. With a piercing roar, her features transformed into those of a vicious creature, leaving Yaya momentarily dumbfounded. She struck the scissors down with her nails, baring her sharp teeth as she lunged at Zhang Lin, her tail joining in the assault. The malevolent energy emanating from her was formidable, a manifestation of ghostly essence. A mere bite from her could leave an ordinary person in a comatose state or even lead to death. Zhang Lin, realizing the gravity of the situation, summoned the blazing true fire to counteract her attack, but Xiaoshu had vanished from his sight. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He rolled to the ground. But it was too late. His clothes were torn, leaving 5 shallow wounds on his back. Had he not advanced to the foundation establishment stage, that blow would have incapacitated him. Meanwhile, Xiaoshua had scaled the ceiling with the agility of a cat. She swiftly descended, opening her bloodied maw wide towards Zhang Lin. Ultimately, the bond of kinship triumphed over fear. Though Yaya was perplexed by her sister's transformation, she mustered the courage to charge at Xiaoshua. The spirit possessing Xiaoshua hesitated momentarily at the sight of its past benefactor, but did not halt its advance. However, the consciousness of Yeshua within Xiaoshua stirred awake, igniting a fierce struggle between the two. Seizing the opportunity, Yaya embraced Xiaoshua, gently stroking her head in a soothing manner. Zhang Lin, regaining his composure, felt utterly humiliated. He had nearly been bested by a mere spirit. Rising, he bit his tongue, letting the blood drip onto his fingertip, preparing to press it against Xiaoshua's forehead. Just as success seemed imminent, the spirit within Xiaoshua erupted, consuming her consciousness entirely and merging into one. The vulnerability at her forehead had been eliminated, and the spirit's forced absorption of human consciousness left it weakened, destined to disintegrate soon due to mutual rejection. Everything had been progressing smoothly until the wretched man before them sought to drag them down with him in his final moments. A terrifying surge of ghostly power erupted, sending Yaya flying, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. Xiaoshua's darkened form surged in strength, reaching the pinnacle of the red ghost realm. Perish, you detestable cultivator. You are the root cause of this situation. You cannot save that child. We are now one. If I live, she lives. If I perish, she perishes. As Xiaoshua lunged at him once more, Zhang Lin produced a hair from a monkey, blowing gently upon it. It transformed into a 6-foot-tall monkey figure clad in golden armor, crowned with a resplendent headpiece, embodying none other than the great sage, Sun Wukong. The audacity of the demons and spirits, unfamiliar with such legendary figures, was misplaced. Although it was merely a manifestation, it was not something they could contend with. Humph! Who dares to occupy another's body? Watch as I send you spiraling to oblivion. Sun Wukong extracted a fine needle from his ear, which instantly morphed into a formidable staff. Black with golden ends adorned with dragon engravings and phoenix inscriptions, the illustrious Rui Jingu Bang. With a swift strike, he brought the staff down upon Xiaoshua's forehead, forcing the spirit out and expelling Yeshua's essence. Another blow followed, obliterating the spirit entirely from existence. Zhang Lin stood there, utterly astounded. This was nothing short of magnificent. The great sage truly lived up to his reputation, exhibiting such prowess with a mere strand of hair. He assisted the unconscious Yaya, relieved to find her injuries minor. She had merely absorbed some ghostly energy, which could be expelled with his magical abilities. As Yaya slowly regained consciousness, her first thoughts were of her sister. Zhang Lin reassured her that the affliction had been banished, but Xiaoshua's internal energy levels were low and required time to recuperate. She fixed her gaze on Zhang Lin, inquiring, Who exactly are you? They said you were an extraordinary ability user, yet you possess healing skills as well. Can you elucidate the events that just transpired? Facing her relentless questioning, Zhang Lin found himself at a loss for words. Well, you need not press me. I am immensely grateful for your help in curing Xiaoshua. However, I yearn for a simple life, filled with love, marriage, and the passage of time. Yet Yaya interrupted, Enough. You are different. You bear a greater responsibility, do you not? I beseech you, spare me. We truly have no future together. This time, there was no sorrow, no despair, only a sense of self-mockery. Coincidentally, a call from the Ability Bureau interrupted their exchange, instructing him to head to the train station immediately for their next mission. With no lingering attachments to the city, he inhaled deeply, knowing it was time to emerge from the shadows of his past. He had lived too stifled for too long. Upon arriving at the train station, Chu Xiong and the others had been waiting for a considerable time. The decision to travel by train was made for the sake of discretion. Hey, little brother. Have you missed your sister? Xiao Na, clad in a pink Lolita dress, made it difficult for Zhang Lin to reconcile her appearance with that of an elderly woman. Come on, just call me big brother. Otherwise, it feels a bit strange, he replied. Xiao Na laughed heartily. Admit it, you're just a lowly enthusiast. She flashed a knowing smile. No worries, sister will indulge your interests, right, Oni-chan? Chu Xiong suddenly struck down with a fist, and Xiao Na shielded her head, tears welling in her eyes from the indignity. Ye Xiong coldly remarked, Chu Xiong, please be mindful of your behavior. Someone captured your antics on camera. You wouldn't want to be subject to public ridicule, would you? Chu Xiong, with a darkened expression, retorted, people today are so idle, only knowing how to take pictures without seeking the truth. Zhang Lin, noticing the time, interjected, we should board soon, otherwise, we'll be delayed. Xiao Na made a face at him, sticking out her tongue. This is all someone's fault. This mission is fraught with peril. My apologies, everyone, Chu Xiong consoled him. We are all family here. Disregard the old witch's nonsense. Think of this as a little excursion. All right, Zhang Lin replied, feeling a warmth he hadn't experienced in a long time, his gaze softening. However, Chu Xiong felt a pang of unease. Something about this boy seemed off. Was his orientation perhaps not as it should be? On the train, Chu Xiong detailed the specifics of their mission. Recently, a traitor had emerged within the Ability Bureau, stealing a gem known as the Diamond of Cybele, which possessed extraordinary capabilities to manipulate animal brainwaves. The traitor was described as short and wiry, earning the moniker Black Rat, with an ability classified at level B. Zhang Lin pondered aloud, questioning how one level B user could pose such a threat, even with a stone capable of controlling animals. His musings prompted agreement among the group. Something felt amiss. Chu Xiong rested his chin on his clasped hands, sharing his suspicions. I share your thoughts, but the teams dispatched by the Bureau have reported nothing. Their levels are not low either. I suspect there is more that the higher-ups are concealing. The conversation fell into a contemplative silence, prompting Chu Xiong to reassure them. Let us not despair. The situation is not yet dire. Zhang Lin recognized the truth in his words. Often, those in power would hide the truth for their own gain, leading to further tragedies, a blatant irresponsibility. As night fell, Zhang Lin found himself unable to sleep. Without sleeper tickets, they had to remain seated in the chilly train car. Xiao Na, feeling the temperature drop, sneezed. Brr, it's so cold, little brother. No, Oni-chan, may I borrow your warmth? She climbed onto Zhang Lin's lap, unbuttoning her coat to burrow into him. Why you? His breath quickened, his body responding in ways he hadn't anticipated, caught in a state of indecision. The instigator of this entire chaos exhibited no sense of remorse, even going so far as to mockingly remark, Oni-chan, why is your little thing as insignificant as your courage? I am truly disappointed. How could one endure such provocation? Any man of vigor would be unable to contain himself. Zhang Lin, unable to restrain his emotions, delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Na's rear, the sharp sound echoing throughout the carriage. A child engrossed in a video game immediately shouted, what the heck? We have an enemy attack. Brothers, follow me. Yi Xiong and Chu Xiong turned their heads to find Xiao Na kneeling on Zhang Lin's lap, incessantly rubbing her backside. The typically aloof Yi Xiong couldn't help but comment, this is quite stimulating. What are you all doing at this hour? Zhang Lin, feeling unjustly accused, thought to himself that he was the true victim, while Xiao Na wore an expression of innocence that made him suspect that feigning innocence might be an essential skill for every woman. After the commotion, Zhang Lin found himself completely unable to sleep, staring vacantly out the window at the night scenery, feeling a sense of confusion about the future. He decided to open a chat interface to converse with familiar faces. By chance, he stumbled upon a figure of great interest, Yulao. According to legend, human destinies are controlled by Yulao, who ties a red thread representing each individual, connecting two people destined to be together. Zhang Lin was eager to inquire about his own fate, wondering who his partner would be, their gender, appearance, and when they would meet. Yulao, are you there? I seek your guidance, he typed. After a brief pause, Yulao replied, if I am not mistaken, you are here to inquire about your romantic destiny, correct? Naturally. If he weren't asking about romance, would he be inquiring about Yulao's health? Zhang Lin responded, indeed, you are quite astute. I wish to know when my destined partner will arrive, and my sexual orientation should be normal, right? Yulao replied, well, that is hard to say. While I am the deity of love, I cannot arbitrarily dictate the emotions of mortals. Ultimately, it depends on you. I can only tell you that your path in love will be fraught with difficulties, and you may even face a lonely old age. Zhang Lin could not sit still, urgently pressing for a solution. Yu Lao reassured him, do not be anxious. These circumstances can be altered. The immortal body you possess brings both fortune and misfortune. Everything in this world has its duality. Only by remaining true to your heart can you welcome the future. Remember this well. The way these deities spoke was so esoteric. It was almost incomprehensible, rendering their words seemingly void of meaning. The challenges of love were something Zhang Lin had already deeply felt. It seemed that although there were intersections, the ultimate outcome was separation and solitude. No, this could not be. He was determined to change his fate, to grow stronger, to become even more powerful. Chapter 14. The Crafting of Talismans. Wake up. Ugh, Su Xiaoming, stop messing around. Let me sleep a little longer. In the next moment, Zhang Lin realized something was amiss. The voice sounded unfamiliar. Upon opening his eyes, he found Chu Xiong and the others looking at him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a handsome man sleep? Yi Xiong quipped, you can at best be considered ordinary. The fact that I haven't called you ugly is quite generous. Zhang Lin was momentarily bewildered, thinking, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen ordinary people sleep before? Go away. Xiao Na seized the opportunity to lean in closer, whispering, who is this Su Xiaoming girl? Am I not cuter than her? Su Xiaoming? How does she know about that? Zhang Lin thought. Which Su Xiaoming are you talking about? I don't know her. Humph, you mentioned her in your sleep, so she must be someone very important to you. Xiao Na pouted, casting her gaze elsewhere. Zhang Lin adamantly denied it, and Xiao Na, feeling rebuffed, ceased her inquiries. Regarding Su Xiaoming, he checked the situation with the necklace, only to find swirling black mist, rendering it completely obscured. Let's go. We have arrived at the city. First, we need to find a place to stay, then we can discuss our next plan. The city was bustling, and naturally, the traffic was abysmal. After several hours of being stuck, they finally reached the inn. After such a long journey, Zhang Lin could no longer hold back and rushed to the restroom to vomit violently. Once sprawled on the soft, plush bed, he felt all his cells relax, and he drifted into a deep slumber, awakening only by evening. During his sleep, Chu Xiong had attempted to wake him, but seeing him so deeply asleep, he refrained. After dinner, the four gathered in their room to discuss the latest intelligence. The black rat was hiding in a wildlife sanctuary, where numerous protected animals made it difficult to act due to the high volume of foot traffic. By the way, Oni-chan, what exactly is your ability? Why can't we sense your power? Interspecies abilities typically allow for mutual recognition of strength through unique fluctuations, making it rare to find someone whose abilities go undetected, causing them to harbor doubts. Zhang Lin pondered, considering that fire could be classified as an ability, and he unleashed a small flame using his immortal techniques. The others were taken aback. Hadn't they said it was a powerful ability? How could it merely be an ordinary fire ability? Zhang Lin chose not to elaborate, knowing that mortals could not perceive the immense energy concealed within the flame, and he could only attribute his undetectable energy fluctuations to his unique constitution. They decided to split into two teams, with Chu Xiong as the leader tasked with caring for the newcomers. He and Zhang Lin would handle the frontal assault, while Yi Xiong and Xiao Na would lie in ambush for a surprise attack. The plan was swiftly established. Nighttime was suitable for action, but they were all feeling under the weather that day and needed to recuperate. Additionally, it was prudent to gather more information before their formal operation, which was set for the following night. He selected a defensive talisman from the 5 elements, as it was the easiest type to succeed with. The Earth Suppression Talisman could suppress the ground, enabling it to transform Earth into walls, impenetrable and unyielding. Creating the talisman required focus and calmness, executed in one fluid motion without fear. Zhang Lin retrieved a wooden box, opened it, took out a phoenix brush, dipped it in spiritual sand, and laid out the precious Bodhi paper, closing his eyes to adjust his mindset. As time passed, he suddenly opened his eyes, his aura reaching its zenith. With the phoenix brush in hand, he swiftly painted on the Bodhi paper. He had memorized the strokes of the talisman, so there was no sign of hesitation. Each stroke flowed effortlessly, and as he completed the final mark, he bit his tongue, letting his essence spill forth before channeling the remaining magical energy into the talisman. The blood was absorbed, and the talisman came to life. The only aspect that displeased him was the frequent need to bite his tongue, a truly painful endeavor. Although his constitution meant he would heal overnight, the process was still unavoidable. Suddenly, a tremendous clap of thunder resounded, and a bolt of lightning struck down, coursing through the house and entering the room, fully absorbed by the talisman. The talisman radiated golden light, landing in Zhang Lin's hand. Concurrently, atop the 5 Elements mountain in a Taoist temple, An elderly priest observed the phenomenon outside, muttering to himself, after thousands of years, someone has finally crafted the legendary talisman. It seems the world is about to change. Zhang Lin utilized his divine sense to examine the interior of the talisman, discovering that the lightning had added an intricate pattern to it. However, it was too profound for him to decipher. Could it be a Tao pattern? Tao patterns embody the laws of heaven, possessing boundless power. Perhaps this was the reason the talisman could be used multiple times. Although he was eager to test the talisman's power, he had expended too much energy in its creation, and a yawn escaped him as he went straight to bed. The next morning, he was awakened by Qiao Na's small foot covering his face. There was no unpleasant odor, just a peculiar sensation. Her foot was exceptionally soft, unlike anything an adult would possess. The last time Chu Xiong mentioned it, Qiao Na seemed to be around 30 years old, which meant her remaining days might not be many. Though she often teased him, he could not idly stand by and watch her wither away. Finding a cure for her ailment was not impossible. It required a rare herb known as Tianjin Lu. This herb could not be found in the mortal realm, only in the realm of immortals. Zhang Lin planned to inquire about it with the deities after resolving this matter. In the depths of the wildlife park, a diminutive man of rather unsavory appearance was toying with a peculiar hamster. This hamster was unlike any other, being twice the usual size, with fur as rigid as steel and eyes of an eerie cerulean hue. Ha ha ha, with this magical stone in my possession, soon the world will be mine to command. The folks from the Psychic Abilities Bureau are truly relentless, sending waves of fools to their demise, he mused, surrounded by a pile of bones smeared with remnants of flesh, as if gnawed upon by some monstrous creature. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Lin and his companions had arrived at the zoo, where throngs of visitors filled the daytime, creating an illusion of normalcy. Spanning over 500 acres, the park featured vast plains, forests, ponds, and even a simulated desert, offering a comprehensive experience. A barrier of iron mesh separated the guests from the animals, yet the vanity of some led to injuries each year from climbing over it. Those who managed to breach the barrier faced even graver dangers, as the interior was lined with pulsating electric fences. Even if one could enter, they would likely become prey to the ferocious beasts within. After a leisurely stroll, Joanna, with her short legs, found herself utterly fatigued. Were it not for the limitations imposed on her abilities, she would have considered teleporting herself. Have you discerned anything from our observations? Chu Xiong inquired. Yi Xiang calmly analyzed. From our earlier scrutiny, it is evident that if the black rat wishes to evade notice, it must find a very concealed spot, with the forest being the most likely candidate. Zhang Lin interjected. Are you suggesting that someone has orchestrated this? Precisely, he affirmed. I can assert that the black rat is still here, seemingly plotting something dreadful. With an understanding of their opponent's hideout, the group sought a place to rest, biding their time until dusk, which would grant them the chance to infiltrate. Zhang Lin's thoughts were occupied with concern for Su Xiaoming, as an unsettling silence lingered. It had been a while since they had any sign of her presence. What are you thinking about? Is it a woman? Joanna teased, biting her lip as she perched on the steps, resting her chin on her hand. You know, I yearn to be liked, but not in the ordinary sense. Rather, I desire a kind of affection that allows for a lifetime of companionship. Her gaze dimmed, yet, due to my unique circumstances, those around me regard me as a monster, mockingly calling me the ageless witch. At nearly 30, I remained solitary. A bitter smile escaped her lips. Given my appearance, even engaging in normal romantic pursuits seems implausible, let alone the prospect of carrying on the family line. Walking down the street, I would surely draw stares and have to explain myself repeatedly. Joanna lifted her gaze to the setting sun, its rays illuminating her cherubic face. Therefore, I have resolved that rather than inflict my own suffering upon others, I shall remain loveless for life, thus freeing myself from such troubles. Chapter 15. The mutated beast. She turned to Zhang Lin, a smile brightening her face. Isn't that so, Oni-chan? Zhang Lin felt a pang of sorrow. Beneath every joyful smile lay a fragile vulnerability. This was the flaw of humanity. Yet it was precisely through such imperfections that people evolved and became better. He began to comprehend certain truths, realizing that while some fates are predetermined, they are not necessarily immutable. What if I told you your condition could be cured? He proposed. Huh. Joanna looked at him quizzically, unable to detect any deceit in his eyes. In truth, I have come to terms with my state. It seems quite acceptable now. However, if you can truly achieve that, she whispered conspiratorially, I would gladly offer my body in gratitude. Coughing in surprise, Zhang Lin nearly choked. Why must I always be the subject of such teasing? Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting. Yet, you are genuinely adorable. If you were serious, I might give it some thought, she laughed. Enough resting, let us proceed. Chu Xiong timely interjected, diffusing the awkward tension that had arisen. Zhang Lin was relieved to be apart from Joanna. He shuddered at the thought of what might transpire if they were paired together. Zhang Lin and Chu Xiong donned insulated suits and night vision goggles, evading the search personnel as they scaled the iron fence, successfully infiltrating the premises without incident. Inside the dimly lit zoo, unsettling sounds echoed, as if unseen eyes scrutinized their every move. A hoot resounded as an owl swooped from its perch, and the pair paid it no mind as they hurried towards their target, the forest. The owl glided through the night sky, landing in the grasp of a shadowy figure. Oh, another group come to meet their demise? I have nearly perfected the power of this stone. Once I dispose of you, my revenge shall commence, he chuckled ominously. As Chu Xiong forged ahead, Zhang Lin followed closely, employing his psychic abilities to scan for signs of life, yet only insects revealed themselves. Strangely, while they had encountered an owl upon entry, the forest now seemed devoid of any animal presence. A sense of foreboding crept in, and before he could voice his concerns, a dark figure lunged at them. Chu Xiong reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that sent the assailant flying. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was a leopard. While the name may be unfamiliar to some, its more common moniker, the panther, was well known. The leopard, though diminutive in stature, possessed formidable strength, keen senses, and its soft patterned fur was a hallmark of its species. However, the creature before them stood an imposing 2 meters tall, its tail extending several meters behind, bearing its fearsome fangs in a menacing glare. Zhang Lin noticed the peculiar hue of its pupils and activated his third eye, revealing a slender blue thread connecting to the creature's head, leading deeper into the shadows. What on earth is this phenomenon? He pondered, unable to recall any documented instances of such a sight. At that moment, the leopard sprang into action. Unfazed by the earlier blow, its primal instincts ignited. Chu Xiong, undeterred, roared in defiance, his veins pulsing with adrenaline. If such a punch landed on Joanna's head, she would surely weep for ages. What nonsense am I thinking? Zhang Lin shook his head, preparing to unleash his fiery abilities. However, the leopard's speed was astonishing, and he struggled to keep pace. As Chu Xiong engaged in fierce combat, Zhang Lin feared inadvertently injuring his comrade. Meanwhile, Joanna and Yixiang had entered the forest from another direction. Utilizing her powers, Joanna levitated above the ground, while Yixiang vanished into the shadows, becoming nearly undetectable. From above, a shadow descended rapidly. Yixiang sensed danger and shouted a warning, but before Joanna could react, sharp claws pierced her body, and she was whisked away into the night. Helpless, Yixiang could only watch as she was abducted. Bewildered by how their presence had been detected so swiftly, Chu Xiong continued his ferocious battle with the leopard. Under normal circumstances, he could defeat a typical leopard with a single punch, but this mutated creature exhibited both incredible speed and strength, rendering each strike against it as ineffective as hitting stone. With just one swipe, it could easily rend his skin, and after several exchanges, it was clear the leopard held the upper hand. Chu Xiong was battered and bloodied, his stamina waning. Defeat seemed inevitable. At this juncture, Zhang Lin could no longer remain a passive observer. Channeling his powers, he delivered a decisive kick, sending the once mighty leopard crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. Chu Xiong was taken aback. What had just transpired? Wasn't Zhang Lin merely a fire ability user? His strength was impressive, rivaling his own, if not surpassing it. The leopard rose from the ground, shaking off the dust, and emitted a low growl, nostrils flaring with disdain. Though no tangible harm had been inflicted, the insult was unmistakable. Its forepart bent low, the entire body tensed, and with a sudden leap, it soared into the air. Zhang Lin looked up at the leopard, flicking a flame gently from his hand. The moment the flame made contact with the leopard, it ignited into a fierce blaze, causing the creature to crash heavily to the ground. Rolling and struggling amidst the searing flames, its cries of anguish resonating through the air. At that moment, Zhang Lin felt a pang of regret. After all, they were in the forest, and should the fire spread, escape would be futile. Chu Xiong hastily removed his clothing to beat down the flames on the ground. But this was no ordinary fire, it was not easily extinguished. In this critical moment, Zhang Lin noticed a nearby pond, and invoked his mystical powers to summon a deluge of water, which successfully quelled the escalating situation. Chu Xiong looked up at the sky, bewildered by the sudden downpour, while Zhang Lin observed that the fine thread on the leopard's head had vanished, and its form had returned to its normal size. Could it be that this true fire was capable of severing that peculiar thread? Damn it, this must be related to the Sherbor diamond. Chu Xiong furiously struck a nearby tree trunk. Zhang Lin examined the leopard, finding no clues. Yet it was evident that the creature that attacked them was under the control of the black rat. It seemed that the stone not only manipulated the thoughts of animals but could also induce transformations. However, these were merely conjectures. They needed to uncover the true culprit for clarity to emerge, and the other animals in the forest were likely concentrated deeper within. At that moment, Zhang Lin understood why so many extraordinary beings were unable to capture the black rat. Merely a mutated leopard had caused them considerable distress. It was uncertain whether the stone could simultaneously control multiple animals, and to make matters worse, their communication devices had malfunctioned due to magnetic interference, leaving them unable to contact Joanna and Yi Xiang. Zhang Lin feared for their safety and felt an urgent need to locate the two. He proceeded in the direction indicated by the fine thread, encountering numerous mutated animals along the way. Drawing from his previous experience, he swiftly severed the threads, liberating the creatures from their control. Chu Xiang silently observed him, filled with many questions but refraining from speaking. If the other party wished to share something, they would do so willingly. Forcing someone to speak would yield no answers and could fracture their relationship. Zhang Lin was acutely aware that revealing his identity as a cultivator would be hard for others to accept. If malicious individuals learned of it, he might be captured for experimentation. Such was the nature of society, where humanity thrived solely for self-interest. The black rat, observing the successive severing of threads, felt a chill creep into its gaze. How intriguing that someone could counter the power of the stone, yet what of it? It possessed a significant pawn in its grasp. In the corner lay a diminutive figure, Joanna, her condition dire, a large wound in her chest bleeding profusely, her vital signs plummeting rapidly. If this continued, she would not last long. Damn it, I've become a burden, Joanna lamented, yet her body lacked the strength to move. Even shifting a stone seemed an insurmountable challenge. Gazing at the surrounding bones, remnants of battles fought by predecessors, she realized she too would soon meet a similar fate. As they ventured deeper, the number of attacking animals increased, and Zhang Lin's complexion grew increasingly pale. This was an endless cycle. No matter how profound his magical energy, it could not withstand such relentless consumption. His remaining power had dwindled to less than 1/10 of its initial amount. If only he had elixirs to replenish his energy. Although talismans did not consume power, they required time to recover, a trump card not to be used lightly until the final moment. He glanced at the last remaining monkey hair and a powerful talisman in his possession, a frown creasing his brow. It was all the fault of that Jade Emperor, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a meager state. How despicable to send those eyes and ears to monitor him. After much contemplation, Zhang Lin ultimately decided against seeking external aid. He was not as brazen as Sun Wukong, who would rally others when overmatched. Chapter 16. Su Xiaoming returns what with that glum expression. Have you run out of tricks without me? The voice belonged to none other than Su Xiaoming. Zhang Lin turned to see her, now noticeably more mature in both demeanor and appearance. Her long hair cascaded to her waist, lips sensuously full, her features more refined, and a glimmer of intelligence sparkled in her eyes. Her previously flat chest now bore a slight curve, shedding her former youthful guise. He couldn't help but steal a few glances. Su Xiaoming showed no concern for Zhang Lin's lingering gaze. Rather, she was curious as to why someone who typically ignored her would suddenly take an interest in her modesty. Zhang Lin, watch out. Chu Xiong, startled by Su Xiaoming's sudden appearance, assumed her to be an enemy and swung a punch in her direction. Humph. Su Xiaoming was not the same as before. After several days of stabilization, she was now half a step into the ghost general realm. Even though Chu Xiong was among the elite of the extraordinary, to her, he appeared as weak as an ant. What? Chu Xiong could hardly believe what was unfolding before him. His full-force strike was effortlessly blocked by this woman, and no matter how hard he pushed, she remained steadfast. Stop it, she's one of us. Su Xiaoming complied, gently pushing forward, causing Chu Xiong to be propelled back several meters before he regained his footing. This was a warning. Once both parties had calmed, Zhang Lin felt no inclination to explain, nor did he know how to. He simply urged them to hurry. Chu Xiong cast a wary glance at Su Xiaoming but said nothing, silently forging ahead. To Zhang Lin's delight, Su Xiaoming's ghostly power could also sever the threads, greatly simplifying their task. Together, they fought their way deeper into the forest. A small figure stood with its back to them under the moonlight. Chu Xiong stepped forward. Black Rat, at last, I see your true form. Where are my two companions? The Black Rat turned, revealing its gaping maw filled with yellowed teeth. Ah, little brother Chu, long time no see. Back then, you were just a brute. Who would have thought that after all these years, you've made no progress? Covering its face with one hand, leaving only one eye visible, the Black Rat displayed a frenzied expression. Ah, I detest being interrupted. You, disrespectful little brat, should just die. A massive shadow plunged down from above, and as Zhang Lin attempted to unleash true fire to intercept it, he found himself devoid of magical energy. In a moment of desperation, Su Xiaoming took action. Yet, the shadow moved with astonishing speed, evading her ghostly energy. Zhang Lin noticed the Black Rat clutching a stone that emanated a faint blue light. It must be the Sherbor diamond. He stepped forward, prepared to seize it. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him as a 2-meter-wide worm erupted from the soil, ensnaring him tightly. The black rat had indeed concealed a hidden trick. Zhang Lin was uncertain how many creatures it could manipulate simultaneously, a source of great concern. Although Su Xiaoming was powerful, she could not match the speed of the shadow above and could only watch in frustration. Zhang Lin concentrated, summoning a talisman in his hand. With the 5-element suppression talisman, I command the earth. As the black rat realized the situation had turned against it, it prepared to mock them, only to witness the ground rise dramatically, forming a towering wall of earth. The interruption of its control caused the worm constricting Zhang Lin to release him. While the shadow above paused in surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiaoming severed the thread. As the shadow descended, it revealed itself to be a gray sparrow. The little creature completely oblivious to the earlier events. The black rat, now irritated, realized it could not control the same target for an extended period, with the connection severed. It would have to select a new target. It aimed the stone at an owl perched on a tree, sending forth a beam of blue light. The connection was established, and the black rat manipulated the owl to rescue itself from the height. But Su Xiaoming was not one to let it escape easily. Once again severing their connection, the black rat plummeted from the sky, using its abilities to cling to a tree trunk and mitigate the impact. Yet, it remained undeterred, continuously controlling nearby animals to buy itself time. As it retreated to a certain point, it suddenly erupted with laughter, leaving Zhang Lin and the others bewildered. "Stand still, or I shall take her life." Following his gaze, it appeared he was standing on someone. Upon recognizing the individual beneath him, Chu Xiong shouted in fury. "What have you done to Joanna, you scoundrel? I will end you." "Humph, do you believe you are faster than I?" The black rat suddenly crushed down with his foot, causing the already grievously wounded Joanna to let out a harrowing scream, crimson blood oozing from her chest, her consciousness beginning to fade. Zhang Lin felt as if a dagger had pierced his heart. Not long ago, Joanna had been laughing and joking, and now she was reduced to a mere breath away from death. Su Xiaoming glanced at him, seeking to communicate telepathically about their next course of action. But he was at a loss. The power of the talismans was overwhelming, and Joanna's body could withstand no further harm, leaving them in a precarious position. Chu Xiong's anger was palpable, his lips bleeding from being bitten, yet he dared not make a move, fearing it would provoke the black rat further. "Indeed, you pitiful souls are bound by your so-called friendship," the black rat taunted, his smile dripping with mockery as he tightened his grip on Joanna's throat. Chu Xiong, unable to contain his rage, attempted to charge forward, but, upon seeing the tightening of the rat's grip, struck a nearby tree with his fist. The massive trunk, over a meter in diameter, came crashing down, illustrating the depth of his fury. The hidden strength of humanity was indeed boundless. Joanna weakly flailed her arms, memories of past experiences flooding her mind. Though life is filled with joys and sorrows, and the moon waxes and wanes, everyone yearns for beauty. Suddenly, the black rat released his hold, not out of compassion, but rather to entertain a more amusing idea. "You seem quite attached to this little creature," he said to Chu Xiong. "I offer you a chance. Kill that troublesome boy, and perhaps I shall show leniency." Zhang Lin cursed the black rat for his audacity in sowing discord. Chu Xiong hesitated. Both his palms and the back of his hands bore flesh, but if forced to choose which was more vital, the answer was clear. Noticing something amiss in his expression, Su Xiaoming stepped in front of Zhang Lin, coldly declaring, "I care not for the lives of others, should you dare lay a finger on him. I shall ensure your demise will be excruciating." "Umph." Chu Xiong collapsed to his knees, loathing his own impotence, unable to save anyone. The black rat, losing patience with the delay, prepared to strike when he suddenly sensed an energy fluctuation. A fist came hurtling towards his face, Yi Xiong, lurking in the shadows. Though he missed, the moment bought precious time. The black rat intended to unleash his stone abilities, but Su Xiaoming's pupils constricted, and a torrent of immense psychic energy burst forth. Simultaneously, Chu Xiong awoke from his despair, unleashing all his pent-up fury, propelling himself into the air, leaving a deep crater in his wake. The black rat was first besieged by a psychic invasion that disoriented him, followed by a furious punch that shattered his ribs, sending him flying several dozen meters. Even if this blow did not claim his life, it was certain he would spend the remainder of his days bedridden. Zhang Lin picked up a stone, capturing a snapshot to send to Tai Bai Jinxing, before hurriedly checking on Joanna's condition. Her eyes were tightly shut, motionless, seemingly lifeless. Chu Xiong wept bitterly as he held her, while Zhang Lin calmly remarked, "Xiaoming, it's your turn." Su Xiaoming rolled her eyes, feeling as though she had been relegated to the role of an enforcer. Approaching Chu Xiong, she forcefully tossed him aside, and Zhang Lin rushed to examine Joanna. Despite her faint breathing, signs of life remained. But there was no time to get her to a hospital. and given the current state of medical care, it would likely be futile. This is not the priority. We have more pressing matters at hand, Zhang Lin insisted. This is not a transaction. This is a life and death situation. Do you possess any elixir that could instantly restore someone on the brink of death? Indeed, I have such a remedy, Tai Jinxing replied. I possess elixirs capable of resurrecting the deceased. No one can rival my alchemical prowess. Then may I have one? Consider it a favor owed, Zhang Lin requested. Such elixirs are not meant for mere mortals, Tai Jinxing cautioned. All things are governed by fate. To forcibly alter destiny incurs a price. Are you truly prepared for that? What is fate? If one harbors no fear, what is there to dread? If I am stronger than the heavens, then perhaps I am the heavens, Zhang Lin countered. Taken aback by this philosophy, Tai Jinxing had not anticipated such thoughts. If one could indeed surpass the heavens, that would mean replacing them, a notion he dared not entertain. For in his heart, the heavens were supreme and unassailable. Very well, he conceded. Your mortal beliefs are beyond my comprehension. The consequences, however, are yours to bear. Take it. Thank you, Tai Jinxing. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, Zhang Lin concluded the conversation. To outsiders, he appeared to have been lost in thought for an eternity, while Chu Xiang, misunderstanding, struck him in frustration. This punch caught everyone off guard when Su Xiaoming finally reacted. It was too late. The force of the blow was tremendous, and Zhang Lin felt as if his internal organs had been shaken. An enraged individual can be terrifying. How dare you touch my people? Su Xiaoming erupted, her fury amplified by their bond, inflicting double the damage. A dense aura of malevolence enveloped the surroundings. Chu Xiong and the others had never witnessed such a scene, which could not simply be attributed to supernatural powers. Xiaoming, calm down, Zhang Lin interjected, and despite her anger, Su Xiaoming had no choice but to suppress it, glaring at him before turning away in frustration. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Lin produced a uniquely fragrant elixir and approached the unconscious Joanna. True to its nature, the moment it entered her mouth, it transformed into a liquid that coursed down her throat. What did you give her? Chu Xiong inquired. Calm yourself, Leader Chu. Are we not a team? Trust Zhang Lin. As Joanna's body visibly rejuvenated, color returned to her face, and most importantly, her life force significantly surged, even without the heavenly root elixir for healing. She could live for a century, though she would forever maintain her youthful appearance. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise? Seeing this, Chu Xiong rushed forward. But overwhelmed by emotion, he struggled to find words. He knelt before Zhang Lin, bowing deeply 3 times in gratitude, leaving everyone astonished. Leader Chu, what are you doing? Please rise. I cannot accept such reverence. Zhang Lin panicked. He had never received such a grand gesture, especially not from someone he regarded as a brother. No. This is my duty. I was reckless before, and I am profoundly grateful for your salvation of Joanna. I shall remember this debt, Chu Xiong declared. After this battle, their perceptions of Zhang Lin shifted dramatically. He harbored countless secrets. Chu Xiong understood that if superiors learned of this incident, the consequences would be dire. In the end, they shared a brief meal together, yet the bonds forged in that moment would endure in their hearts. During this time, Zhang Lin privately inquired with Joanna if she wished to be cured of her condition, only to be unexpectedly rebuffed. She expressed that she had come to terms with the burdens of adulthood, and that maintaining her current form might be a simpler path. Each person has their own aspirations, and Zhang Lin ceased his persuasion. However, a subsequent event etched itself indelibly in his memory. The following day, he awoke in bed, idly touching his lips, pondering how Chu Xiong and the others had already departed the city. Ah, so a single kiss has ensnared you. Surely, the little one's lips were both fragrant and soft. Su Xiaoming interjected, arms crossed, her expression dark and accusatory. Not at all. I am a man of virtue, untouched by temptation. Zhang Lin retorted, facing Su Xiaoming, who scoffed derisively. Keep dreaming. Your lack of capability is all too evident. She turned away, choosing to ignore him. What has gone awry now? Why must there always be turmoil? Zhang Lin mused, opting to open the chat group, where he discovered the beast god had sent him information regarding the stone. Originally, this stone was a pendant that had been worn for many years, acquiring miraculous powers through the passage of time. It could command all things in the world and enhance them. Thousands of years ago, it was accidentally dropped when it descended to the mortal realm, leading to its discovery by the Bureau of Abilities. To command all things is a terrifying ability indeed, if it were not for the black rat's limited strength. Only capable of controlling certain animals, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, humans are also living beings. It was only that this stone was taken by Chu Xiong for a report. Naturally, he was quite satisfied with this outcome. However, what is this dragon egg? Could it truly be the legendary dragon? The Qi-Long egg. It is the essence of the Azure Dragon, the foremost among the 4 divine beasts. Each generation of divine beasts, upon death, reincarnates into an egg shape, imbued with the power of spatial laws. Indeed, it is a dragon egg. And it is the Azure Dragon of the 4 divine beasts of China. Just as I was about to commend him for his generosity in presenting a divine beast upon meeting, I realized he was merely utilizing the young Azure Dragon he had raised. What a clever scheme. After Zhang Lin dismissed the beast god, he retrieved the Qi-Long egg, which was approximately the size of a basketball. Its shell bore numerous azure patterns, reminiscent of Taoist markings. How does this resemble an ostrich egg? This must be roasted to taste delightful, but alas, I cannot indulge in such delicacies. Zhang Lin shot a glare at Su Xiaoming, wondering how, as a ghost, her thoughts revolved solely around food. If he were to roast this egg, would not the beast god devour him? Could it require activation through magical power? However, upon releasing his power, he immediately regretted it. The Qi-Long egg seemed like an endless abyss, refusing to be filled. Worse still, it actively siphoned his magical energy, its powerful suction rendering him unable to escape. Su Xiaoming, sensing something amiss, attempted to assist, only to find herself stuck to the egg shell as well. What kind of ostrich egg is this? Why is it so terrifying? Where did you acquire it? Ostrich egg? This is the Qi-Long egg. Su Xiaoming was momentarily bewildered before inquiring, can it still be eaten? Just as they were about to be drained dry, the Qi-Long egg finally seemed satiated. A crisp crack echoed as a fissure appeared on the shell, and a small, dark head emerged from within. So adorable! Su Xiaoming reached out to touch it. And although Zhang Lin wished to stop her, he noticed the little creature exhibited no desire to attack, allowing her to pet it obediently. Unable to resist, Zhang Lin too reached out, only for the little creature to swiftly change its demeanor, biting down on his finger. The pain made him struggle for a considerable time, and upon freeing himself, he found 2 bloody puncture marks on his finger. The little creature then turned and crawled into Su Xiaoming's embrace, affectionately licking her cheek, inciting Zhang Lin's wrath. Why was the treatment so disparate, even though they both had their energy absorbed? It must be a lecherous dragon. Yet, why was this Qi-Long not azure but instead pitch black? Could it be a result of having absorbed Su Xiaoming's ghostly power? Qi-Long Beast Realm, Juvenile Abilities, Devouring. Spatial Path Not Activated Information. Originally one of the 4 spirits of heaven and one of the 4 divine dragons, representing Taihao and the 7 stars of the east. It corresponds to the hexagrams Jin and Sun in the I Ching, embodying the element of wood and symbolizing the lesser yang within the 4 symbols. The spring of the 4 seasons. Due to special circumstances, its attribute has shifted to Yin. Can this still be called the Azure Dragon? Zhang Lin scratched his head, deciding it best not to mention this matter to the beast god for now. Su Xiaoming gently stroked the juvenile Qi-Long and said, Zhang Lin, let us name our child. Given its dark appearance, how about we call it Little White? What? Zhang Lin's mind momentarily faltered. What did she mean by our child? And what kind of name was Little White? Wouldn't Little Black be more fitting? Ultimately, under the pressure of her insistence, he begrudgingly accepted the name. Little White seemed to regard Su Xiaoming as its mother. Its appearance was somewhat unseemly, resembling a hybrid of a snake and a lizard, with only 2 protrusions on its head distinguishing it. The devouring ability was the same technique that had just absorbed his magical power, and he had already experienced its terror. Divine beasts are indeed formidable, possessing such capabilities even at birth. If it were to reach maturity, it would be an incredibly fearsome existence. Just then, a second task appeared, and upon reading its content, Zhang Lin's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 18. The Muscular Moon Rabbit Task Difficulty. 10 stars Task Client. Jade Rabbit Task Content. You dare consume the adorable rabbit? This is utterly outrageous. If you are a man, come forth and engage me in a duel to the death. Task Reward. The Jade Rabbit's Treasures Task Penalty. Forbidden from eating rabbits for life. Note. I shall be there shortly. Surrender early if you wish. The next moment, he burst into laughter. Was the Jade Rabbit joking? Coming down for such a trivial matter? The penalty seemed to imply that he too wouldn't be eating rabbits. What is so amusing? Zhang Lin did not conceal his mirth as he relayed the incident to Su Xiaoming, who found it equally hilarious. A mere little rabbit dared to make threats? The task's difficulty was entirely overlooked. Be gentle when you make your move. After all, it's also the pet of Chang'e. It wouldn't be good to kill it. Yes, I will handle it with care. I won't bully a little rabbit. I shall merely teach it a lesson. If it remains defiant, I shall beat it into submission. Just as Zhang Lin reveled in his confidence, the door to the room was forcefully kicked open, revealing a 2-meter-tall muscular man with a fierce countenance. Each step he took sent tremors through the floor. Zhang Lin and Su Xiaoming exchanged glances, both perplexed by the identity of this muscular figure. The muscular man pointed at Zhang Lin, his finger rising slightly, clearly mocking him. Zhang Lin could hardly withstand the provocation, glaring at the man and shouting, "Who is this wild brat daring to crash my scene? If you don't cough up 20 to 30,000, you won't be leaving this door today." Su Xiaoming glanced at the large door embedded in the wall and remarked, "It seems our door is gone." "Humph, Zhang Lin, I respected you as a friend, yet you have repeatedly insulted my rabbit clan. Today, I represent countless kin to eliminate you." "Wait, this guy can't possibly be the Jade Rabbit. Jade Rabbit Fairy Realm, Celestial Immortal Abilities, Enlargement Information, originally a cute rabbit of the mortal realm. It cultivated for 1,000 years to assume human form. By chance, it encountered Chang'e, who was astonished by its powers, and thus took it to the Moon Palace, where it is said they share an undisclosed secret." This revelation utterly shattered Zhang Lin's worldview. The Jade Rabbit transforming into a muscular man was one thing, but the implication of a secret affair with Chang'e was too much to bear. Such a scenario was simply too beautiful to contemplate. The celestial realm could harbor such scandals. Indeed, the texts were untrustworthy, though he was unclear about the specifics of a celestial immortal's power in the celestial realm. The mere presence of the word immortal indicated it was no trivial matter. Was this a joke? Fighting him would be tantamount to seeking death. He donned a smile, saying, "Ah, Jade Rabbit Fairy, you have traveled far. Surely you haven't eaten yet. Would you allow me to treat you to some buns?" "Eat buns? Nonsense. I am quite serious. Come. Let us engage in battle." Observing the bulging muscles, Zhang Lin gulped hard. A blow from such a figure would surely send him straight to the underworld. Su Xiaoming looked at Zhang Lin with suspicion, unable to understand why he had just boasted about defeating the opponent, but now appeared as meek as a lamb. "Bold Jade Rabbit, seeing my brother Zhang here, you ought to surrender early. He is magnanimous and may spare your life." Zhang Lin could hardly believe the situation unfolding before him, staring at Su Xiaoming in utter astonishment. Su Xiaoming smiled shyly and said, "Don't look at me like that. This is merely my duty." Ah, this was the end of it all. True enough, the Jade Rabbit was infuriated by her words, its large eyes glaring at Zhang Lin with a fierce intensity, imposing a terrifying pressure. He felt as though his feet were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Unable to move, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Humph, I shall not bully you. I will suppress my power to match your realm. Come, let us have a match." Thank you, Rabbit Brother." The pressure targeting him dissipated, allowing him to breathe again. However, the Jade Rabbit's words, though seemingly fair, were undoubtedly a ruse. The Jade Rabbit has lingered in the celestial realm for quite some time, setting aside other matters. He possesses a magical power imbued with celestial energy and has mastered at least 10 forms of celestial arts. Zhang Lin's eyes darted as he quickly suggested, "Brother Rabbit, the space here is too small for any proper sparring. Why don't we find a more suitable place for our contest and first head out for a meal?" The Jade Rabbit grew anxious. He had descended to the mortal realm without permission, intending only to teach Zhang Lin a lesson before departing. If Chang'e discovered his absence, the consequences would be dire. This matter must be resolved today. If the issue is merely the lack of space, that can be remedied. With a snap of his fingers, the surroundings transformed, and they found themselves on a desolate mountain. "Brother Rabbit, your celestial arts are truly remarkable. I fear my humble skills are no match for you," Zhang Lin exclaimed. "Ah, this is nothing but trivial sorcery, hardly worth mentioning. Can we commence our duel now?" Zhang Lin, glancing at Su Xiaoming, devised a cunning ploy. "But Brother Rabbit, I haven't had breakfast yet. A mere mortal cannot exert even a third of his strength on an empty stomach. Should you win, it would hardly be a fair victory." He deftly exploited the rabbit's competitive spirit, and indeed, the rabbit appeared conflicted. "Fear not, I can assist you," the Jade Rabbit said, reaching into his trousers, his expression oscillating between agony and relief, as if he were conjuring something. Zhang Lin watched in disdain as the rabbit produced a long carrot. How on earth did that come from there? Zhang Lin marveled, pondering if there was some hidden profundity within. "Here, eat up." Zhang Lin internally raged at the sight of the carrot, wondering if it was truly edible. Su Xiaoming observed the interaction and felt an odd tension, questioning if Zhang Lin had some peculiar proclivity. Zhang Lin shook his head vigorously. He couldn't possibly eat something pulled from such an odd place. No, Brother Rabbit. We humans do not consume such things. I would prefer some soy milk with fried dough sticks and perhaps a tea egg. If there are buns available, that would be splendid, and a dash of vinegar would be delightful." He continued until he noticed the rabbit's expression darkening. "Very well, I shall cater to your wishes." With another snap, a pair of young people appeared before Zhang Lin, seated at a table with all the desired breakfast items. "How troublesome. These peculiar humans," the rabbit muttered. Zhang Lin realized he could not evade this predicament, so he steeled himself for the challenge, thinking that the penalty was negligible. He could simply avoid rabbits for the rest of his life. Ignoring Xiaobai's protests, he embraced it. "Brother Rabbit, May I bring a pet to our duel? The rabbit squinted at Xiao Bai, an unremarkable creature, and replied, suit yourself, but if you're to have a pet, choose something cuter, like a rabbit, rather than this ugly beast. Seemingly understanding, Xiao Bai hissed in indignation, clearly upset, which could lead to serious repercussions. The rabbit, unaware that his flippant comment had summoned unforeseen troubles, could not have guessed that an unassuming lizard might be a divine beast. As the duel commenced, the rabbit, adhering to their agreement, suppressed his power to be on par with Zhang Lin. Su Xiaoming acted as the referee, and with a signal, the rabbit made his move. Before Zhang Lin could react, a fist the size of a cauldron descended upon him. This was no exaggeration. It was truly that immense. Damn, this could very well cost me my life. He hastily shielded his face with Xiaobai. The rabbit concentrated his magical energy into his eyes, and a phantom of an azure dragon emerged. You cheated. You brought a divine beast to our fight. This is outrageous. Zhang Lin smirked. Ah, brother rabbit, that's where you erred. You agreed to this just moments ago. Who can you blame? Xiaobai bit down on Zhang Lin's finger, sending a sharp pain coursing through him. Su Xiaoming raised a piece of bark with the words opposition invalid inscribed upon it. How infuriating. Humans are as cunning as ever. It seems I must unleash some genuine skills. The jade rabbit softly exhaled, and the grass below transformed into an army of rabbits, a staggering multitude that was overwhelming. Zhang Lin stared helplessly at Xiaobai, hoping for a miraculous intervention, but to his dismay, it scampered away to perch on Su Xiaoming's shoulder, wearing a mischievous grin. Formation. The rabbit commanded, and the rabbit army split into 4 squads, sealing off all directions. Advance. As the army surged forth, Zhang Lin set aside his playful demeanor, donning a serious expression. Flames ignited in the palm of his right hand as he activated his heavenly eye to discern vulnerabilities. Before him lay spectral forms of celestial arts, each appearing as white dots in his vision. He realized that while they looked formidable, their power was too dispersed and thus easily defeated. He pressed his palm to the ground, igniting true fire which swiftly spread through the rabbit army, consuming the grass and igniting the entire horde. Seeing his celestial arts effortlessly countered, the rabbit regarded Zhang Lin with newfound respect. Yet, this was merely a test. The true onslaught was yet to come. The rabbit clasped his hands together, swiftly forming seals, invoking the secret art of summoning the moon toad. Meanwhile, the moon toad in the Guanghan Palace, eyeing the myriad celestial insects before it, was about to feast when suddenly it was transported to the mortal realm. A veil of white mist enveloped the area, and as Zhang Lin curiously observed the form emerging from within, his fire reignited, revealing a colossal toad. Upon seeing the jade rabbit, the toad began to scold. You foolish rabbit, what is the meaning of this? I was just about to eat. It surveyed its surroundings and noted the absence of celestial energy. Wait, this is the mortal realm. You dare descend without permission and drag me into this mess. The moon toad, realm, celestial immortal, ability, elongation. Once a mere toad in the mortal realm, it was brought to Guanghan Palace by Chang'e due to its unique attributes, serving alongside the jade rabbit. This is cheating. The rabbit scoffed. This is not cheating. This is summoning magic. When did we ever say it was forbidden? Just as Zhang Lin prepared to concede. The situation took an unexpected turn. The moon toad ignored the rabbit and instead contacted Chang'e, declaring, in this vast world, nothing is more paramount than a meal. Interrupting my dining is a grave sin. Zhang Lin sat on a stone, munching on wild fruit, observing the quarrel between the toad and the rabbit. He sensed something was amiss. The rabbit's task was time-sensitive. Thus, upon leaving, the time would conclude, implying that Zhang Lin had completed his mission. Little did he know what treasures the rabbit held. The carrot from the rabbit's trousers was a rather inappropriate thought. Humph, you wicked creature, just you wait. Upon reading this message, Zhang Lin nearly choked on the wild fruit, realizing that after witnessing the rabbit's true nature, that remark lost all semblance of charm. Imagining a muscular man uttering that phrase was already too vivid. In this desolate wilderness, he checked his phone, only to find the signal was non-existent. Damn it. The virtual communication device unexpectedly exited its virtual mode, revealing its true form, glowing brightly in midair. This was Zhang Lin's first encounter with such a situation. Leaving him utterly bewildered, the screen displayed 3 large characters, under maintenance. This treasure had the capability of self-maintenance. He wondered what new functions it might acquire in due time. He attempted to reach out, only to be repelled by a jolt of electricity, leaving him in a stupor with Su Xiaoming for an hour until the maintenance concluded. It turns out that Tai-Bai Jinxing had pondered and decided to systematize the trading process, which meant that all items would be clearly priced by the system. eliminating the potential for certain individuals to exploit their positions for exorbitant profits. The Jade Emperor certainly played a significant role behind this development. Everyone was well aware of whom this referred to, and Zhang Lin could only vent his frustrations internally. Each individual was allowed to display only 3 types of items in the shop daily, while purchases were unlimited. As the function had only just commenced, the shop was scarcely stocked. He discovered the Tianlei flying knife, priced at 100 merit points, which possessed the power of heavenly thunder and could incapacitate a target with a powerful electric shock upon impact, requiring an hour to recharge. This was indeed a magical artifact. Although documented in the demon-slaying chronicles, the materials and methods for crafting such items were far more challenging than those for talismans, thus he had never considered pursuing it. Magical artifacts are categorized into mortal, spirit, celestial, and divine levels, with the most potent artifacts currently reaching the celestial level, while divine artifacts existed solely in legends. Spirit-level artifacts could only fetch 100 merit points, so how much could mundane items possibly sell for? He picked up a stone, and the system promptly provided an answer: 0.00001 merit points. It was likely no one would want such a thing. He then tested it with his phone, which yielded a significantly higher price of 5 merit points. A respectable amount considering it was an old device. As for the snacks he had prior, Zhang Lin rummaged through his belongings and eventually found a piece of candy worth 1 merit point. It appeared that although food commanded a higher price, it was still a mere fraction of the previous exorbitant profits, especially since there were only 3 chances each day. It seemed he had been targeted. Had he known earlier, he would have conserved his resources. Now he had no merit points to purchase anything worthwhile. Yet, how does one acquire merit points? Worship from others was certainly not a viable path for him, as he was no savior, slaying demons and vanquishing evil. However, even subduing a fierce spirit like Su Xiaoming had not yielded him any merit points. With questions lingering in his mind, he sought out Tai Bai Jinxing. Tai Bai Jinxing explained that to gain merit through demon slaying, 2 conditions must be met. One must possess considerable strength, and one must act personally. Relying on external objects only counted if they were personally crafted treasures. The last spirit he faced was formidable, but he had ultimately relied on Sun Wukong's hair to defeat it, which meant he had worked for someone else. If he were to act personally, would delivering the finishing blow count? If that were the case, the situation would become much simpler. It seemed he needed to seek out some malevolent spirits. Zhang Lin unlocked a new feature in the treasury, discovering that it could not only store treasures, but also real-world items, effectively serving as a free mobile warehouse. The reward for the Jade Rabbit's task had arrived, and to his surprise, his collection consisted of the rabbit fur he shed annually, which had no special properties. He had a tailor craft a hat and a pair of gloves for Su Xiaoming. Over the past few months, he had subsisted on dry rations, occasionally indulging in meat when misfortune befell a rabbit. He quenched his thirst with mountain spring water, and life passed day by day, until one day, Zhang Lin's mindset had aligned with his realm, enabling him to attempt the Golden Elixir stage. The Golden Elixir stage involved forming an oval energy body in the Dantian, a process requiring the continuous compression of internal spiritual energy until it reached its peak. Sitting cross-legged, he entered a state of perfect harmony, with spiritual energy flowing slowly toward his Dantian. The compression process was excruciating. Any lapse in focus could lead to failure, marking a critical threshold in one's cultivation. The first step was complete. The second involved refining, removing impure energy to retain only the purest essence, necessitating ample time and patience. Once accomplished, he could begin compressing the energy. Initially, it was relatively easy, but after 3 compressions, each subsequent compression consumed significant mental energy. It was akin to folding a piece of paper. With each fold, the contained power grew increasingly formidable, capable of cataclysmic destruction. The more compressions performed, the stronger the resulting golden elixir. Generally, cultivators could only manage 4 compressions at most, while 5 were exceedingly rare. Those achieving 6 were unparalleled elites. As for 7, perhaps only the 3 purities could accomplish that, and there had been no reports of individuals surpassing that. 1 compression, 2, 3, and upon reaching the 5th, Zhang Lin felt a distinct resistance, yet he persevered. The 6th compression doubled the resistance. Gritting his teeth, he completed it. Sweat poured from his brow. For this 7th attempt was tenfold more challenging. Every minuscule advancement was a miracle, akin to holding back a torrent. Chapter 20. The Ultimate Golden Elixir. His lips were bitten, the metallic taste of blood anchoring his consciousness from fading too readily. This was a level only attainable by the 3 purities. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated surrendering, but the humiliation he had endured spurred him to cling tightly to the final barrier. Grow stronger, a voice echoed within him, repeating the mantra. 10 minutes passed, then an hour, yet the compression progress lingered at merely 1/3. He felt exhausted, longing to succumb to slumber, but he could not. A bold notion surfaced. Given his unparalleled constitution, he should not confine himself to such limits. He aspired to transcend the three purities. Without hesitation, he continued compressing. Choosing to press on meant that failure would necessitate starting anew, accompanied by severe backlash. However, the opportunity was singular. If he relinquished it, the golden elixir would solidify, rendering any alterations impossible. Success or perish. If he was to do this, he must achieve greatness. Once successful, with time to develop, he would become unmatched across the three realms. The difficulty of the 8th compression surpassed anything prior, at least 100-fold. It was perhaps more challenging than winning the lottery. Regret was futile now. He could only rely on sheer willpower to persist. A day passed, and Zhang Lin's complexion had faded, his body swaying as if ready to collapse at any moment. A mortal body could hardly withstand such deprivation. Su Xiaoming felt immense concern, yet dared not interrupt him. She could only embrace him, transferring her ghostly energy to sustain his life force. Regardless of the weather, she remained unwavering. 3 days elapsed, and the compression progress reached a mere 5%. Each day she channeled her ghostly energy, incurring significant damage to herself, her realm continuously declining. For Zhang Lin's survival, what was her sacrifice worth? Her continued existence in this world was a gift from him, so regardless of the circumstances, she stood resolutely by his side. Even against the entire world, Zhang Lin endured, having entered a state of selflessness, detached from pain and liberated from worldly constraints. This state of selflessness was coveted by every cultivator, an optimal state of cultivation that few could attain. Those who entered such a state were invariably formidable figures. As summer faded and autumn arrived, the forest turned a desolate yellow, leaves cascading to the ground. 2 months had elapsed. Why had he not awakened? She was on the verge of exhaustion. Little White remained unchanged. It required no sustenance, merely absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the quintessence of sun and moon. As the compression reached 100%, the once resplendent golden hue transformed into an eerie black and white, symbolizing the duality of yin and yang. The origin of all things. A beam of light descended from somewhere in the cosmos, and within the Yuqing Palace, the primordial supreme being sensed something. Observing the beam as it descended to the mortal realm, after a moment of contemplation, a hint of astonishment flickered in his otherwise placid gaze, and simultaneously, the other two purities sensed it too. An extraordinary individual had emerged in the mortal realm. The beam of light entered Zhang Lin's being, swirling briefly before merging with the golden elixir, displaying no noticeable change. Zhang Lin gradually awakened, feeling as though he had traversed an incredibly distant dream. Yet it seemed as though only a moment had passed. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, everything had transformed. He could perceive the ethereal energy flowing through the cosmos. A vibrant spectrum, each hue representing a distinct elemental property. The golden core within him, akin in size to a pearl, now harbored a power more than tenfold that of his previous state. He felt an overwhelming strength, capable of shattering mountains with a mere fist. This was the terrifying result of 8-fold compression, an achievement even the 3 pure ones had not attained, rendering him virtually invincible within the golden core realm. As Zhang Lin rose, he noticed Su Xiaoming peacefully asleep beside him. A glance at the calendar revealed that 2 months had elapsed. She had steadfastly remained by his side throughout this time. Gazing at her, he was filled with tenderness, recognizing that without her, he would have been unable to achieve this. It seemed he could no longer take advantage of her kindness. He picked up a fallen leaf and breathed upon it, which astonishingly transformed into a spacious room. This was a form of advanced celestial magic, the art of illusion, capable of temporarily altering the form of objects. The greater the disparity between the original and the transformed, the more magical energy it consumed. Transmuting the leaf into a house required nearly 1/10 of his current magical power, yet he deemed it a worthy expenditure. After ensuring Su Xiaoming was comfortably settled, he felt at ease with little by watching over him, allowing him to focus on his endeavors, such as crafting advanced talismans. With sufficient magical energy, he could perform celestial arts at any moment. Before this, he had sketched 3 sets of yellow-grade elemental talismans after his breakthrough to the golden core. The process had become remarkably swift, taking mere seconds per talisman, with enhanced quality and an increased number of Dao patterns. Now infused with the dual energies of yin and yang, these would be sent to Chu Xiong and others, providing them with protection in dire times. Subsequently, he created the Dragon Binding Talisman and the Annihilation Talisman, which, while not belonging to any elemental category, possessed even greater potency. After completing these 2, he noticed a distinct depletion in his mental energy and decided to halt his work, for these 2 talismans were sufficient. Akin to versatile tools in the realm of advanced talismans, Zhang Lin glanced at Su Xiaoming on the bed and, without further thought, lay down beside her. He had grown accustomed to her presence, and her absence would leave him unsettled. Sensing the warmth, Su Xiaoming instinctively nestled against him, wrapping herself around him like an octopus, greedily absorbing the yang energy emanating from him. With an abundance of yang energy at present, he allowed her to indulge. After months of isolation, they finally departed from the desolate mountains and returned to the bustling city, their inner worlds transformed. Little Bai was brimming with vitality and curiosity, darting beneath women's skirts, causing shrieks throughout the streets. When a pet dog barked at him, he retaliated with a bite, leading to Zhang Lin's financial ruin. How absurd. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be reduced to ordering plain noodles. Little Bai lay on the ground, whimpering in distress. Reluctantly, Zhang Lin extracted a few remaining noodles from his bowl for Little Bai, who pounced upon them with fervor, even ignoring the chopsticks. Ever since he had accidentally tasted a meat bone, Little Bai had become addicted, discovering the deliciousness of human food. The kind-hearted proprietress tossed a chicken leg to Little Bai and inquired, "What breed of dog is this? Why does it look so peculiar? Young man, if you are keeping it, you must take responsibility. If you lack money for food, seek employment instead of being lazy." Zhang Lin could only respond with an awkward smile, lamenting that his current state was all due to this troublesome creature. The once mighty azure dragon was now treated like a mere dog, devoid of any sense of shame. Relishing its meal, truly a disgrace to the other three divine beasts. After finishing his meager meal, Zhang Lin pondered his financial predicament. He could not possibly resort to begging, as that would be too humiliating. By chance, he spotted a fortune-telling booth by the roadside. Why not leverage his skills in metaphysics to earn some money? However, he scoffed at the idea of fortune-telling being beneath him. If he were to engage, it must be something grand. He procured a piece of discarded cardboard and inscribed upon it with spiritual sand, "Reclusive Master, Bane of Evil Spirits." If the Supreme Lord Laozi were to discover he had used precious spiritual sand for advertising, one could only imagine the fit of rage that might ensue. Zhang Lin plopped down on the ground, disregarding the dirtiness, awaiting the arrival of clients. The fortune-telling booth next to him was bustling with patrons, while his remained eerily quiet. Which was to be expected. Who would believe that a down-and-out beggar could be a master? Furthermore, beliefs in ghosts had faded as society evolved. It seemed he would go hungry that night. Just as he contemplated closing up, a luxury vehicle pulled up. Although he could not discern the brand, he knew it was anything but cheap. A pair of beautiful legs emerged from the car, followed by a tall woman who adjusted her sunglasses. After a moment's hesitation, she approached Zhang Lin's stall. Holding her nose in disdain, she questioned, "Is this so-called master reliable? Claiming to be a bane of evil spirits? Such boasting is excessive." Sensing a potential client, Zhang Lin straightened up, brushing off the dust from his clothing, his face brightening with a smile. "My dear lady, I assure you, I do possess this ability. Despite my youthful appearance, my master is indeed a reclusive master, with skills comparable to Zhang Kuei." Qin Shui waved her hand dismissively. "Enough of your nonsense. Just tell me, can you or can't you? If you can, come with me." "Of course I can," Zhang Lin replied eagerly. "Then get in the car. Just don't dirty my vehicle. I haven't bathed in days." Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Zhang Lin felt a twinge of annoyance at the woman but swallowed it for the sake of money. However, he was taken aback to find two individuals already seated in the back, their attire suggesting professionalism. One donned a yellow Taoist robe, while the other wore a blue monk's robe, both regarding him with unfriendly glares. "Miss, what is the meaning of this?" he inquired. "Is there a problem?" She retorted, "How do I know whether you two are reliable? I only pay those who can accomplish tasks. If you are charlatans, be gone, or bear the consequences." Zhang Lin discerned that the two were clearly not of reputable standing, but he chose to remain silent. No one would believe him anyway. However, when he lifted Little Bai, Qin Shui's expression soured drastically. "Hey, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, her gaze filled with repulsion. "How could such an ugly creature enter my car? If it makes a mess, can you compensate for that?" Zhang Lin's movements faltered, his expression darkening. Her words were rather excessive, encroaching upon his pride. "It's just a car. What makes it so special? I could buy you a new one if necessary." Qin Shui removed her sunglasses, revealing a youthful and vibrant face. "Oh, how delightful. I enjoy your audacity. You may bring that creature along. But let me be clear. If you fail, not only will you receive no payment, but you will also find yourself tossed onto the street." "Agreed," Zhang Lin responded readily. "But I have a condition as well." "You dare to propose conditions? I'm curious to hear them." He extended a finger. "Upon completion, I demand 10,000. Her laughter rang out. "Ha! You are truly a country bumpkin, utterly ignorant." Fine. 10,000 is a trivial sum for me," she replied. After a moment's contemplation, she added, "If you truly resolve my issue, I shall grant you 100,000. However," she paused, "should you fail, you must kneel and roll out of my house." She concluded, "And I forgot to mention, My home is quite expansive, covering several thousand square meters. 100,000. Zhang Lin's heart raced at the prospect. Yet he maintained his composure. Very well, let us set off, Miss Chen. Chen Xuejiao snorted and turned her head away, no longer paying attention. The earlier conversation had provoked the other two individuals, who eagerly seized the opportunity to voice their demands. However, Chen Shui remained icy and resolute in her refusal, not out of a concern for money, but rather a disdain for such petty behavior. Upon arriving at their destination, Zhang Lin and his companions were taken aback by the opulence before them. It was astonishing to witness a life of such luxury, had they not driven here. Merely walking from the gate to the house would have consumed an eternity. What was the point of such extravagance if it merely stemmed from wealth and idleness? They exited the vehicle and continued on foot, flanked by an array of unknown yet exquisite plants and flamboyant flowers. The area was adorned with artificial hills, fountains, swimming pools, and a plethora of other amenities, essentially encapsulating all conceivable forms of entertainment. The long-bearded old Taoist and the bald monk gazed about, occasionally reaching out to touch their surroundings, which only deepened Chen Shui's contempt. What a bunch of country bumpkins. You will likely never encounter such sights again, she mused. Yet, she noticed that Zhang Lin exhibited no interest in these displays, which inadvertently fostered a modicum of appreciation for him. After all, he possessed a level of cultivation worthy of respect, and he understood the art of controlling human emotions, enabling him to maintain an unperturbed demeanor. Zhang Lin discerned that beneath the facade of this seemingly ordinary scenery lay hidden intricacies. From the moment the four of them entered, numerous eyes had been fixated upon them. Clearly, the Qin family was not to be trifled with. It was plausible that those observing were not ordinary individuals, perhaps elite soldiers or masters of some sort. Otherwise, how could they be worthy of such wealth? How splendid it would be to own a residence like this one day. Two men in suits flanked the entrance, the door towering at 3 meters high and 4 meters wide, as if intended for giants. From the exterior, it resembled an enormous luxurious villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by a breathtaking array of decor, ceramic vases, renowned paintings, and in the center, a suit of medieval armor, with pillars embedded with diamonds and gold. Zhang Lin lamented the inequities of life. While the impoverished struggled for sustenance, the affluent indulged in wastefulness. Some might argue that poverty resulted from a lack of effort. Yet it was essential to recognize the existence of both the indolent and the disabled among the poor. The lazy deserved their plight, but those hampered by innate limitations faced insurmountable challenges, akin to comparing the speed of a limping individual to that of an able-bodied person. Follow me. The group ascended the staircase, arriving at a door on the second floor. Chen Shui knocked and announced, "Dad, I've brought someone for you." After a moment, a frail, aged voice called from within, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal an elderly man with snow-white hair reclining on a large bed, while a middle-aged woman knelt beside him in prayer. "My apologies, esteemed guests. I am unwell and cannot rise to receive you," he uttered. "How dare you address the Taoist in such a manner? What of the etiquette I taught you? Dad, how can you show favoritism to outsiders?" The old man suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, startling the middle-aged woman. "Please, do not speak. Your body cannot withstand it. Cough, cough, it's nothing. I am not at death's door just yet. If this continues, Snow will be spoiled. If I were to pass, who would care for her?" Zhang Lin employed his divine vision to assess the old man's condition, sensing a dark energy within him, a clear indication of having been afflicted by something malevolent, draining much of his life force. The middle-aged woman began to weep, which only aggravated Chen Shui's irritation. "Stop crying. Didn't we bring 3 esteemed individuals? As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outwit Zhuge Liang. Perhaps success is within reach. Is that truly the best you can come up with? I am merely a cobbler? Come forth and treat my father. Whoever succeeds shall be richly rewarded." Chen Shui pointed at the 3, her tone laced with disdain, believing herself to be superior. The old man sighed in resignation, lamenting his own negligence due to work, which had led to his daughter's foul temperament. "I shall take charge." The long-bearded old Taoist, eager to prove his worth, approached the bed and pretended to take the old man's pulse. "Ah, I see. It appears you are afflicted by lingering resentment. Have you recently visited any strange places, perhaps underground?" The old man looked astonished, as though the Taoist had hit the nail on the head. He grasped the old man's hand tightly. "Indeed, I have been to such places and encountered unclean entities, which is why I am now burdened by this resentment. Just as I suspected, this spirit is a goblin, a creature that feeds on human essence. Your white hair must be a testament to this." Chen Shui grew impatient. "This is irrelevant. Just treat him already." The long-bearded Taoist nonchalantly produced a feng shui compass and began to wander about. "What good is a broken compass in treating ailments?" The old man interjected. "Do not disturb the Taoist while he works. Your temper is unbecoming, and I wonder who will want you in the future." Chen Shui pouted defiantly. What concern is that of yours? I am an exceptional woman. Suitors line up at my door. At that moment, Zhang Lin perceived the long-bearded Taoist's ulterior motives. Under the pretext of inspecting the feng shui, he slyly pocketed various trinkets, and Zhang Lin chose not to expose him immediately, as it served no benefit to him. Chapter 22. A display of might. The bald monk noticed the Taoist's subtle theft, his eyes gleaming with greed as his mind raced. Amitabha, esteemed practitioner. While your powers are profound, one may struggle against such formidable spirits. Allow me to lend my assistance. Master, I am grateful. Zhang Lin observed the unfolding farce. Two charlatans colluding in a comical endeavor while Chen Shui's family remained blissfully unaware. I must say, at least they're taking action. What of you? Are you conceding? I will not make it difficult for you. Now might be the time to leave. Zhang Lin remained unmoved, causing the old man to wonder about the presence of this young fellow, whose curious pet resembled a black lizard yet possessed distinctions of its own. Perhaps he was Snow's boyfriend, though his appearance was rather ordinary. If his intentions were sincere, as a father, he ought not to disrupt their bond. Zhang Lin, unaware of being mistaken for a prospective son-in-law, held no interest in such a boorish woman. His heart yearned for one who embodied grace and sophistication. The long-bearded Taoist and the bald monk returned, their pockets bulging with their ill-gotten gains, treading carefully lest they reveal their duplicity. Yet, it was apparent that Chen Shui's family lacked the acumen to detect any anomalies. Perhaps this was the folly of the foolishly wealthy. Amitabha, the malevolent energy here is quite potent. It has drained nearly a year's worth of my cultivation to dispel it. The bald monk feigned exhaustion, performing a single-handed bow. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, master. Regardless of the outcome, I shall present you with a substantial reward. How could I accept such generosity? We practitioners do not accept gifts. The old man feigned regret. In that case, how about I restore the temple? However, he could not genuinely locate anything with the compass. Rather, he had observed a group of individuals guarding the western side, leading to a fortunate coincidence. Now entirely convinced, the old man promptly ordered a gold bracelet for the Taoist, eschewing the formalities that the bald monk had adhered to, placing it directly upon his wrist. Now, can you treat my ailment? Should you require anything? Do not hesitate to inform my daughter. The clowns had taken center stage, and the master wandered in a state of destitution. Zhang Lin found the two amusing and awaited the ensuing developments. I require high-quality yellow paper, a peach with sword, white wine, rice, and incense. Amitabha, I do not require such an abundance. Wooden fish and a prayer beads will suffice. The long-bearded elder was quite displeased. It seemed as though the words spoken were mocking him. The two men engaged in a heated exchange, neither yielding to the other. As tensions escalated and the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the old man intervened with gentle counsel, prompting them to cease their quarrel. Schwer, do hurry and prepare, he urged. With a huff, Chen Shui exited to make the necessary arrangements, while the elder beckoned Zhang Lin, who had been observing the spectacle, to approach. My young friend, may I inquire your age, your residence, and your place of origin? He asked. I see. Although your circumstances and financial standing are less than favorable, I am not an inflexible man. Should you treat my daughter with sincerity, I shall entrust my family's legacy to you. What? Zhang Lin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why he was being offered the elder's daughter so abruptly. While Chen Shui was indeed wealthy, beautiful, and possessed an admirable figure, her other qualities left much to be desired. Sir, what do you mean? I find myself somewhat confused, he stammered. Call me father, not sir. Zhang Lin's mind felt blank. The audacity of this old man to take advantage of him was utterly outrageous. Father, what are you two doing? Chen Shui interjected, her expression one of realization. I am aware of your affairs. There is no need to conceal anything from me. Once I regain my health, I shall arrange your wedding, allowing the Chun family lineage to continue, thus granting me peace in my twilight years. Know what? Zhang Lin turned away, unable to meet her gaze, realizing he had unintentionally revealed his feelings. He never intended to become a son-in-law. Infuriated, Chen Shui exploded. How dare you think you are worthy of me? I, Chen Shui, have a stature far beyond that of a mere waste like you, who isn't even fit to carry my shoes. The elder was left bewildered, his gaze shifting from benevolence to fury as he now regarded Zhang Lin with disdain. Ahem, bring this fraud here and expel him. If I see him again, break his legs. The long-bearded elder and the bald monk had long held a disfavor towards Zhang Lin and quickly voiced their contempt. I have long suspected this individual of harboring ill intentions, parading about and deceiving people at such a young age. Truly, a disgrace to our great nation. Zhang Lin, unfazed, cut straight to the point. If you wish for me to leave, so be it, but I fear that the elder may not survive the night. Allow these two thieves to treat you, and I assure you, My name shall be written in reverse if they succeed. Who are you calling a thief? I am the 18th generation disciple of the Maoshan lineage. How dare you slander me? The long-bearded elder, incensed, attempted to kick Zhang Lin but lost his footing and fell, scattering his trinkets across the floor, plunging the room into a momentary silence. The bald monk, sensing the precariousness of the situation, attempted to flee but was seized by Chen Shui, who, upon inspecting his clothing, discovered evidence that corroborated Zhang Lin's claims. The elder's face turned pale, and he succumbed to a faint, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of anger. Father, what has happened to you? Chen Shui rushed to his side, while the two culprits hastily gathered their belongings and made their escape. Yet, their flight was futile, for guards awaited them outside. The wicked must ultimately face the consequences of their actions. Zhang Lin, recognizing the clear provocation, did not wish to witness another's demise. He stepped forward, channeling his energy to heal the elder's internal injuries. The elder's complexion improved as he gradually regained consciousness, confusion clouding his mind. What just transpired? The elder fainted from anger. And this young man was the one who saved you, the beautiful woman explained. The elder, taken aback, began to reassess Zhang Lin. To think he had mistaken the two charlatans for genuine practitioners. Yet this young man exhibited depth and composure, aligning perfectly with his ideals. Ah, young man, I acknowledge my prior misjudgment. I hope you will not dwell on it. I hold you in high regard. What I previously mentioned still stands, he continued. What do you mean? Chen Shui, her face flushed, hastily interrupted. What good is awakening my father if you cannot also cure his illness? This woman was truly insistent. Zhang Lin remained silent. While he could expel the dark energy directly, such an approach would defy reason. They needed to witness the process. The beautiful woman offered water to the elder, and Zhang Lin seized the opportunity to utilize his profound energy to expel the dark energy from the elder's body, making it appear as though the bowl of yellow water was the remedy. After drinking, the elder felt rejuvenated. His limbs warmed, and his complexion brightened, rendering him nearly unrecognizable from before. Chen Shui stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a bizarre ailment could be remedied with merely a bowl of water. This man truly was a hidden sage. Well, splendid. What is your name, young man? The elder inquired. Zhang Lin glanced at Chen Shui, who was also looking at him. I apologize, but I already have someone special in my life. I fear I may disappoint you. But miss, being as exceptional as you are, I am certain you will not lack for suitors. Chapter 23. The descent of the vengeful spirit. Chen Shui discerned the underlying meaning in his words, but was surprisingly unperturbed. The elder was not naive. He understood that matters of the heart could not be forced. Might I ask if you could recount what transpired previously to help me resolve this issue? Several days ago, while arranging for the construction of a new house, workers were digging the foundation when they inadvertently unearthed a pit. The workers, frightened, refused to continue, and I went to investigate, driven by curiosity. I entered the pit with a few workers. Inside, we found a tiled floor, and the workers speculated that it might be a tomb. They suggested sealing it up, but I was unwilling to leave, believing there might be treasure within. At the end of the pit stood a stone door, which we managed to break open with hammers. The space inside was vast and remarkably clean, housing only a wooden box. Assured that it was not a coffin, the workers proposed we take it outside to inspect. However, I insisted on opening it on the spot, disregarding the yellow talisman affixed to the lock. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin pressed, what was inside the box? He cradled his head in his hands. I distinctly remember a surge of dark energy escaping from the box. I blacked out and was later carried out by the workers. Since then, I have remained ill, and the hospital could find no issue, leading me to place my hopes in your hands. How curious. This woman exhibits concern for others. Zhang Lin mused. Yet, his curiosity could not be easily quelled. With his current abilities, he believed he could at least escape unharmed, even if he could not prevail. Fear not, Miss Chen. Since I have arrived, I shall resolve the root of your troubles. A mere box holds no terror for me. The elder, recognizing Zhang Lin's determination, offered his gratitude. I appreciate your willingness. After this matter is resolved, the Chen family shall not neglect your contributions. I will ensure your deeds are well known, thus dispelling any misconceptions of you being a charlatan. Haha, exactly. The elder laughed heartily. However, Zhang Lin declined the offer, preferring to remain low profile, fearing notoriety might attract the attention of those with supernatural abilities and endanger his friends. Little White, let us depart. You call this dark, ominous thing Little White? What's wrong with that? Chen Shui found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter his logic. Following his instruction, a group of bodyguards labored under the scorching sun, diligently digging until they unearthed the pit once more. Do you require any tools? It may be perilous below. No need, nor do I require assistance. I can manage alone. I wouldn't want to endanger others. With Little White, I shall be fine. Until we meet again. With that, he leapt down, clutching the yowling little wight. Qin Shui puffed her cheeks, hands on her hips, her heart ablaze with anger, unsure of where to direct it. The clever bodyguards had long since employed their stealth techniques and vanished, leaving no trace behind. How audacious of you all! Despicable, utterly despicable. She stamped her foot in frustration. Yet no one emerged. Zhang Lin, oblivious to the events above, was forging a path with genuine fire. Soon, he arrived at a path paved with blue bricks. A chilling aura enveloping him, a cold that seeped into his very bones. Hiss, this place seems rather extraordinary. He pressed onward, and soon encountered a stone door, now reduced to a heap of shattered fragments, behind which lay that peculiar box. The lock had been compromised, yet the box remained closed. Activating his celestial vision, he peered inside, only to be met with a darkness so profound that not a glimmer of light penetrated. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lin summoned fire in his left hand and talismans in his right, employing his mystical arts to slowly open the box. To his astonishment, it contained nothing but an abyss of darkness. Not even the genuine fire could illuminate it, an absolute void. Lin Qian, meanwhile, was belittling herself while clutching an exquisite handbag, soon driving away with a stranger. The scene shifted, and he witnessed his own body being struck by a vehicle, followed by a striking woman emerging from the car, none other than the unforgettable lady from his past. Another shift, and he found himself in her abode, where she uttered words that pierced his heart. Then, everything faded, and he realized he had shrunk. More accurately, he had transformed into an infant, gazing up at a disheveled middle-aged man while being cradled by a woman. Their faces were indistinct, yet an instinct told Zhang Lin they were his parents. Although had they not already. Suddenly, flames erupted outside, accompanied by the cacophony of cries and screams, soon followed by the wailing of sirens. Everything before him was engulfed in fire. As he bid farewell to the past, that world crumbled to dust, yet he remained in the secret chamber. The darkness within the wooden box slowly dissipating, revealing its true nature. Little by, unscathed, possessed a physique immune to the majority of negative ailments. What he held was a bronze pendant, cold to the touch, its surface unexpectedly smooth rather than the anticipated roughness. The illusionary pendant of souls, it absorbs countless vengeful spirits, capable of invoking the deepest fears within the human heart, casting a curse that gradually depletes the body's vitality. Though this object is indeed a treasure, it is also a malevolent artifact, having likely caused many deaths. Thus, it was sealed here. Perhaps this vast chamber was constructed to allow the vengeful spirits within the pendant to find rest. He decided to safeguard this ominous relic to prevent it from falling into the hands of those with ill intent, which, upon reflection, seemed rather noble, granting him a sense of righteous satisfaction. After a prolonged absence of Zhang Lin, Qin Shui became increasingly agitated, feeling a disquiet she had never experienced before. Suddenly, a pair of pale hands emerged from below, startling her into a cold sweat, and she couldn't help but scream. "What are you doing? You nearly shattered my eardrums." Upon hearing this, Qin Shui regained her composure, gently patting her chest as she exhaled a long breath. "What's the matter? I thought a ghost had crawled out." Zhang Lin shook off the dust from his clothes and removed his shoes, scattering clumps of dirt onto the floor. "Ghosts? Where on earth are there ghosts? You're just scaring yourself." With her heart finally at ease, Qin Shui quickly inquired, "So, what did you find in that box?" Qin Shui's expression turned skeptical. "Who are you trying to fool? My father is in this state. Surely there must be something unclean in there. You're not planning to keep it for yourself, are you? How could that be possible? I assure you, everything I say is true. The place just harbors a slightly heavier aura. Your father merely caught a chill and experienced a hallucination." "Oh, is that so?" Qin Shui pondered for a moment. This explanation seemed plausible. It was normal for the elderly to have fragile health. Of course, I would never deceive you. That bowl of water merely expelled the heavy aura from your father. It's not as extraordinary as you think. Zhang Lin exuded an air of integrity, enhancing his credibility. Let us hope that's the case. You really make it sound easy to earn money, but once I give my word, I stand by it. What belongs to you will be yours." Qin Shui's family graciously entertained Zhang Lin, who hadn't feasted on such a lavish meal in ages. Indeed, it was his first time, as the dishes on the table were unlike anything he had ever seen. Little did he know the exorbitant value of these ingredients. A single bite could easily equate to an ordinary person's monthly wage. The old man, cunning and shrewd, was not as easily deceived as his daughter, fully aware that matters were not as simple as they appeared. However, Zhang Lin was reluctant to divulge details, and the old man refrained from pressing the issue. Suddenly, he recalled something. A while back, an old friend sought someone to assess feng shui. Perhaps he could recommend this young man, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. Cough, cough. "Shaolin, I have a feng shui job available. Are you interested? Don't worry about the pay. My friend is quite affluent, so feel free to ask for more. Feng Shui, your friend? Exactly. Who would turn down money? Zhang Lin hesitated, as he had some experience with exorcising spirits, but had never ventured into the realm of Feng Shui. Seeing his reluctance to respond, the old man assumed he was disinterested. If you're unwilling, I won't press you. I'll think of another solution. Who said I would do it? I'll take the job. Upon hearing this, Qin Shui and the others exchanged curious glances, as if there were deeper implications. Great. I knew I had not misjudged you. Tomorrow, let Shui take you there. Qin Shui, frowning, protested. Why me? You're the one with the least to do around here. If you don't go, who will? Zhang Lin couldn't resist a chuckle, instantly raising the animosity levels. Qin Shui stepped on his foot and twisted, but he remained unfazed. Noticing his lack of reaction, she shifted her attack to his waist, executing a full 360-degree spin, causing him to grimace in pain. Damn, do these women strike so hard? They always target the most vulnerable spots. That night, Zhang Lin once again delved into the tome of exorcising demons, seeking knowledge of Feng Shui techniques, and to his surprise, he found what he needed. Feng Shui, originally a practice of geomancy, also known as land assessment or Kanyu, was founded by the celestial maiden of 9 heavens. The subjective forces of Feng Shui, such as ley lines and landscapes, could be utilized to select residences and burial sites, and even discern one's destiny, possessing the power to alter fate itself. Mastering Feng Shui could allow one to set up grand formations, harnessing yin and yang to benefit future generations, ensuring a life of wealth and prosperity. However, one must beware of greed. Otherwise, they would suffer backlash, bringing calamity upon their descendants. He discovered that Feng Shui bore profound significance, with many formations recorded to bestow blessings and prosperity, but also those that could lead to familial discord and misfortune. Feng Shui could either bless humanity or bring about its ruin. The enjoyment of benefits also brought forth the specter of consequences, leaving one to ponder when retribution would arrive. The content was richly detailed, and with his current mental acuity, he managed to grasp the essence, albeit uncertain of how much he could truly comprehend. That night, Zhang Lin immersed himself in a sea of knowledge. Though he was merely cramming, it was not without its merits. As dawn broke, he had gained a basic understanding and felt confident in assessing ordinary Feng Shui. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent the entire night engrossed in study. Despite a slight fatigue, he gritted his teeth and exited the room. After breakfast, he joined Little Bai in Qin Shui's car, heading towards the city center, the most prosperous area. On the way, Zhang Lin inquired about the situation, but Qin Shui was not well informed, merely stating that this person had been a childhood friend of her father, whose prowess surpassed that of the Qin family, deserving the honorific Old Master. It seems there is a desire to seek assistance in locating a favorable burial site, as the elder's advanced age suggests that he may depart at any moment, necessitating preparations in advance. The complexities of selecting a grave site in Feng Shui are considerable, requiring attention not only to the surrounding environment, but also to directional and elemental considerations, rendering the task exceedingly troublesome, particularly given the current level of expertise. Even if he is greedy, deceiving others is not an option. Insufficient skill would clearly be a disservice to others. Yet, having already made a promise, retracting it would offend 2 prominent families. Thus, the only recourse is to consult the deities, a scenario increasingly reminiscent of the legendary Sun Wukong. Old Lord Taishang, is there yet another troublesome matter that requires my intervention? Speak, he inquires. However, even the old Lord Taishang harbors doubts, as he has recently been unable to glean any insights regarding the future of this spokesperson through his divination methods, finding only an expanse of starlit sky filled with uncertainties. This predicament can be traced back to the mysterious beam of light within Zhang Lin's golden elixir, which has severed his fate from its usual course, making it impossible to predict. Zhang Lin, however, remains unfazed and promptly addresses the matter at hand. Why has the old Lord Taishang become so stingy? Wasn't he generous before? It appears they are all cut from the same cloth. Despite the grumbling, he genuinely appreciates the old lord's care. Without it, his journey would not have been so smooth. Upon arrival, they disembark, only to be greeted by a group of individuals clad in the attire of the underworld, ushering them into a castle, an establishment that is indeed unique, standing out in the heart of such a prosperous city. Stepping through the ancient gates, they traverse a corridor steeped in history, devoid of elevators or any modern amenities, creating a stark contrast to the technological era. Your father's old friend appears to have a particular fondness for European design, having constructed such a grand castle, Zhang Lin observes. Indeed, every brick and artifact here is an antique, purchased at a high price from abroad, all to recreate this sense of antiquity. Quite wealthy, wouldn't you agree? The irony is palpable. The wealthier individuals become, the more peculiar their tastes seem. Without air conditioning or entertainment facilities, one can only imagine how a typical person would fare if forced to stay here for days. Here we are, Mr. Zhang. Our boss awaits you inside. However, do mind your words. Even though you come recommended by Elder Chen, should you displease him, your chances of leaving unscathed are exceedingly slim. A formidable individual indeed, Zhang Lin. Unperturbed, strides confidently into the room. Inside resembles an office, albeit sparsely furnished. It is said that the Ancient One forbids the use of any communication devices here, relying instead on human messengers. The elder exudes a stern demeanor, scrutinizing Zhang Lin's every move from the moment he enters. Although Zhang Lin appears to be an ordinary young man, he possesses an understated charisma that surpasses that of ostentatiously dressed masters. The atmosphere is thick with tension as both parties regard one another without making a move. Chen Shui, standing by, feels increasingly uncomfortable, wishing to flee, as she has harbored a fear of this rigid and obstinate elder since childhood. Grandfather Gu, she begins, but he dismisses her with a wave, donning a pair of reading glasses. All right, young lady, you may leave. There is nothing for you here. Thank you, Grandfather Gu. I have delivered the person as promised. So I shall take my leave. May you enjoy boundless fortune and longevity, growing stronger by the day. With that, she hastily exits, leaving the elder to chuckle softly to himself, pondering whether he truly is so unappealing to the younger generation. Disregarding Zhang Lin, he delves into his documents, using a quill dipped in ink to attend to his affairs. Zhang Lin reflects on the peculiarities of the elder's behavior, spotting no available seating. He realizes the intention is for guests to remain standing. Undeterred, he sits nonchalantly on the floor. The elder's hand freezes, and his eyelids twitch. This young man is certainly unconventional, and he is curious to see how long he can maintain this stance. When it comes to patience, the elder has never been bested. As time trickles by, 2 hours pass, yet the elder remains engrossed in his documents, prompting a sense of admiration from Zhang Lin. However, he chooses to meditate, entering a state of profound focus. Soon, twilight descends, and the elder removes his glasses, rubbing his tired eyes, wondering if the young man has departed. But upon looking up, he discovers Zhang Lin still present, radiating an enigmatic aura. Young man, you may rise. You have passed my test. Yet, Zhang Lin, lost in his meditative state, is not easily roused, and the elder hesitates to disturb him, now waiting for Zhang Lin to awaken. When Zhang Lin finally emerges from his trance, it is already the next day. Feeling refreshed and revitalized, while the elder has dozed off in his chair, this encounter has piqued the elder's interest in the young man recommended by an old friend. Significantly altering his demeanor, he commands that a chair be brought forth, an action that would astonish anyone familiar with the elder's character. Ah, you are Zhang Lin, correct? I shall refer to you as Shaolin. You are likely aware of the situation at hand, so let us not dilly-dally and proceed directly to the matter. I wish for you to locate a prime feng shui site in the nearby mountains and arrange a feng shui formation to ensure my descendants thrive for generations to come. The insatiable nature of human desire is evident. While the elder claims to act for the benefit of his lineage, Zhang Lin feels a deep-seated aversion to such motivations. It appears that some family enterprises flourish due to their reliance on feng shui to manipulate fortunes. Most concerning is the practice of forcibly altering the fate of future generations, which is fraught with taboos. Although it may seem lucrative on the surface, the hidden costs can be unfathomable, potentially endangering lives. I can certainly help you find a prime feng shui site, but as for ensuring your descendants' perpetual prosperity, the elder's demeanor shifts abruptly, tinged with a threatening tone. What? You cannot manage such a trivial task. What use are you to me then? It seems Elder Chen has truly lost his wits in introducing such a useless individual. Zhang Lin snorts dismissively. I never claimed it was beyond my capabilities. However, altering one's fate without consequence invites divine retribution. Are you not fearful of that? The elder chuckles heartily, gesturing to himself. Look at me. I've 1 foot in the grave. What do I care for divine retribution? As long as my family stands tall for millennia, I couldn't care less about such matters. Ah, but the consequences may well befall your family. Do you not care for their well-being? Zhang Lin counters, observing the elder's sinister grin as he responds. Compared to the power and wealth I possess now, these concerns are insignificant. In life, is it not these pursuits that truly matter? Recognizing they are fundamentally different, Zhang Lin ceases his attempts to persuade the elder, acknowledging that he too is motivated by financial gain, leaving little room for moral considerations. In that case, let us depart immediately. However, upon completion, I require 200,000. And I also require a fabricated identity, which should be a simple task for you. With an air of arrogance, the elder replies, naturally. There is nothing I cannot accomplish in this city. But are you certain about the 200,000? Is it possible I am asking for too much? However, Zhang Lin stands firm, his need for the money absolute. Indeed, it is 200,000, not a cent less. The elder sighs, feigning regret. I had initially intended to offer you 1 million, but since you insist on 200,000, I must reluctantly acquiesce. Zhang Lin was filled with regret. Having lost a staggering 800,000 in an instant, who wouldn't feel heartache? It appeared that his vision had been too limited, and he would treat it as a costly lesson learned. However, if anyone dared to deceive him, he would ensure they returned every last cent. Rest assured, he never lied. Zhang Lin thought to himself, at that moment, if you were to perish, no circumstances would grant you any recourse. Soon, Zhang Lin led his elder to the nearest mountain, accompanied by several bodyguards, none of whom were ordinary individuals. The art of dragon seeking is fraught with complexities, each layer presenting its own challenges. Oh, Shaolin seems quite adept in the Dragon Shaking Sutra, he mused. I have dabbled in the works of Master Yang Junsong myself, yet alas, I lack the requisite talent, otherwise, I would not need to seek others. Well, I possess a modest understanding. Zhang Lin hastily diverted the conversation, realizing that continuing would surely expose him. He had merely been posturing, unaware that this elder had some knowledge of feng shui. He produced a 7-star compass, which consisted of the celestial pool, inner plate, and outer plate. The celestial pool represents the Tai Chi, the source of all things, 1 for the Tai Chi, 2 for the 2 instruments, 3 for the 3 treasures, 4 for the 4 symbols, 5 for the 5 elements, 6 for the 6 generals, 7 for the 7 administrations, 8 for the 8 trigrams, and 9 for the 9 stars. The compass comprised 19 layers, each distributed according to its degrees, with a total circumference of 365 degrees. This was driven by the 7 celestial stars, Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuhong, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. The elder had seen many things, but this compass was undeniably extraordinary, surpassing all others he had ever encountered, leaving him envious. Would you consider selling this compass? I would be willing to pay 1 million for it, he proposed. Without hesitation, Zhang Lin replied, not for sale. Is it that you find the offer insufficient? The price can be negotiated. Zhang Lin's firm response extinguished any hope the elder harbored. This was not merely a matter of money. This compass had been passed down from his master, and he would never part with it. The elder expressed his regret. Oh, is that so? How unfortunate. He then shifted his focus to the small white creature on the ground. Surely this pet of yours is not ordinary. My instincts tell me it possesses some special abilities. I won't sell that either. Why was this elder so intent on acquiring something from him? Did he have a penchant for collecting? You. The bodyguards surrounding Zhang Lin immediately closed in, their expressions menacing, seemingly ready to take action. What are you doing? Since Shaolin has said it is not for sale, then it is not for sale. Do not trouble him. You possess no manners and should reflect on your upbringing. The bodyguards appeared innocent, knowing full well it was Zhang Lin who had instilled such behavior in them, yet he now shifted all blame onto them. Zhang Lin activated the 7-star compass with a wave of his hand, the stars shimmering and illuminating the path ahead. The needle settled on a direction pointing to a neighboring mountain, suggesting that this location held no treasures, and the group had no choice but to proceed to where the compass indicated. Relying on the artifacts, they quickly located the spot. A prime feng shui site is typically characterized by having a mountain behind for support, a green dragon to the left, a white tiger to the right, a clear mound in front, and winding waters, allowing for the accumulation of favorable energy that bestows fortune and wealth upon the living. The expansive exterior can accommodate countless horses, promising a prosperous future for descendants. As recorded by Liu Ban, with natural landscapes and waters, the dwelling can withstand all calamities, ensuring the family thrives in health and prosperity. After surveying the area, the elder confirmed its suitability. It had mountains and water, surrounded by walls that could provide protection even without a formation. Excellent, it seems, Shaolin. You possess considerable skill. However, you must set up a feng shui array for me. I seek not the wealth of an ordinary person, but riches that rival nations, with fortune standing the test of time. Such aspirations are fanciful. After all, even Qin Shi Huang could not achieve eternal supremacy. How could a man of your coppery disposition hope to realize such dreams? That is no issue, but the array can only be arranged after you have passed on. I shall return then. To be true to one's word is paramount, he added. Are you certain? Of course, I never deceive. The elder contemplated, playing with the prayer beads in his hand. In truth, he too had little understanding of feng shui formations. Whatever the other party claimed would suffice. He was confident he could manipulate the situation to his advantage. Zhang Lin genuinely did not mislead him. Setting up a feng shui array for a grave must wait until the owner has been interred. He simply had yet to master the skill. Turning to the elder, He asked, Zhang Lin, might you join me for an evening gathering? Consider it a celebration of your achievements. You may collect your payment at my company tomorrow. As for that false identity, I have arranged it already. By the way, what purpose does such a thing serve you? That is a matter of my privacy, elder. In his room, Zhang Lin observed that the small white creature seemed unusually drowsy, frequently succumbing to sleep, and he wondered what could be causing this change. With Su Xiaoming absent, there was little joy to be found. A thunderous noise broke the silence, heralding the arrival of a certain lady. What? I thought you missed me. But upon seeing you, it's as if you encountered a ghost. Aren't you a ghost? Su Xiaoming scratched her head, pondering this observation. Indeed, she could not deny her spectral nature. Well, so what if I am a ghost? I am still an adorable one. What is there to fear? All right. You are the most adorable, if that pleases you. Why the insistence? I never forced you. My adorability is an irrefutable fact. Chapter 26. The eerie video go away. Seeing you annoys me. I need to cultivate. Do not disturb me. As if I enjoy your company. I will go play with my little white creature. Wait. Why is this little fellow sleeping? Currently, he had no desire to engage with elixirs, as the required materials were far too rare, often demanding ingredients akin to a century-old ginseng far beyond his reach. He could not yet access advanced celestial arts, but among the intermediate techniques, one intrigued him, Earth Escape Technique. This technique allows one to burrow into the earth, ignoring ordinary rocks, akin to swimming through water, with speed determined by one's cultivation level. With the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, this skill was incredibly versatile. Not only could it facilitate escape, but it also permitted silent infiltration into others' homes, all the while being a unique ability he alone possessed on this planet. Though it was possible that others with supernatural powers might exhibit similar skills, the essence of supernatural abilities and celestial techniques were fundamentally different. Employing this technique was not particularly difficult. It merely required practical action to enhance one's proficiency. Unfortunately, this celestial art belonged to the earth element and could only be executed in the presence of soil, as obstacles like flooring and concrete would hinder its use. However, once underground, such limitations ceased to exist. Despite these conditions, the power of this technique was undeniable. He ventured outside to find a green belt and promptly enacted the Earth Escape technique, seamlessly merging into the soil without leaving a trace. Even worms would have to admire his finesse. It was astonishing. The underground realm was truly marvelous. He discovered a luminous membrane enveloping him, isolating him from the outside world. Before him lay a copper-hued landscape, occasionally illuminated by glowing stones. Eager to touch them, he reached out, only to find emptiness, and continued to delve deeper underground. As he descended, he noticed his speed began to diminish. Now approximately 500 meters beneath the surface, his magical energy was depleting rapidly. He sought to test his limits. Burrowing further down, the temperature and pressure of the Earth's crust increased proportionally with depth. Every 100 meters sees a rise in temperature by 1 degree Celsius. After 3 kilometers, every additional 100 meters escalates the temperature by 25 degrees, and at 11 kilometers, it can reach upwards of 200 degrees Celsius. Even with the luminous membrane shielding him from most of the heat and pressure, Zhang Lin still felt increasingly overwhelmed, as if he were being compressed in a great oven. The inevitable conclusion was clear. He would be crushed into a formless mass, leaving no room for his brain to process. However, the current dilemma lies in Zhang Lin's disorientation after having spent too long underground, leading him to ascend haphazardly, far removed from his original position. As his magical energy dwindled, the color of the surrounding soil faded, revealing a nauseating amalgamation of indescribable liquids ahead. Fortunately, he managed to traverse this area just as his magical energy was entirely depleted. Struggling to suppress his disgust, he hastily departed, only to be met with horrified onlookers who covered their mouths and noses. Has this man been rolling in filth? He reeks. One exclaimed. Just look at the sticky substance on his pants. It must be what you're thinking. Another chimed in. Chow, stop talking. I just finished my meal. I might vomit. At this moment, Zhang Lin felt like a rat scurrying across the street, with everyone clamoring for his downfall. Spotting a nearby river, he leapt in, inadvertently giving the impression that he was attempting suicide. The two spirited youths from earlier rushed over, observing the splashes in the water, and began to berate one another. What were you thinking, making him feel so desperate that he jumped into the river? If anything happens, you'll be implicated. Chow, how can you blame me? You were the one who brought it up first. Don't act like this is solely my fault. If it comes to it, we can both go to the police. Damn it, I'm not afraid of you. Let us go now. I'm not afraid either. An elder nearby, unable to bear their bickering, interjected, You two, stop arguing. We need to focus on rescuing him. Hurry and call the police. Oh right. What is the number for the police? At this moment, Zhang Lin resurfaced, listening to the nonsensical dialogue above, internally scoffing. Call the police? Why not just summon a professional team to retrieve the body? Are you Zhang Lin? He heard someone shout, retreating further, sweat beading on his forehead, his heart racing. Had he been discovered? Had he indulged in the forbidden delicacy of snail noodles? Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. He silently vowed never to use that earth-burrowing technique again unless absolutely necessary, for one could never know when another surprise might arise. With ample funds and a secure identity, Zhang Lin could now roam freely. Eager to accrue merit, he posted online to seek out any perplexing supernatural occurrences. However, most responses came from bored individuals, some even accusing him of deceit. Soon, a swarm of trolls mobilized, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Yet, this paradoxically heightened the post's visibility, leaving Zhang Lin uncertain whether these trolls were foes or allies. Then, one user messaged him, claiming to have encountered a paranormal event and unsure of how to proceed, thus treating Zhang Lin as a last resort. They exchanged contact information, and soon after, the user sent a video. Zhang Lin clicked to watch. The video depicted a group of young adults, 3 men and 3 women, though they appeared to be 7 in total, with the person filming remaining a mystery. One thing was evident, they seemed overly stuffed from their meal. Behind them loomed a dilapidated mansion, suggesting it had been abandoned for quite some time, likely dating back to the 1980s. Given the surrounding environment, it seemed these individuals had ventured into the mountains in search of excitement. This was precisely the kind of scenario one would find at the beginning of a horror film. Why not just stay home instead of courting danger? As anticipated, the camera panned to show the 6 entering the old mansion. While the exterior appeared quite worn, the interior remained surprisingly intact, as if the residents had departed just yesterday. Once everyone stepped inside, the door suddenly slammed shut, but they dismissed it as a gust of wind. The dim lighting inside sent chills down their spines, as they had purposely waited until dusk to enhance the atmosphere. The walls were adorned with yellowed wallpaper, which upon closer inspection revealed wedding decorations that time had not completely erased. In the main hall hung a black and white photograph of a couple. Zhang Lin felt an unsettling sensation, as if the figures were gazing directly at him. Regrettably, due to the nature of the video, he could not discern the precise circumstances at that moment. The footage grew hazy, and a shadow seemed to dart swiftly behind the group. As they ascended to the 2nd floor, the wooden boards creaked ominously, causing unease. Yet the couples continued to joke about the floorboards breaking beneath them. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the space expanded dramatically. Given the economic conditions of the time, this family must have been quite wealthy. Everywhere he looked, wedding decorations adorned the doors, windows, and every item, all preserved meticulously. What could have transpired to leave this grand mansion devoid of life? The scene shifted abruptly as they entered what appeared to be a bridal chamber, revealing a long-dried corpse lying on the bed. Some attempted to call the police, but were dissuaded, arguing that such footage would garner immense attention online, and there would be time to report it later. The man in the video boldly approached the bed, striking a pose for the camera. Unexpectedly, the skeletal remains behind him began to stir, leading to a cacophony of screams as the man was swiftly taken down by the corpse's sudden movement. The video drew to a close as the cameraman fled, the frantic shaking of the footage rendering it nearly unwatchable. Fascinating. A remote wilderness, an old house from the 1980s, coupled with eerie shadows and a resurrected corpse. This could easily serve as the foundation for a gripping film. Chapter 27. The Isolated Village. This video piqued Zhang Lin's interest in the ancient mansion. Perhaps it was a strong malevolent spirit at work, allowing him to fulfill his role in delivering justice while also earning a tidy sum. The individual seeking assistance was intriguing. Rather than contacting the police, he believed in metaphysical solutions. He wished for Zhang Lin to investigate the mansion to ascertain whether his friends were still alive, offering a reward of 30,000 yuan, with an initial 10,000 up front, the remainder contingent upon the successful resolution of the matter, provided they refrained from involving the authorities. It appeared this individual was genuinely terrified, willing to trust a random stranger online. Should he fall prey to a scam, he would risk losing everything. Fortunately, it seemed Zhang Lin was the real deal. Zhang Lin readily accepted his first paranormal case. Since he would be hunting ghosts, he needed an appropriate ensemble. The previous 2 individuals had set a precedent. One's appearance could greatly enhance their credibility. Were it not for the fear of exposure, he would have considered filming a video, as such content was quite popular online, and he could easily capture a wide audience. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. As a genuine practitioner of the mystical arts, he could not reveal himself to the masses. Such actions would likely attract governmental scrutiny and lead to his capture for research purposes. What are you doing? Su Xiaoming leaned over, noticing Zhang Lin had upgraded to a standard smartphone, as one ought to indulge oneself with newfound wealth. Upon seeing the items in a shopping cart, priestly garments, and various props, she burst into laughter. "Oh, I didn't expect you to want to masquerade as a fraud and play the priest." Zhang Lin shot her a sidelong glance, his fingers remaining busy. "I'm merely ensuring my identity is clear to others. Besides, who still believes in gods these days? The profession of priest still garners some belief. True, at present, the only enduring professions are monks and priests. Yet, most merely embody the literal interpretation, with greed and corruption lurking beneath. Buddhism emphasizes purity of the senses, the salvation of all beings, and the renunciation of desires, but the conduct of contemporary monks leaves much to be desired, as they find creative ways to solicit donations under the guise of incense offerings. As a skilled yet seemingly fraudulent Taoist, Zhang Lin faced a daunting journey ahead. His former identity unexpectedly became useful as the location of the ancient residence lay in a distant province. To economize, he opted for the high-speed train instead of the quicker flight, even though he had long cherished the dream of soaring through the skies, relishing the view from above. He resolved to defer that experience until he amassed considerable wealth. During this train ride, he encountered a perplexing dilemma, a ghostly infant aboard. While it posed no direct threat to passengers, neglecting it could lead to dire consequences. The effort to subdue this spectral child nearly drove Zhang Lin to madness, as ordinary people were oblivious to its presence. His every action appeared eccentric, attracting the scrutiny of train security, who suspected him of deviant behavior. All while the ghostly infant mocked him. Fortunately, with the assistance of Su Xiaoming, the situation concluded without calamity. Due to the high-speed train's pet policy, he had to transport his companion, Xiaobai, as cargo, reasoning that the slumbering creature would likely cause no disturbance. Meanwhile, in the cargo hold, Xiaobai underwent a transformation, secreting black threads that enveloped its form, culminating in a dark cocoon. This state, despite its appearance, was remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding bullets. Observers gathered around the mysterious oval object, standing a meter tall, unaware that it housed Xiaobai, the azure dragon, who had inexplicably entered a chrysalis state akin to that of an insect. "Sir, please do not interfere with our operations. There is a bomb here, and it is extremely dangerous," one official exclaimed. "Bomb?" Zhang Lin was taken aback. "How could they mistake it for an explosive?" "That is my pet," he asserted, inciting a wave of incredulous laughter among the crowd. The hardened, dark object could not possibly be a living creature, let alone a pet. The staff insisted he vacate the area, claiming that a bomb disposal expert had been summoned. Frustrated by their ignorance, Zhang Lin resorted to his mystical arts. Suddenly, everyone clutched their heads in confusion, allowing him to seize the cocoon, which weighed several hundred pounds. Were it not for his extraordinary physique, he would have struggled immensely with the burden. Xiaobai, typically small in stature, had somehow multiplied in weight after this transformation. Shortly after departing, Zhang Lin was beset by a sudden, excruciating headache, and the world around him began to blur, presenting multiple images. Su Xiaoming sensed the gravity of the situation and rushed to support him as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Although the experience seemed unremarkable, the severe after-effects stemmed from his exertion of spiritual energy on hundreds of people simultaneously. Ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness, with Su Xiaoming taking control of his body to find a nearby inn, uncertain of what might transpire otherwise. When Zhang Lin eventually regained consciousness, he was irate to find himself confronted by the cocoon, which, despite Xiaobai's lack of need for sustenance, demanded hundreds of meals daily. In addition to requiring assistance with its hygiene, a source of endless trouble, Xiaobai was in the midst of its first metamorphosis, a process through which dragons undergo 9 transformations. Each change would increase its size and strength, with the completion of all 9 signifying maturity. Zhang Lin observed the cocoon, now a meter tall, pondering how to avoid attracting attention. It was impractical to confine it indefinitely. Yet, the beast god seemed to take pity, providing a bell that could maintain Xiaobai's previous form. Removing it would revert Xiaobai to its true self. This artifact proved useful, albeit the lizard-like appearance was unappealing. It was preferable to being the center of curious stares. The ancient residence was located near a place known as Magiakin, yet it remained a considerable distance away. Days passed, and in a bid to save time, Zhang Lin embarked on a night journey to the foot of the mountain. This remote area saw infrequent public transport, with taxis reluctant to venture there unless offered double fare. Residents expressed disdain for the desolate region, asserting it was devoid of life, save for the isolated Magiakin, where inhabitants seldom ventured beyond the mountains. The young travelers displayed a peculiar knack for selecting remote locales. The surroundings were eerily quiet, punctuated only by the sounds of insects and the occasional bird call, perfectly normal for a night devoid of human presence, as only spirits roamed. Su Xiaoming unexpectedly sneezed. bemused by the notion that even a ghost might sneeze. As Zhang Lin navigated the dark mountainside, a chill crept over him. Sensing unseen eyes upon him despite his formidable abilities, he discovered that Xiao Bai's cocoon could be stowed in his treasure vault, an advantageous revelation, as it was regarded as an inanimate object. Expanding his vision through magical means, he discerned several flickering lights on the mountain, indicating the location of Zhangjiakan. He lit a branch with true fire and set forth, hoping to arrive before nightfall to avoid accommodation issues. "Xiaoming, have you sensed anything?" he inquired. Given her nature, one would expect her to perceive other spirits, yet after a moment of concentration, she shook her head. "No, I sense not a trace of ghostly energy. It may simply be a matter of distance." "Indeed, you are correct. I have been too hasty," Zhang Lin conceded. The duo continued their trek for about an hour until the glow of fire became distinctly visible, despite it being merely 8 in the evening. Life in the mountains diverged from urban habits, with villagers accustomed to rising early and retiring at dusk, relying on candlelight for illumination. Before them stood a wooden sign inscribed with Magiakan. Upon entering the village, they found only a few households still awake. As Zhang Lin approached, a steel fork suddenly emerged, brandished by a villager who had heard the commotion, fearing a wild animal might be lurking. "Who goes there?" came a voice from the darkness. After a moment of silence, the man, now realizing Zhang Lin was human, relaxed his stance. "What brings you here at such an hour?" the fork-wielding man inquired, still cautious. The village was not affluent, and some idle individuals occasionally resorted to thievery, which bred resentment among the locals. Zhang Lin raised his hands in surrender, signaling his lack of hostile intent. The man, a middle-aged fellow with a strong rural accent, scrutinized him. "You seem unfamiliar. What business do you have here at this hour? Planning to steal eggs, are you?" "Not at all, sir. You misunderstand. I am merely a traveler who lost my way and was drawn to your fire," Zhang Lin explained, eager to dispel the misunderstanding. The man lowered his fork, his demeanor softening. "As long as you're no thief." "Ah, I see. Just the other day, 7 city folk passed through here. You city dwellers sure know how to have fun, coming to our humble abode. Come in and sit for a while," he invited. The man led Zhang Lin into his modest home, which contained nothing more than a cooking stove, a clay bed, and a small wooden table. The host lit a crude cigarette, the harsh smoke choking him, causing him to cough repeatedly. After a brief conversation between the two, Zhang Lin directly broached the subject regarding the 7 young individuals in the ancient mansion. The elder's expression was a complex one, marked by an inexplicable fear that gradually morphed into anxiety. "How do you know about that mansion?" he inquired. "My friend came here earlier and has been missing for several days. I was worried and came to investigate." "I see," the elder replied, lowering his head to smoke in silence. After a long pause, he finally looked up, internally wrestling with his thoughts before recounting the gist of the events. These outsiders had brandished a plethora of red bills in an attempt to bribe the locals, but for these mountain dwellers, who had little contact with the outside world, such currency was nothing but waste paper, and they naturally refused. One of the young women, seeing that money was ineffective, resorted to offering a variety of unfamiliar foods, a tactic that proved successful. After all, people are easily swayed by what they consume. They initially intended to lure these individuals to the natural hot springs on the mountain, which was the village's distinctive attraction. Everything seemed to be settling into place until a slothful man, in a bid for more delicious offerings, divulged the secrets surrounding the ancient mansion, a place that had long been considered a forbidden zone by the villagers of Zhangjia. "So it is a forbidden place?" Zhang Lin insisted, persisting with his inquiries. The elder sighed and eventually divulged the truth. He admitted that he wasn't entirely clear on the origins of this taboo, but the rule against entering the mansion to the east had been in place for decades, a remnant of the past. Only those of his generation were aware of its significance, and he had learned of it during one of his father's drunken rants. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, which incited jealousy among the villagers. However, Zhang Fuguei had changed after acquiring wealth. He looked down upon the impoverished Zhangjia village and sought to distance himself from the locals. Consequently, he funded the construction of a road and built a grand mansion several kilometers away, thus giving rise to the ancient estate. Soon, the couple arranged their wedding. And although the villagers were reluctant, they had no choice but to attend the feast, as they were all neighbors. On the day of the celebration, everyone indulged excessively in drink and fell into a stupor, while the bride and groom retreated to their bridal chamber, everything proceeding as expected. However, when the villagers awoke the next day, they found that the entire household staff, numbering over a dozen, had been brutally slaughtered, their blood seeping into the floorboards. The gruesome sight was too much for even the village butcher, who retched in horror. The terror did not end there. After a discussion, they decided to send a few brave young souls to clear the bodies and the house. However, Upon arrival, they discovered that the mansion was intact, as if the previous day's events had been nothing but a dream. A few of the daring youths ventured inside, but minutes later, they emerged in a panic, their faces pale and expressions dazed. From that day forth, the whispers surrounding the mansion grew increasingly fantastical, and eventually, it became a place shunned by all. Zhang Lin found the tale quite intriguing, sensing that there were deeper secrets yet to be unveiled. The following morning, he awoke to find the elder regarding him with an odd gaze, prompting him to sit up abruptly. Ahem, breakfast is ready. Let us eat, the elder said. How peculiar, Zhang Lin thought. After finishing his meal, he stepped outside, only to find the villagers eyeing him with stiff expressions, as if he were an anomaly. You wish to visit that ancient mansion, do you? If you value your life, it would be wise to abandon that notion. Otherwise, you may end up like those others. What? The elder resumed smoking his pipe, remaining silent. Insanity. Zhang Lin strode confidently towards the mansion, oblivious to the sinister smiles that crept across the villagers' faces. Are you feeling a bit too confident lately? Please address me as Lord Zhang Lin. Humph. Su Xiaoming dismissed his bravado entirely. As they approached the mansion, its grandeur came into view, complete with a rear garden. Zhang Lin noticed tire tracks along the road, indicating that the young individuals had indeed been here. After walking a few kilometers, a dilapidated ancient mansion appeared before them. Approximately 500 square meters, a brick and tile structure that was impressive for an era dominated by mud huts. Though several tiles on the roof had cracked, beneath the sun, the mansion appeared unremarkable. Neither Zhang Lin nor Su Xiaoming could detect anything amiss. Could it be the daylight is obscuring something? Zhang Lin wondered aloud. Let us venture inside. I'm scared, Su Xiaoming protested. You, a ghost, are afraid? Who decreed that ghosts cannot feel fear? Zhang Lin struggled to formulate a rebuttal. Indeed, who set such a rule? But I want to see, he insisted, turning to gaze deeply into Su Xiaoming's eyes, drawing closer until she was momentarily entranced, forgetting to resist. Suddenly, he pressed her against his chest, and with a snap, they entered the world of the necklace, crashing heavily onto the ground. You brought this upon yourself, seeking trouble, he remarked, brushing off his hands as he opened the door. With a creak, they stepped into the mansion, where the interior was eerily familiar, identical to the scenes depicted in the previous video. However, the door did not close automatically. Perhaps it was due to the daylight. Would any ghosts still appear? Chapter 29, The White-Boned Bride. Yet nothing seemed particularly strange within the mansion. Had he truly been deceived? A low, sinister laugh echoed from an unknown source, though its origin remained unseen. Who would aim to frighten anyone in broad daylight? Zhang Lin discovered the stairs leading to the second floor, reasoning that if those young individuals had indeed encountered misfortune, there should be some trace left behind. However, upon reaching the second floor, he found no signs of struggle, let alone any people. He opened the door to the bridal chamber, the very room rumored to contain the white bones. Where could they be? The room was thick with dust, indicating that no one had been there recently, and the bed contained no bones. Could the video have been fabricated? Zhang Lin questioned an online user, who insisted that the footage was entirely authentic. Very well, I shall trust you once more, he resolved, noticing that although the bed was dusty, it could still accommodate a person. With a bold heart, he decided to lie down there and wait until nightfall, despite feeling a twinge of fear. After what felt like an eternity, a chill swept through the air, prompting him to open his eyes. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with ethereal moonlight filtering through the window. Something was amiss. He hastily rolled off the bed, only to find a skeleton lying beside him. In the presence of the divine eye, all things are revealed. A bizarre aura pervaded the mansion, and the skeleton before him was particularly terrifying, glowing with a crimson hue. White-Boned Bride Realm. Purple Demon 4th level information, a descendant of the White-Boned Spirit, possessing formidable demonic power. She delights in transforming into a beautiful woman to ensnare humans. And on their wedding night, she cruelly slays her beloved, integrating them into her own being. After all this, it turned out to be a monster, which explained why both he and Su Xiaoming had failed to perceive its presence. They had fundamentally misjudged the situation from the outset. The purple demon represented the 4th realm of monsters, and since the strength of immortals and demons was comparable, this meant that Zhang Lin was at a significant disadvantage in terms of power. Then again, it was not entirely hopeless. After all, he was the mightiest in the Golden Core realm. Under the moonlight, the skeleton gradually morphed into a stunning woman, her skin pale and her allure captivating. What a handsome young man. Would you care to spend a passionate night with me? I promise it will be an intoxicating experience. The white-boned bride displayed a coy demeanor, and any man unaware of her true nature would undoubtedly fall under her spell. Suddenly, Su Xiaoming leaped forth, exclaiming, "You blind woman! You dare call such an ugly man handsome? You disgrace the term." The white-boned bride was momentarily taken aback before responding, It's simply part of the job. Without sweet words, I would achieve nothing. Besides, I've encountered men far uglier than him. Is that so? You really go all out. I, for one, could never bring myself to do that. Two women inexplicably struck up a conversation, inadvertently causing immense harm to a certain individual. Zhang Lin's mind was filled with confusion, wondering who had provoked whom. He bellowed, "You audacious fiend, how dare you harm innocent humans? Today, I shall bring you to justice." With that, he hurled a ball of true fire towards them. The white-boned bride had no time to react before being engulfed in flames, her cries of agony echoing through the air. "Ah, so you two have conspired against me. How despicable." A terrifying aura erupted as the flames were forcefully dispelled, revealing a figure emerging from the inferno, her body severely scorched, her visage twisted and covered in blisters. "Goodness, how grotesque. You should not show yourself in such a state," Zhang Lin exclaimed, tossing a dragon-binding talisman. The talisman unfurled in the wind, transforming into a 2-meter-long golden dragon that ensnared her tightly, rendering her struggles futile. "Ah!" The piercing, chilling scream assaulted his eardrums, sending a thunderous reverberation through his head. The white-boned bride's form began to swell, and it was evident that the dragon-binding talisman could not hold for long. Seizing a nearby vase, Zhang Lin transformed it into a wooden sword, igniting it with true fire and thrust it forward. At that moment, she suddenly broke free from her restraints, morphing into a towering figure of over 3 meters in height. With a single strike, she sent him flying, the wooden sword crashing to the ground, shattering into shards. Coughing, Zhang Lin clutched his chest as his internal energy surged violently. That blow had carried tremendous force, capable of turning an ordinary person into mere pulp. Truly, the distinction between demons and spirits was stark. The contents of the exorcising demons tome were misleading, primarily focusing on spirits, with scant methods to counter demons. Su Xiaoming, lacking Zhang Lin's robust constitution, knelt on the ground, struggling to rise after experiencing the full brunt of that strike. "Humph, feel free to try again." Zhang Lin's eyes turned icy, exuding an intimidating presence. His golden core released a warm current, instantly mending his injuries. He proclaimed, "Celestial art, amplified enhancement." A powerful force surged from within, transforming every muscle and cell, temporarily doubling his physical prowess, a formidable technique, albeit with dire side effects, reserved for only the most desperate situations. The sensation of strength was exhilarating as he clenched his fists, fixating on the white-boned bride. "Oh, this is intriguing, but what of it?" she mocked. "All you detestable cultivators shall perish. Come forth, my little darlings." From the ceiling, heavy objects plummeted, revealing themselves to be corpses, their tattered garments reminiscent of a bygone era. Some faces alarmingly familiar, were they not the young ones from before? A chill ran down Zhang Lin's spine as the number of corpses swelled to over 100. Where had all these bodies come from? Furthermore, both the soul-hungry spirit and the white-boned bride seemed to harbor an intense hatred for cultivators. What had transpired? The corpses surged forward, their expressions and movements stiff, akin to zombies yet capable of walking upright. Such deranged creatures. If I could vanquish them, how much merit would I gain? Instead of dread, Zhang Lin felt a surge of excitement. He was in dire need of merit. He was truly lacking in virtue. The corpses were weak, and he retrieved a peachwood sword from his treasure trove, knowing it possessed innate power against the undead. Channeling his energy into the sword would render it indestructible, otherwise, even the most effective weapon risked being rendered useless. The white-boned bride remained patient, observing from the shadows as Zhang Lin was encircled by the army of corpses. Believing she need not intervene personally, anger welled within her. These minions had taken great effort to gather, yet half had already been annihilated. Fortunately, Zhang Lin possessed a sixth sense for danger, or that blow would have surely injured him. Seeing her attack thwarted, she brandished a bone spear, forcing him to retreat. The second floor threatened to collapse under the relentless assault, leaving him with no safe footing. The battlefield shifted to the first floor, while the third was too confined. 5 elements, earth binding talisman. A wall of earth erupted from the floor, propelling the white-boned bride upward. "Come down if you dare," he taunted. "How amusing. I have never encountered such a request. Very well, as you wish." A sense of foreboding washed over him as a massive shadow descended. He had underestimated the efficacy of his tactics against such formidable foes. With a resounding crash, the ground was shattered, awakening the inhabitants of Zhang's village. Though they chose to remain indoors, sealing their doors and windows, seemingly accustomed to the nightly disturbances. As the dust settled, a bone spear lunged at Zhang Lin. He raised his sword to block, yet the force was overwhelming, dragging him across the ground. A second spear followed, nearly causing his heart to leap from his chest. This fiend was relentless. He leaped back 10 meters, still grappling with his newfound power. He contemplated using the last of his monkey hair, a potent weapon, but hesitated. Expending it felt wasteful, especially when he could likely defeat her without it, albeit at the cost of immense merit. Resolving not to rely on external power, he aimed to vanquish the demon through his own strength. The white-boned bride emitted a strange cry, and suddenly, skeletal arms erupted from the ground, grasping at his pant legs. "Hey, don't tear at my new pants. If you ruin them, you'll owe me." He struggled to free himself, but the grip was insidiously tight. Gritting his teeth, he tore his pant leg away, feeling a chill envelop his lower half, with bruises forming on his thighs. He fumed at the destruction of his expensive Taoist robe. "Get away." A surge of true fire incinerated the grasping hands, yet a colossal form bore down upon him. He barely managed to raise his sword in defense, but it was futile. He was overwhelmed and buried in the earth. The white-boned bride laughed triumphantly. But her glee was short-lived. Where did he go? She wondered, perplexed. Zhang Lin had utilized his earth evasion technique, burrowing underground to ascertain her position. He thrust upward with his sword, but the hardness of her bones rendered his strike ineffective. Just as she prepared to taunt him, the Peachwood's sword ignited fiercely, prompting Zhang Lin to retreat swiftly to avoid the backlash. A powerful aura erupted, extinguishing the flames instantly, leaving her completely unscathed. What now? Neither physical attacks nor celestial arts prove effective. Surely, there must be a weakness. Inspiration struck him. He still possessed a destruction talisman, designed to obliterate all evil. Surely it would work against demons, as they both belonged to the realm of malevolence. "Do you still wish to struggle?" she taunted. Grave of 10,000 bones. Suddenly, the surroundings grew ominously eerie, and the ground began to writhe as if something were about to emerge. Zhang Lin cursed under his breath and hastily produced a killing talisman. Before he could utter a word, countless bones crawled from the earth, encircling an area of several hundred meters. At that moment, he felt akin to a bird trapped within a cage, with no means of escape. Annihilate. His voice was devoid of emotion as the cold wind tousled his hair, imbuing him with an air of gravitas. The talisman emitted a formidable pressure, halting the skeletal forms mid-air, before shattering them into fragments. However, the respite was short-lived as the shattered bones began to coalesce, transforming into a towering giant over 10 meters tall. Zhang Lin had no choice but to expel a mouthful of his essence blood as a sacrificial offering. Once the talisman was activated by the blood, intricate patterns glimmered with a violet light in the night, unleashing a pressure several times more powerful than before, bearing down upon the giant. This overwhelming force crushed the bones to dust, causing the giant to topple. The resounding crash sending the surrounding beasts fleeing in terror and countless birds fluttering away. The villagers of Zhang family village could no longer suppress their curiosity, and one by one, they opened their doors to gaze upon the ancient abode. They exchanged bewildered glances, standing in the darkness, pondering, has it been resolved? Humph, how naive. A bone spear hurtled towards him with alarming speed. Zhang Lin concentrated his energy, the golden core rapidly revolving, unleashing a torrent of dual-colored flame. The skeletal bride let out a wretched scream as the bone spear was consumed by the black and white flames, which spread rapidly across her body. Devoid of heat, yet infinitely more terrifying. "I will kill you." With the last remaining spear, she severed her lower half, preserving her life. Her eyes glowing with a crimson fury as she reached out to grasp Zhang Lin's neck, lifting him off the ground. Ugh! Zhang Lin was taken aback, unable to comprehend how she accomplished this, struggling to breathe as his feet left the ground, rendered powerless. If this continued, he would surely be choked to death. Su Xiaoming, having forcibly broken through her seal, dashed towards the skeletal bride, intent on disrupting her spell. Umph, a mere little ghost dares to act so brazenly before me. Soul explosion. With a resounding roar, Su Xiaoming's spirit was violently struck, her body fracturing, collapsing to the ground. Her form flickered in and out of visibility. The sheer force of that shout was terrifying. The demonic race was indeed formidable. Xiaoming. Zhang Lin fought to maintain his consciousness, fixating on his adversary, his fury serving as a powerful anchor for his spirit. Die, you shall perish. His unwavering conviction unlocked the second ability of his heavenly eye, triggering a violent explosion from his opponent, the tremendous force propelling him far away. Cough, cough, cough. Finally free, Zhang Lin gasped for fresh air, unexpectedly finding it exquisitely sweet and addictive. Logically, after such an explosion, she should have been either dead or severely injured, yet a murderous intent locked onto him. The skeletal bride was still alive, her gaping mouth hurtling towards him. Truly, she was a relentless specter, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Zhang Lin summoned his last vestige of strength to unleash a final blast of black and white flames, for this fire consumed an immense amount of his spiritual energy. The skeletal bride, now reduced to her upper half, could no longer withstand the inferno that incinerated her completely, leaving behind a pile of white light, merely merit. He approached and collected the merit, which amounted to over 30,000. This was proportional to her sins. Greater the transgressions, the more merit accrued, with no direct correlation to one's strength. Finally, this matter was resolved. Zhang Lin, weary, seated himself on the ground. This battle had drained much of his vitality, necessitating a period of rest. As dawn broke, he excavated a massive pit, disposing of the remains of hundreds within, subsequently incinerating them. As for the 10,000 from the online acquaintance, he rejected it. Profiting from the dead felt inauspicious. Upon his safe return, the villagers of Zhang family village, young and old alike, gazed at him in astonishment. An elder pulled him aside, inquiring, "What transpired last night? Did you encounter anything strange?" Zhang Lin regarded the elder coldly, already formulating a thought. What strange occurrences were they alluding to? Surely, they too harbored secrets from him. After a moment of internal struggle, the elder leaned closer and whispered the truth. It turned out everyone in the village was aware of the dangers lurking in the ancient abode, and the previous tales were fabricated. The group of youths had been deliberately lured there. Tourists prior to this had also been ensnared in a similar manner. The reason behind this deception was a dire warning passed down through generations. A sacrifice must periodically be offered to the ancient house, lest the sealed demon emerge to slay all within the village. This explained why they sought to deceive outsiders, sparing their own from being sacrificed. The elder, feeling a pang of guilt, finally confessed the truth. So this was it. This clarified why he had always sensed something amiss in the villagers' gazes. They intended to make him a sacrificial offering. For decades, hundreds of lives had been sacrificed. Humanity truly was selfish. Why not leave this place? Would that not resolve the issue? The elder shook his head. You cannot comprehend our thoughts for us. This village is our ancestral home. Leaving it would be akin to fish out of water, unable to survive. Disappointment filled Zhang Lin's eyes. This was no excuse for their indirect murders. I am leaving. I have dealt with the ancient abode's matters. I hope you can mend your ways and cease these sacrifices henceforth. What do you mean? The elder's expression grew agitated, his trembling hands nearly begging Zhang Lin to reconsider. Zhang Lin ignored him. In his view, the entire village was the same, selfish and self-serving, each individual a butcher, solely concerned with their own interests. Human nature truly cannot withstand the test. One must never tempt fate. With an abundance of merit, he found himself at a loss for how to utilize it. Surrounded by an array of enticing goods that dazzled his eyes. Chapter 31. A reunion with Lin Qian. If one were to inquire about his most pressing need at present, it would undoubtedly be a suitable weapon. The spiritual rank was the most prevalent tier in the merit shop, with varying prices among items of the same rank. As some treasures were inherently more powerful. After much deliberation, Zhang Lin's gaze settled upon 3 celestial-grade weapons, their prices exorbitantly high, with the lowest starting at several tens of thousands, climbing to hundreds of thousands. The scorching flame blade, forged from celestial fire and blazing stones. Its temperature can reach tens of thousands, significantly enhancing the potency of fire-based techniques. Price, 14,000 merit. The purple thunder spear, crafted through the combined efforts of the Thunder God and Thunder Mother. Its power is boundless, capable of summoning purple lightning, greatly amplifying thunder-based techniques. Price, 28,000 merit. The bloodthirsty axe, originally a bloodthirsty demon that wreaked havoc, subdued and assimilated into this axe. It transforms its wielder into a relentless berserker, rendering them impervious to pain and greatly enhancing their offensive capabilities. Price, 34,000 merit. It was indeed a challenging choice. He reluctantly shifted his gaze from the purple thunder spear, deciding it wiser to conserve some merit for a more formidable treasure. Ultimately, he selected a celestial-grade treasure, spending all his merit in one fell swoop. This artifact, known as the passage diagram, allows one to pass through objects upon being affixed to them. For instance, sticking it to a wall grants the ability to traverse through it. While it may not seem impressive, its practical applications were manifold. As for his cultivation technique, he was uncertain of its attribute, but it likely pertained to vanquishing evil. With the scorching flame blade in hand, should he encounter the skeletal bride again, it would undoubtedly be less arduous. Zhang Lin deleted his previous post, seeking to erase all traces, while the exhaustion from days of travel weighed heavily on him. The silence in the chat group had been lifted, and as he lay on his bed, he perused the whimsical banner of the Immortals, finding it amusing. None of them were serious in the least. At that moment, a new task arrived in Zhang Lin's mailbox. He felt a twinge of annoyance as he opened it. These celestial beings certainly knew how to pick their moments, not allowing him even a moment's respite. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task author, Taishang Laojun. Task situation. According to my calculations, the seal on the blood demon has begun to weaken and requires resealing. I hope you, young friend, can assist. Attached are the teleportation and sealing talismans. Task reward, 1 9-turn golden elixir. To think this task was issued by Taishang Laojun, it was undoubtedly something he had to undertake. Sealing the blood demon? What exactly was that? It seemed straightforward enough. Merely applying the sealing talisman. Yet why the 3-star rating? Upon glancing at the reward, he was taken aback. Could it truly be the kind that would allow one to ascend to immortality with just 1 bite? Upon reflection, that seemed implausible. If such a thing existed, Laojun would not part with it so easily. Moreover, relying on elixirs for transcendence seemed a waste of one's innate potential. There must be another purpose. Zhang Lin retrieved the teleportation and sealing talismans, both resembling each other closely, save for their different shapes. As a novice, he could only discern this minor distinction. However, he did not immediately use the teleportation talisman. After working so hard, he deserved to treat himself first. The weather had turned a bit chilly. Perhaps it was a good time for hot pot. What? You want to eat hot pot, you scoundrel? Don't be ridiculous. You're a ghost and can't eat. Ugh, Su Xiaoming pouted, her face displaying discontent, yet she had no recourse, for she was but a ghost. Walking along the autumn street, observing the diverse crowds passing by, Zhang Lin suddenly felt a wave of loneliness wash over him, as if he were the only solitary soul in the world. Noticing his dazed expression, Su Xiaoming silently took his hand. Though her touch was cold and devoid of warmth, Zhang Lin felt a flicker of warmth emanating from within. Let us go, silly goose. No, you are. They arrived at a restaurant named Niu Jia Spicy Hot Pot, bustling with patrons, even forming a queue outside. Such places were usually the best. Otherwise, how could they attract so many customers? Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder, a fearsome presence causing others to steer clear, wary of being bitten. With Xiao Bai's assistance, he strode confidently inside. This was not queue jumping. They were making way for him. Before long, he found a seat and ordered a spicy hot pot. The aroma wafting from the broth was enticing, leading him to wonder if it had been mixed with some secret ingredient. Nearby, a table of portly diners eagerly scooped meat rolls from the pot, their ravenous expressions suggesting they hadn't eaten in days. Not only him, but others too seemed to be consumed by an insatiable hunger for just 1 bite. Is it really that delicious? He pondered, staring at the eerily red broth. At that moment, an uproar erupted outside. Darling, are you sure the food here is good? This environment hardly seems fit for human habitation. Is it really that exaggerated? Fine, I'll give it a try. But darling, next time choose a more respectable place. Don't you feel embarrassed? I certainly do. All right. I'll make it up to you later. Her words drew disdainful glances from several patrons. Yet none could rival the allure of the hot pot as they continued to feast. What a pair of oddities! Zhang Lin looked up and noticed a familiar silhouette of a woman, yet couldn't quite place her. However, when she turned around, his heart sank like a hammer striking iron, unleashing a torrent of painful emotions, for this was the very woman who had once abandoned him, now seemingly the wife of another. Anger, regret, and resentment surged within him, a tumult of negative feelings. Lin Qian, Zhang Lin's eyes turned red, fixated on her, unwilling to miss a single movement. By sheer coincidence, their chosen table was directly in front of him, perhaps due to the crowd, or because she had long forgotten him. She remained oblivious to his presence. A man at her table aggressively wiped his face with a napkin, his expression one of disdain, and his eyes brimming with contempt. Zhang Lin's gaze drew her attention. After all, anyone would feel uneasy under such scrutiny. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "What are you staring at, hick? What is so fascinating? Keep looking and I'll gouge your eyes out." All right, Li Tong, sit down. There are too many people watching. He snorted disdainfully and sat back down. Lin Qian turned to apologize, but upon seeing his face, she was engulfed in shock and confusion. Zhang Lin? What? You two know each other? Lin Qian hesitated briefly, whispering, "No, we don't know each other." Humph, if you don't know him, why the dramatic reaction? Is he your secret lover? No, if you're going to make me wear a green hat, at least find someone better than a hick to mock me. I said I don't know him. Fine, you little brat. How dare you yell at me? Who do you think you are? With that, she swung her hand. But it halted midair as Lin Qian opened her eyes, recognizing the familiar figure from the past. Zhang Lin exerted a gentle force, sending her crashing several meters back, toppling into the hot pot of the table behind them, scalding broth splattering everywhere. "Oh, my hand." Li Tong let out a wretched scream, prompting everyone in the hot pot restaurant to set down their chopsticks and whip out their phones to record. The allure of gossip was powerful. "Zhang Lin, is that really you? I heard others say you. How have you been?" Despite the raging fury within him, upon seeing his former lover, he felt his heart soften. It was clear it was her fault, and he could have chosen to ignore it, yet he found himself acting. Why was that? Chapter 32. The Mysterious Flower Demon. You wretched woman. You conspired with the sick to harm me. Haven't I spent enough money on you? Without me, you're nothing. Lin Qian felt a pang of guilt at his words, gritting her teeth as she uttered the words she had long held in her heart. Li Tong. Let us break up. I don't think we're suited for each other. Zhang Lin could no longer tolerate the scene. He kicked Li Tong away, then grabbed the still-dazed Lin Qian and left the hot pot restaurant, countless phone screens aimed at them, certain they would make the headlines tomorrow. Once outside, Lin Qian broke free from Zhang Lin's grasp, her feelings toward his face complex. What had possessed her back then to choose to be with such a scoundrel as Li Tong? I'm sorry, Zhang Lin, enough. There was never anything between us. We owe each other nothing. Oh, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Lin Qian felt an emptiness in her heart, wanting to speak, but finding the words stuck in her throat. Lin Qian took the initiative and asked, why are you here? That's a question I should be asking you. Besides, do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Where I go is my own business. Tears streamed down Lin Qian's face, and she covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. Zhang Lin felt a pang of sorrow, yet he understood that some things must be severed. They could no longer linger in the past. I've long forgotten what happened between us. From this moment on, we are strangers. This will be my last act of kindness to you. I hope you can live a good life and refrain from seeking unearned gains. With that, he turned and walked away, feeling utterly defeated. Not only had he failed to enjoy hot pot, but he had also encountered the last person he wished to see. Lin Qian watched his retreating figure fade away and could no longer hold back her tears, lamenting the simplicity of life. Why had greed led her to such a loss of both wealth and self? Though her life appeared splendid on the surface, who knew the pain hidden beneath? Men like Li Tong were plentiful in the world. Once they grew bored, everything would come to a head, leaving no room for regret. Are you all right? Who was that woman? Su Xiaoming refrained from probing too deeply, fearing it would provoke Zhang Lin's emotions, for his face was etched with sorrow. Just a stranger. There is nothing to dwell on. We no longer have any connection. Oh, is that so? Do you still indulge in hot pot? Zhang Lin paused, almost forgetting about the hot pot. He had always found this particular hot pot restaurant peculiar. It was rare to encounter a dish so addictive unless it contained some addictive substances like cannabis. Investigate what? Do you think something strange is afoot? Zhang Lin smacked his lips. I'm not certain, but it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Who knows what we might discover? Are you not afraid of attracting attention? His companion inquired. That scene would certainly be quite spectacular. I'm not foolish enough to just walk in. I must disguise myself first, and we want to be using the front entrance. Not the front entrance? Are you suggesting we use the back? He snapped his fingers, revealing a cunning grin. Precisely, we shall enter through the back. Zhang Lin donned sunglasses and a complete black outfit, enveloping himself in an air of mystery, making it difficult for others to recognize him. The hot pot restaurant had reverted to its usual ambience, with patrons engrossed in their meals, oblivious to the earlier events. He couldn't help but use his celestial vision, noticing a green glow radiating from the faces of the diners. How strange. What could this signify? What do you see? Zhang Lin shook his head. He had never encountered such a scenario before. Unsure, he proceeded to the back entrance, which appeared to have been specially reinforced, rendering visibility into the interior impossible. Now is the moment for your skills, he said, extracting a blank parchment known as the passage map, which he affixed to the wall. Extending his hand, it miraculously penetrated the surface, though the opening was scarcely larger than a dog door, compelling him to crawl through. Ha ha ha, look at your foolishness. Su Xiaoming, possessing a unique constitution, effortlessly slipped through, gazing down at Zhang Lin with mockery. You seem quite normal, but that door is peculiar. Each time it opens, it merely reveals a small opening from which the hot pot base is produced. How clandestine. I must uncover the truth. Zhang Lin, ensuring the area was clear, leapt down gracefully and approached the door, pressing his ear against it. Inside, he could hear the sound of liquid boiling and jars clinking together. Just as he was engrossed in the sounds, silence enveloped the room, stirring his curiosity and a sense of foreboding. In the next moment, the door swung open, and a tentacle emerged, dragging him inside. What in the world is this? He exclaimed, finding himself ensnared by a colossal flower adorned with long tendrils, its body bristling with spikes and a gaping maw. Bewitching flower demon realm. Blue demon level 5 information. The liquid it secretes emits an enchanting aroma that heightens human appetite. Prolonged consumption of the essence it produces can gradually deplete one's vitality, turning them into mere shells of their former selves. Zhang Lin could hardly believe his eyes. How audacious for demons to inhabit human territory and even establish their own enterprise. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. A massive iron pot simmered in the room. Contents unknown but undoubtedly fragrant, and he was to be cast into this bizarre cauldron. A wave of heat surged, raising the temperature significantly. Zhang Lin brandished his blazing flame knife, knowing that fire would counter these plants effectively. The flower recoiled, writhing and releasing an intoxicating fragrance that enveloped him, sapping his strength. At that moment, the golden elixir within him unleashed a surge of energy, allowing him to break free from the enchanting haze. That was close. I nearly succumbed to this fiend's poison. Su Xiaoming appeared unaffected, as if the aroma only influenced humans. You vile creature, perish. The bewitching flower, however, was not easily subdued. It expelled a cloud of green mist. Zhang Lin hurriedly covered his mouth and nose, but it was too late. The scene before him began to warp and splinter. Just then, the energy within him surged again, disintegrating the poison and purging it from his system. He remained uncertain why the poison had no effect on him. If that is the case, there is nothing to fear. Seeing no way to win, the bewitching flower transformed into a human form, a naked woman shielding her chest. Her eyes filled with feigned vulnerability and fear. Who could bring themselves to harm her? But Su Xiaoming was not inclined to show mercy. This vixen dares to elicit sympathy by offering her body, and that fool seems entranced. The woman cooed, "Little brother, I am but a defenseless maiden. Could you truly bear to take my life? Release me, and I shall grant you whatever you desire." Her voice dripped with seduction, and Zhang Lin shook his head vigorously. Yet her words lingered in his mind. A green glow flickered in his eyes as he lost consciousness, slowly approaching the woman. Her smile widened, but the next instant, her pupils dilated in shock as she glanced down at the blazing flame knife embedded in her. "Did you truly think you could charm me? My will is forged to perfection, impervious to tricks of lesser beings. I refuse to accept this." Chapter 33, The Sealed Blood Demon. Aside from that, the bewitching flower left behind a green orb, the size of a glass bead, translucent and radiating a haunting emerald glow. This was a demon core. The absence of the skeletal bride was due to her peculiar nature. Being entirely composed of bones, there was no place for her to store anything. Zhang Lin picked up the demon core, feeling the immense energy contained within. However, not everyone could absorb it. The demon energy could lead the user down a treacherous path, with dire consequences for the unwary. Su Xiaoming gazed at the demon core with shining eyes, not out of greed for its power, but for its striking beauty. Zhang Lin, seeing her reaction, relinquished it to her, as it held little value for him. He possessed ample treasures of his own. With the demise of the bewitching flower, those who had consumed the essence began to awaken, vomiting in confusion, unable to comprehend why they were drawn to such unpalatable food. In their fury, they began to smash the restaurant. Soon, the establishment faced reports of misconduct, adhering to the principle of anonymity in doing good deeds. Zhang Lin and Su Xiaoming fled using the passage map before the health department could arrive. This incident instilled in him a sense of urgency. He had not anticipated the existence of demons within human society. It was likely that this was not an isolated case. There could be countless others hidden among the populace. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. What were their intentions? Despite their reluctance to act, Zhang Lin, while confident, understood he could not contend with so many demons and grumbled inwardly. It appeared the mantle of savior was his to bear. Feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders, he resolved to grow stronger. No matter the circumstances, he would face them with composure. In the next moment, Zhang Lin found himself on a deserted island, facing a stone door. He attempted to push it open, but it remained immovable. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a groove at the bottom that resembled a talisman. Could it be? He affixed the sealing talisman, and with a resounding crack, a rumble echoed from afar. The stone door began to rise slowly. Stepping inside, the surrounding lights flickered to life, illuminating the cavern. Such a ceremonious affair. Zhang Lin inhaled deeply and ventured further. At the end, another stone door awaited, identical to the first, save for the need for magical energy to activate it. As the door opened, he was taken aback by the scene before him, a blood-red world devoid of any other color. Below, a viscous, magma-like crimson liquid bubbled and frothed. Could it be blood? He gulped, gazing into the distance. The narrow 2-meter-wide rocky path is flanked by emptiness, and a careless misstep could lead to an irreversible fall. At the journey's end stands an altar, upon which rests a deep brown stone, bound by chains and adorned with talismanic papers. This stone appears to be the famed blood demon. It seems rather straightforward. One only needs to avoid the folly of falling. Perhaps I should float over. But given the potential hidden dangers, I deem it safer to proceed on foot. Zhang Lin declined Su Xiaoming's suggestion, aside from anything else. The sealing talismans are of a yang nature, and direct contact with any malevolent spirits would yield dire consequences akin to previous encounters. Therefore, he must undertake the sealing himself. He cautiously took a step forward, relieved to find nothing unusual occurred. 2 steps, 3 steps. Everything remained uneventful, and he began to relax, striding confidently towards the stone. Just as he was nearing it, Zhang Lin suddenly halted. Su Xiaoming looked at him in confusion, noticing his pupils had turned a blood-red hue. "Shaolin, what's wrong?" On his shoulder, the little white creature seemed to sense something amiss and called out loudly. Instantly, Zhang Lin snapped back to awareness, clutching his slightly dizzy head. What had just happened? "Are you all right?" He glanced at Su Xiaoming and weakly replied, "I'm fine. Perhaps I just didn't rest well last night." Trembling, he approached the talisman-covered stone, feeling a heaviness in his chest and visions of human slaughter dancing before his eyes. Was this a hallucination? He forced himself to remain calm, retrieving a sealing talisman and activating it with his mana before affixing it to the stone. After completing this, he collapsed into unconsciousness, hearing Su Xiaoming's frantic calls in the distance. When Zhang Lin next opened his eyes, he found himself suspended in the sky, gazing down at countless humans, all wielding various magical artifacts with expressions of fury. Suddenly, they launched an assault, and the heavens erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors directed at him. Instinctively, he waved his hand. A blood mist materialized before him, absorbing all incoming attacks and then rebounding them. Is this me? Why am I so powerful? No, who am I? Who am I truly? Zhang Lin clutched his head, crying out in anguish, unable to recall his identity. Staring at the sea of blood, he questioned if he had become a merciless demon. Yes, you are a demon, the source of all evil. End your own life to save the world. Silence. The voice only grew louder, exacerbating his turmoil, and he reached out as if to end his own existence. In the real world, he mirrored this action, and Su Xiaoming attempted to intervene, but was thrown aside, their power disparity too great. Just as he was about to plummet, the golden core surged once more, expelling a wave of blood energy from his body. "Shaolin, what's wrong? You suddenly tried to strangle yourself. We must seal it quickly." "Seal it?" Confusion clouded his mind as he looked at Su Xiaoming. Hadn't they already completed the sealing? Su Xiaoming, puzzled, replied, "What are you talking about? You've been acting strangely since earlier, and you just stopped to try to kill yourself while injuring me in the process. I'm sorry, I really don't understand." "It's all right. It's not a big deal." Zhang Lin utilized his heavenly eye to scrutinize the stone, certain the source of the problem lay within it. Sealed blood demon realm, demon immortal information, a supreme demon who has slaughtered billions of beings, even when sealed. It remains dangerous and is adept at ensnaring other creatures into traps unnoticed. Indeed, it was as he suspected, the seal had weakened, allowing a fragment of the blood demon's power to seep out and ensnare him, rendering everything prior merely an illusion. He glanced at the task, which indicated completion, and rewards had arrived. What a remarkable item. This would be tantamount to an additional life. He wasn't particularly anxious about his cultivation. Preserving his life seemed the wisest course of action. Damn it, is the Supreme Lousy toying with me? It appeared that the Supreme Lousy sensed something amiss, as if he had forgotten something, yet he could not decipher Zhang Lin's predicament and had to let it be. Chapter 34. An unexpected turn of events. This could spell significant trouble, had I known the time difference for the two seals was so vast. Though not as absurd as a year on Earth equating to a day in heaven, there was still a discrepancy of many multiples. By the time the Supreme Lousy emerged from meditation, several months would have elapsed. "I suppose it's true, I want to starve, but I must inconvenience you to wait alongside me." Su Xiaoming smiled knowingly. "It's fine, I'm accustomed to it. After all, it's merely waiting. We've done so for quite some time already." Zhang Lin sighed. "I truly apologize. I didn't expect you'd have to endure this once more. This desolate wilderness is utterly devoid of entertainment. It's unbearable. It's not boring. You're here, after all." "Oh." He felt the atmosphere shifting into something awkward and hastily changed the subject. "Ahem, let us find a place to settle down first." "All right." He contemplated that if no other options arose, he might seek assistance from other deities, though he feared the Jade Emperor might complicate matters. Yet, no better alternatives presented themselves at the moment. Su Xiaoming gazed out at the sea, speaking absent-mindedly. "Do you think anyone might come? If so, we wouldn't have to wait so long." Zhang Lin chuckled, unable to resist a sarcastic remark. "How could that be? This forsaken place has nothing but a pile of useless rocks. No one would venture here unless they were out of their mind and had been kicked by a donkey." Before he could finish, a distant black dot began to approach, accompanied by the sound of an engine. "Looks like someone is indeed coming. Great. Not only have I been proven wrong, but it's happening so quickly," Zhang Lin thought as he focused ahead, eager to see what kind of person would dare to approach. Jack was a young man with a passion for adventure, and today he had set out to explore a desolate island reputed to be untouched by human hands, surrounded by treacherous currents and whirlpools. He had previously failed dozens of times, each time narrowly escaping with his life, convinced that destiny was guiding him. Now, he was on the verge of reaching this mysterious island, determined to be its first conqueror. I shall conquer you. I'm coming. Is this person insane? Zhang Lin and Su Xiaoming exchanged glances, both sharing the same thought. As the distance between them closed, Jack noticed the presence of humans on the island. How is this possible? It can't be. In an instant, his confidence and arrogance crumbled, shattered mercilessly, leaving only regret and disappointment in their wake. The ship anchored in the waters surrounding the island, yet Jack felt utterly deflated, his mind consumed with questions about why fate had dealt him such a hand. Hello? Leave me be. I wish to be alone. Zhang Lin regarded the man kneeling on the ship with confusion. What was wrong with this young man? Was there truly something amiss with this place? It was tragic to see someone so young in such despair. Time passed, and eventually, Jack regained his composure. Under inquiry, he revealed the truth. He was an island explorer who had conquered hundreds of islands in the surrounding seas, and this was the fabled Death Island, where no one had ever reached safely. He was intensely curious about how Zhang Lin had arrived there, to which Zhang Lin could only explain that his boat had capsized, and he had been inexplicably swept ashore by the waves. Jack, blissfully oblivious, did not question Zhang Lin's story, merely lamenting the whims of fate. Can you help me leave? By the way, where exactly is this place? Jack scratched his head, explaining that they were far from the mainland and would need to refuel at a nearby sea gas station to leave. As for whether he could take them away, he could not guarantee it, as escaping was exceedingly difficult. Emotions can often leave one without a path of retreat. Zhang Lin found himself in a state of helplessness, pondering how someone could be so foolish. Yet, with no other options available, he had no choice but to place his hopes in this seemingly unreliable young man. I think I can give it a try, Jack said, his demeanor instantly revitalized as he prepared to embark on their journey. Zhang Lin regretted not having forged a water control talisman earlier, thinking it was merely a supplementary tool with limited power that could only be effective in specific circumstances. Little did he realize that it would have proven invaluable in their current predicament. With such a talisman, not only would they have been able to navigate through treacherous currents and whirlpools, but even a storm would pose little threat. However, reflecting on this now was futile. The vessel had already set sail. Jack stood at the bow, steering the ship with an air of competence. It was often in extraordinary situations that individuals, who might ordinarily appear foolish, reveal their hidden potential. Onward, Bray Wave. Zhang Lin inquired, curious if that was indeed the name of the ship. Yes. Doesn't it sound impressive? Jack replied. Indeed, very impressive, much like yourself. Zhang Lin chuckled, though Jack remained oblivious to the underlying implications of his words. As they traversed a perilous zone, the ship was nearly capsized, but Zhang Lin swiftly employed his mystical arts to stabilize their vessel. Had they fallen into the sea, even his formidable abilities would have been rendered useless. This mission had proven to be quite a burden. The extended delays had cost him several hundred in travel expenses, causing considerable distress to his frugal nature. His thoughts turned to the notion of acquiring more teleportation talismans, if only such a convenient item were more readily available. Unfortunately, the texts offered no guidance, as matters pertaining to spatial realms are rarely straightforward. Few deities could craft such talismans, as they possessed the inherent ability to perform similar feats. And researching such topics was no simple task, akin to utilizing something without comprehending its underlying principles. What's this? Su Xiaoming exclaimed, picking up an envelope from the ground. Its sender identified as Chu Xiang, the very giant from before. Let me see. Dear Zhang Lin, if you are reading this letter, it indicates that you find yourself in a perilous situation. We have discovered your fake demise. I apologize, but for our own safety, we had no choice but to betray you. The Assassin's Alliance has dispatched their top assassin to eliminate you, the traitor. You must leave at once and conceal yourself. Otherwise, should that assassin find you, even 9 lives may not suffice. Zhang Lin felt a surge of indignation. How could they expose him like this? He glanced at the date. The letter had been sent days ago when he was still adrift at sea. What if the assassin has already arrived? He pondered anxiously. Though he was unaware of the true power of the Assassin's Alliance, it clearly instilled fear in Chu Xiang. He quickly used his mental prowess to scan every corner of the house, but found nothing amiss. Had the assassin not yet arrived? This was illogical. Assassins are typically punctual, especially elite ones. If the assassin were already present, they must have seen the letter and could very well be lurking in the shadows, observing his every move. The lack of any trace of the foe filled him with a sense of dread and tension, leaving him under immense pressure. The unknown presents a far greater threat than visible dangers, as one cannot anticipate the identity or intentions of their adversary. Su Xiaoming was equally tense, her eyes darting about as she sought the assassin's hiding place. They stood frozen, Zhang Lin sweating profusely from his nose and forehead due to their prolonged anxiety. Chapter 35. The Assassin's Alliance. A melodious giggle echoed from above. You two are the most cowardly supernatural beings I have ever encountered. A slender figure descended, her face obscured by a veil, rendering her features indistinguishable. Draped in a white cloak that transformed to black upon landing, it was evident she wore a color-changing garment. No wonder she had evaded mental detection. How had she done so? Are you the assassin? After a moment of hesitation, she burst into laughter. Indeed, I am the assassin. But how amusing it is that someone would be foolish enough to ask such a question. Her laughter abruptly ceased, and the temperature in the room plummeted. The woman's gaze turned icy, exuding a terrifying aura that rendered Zhang Lin breathless. Do you know who you're speaking to? I am the foremost assassin of the Assassin's Alliance. Your continued existence is merely a whim of mine. Anger me, and you shall hasten your demise. Whim? Is that what you call being a busybody? Zhang Lin retorted, attempting to provoke her. How amusing, Hu Qianyu replied, her laughter filled with disdain. The last person to speak to me in such a manner is now 6 feet under. Zhang Lin was about to continue his taunts when an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. Before he could react, he found himself suspended in the air, gripped tightly. How can this be? No matter how swift, there is always a process, he thought, bewildered, as she appeared to have materialized out of thin air. Was it teleportation? Feeling bold still? With your pathetic existence, I have no idea how many I have dispatched in a year, Hu Qinyu gleefully observed, relishing in his suffering. Su Xiaoming unleashed her ghostly powers, charging at Hu Qianyu. The assassin frowned, sensing something unusual about this woman. She did not seem to possess typical supernatural abilities. Humph. This was never your fight, but if you seek death, I shall oblige. As Hu Qianyu prepared to strike, Zhang Lin abandoned his pretense. Fiery flames erupted from his palm, filling the space with the aroma of roasting meat. Hu Qianyu recoiled in pain, her hand severely burned, red blisters forming alarmingly. You wretched fool! You must die today. Hu Qianyu's fury was palpable. Never had she sustained an injury before, though her punch lacked the enhancement of a power-based ability. Her rigorous training and innate superiority as a supernatural being lent her strikes considerable force. Zhang Lin was sent crashing into the wall, leaving an imprint of his form. Yet he remained unscathed. As he opened his third eye, the secrets of Hu Qianyu were laid bare. Hu Qianyu, ability, time pause, ability level, time pause. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could humanity truly wield such power? Zhang Lin chuckled bitterly. Even with this knowledge, what could he do to protect himself? However, an idea began to form. Perhaps the only viable strategy was to endure the blows. After all, she could not breach his defenses. Once she exhausted herself, he would strike back, provided she did not produce any bizarre weaponry. After several more punches, Hu Qianyu sensed something was amiss. Why had this man not succumbed yet? Her hands were turning red from the effort, yet he did not appear to possess a defensive ability. But she was not deterred. Her sharp intellect led her to a solution, a dagger coated with deadly poison. Let us see how you escape this. What a despicable tactic, Zhang Lin thought, hastily conjuring a protective barrier. The dagger lunged towards his chest, poised to strike. Why is it so resilient? Hu Qianyu pondered, perplexed by the lack of resistance she felt. Could this man possess dual abilities? That would indeed complicate matters. Some individuals are inherently endowed with various extraordinary abilities, while they may not surpass those with singular talents. Their adaptability is remarkable, allowing them to navigate even the most challenging situations. At this moment, a wave of hesitation washed over her, an unprecedented feeling for someone of her caliber as a top assassin. To return empty-handed would not only tarnish her reputation, but also invoke the wrath of her organization, a consequence far too grave to contemplate. With steely resolve, her eyes began to glimmer with a crimson hue, and the very ground beneath her trembled. This strange phenomenon instilled a sense of trepidation in Zhang Lin. Considering she was a formidable ability wielder, perhaps harboring an even more sinister power. It was an ability she had yet to master, yet for the sake of her mission, she had no choice but to invoke it. With that thought, she unleashed the power without hesitation. As her extraordinary abilities surged forth, blood trickled from her eyes, nose, and ears, presenting a terrifying sight. The walls began to crack, reminiscent of an earthquake's onset. Compressing time would yield wondrous transformations. She first accumulated her time, pausing it until it reached a crescendo, then restoring it to unleash an explosion of strength, potentially dozens or even hundreds of times greater. She dubbed this ability Time Burst. Currently, she could only unleash about tenfold strength, which was already immensely powerful. However, if her body could not withstand it, she would risk self-detonation. Zhang Lin activated his third eye, perceiving a wave of white energy emanating from her, intensifying with the passage of time. What an extraordinary technique. Why are you dawdling? Are you waiting for someone else to make a move? Are you a fool? Su Xiaoming urged. Oh right. How foolish of me. No, I'm not a fool. I possess a gentleman's demeanor. Enough with the nonsense. You can die now. As Hua Qianyu coughed up blood, the power within her reached a critical threshold. If she did not release it soon, it would be her own life at stake. The magnitude of that force is overwhelming, far surpassing my defenses, Zhang Lin thought. If it struck true, it could mean either death or grievous injury. Resolving not to hold back any longer, he summoned the flame blade, conjuring true fire upon its edge. Elevating its temperature to an extraordinary level, yet he hesitated to max it out. Otherwise, not just the house, but hundreds of miles around would be engulfed in flames. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a fiery dragon that roared to life, colliding with Hua Qianyu's power. The resulting force was too great for the structure to bear, and it collapsed with a thunderous crash, attracting the attention of nearby residents. Thankfully, he had rented the entire house. Otherwise, surrounding buildings would have suffered as well. What had once been their refuge now lay in ruins, prompting someone to call for help. Alas, the unscrupulous merchants have truly outdone themselves. A shoddy building crumbles in an instant. I wonder who is unfortunate enough to have lost their life, a nearby elder exclaimed, dropping his vegetable basket in outrage. What happened to my house? Who did this? This elderly man was the landlord who rented to Zhang Lin. Witnessing his property reduced to rubble, he suffered a profound shock. Collapsing from the emotional blow, bystanders were reluctant to approach, fearing the elderly man might entangle them in his distress. From the debris emerged a filthy, disheveled woman, a cold smile playing on her lips. In the end, it will not be you who dies. You think you can challenge me? No chance. The cloak enveloping Hua Qianyu was no ordinary garment. It could change colors and render her invisible, providing formidable defense. Without it, she would have been crushed. Are you all right? Young lady, do you need to go to the hospital? A well-meaning uncle inquired, only to be met with a disdainful look. Who are you calling young lady? Do I know you? What makes you think a commoner like you can converse with me? Chapter 36. Returned to the city, she tossed her hair and departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving the bewildered uncle behind. Not long after, Zhang Lin emerged from another underground passage. Gazing at the fallen elder and the heap of rubble, he could not help but feel despondent. After striving so hard to achieve success, this calamity had struck, leaving him to ponder how long it would take to mend this gaping wound. He approached to assess the elder's condition and found it was merely a case of emotional shock causing a blockage in the blood flow. A brief adjustment would suffice. So he discreetly channeled some energy to assist in clearing the blockage. Having completed his task, Zhang Lin swiftly vacated the scene, crafting an illusion of his absence. Perhaps the elder might receive compensation, and truth be told, he lacked the funds to compensate for the damages. Even a complete financial ruin would not suffice. Damn the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. I have endured toil and hardship. This is akin to burning bridges after crossing them. He knew all too well that the Bureau would eventually discover he was alive, for there lay no corpse to prove otherwise. And what of the Assassin Alliance? Where had this organization emerged from? Their members, undoubtedly gifted, were formidable, with that woman's ability to manipulate time being particularly harrowing. This vendetta must be avenged. Whether against the Bureau or that woman. What now? It seems we are without a home. I am uncertain. Perhaps we should find a hotel to stay in for now. With one concern settled, he found himself still a pauper, now burdened with 1,000,000 debts. Why was it so difficult to earn a living? Back to the city. In a room festooned with celebratory decorations, a slender figure leaned over the vanity, quietly weeping. Sister, you haven't truly forgotten him, have you? With reddened eyes and a shifting expression, the woman whispered hoarsely, it no longer matters. It's too late now. Tomorrow, I shall marry into the Yang family. Is it worth it? You have sacrificed so much for him, only to be used by the villains. She fell silent for a moment. As long as he remains safe. I do not wish to involve others. That is our fate. Some are destined to ride upon our backs, and if we cannot resist, we must accept it. You were never like this. You taught me. Xiao Xue, please stop. Rather than burden me with your unhappy words, bless us instead. I do not like Yang Long, and I will never bless you. Watching the little girl run away, the woman's expression turned to ash. They were none other than the sisters Yiya and Yi Shui, unbeknownst to Zhang Lin, who was lost in thought. The woman he cherished was on the brink of becoming another's bride, while he was preoccupied with thoughts of retribution against the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. How do you plan to exact revenge? Will you confront them directly? No. He shook his head. We are unaware of their full strength. What if there exists someone to rival that mysterious woman? It would be unwise to underestimate them. After all, 2 fists cannot match 4 hands. We require assistance. In a secluded room, several individuals exchanged glances. Zhang Lin, do you realize it is perilous to summon us here? If the higher-ups discover you are still alive, they will surely act again. Xiao Na teased, perched on his lap and playfully wriggling. Zhang Lin felt the weight of the other two stares, particularly from Chu Xiong, whose gaze was almost murderous. Hee. Xiaona smirked, reveling in her triumph, while Zhang Lin found himself caught in a mix of joy and anguish. What? You wish to inquire about the Assassin Alliance? Is it possible you have knowledge of it? Yi Xiang's expression shifted, revealing a hint of apprehension. That organization is composed of elites among extraordinary beings, requiring rigorous training to enter. As a third-party entity, they will act for anyone who pays, including national leaders. I am somewhat aware of this. It is said that since its inception, no mission has ever failed. Those marked by them are akin to having received a decree of death from the King of Hell, with no hope of survival. Upon hearing Chu Xiong's words, Joanna could no longer contain herself. She removed her shoes, stood barefoot, and declared, my dear brother survived, didn't he? This is nothing but a facade, a complete charade. In her emotional fervor, she inadvertently stepped on a sensitive spot. Despite her petite frame, the impact was astonishingly severe. Zhang Lin could have sworn he heard the distinct crack of an eggshell shattering. The pain was excruciating, debilitating to the point of breathlessness. Every part of him had been enhanced, save for this one area. He could not fathom how his extensive training could have been in vain. What's wrong? Your complexion is quite pale. Are you all right? Do you have a fever? Oh, you should be cautious. At such a young age. Experiencing kidney deficiency could greatly affect my future, Joanna retorted, urging him to consume more tonics to bolster his health. What? My kidney deficiency concerns you how? How does it impact you? Yet Joanna deftly sidestepped the issue, appearing utterly unfazed. So, your inquiry regarding the Assassin Alliance. What is your intent? Please do not tell me you seek vengeance. Certainly not. I am not foolish enough to confront them. Rather, I intend to leverage them. Chu Xiong was perplexed, struggling to discern her true intentions. Then what do you wish to achieve? I plan to collaborate with them. This was Zhang Lin's primary objective. If the Bureau of Abilities could summon assassins, why could he not do the same? Naturally, lacking financial resources meant he would propose cooperation. And the first step would be to establish contact. Otherwise, it would all be mere talk. As Joanna prepared to depart, she casually mentioned, by the way, I heard that the Yang family is hosting an extravagant wedding tomorrow, and many notable figures will attend. It promises to be quite a spectacle. The Yang family, why did that name sound so familiar? I believe they are marrying a woman surnamed Yi. What? Chapter 37, The Wedding of the Yang Family. Joanna. Was that person you mentioned named Yi? I don't know, Joanna stammered, caught off guard, particularly by Zhang Lin's intense gaze. As if he would devour her whole, causing her to instinctively step back. Zhang Lin, what are you doing? Get a grip. Yes, my apologies. Zhang Lin realized his emotions had spiraled out of control. It was just a surname. There were countless individuals with that name. And he shouldn't have lashed out at a friend. All right, calm down. Let us not lose our tempers so easily. We should take our leave. Joanna's expression was complex. She opened her mouth to speak, but was pulled away by Chu Xiong. Su Xiaoming appeared, suggesting, let us go take a look. I know you still have feelings for that woman. Zhang Lin remained silent, staring blankly at the ceiling, contemplating whether he should go. Did that heartless woman deserve such consideration? Just a glance, merely a glimpse. He thought, that Yang Long is no virtuous character. Does he even have the right to host a wedding? With that mindset, he found it easier to accept. As for the Assassin Alliance, he would set that aside for another day. Let the Bureau of Abilities revel in their temporary arrogance. At that very moment, Yang Long was happily envisioning the romantic night ahead. My dear son, I have come to see you. Are you all prepared? Tomorrow, you must bring me honor at the wedding, impressing all the reporters. Yang Jiang nodded, his confidence evident, before turning to handle the necessary arrangements. Yi had fallen to such depths, intricately connected to Yang Jiang, had it not been for the oppression from his family, forcing her company to the brink of collapse. She would never have chosen to marry a frivolous young master she did not love. Initially, Yi had sent Zhang Lin away to protect him from the Yang family's scrutiny, a formidable power capable of commanding the winds and rains in this locality. Ordinary individuals who dared to oppose them could find themselves facing untimely demise. Hence, the architect of all this turmoil was none other than Yang Jiang. Regrettably, Zhang Lin remained oblivious, mistakenly believing Yi to be a superficial gold digger, leading to misunderstandings. For most, this was an ordinary day, but for certain celebrities, it was of immense significance, as the young master of the Yang family was to host the grandest wedding in the city. At the venue, the red carpet stretched over 1,000 meters, a display of opulence that disregarded the potential fatigue of guests. Helicopters hovered above, showering petals from the sky, creating an immensely romantic atmosphere, while the venue itself was expansive enough to accommodate several football fields. As for the scale of the event, Numerous prominent figures were in attendance, all familiar faces from the screen. The banquet tables were outdoors, where dozens of top-tier chefs meticulously prepared an array of gourmet dishes, attended by hundreds of waitstaff. The guests, each a notable figure capable of shaking the city, included even some reclusive old-timers, underscoring the formidable lineage of the Yang family, who commanded fear and respect. Ha ha, oldly. You have come. It is seldom one gets to see you. Ah, Mr. Yang, you jest. We certainly had to attend your son's wedding. Here, I have brought an 80-year-old ginseng as a humble gift. I hope you do not find it lacking. Yang Zhang laughed heartily, replying, guests are always welcome. Even if you brought nothing, I could not possibly send you away, let alone reject your gift. The sentiment is what matters, and an 80-year-old ginseng is indeed rare. Who are you? Securing a 100-year-old ginseng would be a trivial matter for you. Your words are too kind. Not at all. It is you who are being overly gracious. While the Yang family engaged in pleasantries, Zhang Lin was hidden behind a large tree, observing the wedding festivities with growing anxiety. How hypocritical these people are. Is the world of adults filled with such lies and deceit? Perhaps it was. Growing up sometimes bore no benefits, and he had never enjoyed a carefree childhood. What's wrong? Su Xiaoming seemed to realize she had misspoken, noticing Zhang Lin's despondent expression. She wished to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words. Unable to pinpoint the source of his distress. I am fine. This matter does not concern you. It is my personal affair. I apologize. Just then, a procession of luxurious vehicles approached from afar. Zhang Lin quickly rose to take a look. The cars were adorned with wedding decorations and flowers, unmistakably bridal vehicles, undoubtedly expensive. They have finally arrived. Yang Long, I will not allow your ambitions to succeed. Regardless of whom you marry, I will thwart you. Chapter 38. A disruption at the wedding. Could you see clearly? How ironic it was. They once donned a facade of sanctity, only to turn around and associate with such individuals. Perhaps their previous actions rendered them nothing but jesters in the eyes of others. Yiya, supported by Yi Shui, alighted from the vehicle, her appearance exceptionally refined. With a porcelain complexion, deep red lips, and profound eyes, she could easily captivate the hearts of most men. The wedding gown accentuated her every virtue, each movement leaving onlookers in awe, resembling a celestial being descending to earth, so flawless, yet none noticed the sorrow concealed within her gaze. She was not truly happy. Let us go, shall ya? Yang Long, equally well dressed in a white suit with a neatly tied bow tie and styled hair, appeared quite dashing. The two seemed well matched. He approached with the intention of taking Yiya's arm, only to have it deftly evaded. He stood there momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, feigning nonchalance, though internally. A tempest of emotions raged, plotting revenge for the evening. Let us welcome the bride and groom. A chorus of smiles graced the faces of the attendees, showering compliments on the couple, declaring them a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for one another. Was it time to act? No, he decided to wait, intending to interrupt them at the most critical moment. Zhang Lin had lost all hope. After this, they would be entirely severed, and their next encounter would render them strangers. Yiya felt a heaviness in her chest, a discomfort as if someone of significance was watching her, yet a glance around revealed nothing unusual. How peculiar, was it merely her imagination? Regardless, circumstances had progressed too far for her to contemplate regret. If it were only her, perhaps she could resolutely refuse. But she couldn't bear the thought of leaving her younger sister in a world of solitude. Yang Long and Yiya walked down the red carpet, accepting the blessings of the crowd. Yang Jiang beamed at the approaching couple, relieved after all these years. His wife had passed away early, and he had refrained from finding a stepmother for his son, valuing the boy's pride. Now, with a woman to care for his son, he could step back, entrust the family business to the next generation, and enjoy a peaceful retirement. As they reached the priest for the ring exchange ceremony, everything began smoothly. However, when asked if she was willing, Yiya faltered. Despite her internal urging to speak, the words clung to her tongue, refusing to escape, darkening the expressions of the priest and the Yang family. Everyone, please remain calm. The bride is likely just a bit nervous. Let us grant her a moment. The priest attempted to ease the tension, but the burden of choice rested solely on Yiya. If she remained silent, the atmosphere would only worsen. Speak, please. Just say it. Yiya felt overwhelmed by the mantra echoing in her ears, teetering on the brink of emotional collapse. She did not wish to proceed. The crowd gasped, including Zhang Lin. This revelation did not come from him, but from her younger sister, Yi Shui. Xiao Shui. Yang Long's eyes darkened with fury, though he restrained his anger, coldly admonishing, "What does a child know? Mind your words, or you will face dire consequences." His voice was low, but each word pierced Yiya's heart like a nail. She could hardly fathom that her fiancé would utter such threats before her. Had she not been present, The repercussions would be unimaginable. This marriage cannot occur. It absolutely must not. For entering the Yang family would be akin to stepping into a den of lions, leaving her devoured to the bone. Yet, as a frail woman, how could she retaliate? She thought of Zhang Lin. But he had already been driven away and was likely far from the city, destined never to cross paths again. Noticing Yi's distress, Yang Long quickly masked his true feelings, forcing a smile. What troubles you, my dear? I was merely speaking in anger. Do not let it weigh on your heart. Children say foolish things. I truly do not mind. Yang Long, I believe we are not suited for one another. Let us call off this marriage. I do not want the company. I simply wish to be left in peace, to live a normal life. Yang Long's face drained of color, unable to believe that this woman dared utter such words. Meanwhile, his father's expression darkened ominously. How dare a mere woman contemplate canceling the wedding? Yang Jiang leaned in close to whisper something to Yi. Her expression shifted from shock to confusion, and finally to dejection, as if she had arrived at a decision. I do. Yang Long was momentarily bewildered. How could someone who had just sworn to resist now so quickly capitulate? Truly, experience prevails. His father was formidable. The priest promptly recited the vows, urging them to exchange rings and share a kiss. As Yi glanced at Xiao Shui, tears welled in her eyes. Just as Yang Long leaned in for the kiss, a helicopter plummeted from the sky, crashing onto a nearby table and erupting into sparks. Humph. Why was I not invited to your Yang family's wedding? Do you look down upon me? Zhang Lin descended from above, landing heavily on the ground, leaving a deep impression. Who is this? Yang Jiang, unfamiliar with Zhang Lin, and Yang Long, equally puzzled, could not place him, though he seemed vaguely familiar. Brother Zhang Lin. Yi Shui dashed forward, her heart warmed by the presence of the man who had saved her life. Chapter 39. A green hat suits you, Xiao Shui. She leaped into Zhang Lin's embrace. Thawing his previously icy demeanor, it seemed his sacrifices had not gone unnoticed. Zhang Lin, it truly is you. Yi struggled to contain her emotions, but ultimately chose to retreat. Yang Jiang seethed, furious that the wedding had been interrupted. Who do you think you are? You wild brat. Do you know who I am? The more Yang Long observed this man, the more familiar he seemed, until he finally recalled his identity. How could it be this person? He had already thwarted his plans once. Now he was back for more. Zhang Lin, hand in hand with Xiao Shui, advanced with a presence that compelled the crowd to step back. Yi stood in a daze, her heart shattered into countless fragments, trampled underfoot. Someone, throw this man out. With a command from Yang Jiang, several black-suited bodyguards surged forward, but their efforts were in vain. Zhang Lin did not even blink, swiftly dispatching them with a few well-placed kicks, sending them flying several meters away. Thankfully, the ground was soft grass. Otherwise, they would have been bedridden for months. Father, this man is an ability user. Ordinary people cannot compete with him. Quickly summon Uncle Wu. Hearing his son's words, Yang Jiang awakened to the reality of the situation. While Wu Fan had long been waiting in the wings. After the last confrontation, he had been haunted by shadows. Now was the ideal moment to dispel them, lest he remain stagnant for the rest of his life. It's you. Indeed, it is me. Long time no see, young man. You would do well to step aside. Times have changed, and I would hate for you to get hurt. Wu Fan could not suppress a laugh, his eyes gleaming with malice as he struck without warning. How dare you sneak attack me? Zhang Lin felt no fear. Even a high-level ability user could not contend with him. A mere level was laughable. Relying on his formidable physique, he engaged in a direct confrontation, but ultimately, it was the other's forte, and he was pushed back several steps, nearly losing his balance. Xiao Shui, step aside. Your brother is about to show off. Huh? Oh, all right. Is that all? I expected more from you. Wu Fan dusted off his clothes, adopting a relaxed demeanor, prompting applause from the oblivious onlookers. Such arrogance. Zhang Lin fumed. He knew he could not reveal his full powers in front of so many witnesses. However, relying solely on physical strength was insufficient to defeat Wu Fan. Seeing the situation stabilize, Yang Jiang regained confidence. Young man, confess your purpose here. You have disrupted my family's wedding. Do you comprehend the severity of your actions? This is not a burden you can bear alone. Yang Jiang glanced at Yang Long, who hung his head, unable to meet his father's gaze. Both were acutely aware of their shared temperament, molded from the same mold. However, what does it matter? The Yang family possesses such capital that not just anyone can come and run amok. Zhang Lin, you should leave quickly. You cannot afford to provoke them. Yi shouted anxiously, having painstakingly worked to sever ties between him and the Yang family, only to see it all unravel now. Want to leave? Not a chance. This is the territory of the Yang family. You cannot come and go as you please. Wu Fan, go ahead and break a few of his ribs. Then toss him into the trash so that these fools know their place. Understood. Wu Fan sprang into action, his speed rendering him invisible to ordinary eyes. Appearing as an extraordinary master to outsiders, he unleashed a series of kicks, which Zhang Lin barely managed to block, leaving him somewhat disheveled. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Su Xiaoming discreetly attempted to trip Wu Fan, though her efforts had little effect, merely hindering his movements. Damn it, what is happening? Wu Fan felt as if someone were interfering with him, receiving occasional blows, yet when he looked around, not a soul was in sight. It was as if he were haunted. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Lin employed a form of mystical energy that struck Wu Fan in the abdomen, sending him flying several dozen meters away, crashing down and spitting blood upon standing. It seems a direct approach won't suffice. Perhaps a more subtle strategy is in order. Wu Fan, what are you doing? My lord, I truly don't know. I was abruptly struck away. Nonsense, do you think we are blind? Wu Fan was at a loss. To others, it appeared to be a perfectly scripted performance. You scoundrel, I shall kill you. He rushed at Zhang Lin, his hair disheveled, all his inner powers surging forth, while Su Xiaoming could hardly keep pace, even getting injured by his reckless fury. As the saying goes, ghosts fear the wicked. And it rings true. A furious human emits a unique aura that repels malevolent spirits, while the more one fears them, the heavier the aura of dread becomes, inadvertently empowering the spirits. Seeking death, Zhang Lin formed a mystical barrier, reciting an incantation as an invisible wall of air materialized before him. Wu Fan charged directly into it. Alas, even in his rage, his enhanced strength had its limits. Like an ant that cannot lift a human, he was repelled and crashed into the ground, leaving everyone in shock. What on earth is happening? Useless fool. I provide you with millions each year, and this is how you repay me, by embarrassing yourself in front of everyone? Keep performing. My lord, I truly, with a cough, Wu Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, his energy faltering as he collapsed. At this moment, someone in the crowd began to applaud. Well, this simplifies matters. Yiya, let us depart. Yes. Yang Long watched as his fiancé was whisked away, his face turning a deep shade of green with rage, while his father remained indifferent, showing no sign of intervention. In truth, Yang Jiang was not foolish. He had already discerned that this young man was extraordinary. His previous comments were merely a means to save face, as the wedding was clearly not to proceed. But would he let Zhang Lin off so easily? Certainly not. He merely found himself at a loss, grappling with how to explain this situation to his associates. Chapter 40. The Giant of the Black Market. You should leave. What? Zhang Lin inhaled deeply and said, I mean it. I am no longer holding grudges about the past. Let us pretend we have never met. Yiya, seeing his resolute demeanor, ceased her protests and turned to take Yi Shui away, only to be shaken off. Yi Shui stared intently at Yiya, saying, Do you truly not wish to clarify things? You will regret it for the rest of your life. No. I will not regret it. Listen to me, Xiao Shui. I shall not heed you. I must eliminate the misunderstandings between you two. What did Xiu Shui's words mean? What secrets are you hiding from me? Zhang Lin stepped forward, releasing a wisp of magical energy that deflected Yiya's hand, finally allowing Yi Shui to breathe freely. Zhang Lin gitch. She threw herself into Zhang Lin's embrace, weeping, which filled Yi with guilt. How could she treat her sister so harshly? It was utterly excessive. And she wished she could slap herself. After finally calming Yi Shui, Zhang Lin glanced ahead and continued to inquire about the earlier matter. Listening to Yi Shui's account, he finally understood. It had all been a ruse, orchestrated by Yiya for his sake. His heart softened, realizing how kind-hearted she truly was. And he regretted not cherishing her more. Xiaoya, I am sorry, I misunderstood you. Can you forgive me? Yiya's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she covered her mouth, striving to remain silent. Yet Zhang Lin's next move shattered her emotional defenses completely. Embracing her soft form, Zhang Lin felt a pang of heartache, holding her ever tighter, while Yuya wept openly. Yi Shui, perceiving the tender moment, discreetly found a corner to observe, remaining silent. Ah, what is love, that it leads one to such extremes, binding hearts in life and death. The world of adults is indeed complex. How blissful it would be to remain an innocent child. At that moment, Su Xiaoming stood quietly in a corner, feeling an emptiness in her heart as she witnessed the scene, as though she had lost something precious. Have I developed feelings for him? No, that cannot be. The age difference is too great, and I am but a ghost. Human and spirit are destined to walk separate paths, and a favorable outcome is unlikely. Zhang Lin had no time to concern himself with Su Xiaoming. He was reveling in the sweetness of love, though unspoken. The nature of their relationship was evident to any discerning observer. Enough of the tears, I will protect you from now on. The young family is nothing. I will see to their demise eventually. Yiya, wiping her tears, replied with a playful smile. You remain unchanged, always boasting grandly. In truth, She had long sensed that Zhang Lin was no ordinary person. Since he chose to remain silent, it was clear that the time was not yet right. Ahem. Zhang Lin blushed deeply at her words, prompting a chuckle from Yiya, who found his innocence amusing. Given the current situation, they could not remain in their previous location. The Yang family would come looking for them at any moment. However, staying in the city would not offer them safety either, given their influence. The only solution was to leave, but not before settling some scores. For the time being, Zhang Lin entrusted the protection of Yiya and Yi Shui to Su Xiaoming, while he himself planned to visit the Assassin Alliance. After bidding farewell to the three women, he ventured alone into the black market. Why come here? Because to meet certain individuals, one must be introduced by designated persons, otherwise it would be chaos. In an unassuming little room, a young man was yawning when Zhang Lin entered. The young man, appearing lethargic, inquired, "Do you need something? If you want cigarettes, help yourself. I can't be bothered. I'm not here for cigarettes. I have business to attend to." "What sort of business?" "Killing." The young man immediately adopted a wary stance, his hand subtly reaching for his waistband. Yet, such a minor gesture did not escape Zhang Lin's notice, and he remained unfazed, continuing, "Guests should be treated with respect. Do you not have such basic etiquette to be part of a great power? I care not from where you have heard such things. If you wish to see our superior, you must prove your worth." The young man swiftly drew his gun, showing no hesitation. A shot rang out, but in that instant, Zhang Lin's eyes gleamed, and he caught the bullet bare-handed, revealing it in his palm. Catching a bullet bare-handed is no small feat. It appears this individual possesses some skill. "Very well, follow me, but whether you can meet them depends on your fortune." With a sound, a wall opened, revealing a hidden passage. They traversed the dim corridor and arrived at a vast space resembling a fighting arena, complete with a nearby ring. "Why have you brought me here?" "You will find out soon enough." "Hey go, someone has arrived. Come out quickly." Suddenly, a dark shadow descended from the sky, causing the entire venue to tremble. As the dust settled, a colossal figure emerged before them, standing over 2 meters tall, with robust muscles resembling those of a giant. He exerted an immense pressure on those present. "Heh, another newcomer to warm me up," he bellowed. "Oh, yet another little one. Can this body withstand a single punch from me?" The giant laughed heartily, provoking Zhang Lin's displeasure. Judging others by appearances is a grave error in the martial world. He felt compelled to teach this behemoth a lesson. "Well then, Black Brother, I shall take my leave. Please teach this newcomer well. Rest assured, it shall be done. Are you ready, little one? If you wish to meet my superior, you must first defeat me." "Defeat you? That sounds exceedingly simple." "How about this? I shall allow you 3 moves, Zhang Lin replied. The giant's anger flared, and he charged forward with a punch, exclaiming, "You little brat dare to underestimate me? Watch as I turn you into a pile of mush." Zhang Lin, enhancing his strength with mystical techniques, effortlessly blocked the seemingly earth-shattering blow with a mere finger. The giant's face paled in disbelief and, undeterred, he launched another punch. Yet, this too was thwarted by a single finger, driving him into a state of fury. "Damn it, I will not let you off so easily," the giant roared, delivering an elbow strike akin to a mountain crashing down. Zhang Lin was momentarily stunned by the force of his aggression, but in the face of absolute power, all efforts proved futile. In the next instant, the giant was sent flying off the stage at a speed of 60 miles per hour, crashing down heavily. Fortunately, the ground was cushioned with mats, otherwise he would have surely met his demise. "Very well, you indeed possess some skill. Just now, I only utilized 1/10,000th of my strength. Had I gone all out, you would have bled out right here." Zhang Lin, amused, couldn't help but chuckle at the giant's audacity. What an absurd character. Eventually, the giant acquiesced to Zhang Lin's request and led him to an elevator, which plummeted swiftly, descending hundreds of meters underground. Upon the door's opening, Zhang Lin was astounded by the sight before him. It was evidently a vast underground base, filled with cages containing both humans and beasts, a grim arena prepared for training assassins. Only the victors would emerge from these cages. The vanquished would meet a singular fate, death. A thin man approached. "Black Brother, you've arrived. Who is this?" "Oh, this is my little brother. I heard he came for what purpose?" Zhang Lin interjected. "I am here to discuss business." "Business, you say? What sort of business?" "Here, we only deal in killing. You, being so young, likely have little wealth. And our fees start at a minimum of 100,000. 100,000. Zhang Lin's heart sank. He had not anticipated that his hard-earned money would merely be a ticket to take a life in their eyes. However, exchanging a life for such a sum was indeed a bargain, if the victim were an ordinary person without connections. "I wish to meet your boss." "Haha, you wish to meet our boss. Do you understand the rules? In our line of work, revealing oneself is the gravest taboo. You are courting death. Do you believe I won't shoot you right now? Get lost." Zhang Lin's expression shifted, The atmosphere grew tense, and just as both sides seemed poised to clash, a voice interjected, "Everyone, stand down. If you wish to discuss business, follow me." A woman clad in alluring black stockings cast a seductive glance at him, yet he remained uninterested. Recognizing her futile advances, she turned and walked away, prompting Zhang Lin to hastily follow. Wow, the Black Widow has set her sights on him. I wonder how long before he is drained dry. I bet within 3 days. You are overestimating that kid. I doubt he will last through the night. Unaware that he had boarded a treacherous ship, Zhang Lin entered a small room illuminated by pink lights, creating an eerie ambience. Most unsettling was the presence of a bed, igniting his imagination. The Black Widow removed her high heels and sat on the bed, revealing her enticing thighs, which she began to rub together. Zhang Lin narrowed his eyes, pondering her intentions. Was she attempting to seduce him? Though he considered himself reasonably attractive, it seemed improbable that such a beauty would openly pursue him. Hey there. Where are your eyes wandering? Do you find me particularly beautiful? Want to touch and see? He gulped audibly, mentally chanting, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. I kindly request that you maintain your decorum, miss. I am here to discuss serious business, not engage in such frivolities." Ah, are you shy? There is nothing serious here. Besides, who in their right mind would come to a place like this for serious business? Zhang Lin steadied his resolve and retorted fiercely, "I have declared that I am here for legitimate business. If you persist in this manner, do not blame me for being rude." The Black Widow was unfazed. Instead, she pressed closer, leaning over him, an act that ignited his fury. He attempted to execute a throw to subdue her, but her body was as agile as a serpent, and she ensnared his neck with her legs. Zhang Lin had no intentions of taking advantage. Instead, he unleashed his mystical energy, sending her crashing to the ground. "That hurts. You've caused me pain. Why not repay it with your life?" Upon using his divine sight, he discovered that this woman was also a powerful mutant with the ability to control her limbs freely, akin to a rubber person. The Black Widow climbed the wall, flaunting her prowess, but suddenly flames erupted around her, engulfing her entirely. Zhang Lin had not used lethal force. He merely intended to assert his dominance and instill a lesson. "Impossible. You must have misheard. This woman is our top assassin. How could she possibly be subdued by a mere young man?" "Indeed. It seems I need to consult a doctor. Lately, not only have I been hard of hearing, but I have also been experiencing auditory hallucinations." In the room, the woman writhed on the floor in agony. The fire was not fatal, but it inflicted excruciating pain. "I was wrong, brother. I won't do it again. I'll serve you like a slave. Get lost. I have no desire for a harlot like you. Now, tell me how I can meet your boss. Do not attempt to deceive me, or you know what your fate will be. No, our boss is not someone you can simply request to meet. I would never dare deceive you." "Then what was that nonsense you just spouted?" "I don't care. You still can't deliver, and thus you must die." The Black Widow felt deeply aggrieved. As a renowned assassin, it was disgraceful to be bested by an inconspicuous young man. If her subordinates learned of this, how would she face them again? "Brother, I have an idea. While you cannot meet him, I can. I will convey your message. How does that sound?" Zhang Lin hesitated, sensing that this woman was being sincere, yet he pondered whether it was wise to divulge such information to her. "All right, but if you dare to play tricks, you will see what I am capable of." "Not at all." "Understood." The Black Widow was quite vexed, yet she found herself intrigued by this mysterious man. Previously, it had merely been a game, but now it felt different. She desired to delve deeper into his character. Once she departed, Zhang Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. This woman was far too alluring. Had he not already been committed, he might have succumbed to temptation. "Apologies, we cannot reveal our true identities and must communicate this way." "Oh, so you are unrecognizable? I understand." The computer powered on, revealing a masked figure whose slender form obscured gender, their voice altered electronically. "Do you not possess any sincerity? My sincerest apologies, esteemed guest. Please understand, it is truly inconvenient. Additionally, I must first ascertain your identity and purpose for seeking me." Zhang Lin was acutely aware that, given his current identity, he would hardly draw any attention. If discovered, he would likely face immediate expulsion. However, he understood that he must not reveal his true self. After all, an identity is only as persuasive as the belief others have in it. "Who am I, you ask? Revealing it might frighten you." The masked man paused briefly before responding. "Could it be that you hail from a prominent family? Feel free to voice your demands. We can negotiate and collaborate afterward." "Have you ever heard of Taoist talismans?" "Taoist talismans? I've heard of them, but aren't they long lost?" "Humph, who says they've been lost? Look at what I hold in my hand." Zhang Lin produced a fire talisman, albeit a low-grade yellow talisman. Though its power was modest, it remained invaluable to ordinary individuals, especially since no one in the world possessed the capability to craft such a thing. With a subtle activation, a flame erupted, instantly reducing the teacup before him to ashes. How did you achieve this? Just a piece of yellow paper can unleash such potent energy? This is at least on par with a Tier 1 fire ability user. The Black Widow exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment, her gaze igniting with fervor. In a situation of equal footing, possessing such a talisman would effectively turn the odds in their favor. The masked man fell silent, remaining still as thoughts swirled within him. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. I never imagined you could indeed master the legendary talisman crafting technique. Whatever your demands, we shall certainly accommodate you. Provided you offer us a long-term supply. That won't do. Do you think this is merely cabbage, freely given? This talisman has cost me 3 years of my life. I fear I would perish if I were to part with a few more. Zhang Lin was quite astute. Rarity dictates value, and he needed to drive a hard bargain, compelling the other party to pay a greater price. After all, they were unaware of his true circumstances, allowing him the liberty to speak as he pleased. Very well. Then at least we require 3 talismans. But what are your conditions? Simple enough. It pertains to your line of work. Assist me in dealing with the National Ability Bureau. Not a problem. Wait, what did you just say? The masked man was taken aback. While they were not afraid, engaging in an outright confrontation with such a formidable force represented by the state was another matter entirely. They would have to tread carefully. What, are you afraid? Isn't your assassin alliance merely a group that recognizes money? A trifling ability bureau has you trembling? The masked man thought of delivering a slap to the screen, incredulous at the notion that a mere ability bureau could cause such fear. Rest assured, I do not seek their lives. I merely wish to give them a stern warning, to let them know that some individuals are not to be trifled with. The masked man's heart calmed considerably, as long as no blood was shed. The ability bureau would not dare retaliate against them, a proposition he found acceptable. Very well, I, on behalf of our assassin alliance, accept this deal. As a token of our agreement. Not an issue, here you go. The Black Widow hesitated for a moment before accepting the fire talisman from Zhang Lin's hand. Though an ordinary person could use it without magical power, its effectiveness would be significantly diminished, an unspoken truth. Truly impressive, coming from a powerful faction. I shall await your good news. Do not entertain any notions of trickery. I have formidable allies who could easily obliterate you. The masked man felt a surge of anger but dared not express it. Whether the threat was genuine or not, it was a risk he was unwilling to take. You can rest assured, we are also a prominent force. Defaulting on our agreements would only tarnish our reputation, yielding no benefits whatsoever. Upon emerging from the underground, Zhang Lin felt a refreshing clarity. That place had been stifling. He never imagined things would progress so smoothly. As for the Yang family, he would personally handle that matter. Has everything been resolved? Not yet, but I believe it will be soon. When the time comes, I will take you away from here. Yi gazed at him tenderly, her eyes brimming with affection. Had she previously overlooked how handsome he was? So, are you implying that you intend to support me? Henceforth, I shall entrust you with the monthly expenses for my sister and me. Why bring that up? Discussing finances can sour our relationship. Let's talk about something else. Humph. What a scoundrel. What scoundrel? I'm an unparalleled gentleman. When at home, I simply drink more hot water. It's beneficial for one's health. Yu rolled her eyes. Yet she noticed that Su Xiaoming beside them seemed preoccupied. Women have an innate sense of each other, and she concluded that the relationship between the two was certainly extraordinary. By the way, who exactly is this little girl? She hardly resembles your sister, given the stark contrast in your appearances. Is it not permissible for cousins to appear different? What do you mean by that? Do you think I am unattractive? That is not what I meant. It's just that the little girl is so beautiful. I couldn't help but be a tad suspicious. Zhang Lin had not anticipated this. For now, he preferred not to divulge details about Su Xiaoming. But he knew he could not deceive the astute woman before him. The relationship was too convoluted to explain. If you choose not to disclose, that is fine. I trust you won't indulge in greed, right? Naturally not. Having navigated through that conversation, Zhang Lin couldn't help but reflect on how troublesome women could be. One was already enough of a challenge, yet now 3 had appeared at once. How had he not realized his remarkable charm with women until now? Chapter 43, Shadow Abilities. Zhang Lin. I will offer 1,000 merit points. Is there anyone who can impart to me the techniques for guaranteed wins in gambling? Marshal Tiamping. What do you need that for? You should seek out the gambling sage. Zhang Lin. Does such a gambling sage truly exist? Is he also a deity? Marshal Tiamping. You could say that, though he is merely a minor deity, one we do not regard highly. Gambling ultimately lacks any true substance. A minor deity. So this gambling sage doesn't even qualify to join the group? How would one go about finding him? Sun Wukong. 100 merit points? Are you trying to insult me? That wouldn't even suffice for a snack. However, given your capabilities, it's understandable. Seeking out a minor deity would definitely require consulting the Earth God. That's his specialty. Zhang Lin, thank you, great sage. In that case, I suppose you wouldn't be interested in these merit points, so let's just forget about it. Sun Wukong, of course. I hold no interest in such trifles. No need to thank me. Yet, secretly, Sun Wukong grumbled about the lack of decorum displayed by this young fellow, lamenting the absurdity of it all. Though the Earth God held a place among the deities, it was the only position existing among mortals. Yet, their celestial power was often far inferior to that of lesser deities, possessing only slightly longer lifespans and better health. They frequently appeared in the guise of an old man, effectively rendering them a semi-deity. However, the uniqueness of this role made it indispensable, continuing through the ages while controlling the vitality of all living things and bestowing life upon the earth, which enabled vegetation to flourish. The Earth God had countless incarnations across the globe, ensuring their presence could be felt anywhere. Earth God, the gambling sage? That old fellow is always lurking around casinos. You might encounter him in any given locale. I can't pinpoint his exact location, but every city has one of his incarnations. You just need to sense their presence to find him. Zhang Lin, understood. Thank you, Earth God, for this 1,000 merit points. Earth God, ahem. This is merely a small favor. I must insist that I cannot accept without assisting you in locating him. Zhang Lin, Earth God, you truly exemplify the ideal deity. I admire your generous nature. I will come to you again when I need assistance. Farewell. The Earth God stood in place, taken aback for several minutes before finally exclaiming a curse. What was this? He had merely intended to be polite, yet this young man had disregarded all norms, displaying an audacity that bordered on insanity. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin chuckled to himself, pleased with the merit points he had saved, blissfully unaware of the future repercussions this would bring. Offending two deities, even if they chose not to retaliate, would surely lead to some discomfort later on. The road of righteousness is fraught with difficulties. The underworld offers a shortcut. I want to go too. What are you doing here? Is this the kind of place someone like you should be? Su Xiaoming seethed with frustration. Ever since that woman arrived, she had become a personal bodyguard, spending less and less time with Zhang Lin, and being forced to endure their public displays of affection daily. Was this truly the life one ought to lead? Yet, upon reflection, perhaps she could hardly be considered human. This thought offered her some measure of solace. Zhang Lin drove swiftly to the largest casino in the city, one that operated under the guise of a hotel. For such activities were illegal. The higher authorities turned a blind eye, as long as everything remained discreet and there were influential figures backing the operation. Coincidentally, the power behind this casino was the Yang family, who profited immensely, accounting for 30% of their revenue. Sir, our hotel only accepts reservations. May I ask if you have one, or could you please present your business card? The casino, masquerading as a hotel, was not open to just anyone. It catered predominantly to the upper echelons of society, serving as an initial filter to keep out those who might bring uncertainty or lack of profit. It was no easy feat to undermine this establishment. The law enforcement was ineffective, entangled with the underworld, and anyone attempting to report it would likely find themselves in trouble instead. Most patrons were familiar faces, while newcomers like him, devoid of valuable items, attracted immediate attention. I have no reservation or business card. I am who I am. Do I need your permission to enter? His defiance was perceived as an affront, prompting the staff to call for assistance. Shortly, several imposing figures emerged from the hotel, each towering over 2 meters, muscles bulging beneath their discarded clothing. How dare you cause a scene here? I'll show you why flowers bloom so vividly. One of them scoffed, brandishing their bravado. You think you can intimidate us with your feeble words? You're seeking death. Such taunts would be intolerable to anyone, let alone these hulking bouncers, who felt deeply insulted. However, their opponent was no ordinary man. With a few deft kicks, Zhang Lin sent them sprawling, shattering several tables in the process, all of which belonged to the Yang family, and he felt no remorse. Ah, a formidable adversary. Intriguing. But this is not your domain. Zhang Lin sensed a sudden surge of murderous intent approaching from behind and swiftly dodged, only to see a man in a black suit with deep-set eyes that seemed to peer into the abyss. His wavy hair, paired with his features, gave him a rather comical appearance. Who are you? Zhang Lin inquired. The one who will deal with you. The audacity of his words made Zhang Lin assess him with his supernatural sight, realizing he was merely an intermediate ability user, albeit with a peculiar power, shadow manipulation. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Lin watched as the man's entire form became enveloped in darkness, vanishing from sight entirely, leaving no trace of his presence. Such an eerie ability. Though the user was not particularly strong, their uniqueness could render them exceedingly troublesome, as one could never anticipate their next move. Zhang Lin scanned his surroundings, aware that calmness was merely a facade and an attack could erupt at any moment. This individual is far too enigmatic, he thought. Shadow binding, the man declared. What? Humph, just a clown after all. I thought you were formidable. Slowly, the figure re-emerged, only to be sent flying by a single punch. How is this possible? How did you break free? The man, struggling to regain his composure, coughed up a pool of blood, his face a mask of terror. His laughter turned maniacal as he vanished once more. Zhang Lin's expression shifted. Was the man intent on employing the same trick again? He found himself unable to pinpoint the exact location of his foe, sensing only a vague presence nearby. Could it be my own shadow? He mused, glancing downward but finding nothing amiss. Wait, if it's a shadow, it could encompass more than just living beings. Everything around him could serve as a hiding place. Intrigued, Zhang Lin focused, activating his supernatural sight. The energy from his core surged into his eyes, amplifying their power. There it was. A phantom shadow loomed in his right periphery. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Lin launched a surprise attack, striking the man's true form. Are you even human? You must be a demon. The man cursed. Reeling from the blow, realizing he could not sustain this battle, he fled with astonishing speed, as if competing in a sprint, leaving Zhang Lin astounded. Impressive, Zhang Lin thought. He chose not to pursue, for his purpose was not to wreak havoc. Applause echoed from a distance, and an elderly man with a face lined with wrinkles observed him with keen interest. This man exuded an aura of terrifying power. Zhang Lin's eyes widened in shock. He recognized him as a top-tier ability user. How could this be? The old man, Wang Hai, was a prodigy among ability users. Invited to join the Ability Bureau at the tender age of 5, where he achieved numerous accolades. His subsequent exploits were legendary. Yet he had mysteriously vanished at the peak of his prowess, presumed dead, only to reappear now. Wang Hai stood still, his presence palpable, seemingly draining the very air around him. Within the hierarchy of ability users, there were varying strengths, with no upper limit to their power. Zhang Lin's abilities were comparable to an average intermediate user, but he felt dwarfed by this man, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Fortunately, the elder bore no ill intent. Rather, he was intrigued by talent. Having seen much in his lifetime, Wang Hai now preferred a life of freedom over the empty pursuit of wealth and status. Young man, your skills at such a young age suggest you are extraordinary. It is rare for me to find someone I cannot see through. However, I advise caution in your endeavors. Recklessness will lead to your downfall one day. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin felt the oppressive weight lift from his shoulders. The earlier intensity that had nearly brought him to his knees had dissipated. Rather than feeling fear, he was ignited with a desire to conquer. Well done, Wang Hai praised, then tossed Zhang Lin a card. Catching it, Zhang Lin noticed it was a brown card. Its purpose unclear. You wish to enter the casino? Present this card, and they will not impede your passage. Good luck. I believe we shall meet again. When Zhang Lin looked up, the peculiar elder had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. Still shaken, Zhang Lin realized he must tread carefully. There were likely many hidden masters in this world. With the card in hand, the bouncers, who had previously been so hostile, now treated him with utmost respect, inviting him in as if he were royalty. This card is indeed something extraordinary. He chuckled to himself, pocketing it as he made his way inside. The casino was located on the basement level, with the upper floors reserved for the affluent, offering massages, steam baths, and various exclusive services, an expected indulgence for such an establishment. Esteemed guests, we warmly welcome your arrival. Here, you may explore an array of casino facilities or proceed to exchange for chips at a rate of 110,000, essentially 10,000 for one chip. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, two strikingly dressed women approached him, their alluring figures momentarily captivating his gaze. A single chip, valued at 10,000, indeed signifies that gambling is not a pastime for the ordinary. One could easily find oneself facing ruin. Flush, I'm sorry, but I've won again. A middle-aged man, cigar in mouth and stubble on his jaw, gleefully gathered the chips before him. The dealer exchanged knowing glances, feigning innocence, as the bodyguards quickly deduced that this old man was undoubtedly cheating, and with skills surpassing their own. Wait a moment, sir. We must inspect you. Please comply willingly. What is this? Afraid of losing? In a casino of your size, you dare try to cheat in front of everyone? Humph, you have no say here. We suspect you of foul play. The man in question was none other than the gambling sage, or rather, his doppelganger. The accusation of cheating was met with indignation. Enough. The gambling sage narrowed his eyes, curiously surveying the approaching figure, as the crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage. I can overlook your underhandedness, but to bully an elderly gentleman is simply disgraceful. Zhang Lin approached with assured strides, a new face the others dared not offend, uncertain of the backing he might possess. Who are you, And who brought you here? The question was posed tentatively, a measure of caution evident. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you apologize for your earlier conduct. Bold of you. Brothers, teach him a lesson until he concedes. Chapter 45. Mastery of Gambling Techniques, yet another brawl. It seemed endless. However, this time Zhang Lin preferred to refrain from physical altercations. It felt excessively taxing. With so many present, creating a scene would only complicate matters further. He produced a card, holding it aloft, which immediately deflated their arrogance upon recognition. How did you acquire a Supreme membership card? That's impossible. Does the source matter? What is significant is that it is now in my possession. Now, be gone. Upon realizing the card's value, Zhang Lin felt enlightened. This was indeed a prized possession. What have you to boast about? The bodyguards, while reluctant to concede verbally, found themselves retreating nonetheless. Regardless of how he obtained it, it undeniably signified his extraordinary nature. The gambling sage observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, noting that Zhang Lin was not an ordinary individual. A faint aura of ethereal energy surrounded him, hinting at genuine cultivation. Connecting the dots with recent rumors, he surmised Zhang Lin's identity. However, as a mere half-immortal, he pondered what assistance he could offer. Enough. All of you, step back. How can you treat a guest so discourteously? The manager intervened, prompting the bodyguards to withdraw. Recognizing that such delicate matters were best left to professionals, the manager approached with a bow, offering 10 chips as a gesture of goodwill. Zhang Lin's eyes widened. Such generosity was no small matter, worth 100,000. Esteemed guest, feel free to indulge yourself here. Rest assured, our establishment adheres to fair play, with no underhanded dealings from the house. Now that is more like it. I shall let this go. You may leave. Recognizing the value of amicability and sincerity, Zhang Lin found no grounds for further contention. May I inquire your name? Simply call me Zhang Lin. Indeed, it is you. With your stature, why seek out a mere half-immortal like me? Why should I not? Whether half-immortal or true immortal, each has their purpose. The gambling sage nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Zhang Lin's words. It seemed he had a particular matter for which he sought assistance. Yet the gambling sage wondered how he could be of service, given that his expertise lay solely in gambling. Could it be that he was misreading the situation? Gambling techniques and immortal arts were worlds apart, lacking any basis for comparison. Zhang Lin, perceiving the sage's thoughts, led him to a secluded corner for a more in-depth discussion. His intention was to leverage gambling to expose a hidden gang leader, ultimately gaining influence over the underworld and crippling the Yang family's financial resources. However, the gambling sage furrowed his brow, reluctant to involve himself in mortal affairs, particularly those rife with personal vendettas. Such interference was explicitly prohibited by the rules, and his own practices were merely for amusement, never intended for grand stakes. This may not be wise. My gambling skills are not. Zhang Lin's piercing gaze made the gambling sage uneasy. As a minor deity, offending such a significant figure was hardly prudent. By assisting him, not only could he repay a debt, but should Zhang Lin rise to prominence, he might gain a measure of influence as well. Well, this task may be challenging, but with you, it presents no obstacles. I can impart my gambling techniques to you at any time. He touched his forehead, a golden light entering Zhang Lin's mind, swiftly imparting the essence of gambling. This was a form of memory transmission, exceedingly practical. Though termed gambling techniques, much of it relied on supernatural arts. While dexterity played a role, it ultimately fell short of true mastery. Thank you, esteemed sage. I shall remember this favor. It is of little consequence, merely trivialities. Enjoy your gaming. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Safe travels. After bidding farewell to the gambling sage, Zhang Lin's mind raced as he surveyed the facilities, a smile gracing his lips. With enhanced gambling prowess, the ordinary patrons were no match for him. Soon, his initial 10 chips had doubled, netting him a tidy profit of 100,000. It was his first realization of how effortlessly one could accumulate wealth. Merely manipulating the odds at the tables could yield a year's salary with such ease. It felt surreal, almost unattainable. The manager had been observing him discreetly. Their intelligence network was highly effective, and soon they received intriguing news. It was indeed that individual who had provided the card, an astonishing revelation. This was someone whose very presence could alter the fabric of the city, revered as a god, a singular warrior capable of overwhelming many foes with but a finger. Yet, such a being had taken an interest in a mere youth. No, it could not be so. This young man's background was likely far more complex than it appeared. Investigate him thoroughly. We must uncover every detail about this individual. Boss, what should we do about him? For now, let him be. As long as he doesn't cause a significant uproar, we can turn a blind eye. That old man was no ordinary figure. We often see such skilled individuals here. I can't shake the feeling they might be the same person. Let us hope I'm just being paranoid. Little did the gambling sage know that his true identity had been discerned by an ordinary person. Each time, he presented himself anew, yet his behavior remained unchanged over time. This would inevitably raise suspicion. It must be said, casinos are realms of immense profit. Becoming wealthy overnight is not merely a dream. In what seemed like an instant, Zhang Lin transformed his chips into 160, amassing a fortune of 1 million. Such remarkable feats drew considerable attention. However, 1 million, while a staggering sum to the impoverished, was merely a trivial expense among the affluent, hardly worthy of note. Little brother, having won so much today, shouldn't you consider stopping? We still need to eat. Show some consideration. Although I am aware this is an attempt to provoke, in the presence of such influential figures, it could prove fatal. And there is little we can do about it in this casino. Chapter 46, A Formidable Opponent. It's merely 1 million. Feel free to play on. Seeing this fellow unable to take a hint, I must send forth a skilled player to maintain the atmosphere. Despite the sudden change in players, Zhang Lin maintained a facade of calm, though internally he was overjoyed. This indicated their fear. Allow me to engage you. Sitting across from him was an unremarkable middle-aged man. His only notable feature being his squinting, rather lecherous small eyes that sent chills down one's spine. He began shuffling a deck of playing cards with remarkable skill, his face radiating pride. It's just a matter of shuffling cards. There's no need for all this showmanship. Zhang Lin blew lightly, causing the cards to feel as though they had been singed by flames, prompting the man to hastily discard them, scattering them across the table and inviting laughter from the onlookers. What the hell is happening? After making a fool of himself, the uncle restrained himself, cautiously touching the cards. Relieved that they did not react as before, it was truly bizarre. I said, if you are afraid, why not let me shuffle? Humph. Such trivial matters are within my capability. Let us wager all your chips on this game. Do you dare? Zhang Lin crossed his legs, extending his left hand, but grasped at nothing. After watching too many dramas, he momentarily forgot he didn't smoke and could only scratch his back to alleviate the awkwardness. Ahem. What is there to fear? What are the stakes? The uncle smiled mysteriously, conjuring an intriguing idea. This time, we shall not adhere to conventional rules. We will engage in something thrilling. Oh, thrilling? We shall not play cards. Instead, we will use something different. With that, he tossed aside the strange cards and produced a coin from his chest. This coin has 2 sides. One bears a human face, while the other is adorned with flowers. We shall each select a side, and the loser must not only forfeit all chips, but also sever one of their arms. What do you say? The uncle appeared self-assured, suggesting there must be a trick involved. With spirit, I shall choose the side with the human face. The onlookers began placing their bets. This uncle was a top-tier expert, and surely the coin had been tampered with. This naive youth had no chance of victory. Zhang Lin was well aware of his opponent's little tricks against absolute strength. All cunning strategies were futile. The uncle smirked coldly, tossing the coin into the air and covering it with a bowl, tauntingly saying, "Kid, I can give you another chance. You may now reselect between the human face or the flower side, lest you lose and feel dissatisfied." "No need. I shall stick with the flower side." At that moment, the coin beneath the bowl genuinely showed the flower side. With his powers, he could see through it. However, matters would not be so simple. The uncle had a hidden mechanism in his sleeve, controlling the outcome. Through magnetic sensing, the uncle discerned the flower side beneath the bowl, stifling a laugh before pressing a button that flipped the coin to reveal the human face. "This is your own doing. I offered you a chance, yet you did not cherish it." The uncle placed his hand over the bowl. The crowd's hearts gripped tightly, eyes glued in fear of missing the moment. Reveal. As the bowl was lifted, most were left dumbfounded, while a small fraction erupted in cheers, those who had wagered on Zhang Lin with a spirit of experimentation. The odds soared to dozens of times. They reaped vast profits, while those who bet on the uncle were far less fortunate, likely left with nothing but their undergarments. For none anticipated this outcome, pouring in their entire fortunes. "Damn it, 10 million just vanished like that. I will kill you." Typically composed and refined individuals now resembled crazed bulls, entirely losing their senses. Money isn't everything, but without it, one cannot move an inch. The uncle was even more agitated than the others. He couldn't fathom how such a probability could occur. And as he recalled the consequences and the way others looked at him, his complexion turned pale, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. A foul odor permeated the casino. A renowned gambling master had sold himself. What an impact this would have if it got out. The supervisor could no longer tolerate the scene, urgently calling for people to disperse the crowd. This casino could not continue operating today. Who knew what these madmen might do? "You, young man. You've come to stir trouble? Haven't you? Indeed. Summon your superior. You are unworthy of conversing with me." The supervisor laughed heartily, picking up a card from the table and tossing it. This seemingly insignificant playing card concealed formidable lethality. Zhang Lin turned his head just in time. The card embedding itself in the wall, the resulting airflow cutting his face, a drop of crimson blood staining the ground. He wiped his cheek, astonished that his thick skin could be cut. Only then did he notice that this supervisor was an ability user. Well done. You can boast for a year for managing to injure me. The supervisor's expression darkened, seething, arrogant to the extreme. Watch as I teach you a lesson. With that, he leapt into the air, using the table as leverage to propel himself, delivering a powerful kick that struck with tremendous force. Zhang Lin raised his hand in defense, but the impact was so great that the ground beneath him crumbled and sank. Fortunately, his physique was robust. Otherwise, a broken arm would be the least of his worries. And a complete fracture was entirely plausible. Zhang Lin rotated his arm, feeling a slight numbness. This opponent was on an entirely different level than the previous ones. Seeing his initial strike fail, the supervisor aimed another kick directly at Zhang Lin's crown, intent on taking his life. Zhang Lin clenched his fists to confront him, but the opponent's speed matched his strength. In that fleeting moment, he abruptly altered his trajectory, targeting Zhang Lin's waist instead. Taken by surprise, he was struck hard, crashing through several tables before coming to a halt. This was the supervisor's ability, total body enhancement. While other ability users might enhance specific parts, this ability allowed for comprehensive augmentation, maintaining perfect balance without weaknesses. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Lin was astonished. This mere level 1 ability user could still inflict harm upon him. After spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, he felt somewhat alleviated. Unbeknownst to him, the supervisor had secretly injected himself with a booster before the confrontation. This was their latest secret weapon, designed to unleash hidden energies within the body in a short period. However, the side effects were considerable. The duration was brief. And if he failed to incapacitate his opponent in that time, he would face the backlash from the drug's potent effects. How does this kick feel? If you wish to survive, confess everything truthfully, or else. Chapter 47. Subduing the Underworld Boss. Confess? I'll be damned. If you refuse my toast, prepare for the penalty. Die? Zhang Lin caught his breath. Matching strength for strength was not his forte, yet the visceral thrill of the encounter was undeniably exhilarating. The supervisor became increasingly alarmed. The potency of the booster was immense, capable of allowing an ordinary person to fell a bull with bare hands, let alone himself. A body-enhanced ability user, truly a case of adding wings to a tiger. This is bad. If this continues, time will run out. If I don't deal with this person, I may find myself on the ground soon. The supervisor's eyes glinted with malice, his expression twisted in ferocity. Desperate, he produced a syringe and plunged it into a small vial, drawing the liquid into it. Zhang Lin felt a sense of dread at the sight of the syringe. What was this? Was this the source of his overwhelming strength? Stop. The syringe was then crushed beneath a foot, reducing it to a pile of debris. Brother Yun. I'm sorry. Li Yun gazed coldly at the person in charge, raising his hand for a slap. Have you lost your mind? Administering a second injection in such a short time will lead to your demise in less than a minute, given your constitution. He then turned to Zhang Lin and said, I am Li Yun, their leader. If you have matters to discuss, you may speak directly to me, for I hold the highest authority here. You are the leader? I thought it would be difficult to meet you. I am a straightforward person and do not beat around the bush. I wish to replace you as the new leader. Li Yun fell into silence for more than 30 seconds, his mind a blank. The surrounding subordinates were equally baffled, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. How could anyone be audacious enough to demand the position of their leader right off the bat? Surely, this person must be mad. Who is this lunatic? How dare he speak to our leader like that? Do you want me to break your legs? Wait, it has been a long time since anyone dared to provoke me. I think I will play with this kid. But, are you the leader or am I? The subordinate was left speechless, glaring fiercely at Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin glanced at the dice beside him and suddenly had an idea. You wish to play? How about we play dice? Oh, dice? What are the rules? We will roll 6 dice. The player with the highest total wins, and it will be a single round to determine the victor. Li Yun inspected the dice. The maximum total from 6 dice was 36. If he rolled 6 sixes, victory would be assured, and losing seemed impossible. However, he pondered. What if their totals were the same? What happens if the totals are equal? Zhang Lin touched his ear and confidently replied, If the totals are the same, you win. Fine, it's settled. If I win, I will not pursue the losses incurred today, but you must join us and serve me from now on. Agreed. If you lose, I will take your position. Li Yun's expression darkened. This newcomer was indeed audacious. His position had been hard-earned, not something just anyone could assume. However, as long as he rolled a 36, the rules dictated his victory. and he felt no concern about that possibility. Seeing the smile on Zhang Lin's face, Li Yun suspected that he might be underestimating the situation. Did he believe that rolling the highest total guaranteed victory? That notion was utterly misguided. Let me go first. Li Yun scoffed, slamming his hand on the table. The dice flew into the air, and he deftly caught all 6, tossing them into the shaker with vigorous motion. After a prolonged shake, he forcefully slammed the shaker down. The previously haphazardly arranged dice now lay perfectly aligned, as if arranged by a delicate hand. Through his keen vision, he discerned that they were all 6s, indeed, a total of 36. Ha ha ha, victory is mine. Prepare to complete your initiation paperwork, kid. You will enjoy wealth and prosperity alongside us. Why the rush? We haven't even unveiled the results yet. How can you be so certain of your win? Humph, a stubborn goose, refusing to weep until faced with death. Just wait and see, open it. Li Yun lifted the shaker, and as expected, 6 6s revealed themselves to the crowd. The outcome was indisputable. What now? Do you have anything to say? Zhang Lin remained unfazed, as if everything was anticipated, which irked Li Yun greatly. 36 points is all you have. Now it is my turn. Is this kid insane? What could be larger than 36? Confusion swept over the onlookers. No matter what Zhang Lin rolled, according to the rules, he would surely lose, rendering this all a waste of time. Zhang Lin closed his eyes, aligning his thoughts, rapidly absorbing memories that bolstered his skill. It was easy to roll the desired number. The weights of the dice varied, and by adhering to a certain pattern, success was within reach. He caressed each die, his remarkable perception allowing him to memorize their characteristics swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lin's hand trembled slightly. This was his first attempt, and the practical execution was more complex than anticipated. He could not guarantee success. If you're afraid, you may forfeit at any time. The outcome will remain unchanged. I believe it is unnecessary to squander this precious time. Li Yun felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite his apparent certainty of victory, an unsettling feeling lingered. Thus, he attempted to persuade Zhang Lin to give up. In the next moment, Zhang Lin tossed all the dice into the shaker, shaking them with varying force, seemingly without any pattern. What is this nonsense? The more erratic he appeared, the more Li Yun's suspicion grew. This was a classic case of paranoia. Zhang Lin, however, was not shaking randomly. A careful observer would discern that his technique followed a specific pattern, known as the reverse star shake technique in gambling. Finally, Zhang Lin ceased shaking, and all eyes were fixed on the shaker, eager to witness the outcome. Open it quickly. We don't have all day. As you wish. Zhang Lin abruptly lifted the shaker, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. Li Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the sight. What? How did you do that? The 6 dice were neatly stacked, with a 6 facing upward. Li Yun rushed forward, flipping each die, and to his astonishment, every die showed a 6, totaling 36 points. According to the rules, Zhang Lin had lost, but the technique he employed, the stacking method, was legendary, and he had controlled each die's orientation in a manner that seemed impossible. This fellow is indeed remarkable, yet he has still lost. It was merely a stacking trick, a flashy display. An outsider might miss the intricacies, but Li Yun understood fully. His mentor had once said that those who mastered such techniques were indeed dragons among men, rare and precious individuals. Encountering one would be a significant fortune, one not to be missed. Having committed countless misdeeds in his life, he would face the depths of hell after death and needed a noble figure to redeem him. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Yun could hardly contain his joy and promptly decided to relinquish his position. Leader, what are you doing? To everyone's astonishment, Li Yun knelt before Zhang Lin. Confusion clouded Zhang Lin's mind. He had intended to argue that his stack was larger, not anticipating this turn of events. I, Li Yun, am convinced and willingly cede my position to you. Will this suffice? Zhang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Have you lost your mind? Leader, you mustn't. How can you hand over the kingdom you've built to someone else? Such an act would dishearten the brothers. A loud slap echoed as one of the subordinates who spoke was suddenly silenced, left dazed. Know your place. I am the leader, and this decision stands. No one may oppose it. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. The person in charge suddenly turned hostile, thrusting a knife toward Li Yun. Fortunately, Li Yun dodged just in time, escaping a fatal blow. Clutching his wound, disbelief washed over his face. This was someone who had followed him for over a decade. How could he betray him? Li Yun, do you have the audacity to forget who the true master is? You are but a lowly dog, and your life is at my discretion. The meaning of this declaration was clear to Li Yun, and suddenly, he grasped the truth. Could it be that you are a spy sent by the Yang family to monitor me? The person in charge's gaze sharpened, looking down at him with disdain. Of course. Otherwise, how could you have risen to lead so many? All of this is due to my covert assistance, eliminating numerous threats on your behalf. Chapter 48. A fleeting warmth, how despicable. The Yang family has dispatched you to me, showing such distrust in their own men, which is an affront to me. Brothers, seize this traitor. Let us see who dares. Do not forget who your true master is. The atmosphere became tense. As the subordinates found themselves in a dilemma, on one side stood their powerful benefactor, and on the other, their longtime leader. Offending either party would prove detrimental. Damn it. Why are you hesitating? It's merely the Yang family. If worst comes to worst, we can sever ties with them. Over the years, we've carved out our own paths. We are more than capable of standing alone now. The leader's face paled, his teeth clenched tightly, fists making a cracking sound. It was utterly outrageous. A dog dared to bite its master. A beast is a beast, and those who do not obey must be punished. Fine. You think you are bold? Just wait and see. Having uttered these words, the leader turned to leave. Being solitary would yield no benefits. So he decided to grant the traitor a temporary reprieve. Where do you think you're going? Kill this traitor. Li Yun intervened, restraining the furious subordinates. Such actions would prove futile, only inciting stronger retaliation. Ultimately, the Yang family would hardly care for the life or death of a mere pawn. Killing the leader would not resolve anything. More importantly, Li Yun could not bring himself to do it, as they had once been brothers. As they watched the leader depart, confusion clouded the subordinates' eyes. They could not fathom why their leader chose to spare a betrayer, as treachery was the gravest offense in the underworld. One that commanded utmost disdain. We are of the same ilk. There is no need for us to turn on one another. The true culprits are those in power, who wear a facade of camaraderie while plotting behind our backs. Do they truly think I, Li Yun, am easy to deal with? Zhang Lin furrowed his brow. The current situation was complex and had arrived unexpectedly. They needed to take a moment to breathe. Why do you want to hand over your position to me? Oh, you truly possess discerning eyes. Li Yun had prepared a response, but this remark left him momentarily speechless. Zhang Lin's audacity was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Rest assured, you remain you. I have no intention of shouldering such a burdensome role. However, you will heed my words in the future. Li Yun sighed in relief. To relinquish his position so abruptly left him with a tinge of reluctance. Speak, what do you desire us to do for you? Murder? Arson? Or is it wealth? How mundane of you. I want you to help me bring down the Yang family. What? Li Yun's eyes widened. He sought merely to escape the Yang family's control and live a life of his own, but he had no intention or ability to topple a major family enterprise. Zhang Lin settled into a chair, stretching lazily, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Indeed, I aim to bring them down. I possess the capability. Do you dare to trust me? Li Yun pondered deeply, his expression shifting between confusion and struggle before ultimately steeling his resolve. Very well, I agree. Let us work together to dismantle the Yang family. Excellent. I admire your spirit, young man. Soon, you shall be the most powerful figure in this city. Second only to none. Li Yun was not easily swayed, but this individual was a benefactor. Regardless of the truth, compliance was necessary. All right, if there is nothing else. You may tidy up. I will inform you if anything arises. As Zhang Lin prepared to leave, Li Yun quickly stopped him, noticing his impatience. Brother, you haven't introduced yourself yet. Moreover, I lack your contact information. How shall I reach you? Oh, I almost forgot. Zhang Lin retrieved a pen from a stranger's pocket and inscribed his name and phone number on a bald man's head. The bald man's face twitched. But out of respect for Li Yun, he refrained from reacting. Subduing Li Yun and his associates was only the beginning. Bringing down the Yang family would be no simple task. For safety's sake, Linya and her sister must vacate the area, allowing them to focus without distractions. Didn't you say you would take care of us, sisters? Are you now turning your back on us? Linya placed her hands on her hips, puffing in indignation, while Lin Shui wore an expression of innocence, indicating her inability to assist. Of course not. This is for your safety. Besides, I have money now. I will find you a big house to settle in. Zhang Lin rose, patting his pockets, producing only a few coins. Linya laughed in exasperation and teased. A big house for a few coins? Is it made of paper? Dismayed, Zhang Lin realized he had been so focused on appearing impressive that he had forgotten to convert his chips into cash. Cough. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Give me a moment. I will rectify this. Zhang Lin dashed out of the room, intending to make a call, only to remember he had their number, but not the other way around. At that moment, Li Yun called to confirm, alleviating his urgent predicament. What is this? You're calling me already? Just to confirm? In the future, don't call me unless it's important. Thud. Li Yun hung up, feeling irked. He had been reprimanded upon the first contact. Others would have exploded in anger. Damn it, we haven't even discussed important matters yet. And this guy dares to hang up on me. Remarkably efficient, within mere minutes, a person arrived with a briefcase. Upon opening it, Zhang Lin was astonished to find it filled with stacks of cash, a sight he had never encountered before. I'm rich. He immediately placed a portion of the cash before an elderly man, the owner of a house that had collapsed during his fight with a female assassin. Now, the old man found himself destitute, having been denied compensation by the insurance company due to the incident's nature. He lacked the knowledge to seek legal help and was left to suffer in silence. Zhang Lin hoped this money would bring some solace to the elderly man, feeling a pang of guilt as he added another bundle. Shortly thereafter, he departed the city with the two sisters and Su Xiaoming, seeking a spacious residence in a neighboring city as a new refuge. Are you truly leaving? Wouldn't it be better to set aside our grievances and live a simple life? I cannot allow the woman I cherish to spend her life in hiding. I will resolve this issue swiftly, trust me. Linya gazed into his eyes, understanding his intentions. With a soft sigh, she conceded, very well. It is I who has caused you trouble. You are destined for greatness, and I will await your return. Zhang Lin felt warmth bloom within him. But Su Xiaoming's words shattered the atmosphere. Su Xiaoming, you. Zhang Lin's demeanor shifted, pressing forward with intensity. Su Xiaoming, with her lower cultivation level, could hardly withstand such pressure, her face paling as she began to waver. Sister Su, your health? Uncertain if it was merely a trick of the light. Linya observed a strange scene, but with a blink, everything returned to normal. Su Xiaoming's eyes turned blood red, her gaze fixed ahead. Once everything was fine until this woman arrived, causing her status to plummet. Could it be that the young lady was envious? To him, their bond was one of sibling affection, a complex situation indeed. Zhang Lin found himself caught in a dilemma, ultimately harshly scolding Su Xiaoming. Though his heart felt like it was being torn apart, Lin Shui silently sipped her milk, thoroughly entertained, showing no sign of concern. Zhang Lin, you should not have acted that way. She is still just a child, not yet mature. What of her youth? It is imperative to instill discipline from a young age. We cannot indulge them. Linya attempted to interject, but was cut off. Enough. You need not say more. I understand. I will go and offer her some comfort. Sighing, Zhang Lin stepped outside, only to find a frail figure curled in a corner. His anger dissipated instantly. Realizing he had acted thoughtlessly, he slapped himself in frustration. Xiaoming, I was hasty earlier. My words were fueled by anger. Can you forgive me? Su Xiaoming remained unmoving, silent tears flowing as she seemed almost ghostly, devoid of the capacity to express grief. Observing this, Zhang Lin approached gently, placing a hand on her shoulder and cautiously enveloping her in an embrace, during which she offered no resistance. Without warmth, he yearned to offer it. Su Xiaoming buried her entire face into him, greedily inhaling the scent that emanated from the man. This sensation was exquisite. It evoked the essence of home. Chapter 49. The new task of the soul-destroying insect. Unbeknownst to them, this intimate scene was witnessed by Linya, who could not help but harbor doubts about their closeness. Nevertheless, she attempted to convince herself that such affectionate gestures were normal among siblings. Sister, what are they doing? Shoo. This situation was exceedingly strange. Despite being the main character, she felt like an outsider. Lin Shui, despite her maturity, was not oblivious to the dynamics between men and women. It seemed her sister had encountered a rival, but what could be done? Zhang Lin's charm was undeniable. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he attracted many beautiful women. Zhang Lin, oblivious to the prying eyes, was wholly focused on comforting Su Xiaoming, unaware of his surroundings. After a considerable time, the two finally parted, and the resentment that had once consumed Su Xiaoming was utterly extinguished. All right, you just keep stirring up trouble for me. Do not worry. I will not let you leave my side. But you have Linya now. What reason do I have to stay? If outsiders knew, they would certainly gossip. Why should you care? Anyone who dares to speak ill of us will face my wrath. Humph. Your words are mere bluster. A man's words are often deceiving. I've noticed you're becoming quite eloquent. Where did you learn that? Zhang Lin retorted. What nonsense. I have never lied. Only a fool would believe that. Ding dong. Zhang Lin stood frozen, as his mailbox pinged with a new task. To his astonishment, the sender was an unfamiliar deity, the insect god, with a daunting difficulty level of 6 stars. Insect god? Such a curious deity exists. The task is absurd. It requires me to locate a creature known as the soul-destroying insect. What's worse, there is no reward. Have you forgotten? Or do you simply refuse to offer one? Even laborers expect compensation. What is this soul-destroying insect, and where am I supposed to find it? And did you forget something? A reward? The soul-destroying insect is a highly venomous creature that devours its host's consciousness, making it exceedingly dangerous. A few days ago, one accidentally escaped to the mortal realm, and I cannot intervene. So, that accident could cost lives. If such a perilous insect were to roam freely among the populace, it would be impossible to track down. The thought of being parasitized sends shivers down my spine. It resembles a parasitic beast. Zhang Lin sensed the air of a sci-fi narrative. These creatures were notoriously difficult to deal with as they could shift hosts at will, rendering them nearly impossible to eliminate. Why must I bear the brunt of your troubles? I refuse to engage in such a perilous endeavor. Humph, you cannot decline the task I have assigned. Otherwise, I shall impose penalties at my discretion. This burden is yours to carry. How dare you threaten me? Let us converse civilly, dear insect god. I truly cannot handle this. Rest assured, the rewards will not be lacking. I shall lend you a magical artifact to track its movements. Additionally, heed my words, the soul-destroying insect experiences a brief delay when switching hosts, and you must act swiftly. Moreover, it harbors a profound fear of fire. This is a detail you may exploit, but do not take its life. The insect god fell silent for a moment. He understood the rationale, yet that did not equate to acceptance. Do not concern yourself with that. They are not your kin. You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Furthermore, I possess a celestial veil that can trap it. Do not harm it, or I will ensure you suffer. Frustration welled up within Zhang Lin. Those deities, while outwardly respectful, maintained an unchanging disparity, relegating him to a position of subservience. He vowed to cultivate his skills diligently. If the heavens were unjust, he would take it upon himself to rectify the balance. Such nuisances ought to be eradicated. They were unworthy of divine status. For the sake of the world, this task must be undertaken. Neglecting it could lead to greater calamities. The artifact meant to locate the soul-destroying insect was a red crystal, which, when held, would reveal its whereabouts. A sudden realization struck him. This insect was indeed within the city. If it was a divine insect, its intelligence would be considerable. Should it choose a host, it would likely target a person of influence. Could it be the Yang family's father and son? If so, eliminating them would seem justified. Wait, why did such a sinister thought arise within him? Zhang Lin felt a chill. For cultivators, such thoughts were perilous, often leading to the emergence of inner demons. That was close. He almost committed a grave mistake. It was clear that he must tread carefully in the future. The celestial veil appeared transparent, reminiscent of plastic. Yet its texture was entirely different. An idea formed in his mind. Concentrating, Zhang Lin struck it with a punch, yet the celestial veil remained unmoved, absorbing his force effortlessly. Truly a treasure. It would serve well as a shield, but would it withstand divine attacks? Resolute, he proceeded, albeit with a hint of trepidation. If he damaged it, explaining the situation would prove difficult, and dealing with that insect would become even more challenging. A small flame flickered at his fingertips, cautiously placed on the celestial veil. To his surprise, it neither changed nor extinguished, instead absorbing the energy of the flame, depleting his internal power at a visible rate. Unexpectedly, this palm-sized celestial veil possessed the ability to absorb and rebound attacks. Zhang Lin felt a surge of greed. Such a splendid item should not be returned to the insect god. Was trouble brewing again? Perhaps. I have a premonition that a globally significant event is about to unfold in the city. Zhang Lin retorted, do you think I desire this? If not for the future of humanity, I would not wish to undertake such a thankless task, especially with a despicable initiator. Su Xiaoming was filled with questions. Having never seen Zhang Lin this furious, what could have provoked such ire? However, as only Zhang Lin could perceive her, she had no choice but to suppress her curiosity. Meanwhile, the Yang family was in turmoil. Yang Long was throwing objects in his room, humiliated for the first time by being publicly rejected. The gazes of those around him felt as if he wore a green hat. Master, are you still refusing to eat? Yes, father. That incident was too much to bear. Anyone would struggle to accept it. Humph, it is merely a woman. Look at this pathetic display. Leave me. I shall handle this. Yang Jiang was ablaze with anger. In recent days, he had been besieged by rumors and countless reporters, and this useless son had not only failed to assist, but had added to his burdens. Were it not for the fact that he had only this one son, he might have considered starting anew. Leave. I have told you numerous times. I do not wish to eat. A bottle was hurled out of the room, and Yang Jiang swiftly dodged, hearing the shattering glass within. Was his son attempting to commit patricide? Fool. Open your eyes and recognize who I am. I am your father. Father? Yang Long immediately cowered, his tone shifting to one of trepidation, starkly contrasting his earlier bravado. I was wrong, father. I thought it was. Humph. You still dare to call me father? I can hardly acknowledge you as my son. It is merely a foul creature. What is there to lament? Such women can be found aplenty with wealth. She is foolish and lacks discernment for choosing a poor boy. But father, I truly like Linya. Other women do not evoke the same feeling in me. You. Yang Jiang's face flushed red with anger, nearly choking on his outrage. Father, please do not be angry. If you were to succumb to your rage, what would become of me? I cannot manage such a vast company alone. Very well. You aspire to be the chairman, yet do you not reflect on your own worthiness? Who do you think you are? A mere trifle born of an unworthy lineage. Yang Long murmured softly, isn't that your bloodline? My shortcomings merely reflect yours. Chapter 50. The Insect Army. I am indifferent. I want Linya. You ungrateful wretch. Let it be. You pitiful creature can fend for yourself. Death would be preferable. As he watched Yang Long sulking and throwing a tantrum, Yang Jiang lost all faith and slammed the door behind him. In the darkness, a pair of eyes observed all of this. And the events that would follow would haunt Yang Long for eternity. I shall disregard it. Damn Zhang Lin, wait until I settle the score with you. Due to recent tensions, they refrained from seeking revenge on Zhang Lin. Otherwise, given the Yang family's vengeful nature, it would be nearly impossible for Linya and her sister to leave this city. What is this? Suddenly, something bit into his thigh. He reached down and felt a sharp pain. A black and white insect, covered in barbs and the size of a fist, was gnawing at his leg. What in the world? Do insects still bite humans? Even you dare to bully me? Yang Long was enraged. And the consequences were dire as he grabbed the scattered books from the floor and hurled them. To his shock, the insect burrowed through the wound and beneath his skin. As he stared at the swelling lump, unease and fear enveloped Yang Long's heart. Help! Help! But this time, no one responded. The room was filled with anguished cries. One maid, concerned, attempted to enter, but was halted by her companion. You should mind your own business. The young master is likely just feigning distress. If you go in, you might become a target for his ire, and I won't elaborate further. All right, whether you come or I come first, if you wish to avoid trouble, just stay outside. Inside the room, the soul-eating insect had reached Yang Long's heart, sinking its fangs mercilessly. His screams abruptly ceased, and he collapsed onto the bed, convulsing. Moments later, Yang Long rose again, perplexed. As he examined his body, it seemed unchanged. Could what had just transpired have been an illusion? The soul-eating insect had not consumed his brain. Instead, it replaced his heart, for its power allowed it to control the brain directly through the heart, rendering the former unnecessary. This method also had the advantage that the host could not survive without it, yet it had no fear of this, as the host would behave just as before, making it difficult to detect. The maid remained unconvinced and ventured inside, only to find the young master sitting on the bed, staring at her. There was no danger. She had indeed been deceived. Master, I apologize. I will leave immediately. The maid lowered her head, her face pale with terror, regretting her decision to enter against her companion's advice. Yang Long's gaze turned peculiar, filled with a ravenous hunger for flesh. Maintaining his body required a substantial amount of energy, and the fresher the food, the better. Was this not a sumptuous feast delivered to him? Do not leave. I require your assistance. Come here. No, master. I am only 16. I am underage. You cannot do this. Fear not. Dear, I merely wish to consume you. No. The maid, unaware that his desire to consume her was literal, misinterpreted his words. A flicker of anticipation ignited within her. Perhaps aligning with the young master would liberate her from the menial task of cleaning. Shortly, the maid vanished from the room, and Yang Long, satisfied, licked his lips. On the floor lay a discarded maid's uniform and undergarments. The disappearance of such lowly workers would hardly raise suspicion, as they were purchased from their parents for a mere few thousand. Human trafficking is undoubtedly illegal, yet with the Yang family's power, such acts are easily executed, especially as it is mutually agreed upon, business as usual in ancient times. Yang Long now existed in a liminal state. If one were to declare him dead, he would appear alive, yet if one were to assert he lived, he teetered on the brink of death, sustained solely by the soul-eating insect within. Zhang Lin had not anticipated that events would unfold as he wished. Killing an enemy had become a noble act, indeed a source of delight. How strange, it has vanished. The red crystal sphere suddenly could no longer sense the location of the soul-eating insect, as if it had disappeared into thin air. However, its last known position remained, prompting him to open an electronic map to search. This location was rather remote, a private area. Halt. Unauthorized personnel may not enter. Please declare your identity. What is this? Zhang Lin surveyed the expansive territory behind him, wondering who possessed such wealth. What is this place, and why can I not enter? Is it a national research base? Who is this unrefined youth? Look at that naive expression. You do not even know this is Yang family's territory. Even the mountains behind are theirs. Impressive, isn't it? The Yang family? What a coincidence. Connecting it to the last known activity of the soul-eating insect, could it be? Seeing the shock on his face, the guards assumed he was intimidated and scoffed, dismissing him as a country bumpkin who could barely speak. Given that this is Yang family's domain, he should not have revealed his true identity. Blending in quietly would have been wise, yet such actions did not align with his character. You go and tell them Zhang Lin has arrived. Have those two dogs come out to greet me. How dare you speak so boldly? Wait, what did you just say your name was? Ha ha ha, what a joke. You think you can bask in glory alongside us? Yes, indeed, you must be here for attention, as people like you are a dime a dozen these days. The real Zhang Lin stands 7 feet tall, resembling a handsome deity, muscles rippling, adored by all. Look at you, where's the resemblance? Ah, this. Zhang Lin was taken aback, having no prior knowledge of his own reputation, illustrating how absurd the rumors online could be, transforming a mere toad into a swan. Curiosity piqued, he wondered how many had attempted to imitate him, resulting in disbelief when the original appeared. What? Unable to counter. Scram. If you seek alms, at least show me some respect and return dressed like a beggar. Alas, my friend, you speak the truth. This Zhang Lin is indeed a celestial being. How could I ever compare? Zhang Lin had initially intended to stride confidently inside, but to preserve the perfect image he had cultivated, he decided against it, retreating to slip in unnoticed. It had been a while since he used his earth-dodging technique. He carried some psychological weight regarding it, yet at present, nothing suited him better. He casually made an excuse to leave, then found a secluded corner and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the soul-eating insect, which had been replenishing its energy, paused, sensing a familiar aura, celestial energy. Though negligible, it was unmistakable. How peculiar. When did this realm gain such a figure? Even minor deities like land spirits would not dare to offend me. Who could it be? Clearly, the existence of Zhang Lin was unknown to it, as it had been confined by the insect god in the bug garden, oblivious to events transpiring outside. At this moment, the Yang family was but a hollow shell. All had become sustenance, while the replenished soul-eating insect began to spawn new insects, an endless and terrifying cycle. The young insects lacked the grotesque abilities of their predecessor. They could only burrow into the skull to consume the brain and control the nerves, resulting in stiff movements and sluggish reactions, presenting a lower threat. Why is it so quiet? In such a vast place, not a soul is in sight. Be cautious, for I perceive the presence of something exceedingly perilous, more formidable than ever before. Is that so? Allow me to behold it. In the realm beneath the celestial eye, a green mist pervades the air, reminiscent of malevolent energy, yet not entirely so. It bears a striking resemblance to the aura surrounding the likes of the gambling saint and his ilk. The insect god has withheld certain attributes of the soul-devouring insect, for this secret is pivotal to a grand scheme that would astonish the 3 realms. Should it succeed, dominion over the realm shall be established, heralding a new era. Zhang Lin, who has been scouring the surroundings for signs of life, finally spots several individuals, their gazes vacant and dazed. At last, there are others. Initially, I feared they had all perished. However, something is amiss. These individuals appear exceedingly peculiar, akin to zombies. Do not approach. Su Xiaoming, with her keen intuition, senses the anomaly. Some seem alive, yet they are no different from the dead. Indeed, it is true. There is no rush. Let me observe closely. As the celestial eye opens, the sluggish movements of these beings reveal their true nature. Each harbors a grotesque insect within their skull, a most unsettling sight. By heavens, how revolting. Who could have imagined that these seemingly normal individuals have had their minds devoured, leaving behind mere shells? Yet, a query arises. Was it not stated there would be but one? How could there be so many? Zhang Lin exclaims. What is this? Was it not agreed upon that there would only be one? Yet now it appears there are at least hundreds. The insect god smirks insidiously. Merely hundreds, he muses. If Zhang Lin were to learn that this singular soul-devouring insect could spawn countless offspring in a single day, he would be utterly aghast. The prospect of subjugation was never taken to heart, for this entire affair is but a conspiracy. Records regarding the undying sacred body are scarce. Yet it remains a lurking threat. A direct approach would lead to discovery, hence this insidious tactic was devised. Zhang Lin, utterly unaware of the machinations at play, finds himself ensnared, for his misfortune serves to eliminate a significant nuisance. Chapter 51. The Insect God's Conspiracy. Zhang Lin hesitates, pondering whether to strike. It would be his first act of killing. What are you hesitating for? They are already dead. To slay them is to grant them release. It is an act of benevolence. With this reminder, he awakens to realization. Their brains have been entirely consumed, leaving behind nothing but animated husks. He would feel no pangs of conscience for their demise. Flameblade, arise. As the enchanted sword manifests, a wave of heat engulfs the area, sending the sluggish beings flying. Yet, lacking the sensation of pain, they rise once more. The scene is indeed harrowing, their eyes turning crimson, their speed increasing tremendously. With a mighty swing of his blade, Zhang Lin channels his inner power, transforming the air into a roaring fire dragon that descends upon them. The fire dragon, akin to a war deity, swiftly engulfs dozens of them. However, It appears these insects are but trifling adversaries. From the charred remains emerge numerous small insects, evoking a shiver down Zhang Lin's spine. He does not relent, unleashing true flames upon them. The insects are incinerated, yet suddenly, a white thread descends, obstructing the flames. What is this? As the fire subsides, the insects ensconced in white silk remain unscathed, vibrant, and full of life. Ha ha ha. It has been far too long, Zhang Lin. The newcomer is none other than Yang Long. That scoundrel. Yet, why does he appear unharmed, seemingly uninfected, retaining his consciousness? Did you not expect this? I have ascended to divinity. You are no match for me now. Under the celestial eye, no signs of insects were detected within his brain. Strange, considering he is merely immortal. One of the soul-devouring insect's traits is its ability to conceal itself, rendering it undetectable even to the all-seeing celestial gaze. The issue lies primarily in Zhang Lin's insufficient cultivation, compounded by the opponent's nature as a celestial insect, distinctly different realms. What madness has overtaken you? Was that white thread you're doing? Indeed. It is but a minor ability of mine. Yang Long, believing himself to be merged with the soul-devouring insect, fancies himself a superhuman, endowed with boundless abilities, yet remains blissfully ignorant of the deception that ensnares him. The soul-devouring insect not only possesses parasitic capabilities but also enhances the host's physique. Yang Long's body has undergone profound transformation, surpassing Zhang Lin, while also acquiring his unique abilities. If one disregards the adverse effects, it is indeed a shortcut to rapid empowerment. How intriguing. I did not anticipate you would transform into this state. Did you encounter a peculiar insect? Insect? What insect are you babbling about? I am unaware of any such thing. Observing his overtly exaggerated reaction, Zhang Lin deduces that this is intimately connected to the soul-devouring insect. Despite his physical enhancements, Yang Long's intellect remains unchanged. A few casual jibes suffice to unravel him. You seek death. Linya is his Achilles heel. Any who dare to touch her shall meet their demise. Zhang Lin is convinced that this fiend is no longer human. Thus he discards any reservations and acts without hesitation. True flames, ignite. A mere parlor trick. Watch closely. Yang Long expels a torrent of white threads, akin to spider silk, impervious to flames, as the fire is repelled, rendering it ineffective. To arms, my puppet army. More figures emerge from the shadows, mingled with beasts. Su Xiaoming shouts, leave this to me. You focus on the battle. Very well. Seeing that fire attacks yield no results, Zhang Lin leaps atop a rooftop to confront Yang Long face to face. Prepare to perish. He slashes downward, easily evaded by his opponent, who retaliates with a powerful kick. Zhang Lin, disregarding the blow, withstands it, only to be staggered back several paces, nearly losing his balance. How is this possible? When did this fiend gain such strength? Observing Zhang Lin's stunned expression, Yang Long bursts into triumphant laughter. How does it feel to be on the receiving end of a kick? The humiliation you inflicted upon me shall be repaid tenfold. Another stream of white silk is expelled, ensnaring Zhang Lin before he can react. Struggling only tightens the bonds, revealing their extraordinary resilience. Zhang Lin senses the impending peril. This adversary is the strongest he has yet encountered. Ha ha ha. Cease your struggles. Embrace the approach of death. The white threads constrict, inflicting torment upon Zhang Lin as they slice into his skin, threatening to dismember him into countless pieces. Yang Long's laughter crescendos, and while the battle appears lopsided, Zhang Lin is not so easily vanquished. You are celebrating far too soon. What? Zhang Lin's golden core erupts with overwhelming might. The white threads shatter as if encountering their nemesis, disintegrating entirely. Regaining his freedom, Zhang Lin sweeps his leg, catching Yang Long off guard, sending him hurtling from a height of several meters to the ground. Yet he quickly recovers, brushing off the dust. This strike has inflicted no damage whatsoever. Zhang Lin's heart grows heavy. The extent of his opponent's strength eludes him, and facing such a formidable foe is not frightening. The unknown is what breeds despair. Yang Long cracks his neck, a series of sharp sounds echoing as he clenches his fist, bulging veins striking terror. With a mighty exertion, the ground trembles, tiles shatter, and he leaps into the air, raising his leg with unparalleled pressure aimed at Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin finds himself gasping for breath under the oppressive force, his body immobilized. Yet, in a moment of dire urgency, he manages to evade the attack, though the spot he vacated is obliterated, a gaping crater left in its wake. The very edge of his current position begins to crumble, teetering on the brink of collapse. He has no choice but to leap down, plummeting into the floor below. From the rubble, a figure arose. Yang Long slowly emerged, casting an evil smile upon the prostrate Zhang Lin, as his nails transformed into sharp blades that plunged downwards. Zhang Lin reacted instantly, attempting to defend himself, but was powerless against the overwhelming force, a blade piercing his heart. Am I to die? This cannot be real. He never imagined he would be defeated by someone he deemed inferior. Yang Long withdrew his nails, savoring the blood that lingered on them. A look of delight upon his face. I expected you to hold out a bit longer. Alas, you proved to be so easily vanquished. How disappointing. Fear not, Linya. I shall take good care of her. You may rest in peace. In the next moment, Yang Long's murderous intent surfaced as he delivered a punch, its force terrifying. Zhang Lin's body plummeted, collapsing floor after floor, ultimately entombed underground, transforming the once five-story house into mere ruins within mere seconds. Su Xiaoming felt this deeply, weakened and becoming ethereal, as if she would vanish at any moment. Zhang Lin, how can you succumb to such a wretch? I cannot believe it. Darkness enveloped her vision as she fainted, while Yang Long erupted into maniacal laughter. With his enemy slain, it was time to seek his own woman. However, his laughter abruptly ceased, his face pale as he clutched his chest. The threat had been eliminated, thus he lost his usefulness. The soul-devouring bug was preparing to abandon its feeble host in search of a more powerful human. No, don't. You cannot treat me this way. I sacrificed my own father to empower you, and now you wish to discard me? You beast. I shall perish alongside you. Truly, a son devoted to his father. How strong the bond that leads one to sacrifice their own kin for a monstrous entity, only to meet such a tragic end. Well deserved. It was evident he had overestimated himself. To think he could perish with the soul-devouring bug was mere folly. Blood began to flow from his orifices as a gaping wound appeared in his chest, from which a bug crawled out, now a grotesque blend of black and crimson, resembling a demon from the abyss. Soon, the world would become its sustenance, transforming into its final form, unbound by the realms. Even the three pure ones would be powerless against it. As the soul-devouring bug emerged, a transparent barrier obstructed its path, the celestial barrier. Zhang Lin had not perished. As an immortal entity, how could he be so easily slain? Without the corresponding countermeasure, he was theoretically indestructible. You foul creature, did you not expect this? You thought to play tricks on me, but you were woefully naive. Su Xiaoming's figure reappeared. Their psychic connection had orchestrated this perfect performance. The previous act merely a ruse to lure the soul-devouring bug out. Chapter 52. The terrifying soul-devouring bug. Zhang Lin gazed at the bug within the celestial barrier, astonished that it could evade his heavenly eye scrutiny. Had it not revealed itself, he would have remained oblivious to its presence. The creature before him exuded an aura of danger and treachery. He longed to eliminate it rather than return it to the bug god. This repugnant beast deserved to be exterminated, a mere act of punishment. Endure, and it shall pass. Yet, the soul-devouring bug showed no sign of panic. Instead, it seemed to mock him. How could such a lowly insect inspire such a feeling? The bug god lurked in the shadows, observing everything unfold as planned. The celestial barrier was but a fade. Its sole purpose was to destroy Zhang Lin, offering no benevolence. Zhang Lin sensed a peculiar shift. The artifact was gradually dissolving, transforming into droplets that dripped onto the soul-devouring bug, enveloping it in a translucent protective layer. The pretense of subjugation was a farce. The true intention was to offer a shield. This was a grievous loss, a blow to his intellect. He had fallen into a trap. The bug god was no benevolent entity, but a cunning adversary. With its newfound protective layer, the soul-devouring bug's defense reached its apex. Impervious to water and fire, immune to blades and guns, and capable of absorbing and rebounding any attack, approaching a state of invincibility. Seeking assistance appeared futile. Thus, he resolved to address the root of the problem. Fortunately, the bug god, in its desire to remain concealed, could only engage in minor manipulations, unable to intervene directly. Otherwise, there would be no chance of victory. Emboldened by its newfound might, the soul-devouring bug unleashed a torrent of white silk. Zhang Lin had encountered the potency of this silk before. Now, having undergone transformation, its strength was magnified. Once ensnared, escape would be impossible. However, this iteration of silk was laced with a hint of red, rapidly corroding and dissolving anything it touched. Zhang Lin felt a surge of alarm. This silk was toxic. Escape was no longer a mere inconvenience, but a matter of life and death. What to do? Should he flee? But what of others? No, he could not allow this demon to infiltrate the populace. Humanity's doom would ensue, and he would have nowhere to hide, perpetually facing peril. This menace must be eradicated, lest it become a ticking time bomb. The soul-devouring bug had no intention of lingering. Without a host, many of its abilities were rendered moot. It relied solely on its white silk, insufficient to overpower Zhang Lin. Where do you think you're going? Escape is not so simple. Zhang Lin summoned his inner power, channeling it into the fiery blade, bestowing it with extraordinary attributes. No longer merely a fire element, it now possessed the power to dismantle all things. This turn of events was beyond the bug's expectations. Flames swiftly engulfed the soul-devouring bug, yet the protective layer prevented any harm. It merely shimmered, becoming slightly more ethereal. This was effective. Zhang Lin's inner power exhibited remarkable capabilities, invulnerable. The soul-devouring bug, unable to comprehend why its previous defenses had failed, began to feel trepidation. It hastily called upon its minions for protection, desperately seeking a body to inhabit. But wait, there was still one potential host nearby, the unfortunate soul guarding the entrance. Oblivious to the impending danger, he leisurely sipped his afternoon tea, marveling at life's splendor, enjoying a carefree existence, earning more than many white-collar workers without a single worry. Who needs education or a career when one can simply align with the right people, indulging in the good life? What was that sound? Turning around, he beheld a monstrous insect, as large as his own face, glaring hungrily. Without uttering a word, it lunged, burrowing into his abdomen. Ah, it hurts. Help! There's a monster. Amidst the intense agony, he vanished from this world. The transformed soul-devouring bug could consume its host soul, fully commandeering the body, indistinguishable from an ordinary human. When it rose again, it had already assumed a new identity. What does it mean to be human? It felt rather underwhelming. This body was still too frail. I require a stronger vessel. Just then, Zhang Lin arrived, easily bypassing the minions, with Su Xiaoming's assistance. Perfect timing. I almost forgot. You are the ideal host. With my enhancement, you shall become the most powerful human in this world. Shall we merge into one? How disgusting. Truly, a toad wishing to feast upon swan meat. Seeing this wretched creature attempt to claim him as its own, Zhang Lin was incensed. With a swift stroke of his blade, the soul-devouring bug evaded, its face betraying regret. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate and insist on forcing my hand. I assure you, I am quite ruthless. Cooperation is absurd. Beings like you, an invasive species, ought to vacate our territory and return to your original domain. I shall end your existence. However, the soul-devouring insect has not fully fortified this body, remaining weaker than before, presenting an unparalleled opportunity. The two combatants swiftly engaged in battle. Despite their ability to counter one another, the protective membrane persisted, preventing Zhang Lin from breaching that defense, which left him quite vexed. Yet, as time elapsed, the enhancement abilities of the soul-devouring insect finally came into play, and the protective barrier was eventually shattered. Panting heavily, Zhang Lin was drenched in sweat, his spirit somewhat disoriented from the considerable energy expended in the recent assault. He had exhausted much of his magical power to dismantle the protective membrane, leaving him with only a fraction remaining, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Indeed, as a human, you have every reason to feel pride. However, your power suggests otherwise. Perhaps I should grant you a merciful release. Death brings an end to worldly suffering, allowing you to traverse to the serene paradise of the West. I have reiterated countless times that you are merely daydreaming, hoping to persuade me to surrender. There is no chance of that. Does your delay stem from the notion that you cannot best me? Enraged, Zhang Lin retorted, you are inciting my wrath, and I shall make you aware of the consequences of your provocation. Suddenly, Zhang Lin sensed danger and swiftly dodged as a crimson liquid narrowly missed him, melting a hole into the ground. Such a terrifying ability. Has it evolved again? Chapter 53. Secrets within the golden core. Are you not quite boastful? Why do you hesitate to accept even my saliva? Zhang Lin wiped his sweat and calmly replied, did you not claim it was your saliva? I am not as repulsive as you to desire such a thing. Stop your deceitful prattle, human. The soul-devouring insect began merging with its physical form, dark spots appearing densely upon its skin. Upon closer inspection, something writhed beneath those spots. Venomous needles sprouted forth, its eyes transformed into multifaceted orbs capable of perceiving all directions. And a myriad of sharp teeth emerged from its mouth, while its clothing burst apart, with two grotesque lumps swelling on its back as if alive. What in the world is this? Zhang Lin refrained from immediate action, opting to observe the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, Su Xiaoming arrived, accompanied by countless small insects that enveloped the soul-devouring insect, forming an impenetrable cocoon. These loathsome creatures are utterly indestructible. I am powerless against them. However, what are they attempting? Could it be infighting? No, I suspect they are supplying energy to the mother body. This battle is undoubtedly arduous. We have lost our reinforcements and must rely solely on ourselves. What do you fear? Am I not by your side? With me here, no one can harm you. This wretched insect is hardly human. Besides, with your meager skills, it is a miracle if you do not hinder my efforts. Su Xiaoming, infuriated, spat in response. While Zhang Lin exaggeratedly feigned agony, Zhang Lin assessed his treasury. Although he could not contact the upper echelons, this fundamental function remained intact, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. In his hand appeared a strand of golden fur, nearly forgotten, Was that not the fur of Sun Wukong? Fortuitously, he had refrained from using it, for it was a formidable weapon against this foe. Yet, he remained uncertain, praying for divine intervention. To ensure surprise, this fur must not be employed unless absolutely necessary, allowing the adversary to lower their guard to unleash its true potential. The imposing black and white cocoon before him exerted immense pressure. Within it pulsed a heart, thumping with resounding force, tugging at his very essence. Ah, what is wrong with you? Zhang Lin, what has happened? Su Xiaoming remained unaffected but was pained by Zhang Lin's torment, wishing to bear his suffering. At a critical moment, boundless lights surged from within the golden core, safeguarding the heart and pulling him from the brink of death. Damn it! I nearly succumbed. What kind of monster is this? The insect deity taunted. Do you not feel despair? Cease your struggles and succumb to becoming nourishment for my offspring. Zhang Lin retorted vehemently. You coward! If you possess the courage, confront me directly. Are you not afraid of being discovered? As a deity, you not only refuse to aid humanity, but also slaughter the innocent. Such actions invite retribution. Retribution? A jest. Once I become the mightiest being in the three realms, what need have I for retribution? I am the divine, the very embodiment of vengeance. Do not blame me for your demise. You are merely an obstacle in my grand design. Zhang Lin longed to retaliate, yet his communications fell silent once more, leaving him to seethe inwardly. The colossal cocoon stirred, its outer layer shedding as the small insects were absorbed into husks, revealing their true nature. Nearby, life rapidly waned, leaves turned yellow and withered into desolation. The devastation expanding as both fauna and insects fell prey to this calamity. Zhang Lin hastened to channel his golden core to resist, but the cocoon continued to devour vitality, clearly lacking sufficient energy for its transformation. The desolation spread further. One must acknowledge the benefits of seclusion. Had there been more people, the mass death would have incited panic. This cannot continue. What kind of entity demands such vast energy? Even Sun Wukong did not create such a commotion. Zhang Lin could no longer contain himself. Clutching the monkey's fur, he prepared to cast it forth, for if he allowed this to persist, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, the cocoon erupted in a violent explosion, the shockwave propelling him hundreds of meters away, plunging him into unconsciousness. A figure ascended into the sky, its body a blend of black and crimson. Crowned with a singular horn, adorned with wings, its limbs robust, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss, with grotesque veins pulsating beneath its skin, exuding an aura of malevolence. The soul-devouring insect had evolved into a new form, transcending its former classification, its true nature known only to itself. I possess immense power. I am finally free from the confines of that minuscule body. I shall henceforth be known as Unity. All under heaven shall belong to me. Unity's rebellious spirit stirred, and the insect deity sensed the shift. Yet, it could not act against it just yet, needing to harness its might to annihilate countless beings below. Forging the blood demon pearl. Only then would it understand the meaning of the Mandus stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. The cunning of the insect deity ensnared many deities in its intricate scheme, showcasing its ruthlessness. The commotion stirred by Unity quickly drew the attention of specialized departments. What is that? A horned bull that can fly? What species is this? Regardless of its nature, immediate capture was imperative. It appeared malign, and must not be allowed to disrupt the lives of ordinary people. Understood, Commander. The Anomalous Abilities Bureau swiftly received orders, having never encountered such a creature. They could only dispatch a team of expendables to probe the situation. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin remained unconscious, the explosion's force having been considerable. Su Xiaoming was frantic, but no matter how she called out, there was no response. Zhang Lin's consciousness had entered another realm, a monochromatic world devoid of color, eerily simplistic. He could not recall his identity or purpose, wandering aimlessly like a mere shell of a person, traversing a path that seemed endlessly repetitive. Alas, I never anticipated my successor to be such a failure, a waste of this remarkable constitution. Zhang Lin gazed in confusion at the mysterious figure emerging before him, its face obscured by a cloak, rendering its features indiscernible. Who are you, and where is this place? The figure erupted into uncontrollable laughter, only ceasing after a considerable duration. It appears you are indeed quite confused. This realm is intertwined with the enigmatic power within your golden core, a force that originates from the very source of the universe. As for me, I can be regarded as your predecessor, merely a fragment of consciousness, for my true self has long since perished. Fate has allowed our paths to cross. But alas, this residual awareness will soon dissipate. The more Zhang Lin listened, the more perplexed he became. The man smiled silently. The matter was exceedingly intricate, and explaining it would be a cumbersome endeavor. Better to let him explore this enigma at his own pace. However, you have yet to elucidate the situation. Suddenly, the surroundings became ethereal, and Zhang Lin felt his body gradually detach from this place. Cough, cough. You finally awakened. Xiaomeng, how is it you? What has happened to me? Zhang Lin, regaining consciousness, found his mind blank, unable to recall anything. What are you saying? Weren't we battling that enormous creature? You were knocked unconscious by the explosion, and I couldn't rouse you, fearing the worst. Stop your wild imaginings. I'm perfectly fine, just a bit dazed. Allow me a moment. Zhang Lin sat on the ground, massaging his temples, and after a brief respite, his memory returned. By the way, what is the current situation? Su Xiaoming gazed into the distance, her expression growing serious. That enormous insect has transformed into a humanoid form and has taken on the name Gui. The commotion has drawn the attention of others. Gui, that wretched creature, seems to have forgotten to take its medication, adopting such a profoundly symbolic name. Did you just say others have discovered us? Yes. It appears to be individuals from the state. Moreover, the Bureau of Abilities might consider capturing him as a test subject due to his unique powers and techniques, which defy explanation. You must exercise caution. Fear not. Why would you worry about my safety? You should be more concerned about that insufferable insect. Chapter 54. Farewell to the Bureau of Abilities. Gui examined the green-skinned monstrosities before him, along with the humans who pointed strange devices at him, unaware that these were armored vehicles and firearms. Listen well, creatures above. Surrender immediately, or we shall commence our assault, commanded the officer through a loudspeaker, while nearby soldiers struggled to stifle their laughter, bemused by the grotesque creature's apparent inability to comprehend human language. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the creature responded. Pitiful and insignificant humans. You dare to provoke me? Do you wish for your own demise? You heard that, right? The beast spoke. It was utterly astonishing. This was a new species indeed, warranting thorough investigation, for it could significantly contribute to humanity's evolutionary narrative. As the humans engaged in fervent discussion, Gui became incensed, the horns atop his head glowing with a crimson radiance. Zhang Lin felt the immense power emanating from him, but with outsiders present, he could not intervene. I am not a beast. My name is Gui. Remember it well, you insignificant creatures, and prepare to face my wrath. The beast's horns are glowing red. What does that mean? Gui lowered his head and unleashed a torrent of scorching energy toward the crowd. The officer quickly regained his composure and directed the scene. Activate the electromagnetic shield. Understood. Team 1, report. As the machinery whirred to life, an invisible force countered Gui's unleashed energy, creating a stalemate. The glow of Gui's horns intensified, the energy doubling as the machinery began to groan under the pressure. Very well, let us obliterate you entirely. A deafening explosion ensued as the machinery was destroyed, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. Report. Team 1 has been entirely sacrificed, awaiting further instructions. The officer's face darkened. He had not anticipated the beast's formidable prowess. Team 2, prepare to launch artillery. Received. Gui observed the humans below, choosing not to attack, filled with curiosity to see what these ants might concoct next. Foolish creatures. Zhang Lin could no longer contain himself. How arrogant this insect was. The power of artillery should not be underestimated, and even he could not guarantee survival in the ensuing chaos. He casually retrieved a small stool and some sunflower seeds, settling in to watch. As expected, the artillery was no trifling matter. After a tremendous roar, a dark figure plummeted from above. Gui had not anticipated the might of human weaponry, which left his head ringing. But this is hardly impressive. I thought it would be more formidable. Time to regroup. The officer finally relaxed. Regardless of the creature, a single artillery shell had felled it. No, it cannot be that simple. Zhang Lin suspected Gui would not be so easily vanquished. Sure enough, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies as Gui shed his old skin, revealing a new layer, his regenerative capabilities nothing short of extraordinary. Alas, the situation has shifted. Ha ha ha, you insignificant creatures have successfully enraged me. Allow me to send you to the depths of despair. Clearly, the previous assault had inflicted no real damage, but Gui's pride could not withstand the provocation, and he erupted in fury. He opened his gaping maw, and countless insects poured forth, leaving desolation in their wake. Quickly, incinerate them. To their astonishment, the insects showed no fear of the flames, advancing even faster toward the humans. Commander, those insects seem impervious to fire. We need a new strategy. Damn it. If fire fails, then freeze them. A barrage of frost grenades soared into the air, raining down icy projectiles. This tactic proved effective. The mobilizing insect horde was halted in its tracks. Yet before the humans could celebrate, Gui's horns glowed red once more, and fireballs rained down, obliterating the ammunition-laden vehicles. The intense heat released the insect army from its frozen state, propelling them forward again. Witnessing the dark mass, dread enveloped all present. Do not panic. We are here. It's old Zhang. We are saved. At this critical juncture, personnel from the Bureau of Abilities finally arrived. Though only a handful, their combat prowess was beyond ordinary comprehension. Among them, Zhang Lin spotted a familiar face, but given the circumstances, there was no time for pleasantries. Xiao Na scanned the area, sensing Zhang Lin should be nearby. For wherever there was an anomaly, he was sure to follow. The recent disturbance had stirred the entire city. Xiao Na, what are you searching for? Is there someone you know here? Nothing of the sort. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Disappointed at not locating Zhang Lin. Xiao Na felt slighted that such a significant event had occurred without her being consulted. She harbored a peculiar sentiment towards Zhang Lin. One she could not quite define, akin to that of family, yet tinged with romantic undertones. Regardless, his mere presence brought her a sense of security. It's that old man. Upon encountering Zhang Lin, her heart boiled with resentment, recalling how he had previously sent assassins after her. No good could come from him. The energy fluctuations emanating from you are quite extraordinary. You would make a splendid meal. Gui extended his long, grotesque tongue, unable to suppress his greedy anticipation. Ugh. Absolutely revolting. This foul beast, I shall confront him. A woman with striking hair spoke, wielding a small whip, though her purpose remained unclear. Inan. Allow me to handle this. It is too dangerous for you. Pfft. What do you think you are? Inan is not someone you can simply command. Step aside. Click. 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 Is this not a sycophant? The dominatrix and the sycophant. One can easily visualize the scene. Zhang Lin casually glanced over. Both individuals were formidable level abilities users. Indeed quite capable. However, the adversaries they were to face were certainly not trivial. What are you arguing about? If you enjoy squabbling so much, why not band together? The woman's expression darkened instantly, and she retorted, I have no intention of sharing the battlefield with someone like him. Then remain here and follow my commands. How can you act like a child at your age? The other party, the director, commanded authority, leaving the woman no choice but to silence herself. Yes. A man with flowing hair and resolute eyes stepped forward, exuding an aura that clearly marked him as a protagonist rather than a mere extra. Zhang Lin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. His spotlight had been stolen, yet this young man did indeed possess considerable strength, being a level abilities user. His abilities were rather insidious. Anyone unprepared would undoubtedly suffer in their first encounter with him. What is your name? State it quickly, so when you meet your end, I will at least have a memory of you. Yugi's arrogant words ignited an uncontrollable fury within Qinxing. He was a favored child of destiny. The epitome of excellence from childhood. No one should dare to look down upon him, lest they face dire consequences. You ignorant beast, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Qinxing wielded a rare long spear, a weapon historically associated with those who command fear and respect, thus earning the title of Sovereign of Weapons. Is that so? I eagerly anticipate your performance. I hope you do not disappoint. Gui laughed maniacally, dismissing his opponent entirely, believing the only one who could threaten him was already deceased. His misunderstanding stemmed from Zhang Lin's disappearance, as he presumed the explosion had claimed Zhang's life. Prepare yourself, monster. Qinxing swung his spear in a flourish and soared into the sky. In response to the fierce assault, Gui merely swatted it away with a casual gesture. The tremendous force transmitted through the spear sent Qinxing spiraling through the air, rotating several times before regaining his balance. Xiaona was also severely impacted, as the source of her power sustaining Qinxing's levitation was her abilities, and that strike had left her somewhat dazed. What a terrifying force. Only a level power type abilities user could possess such might. At that moment, Zhang Lin noticed that Xiaona's abilities had indeed progressed, explaining her being entrusted with significant responsibilities. How about it, ants? Do you still wish to defy your god? Kneel before me. We are not ants. We are heroes destined to conquer the world. You monster shall perish. Qinxing's eyes glowed crimson as his aura surged, and he thrust his spear forward with a fierce determination. Due to the earlier trial, Gui had let down his guard, merely gripping the spear lightly to neutralize the attack. However, Qinxing revealed a knowing smile. You fell for it, monster. What nonsense are you spouting at? Gui suddenly realized something was amiss. He found himself unable to control his body. What have you done to me, ant? Gui's expression remained rigid, but the internal flames of fury had already ignited within him. He loathed deception above all else, and the human realm was rife with lies, which fueled his disdain. Ant, do not approach. I will kill you. Stand back. Ha ha ha. Cease your pretense and accept your demise. Remember this moment. It is I, Qinxing, who will end you. In an instant, Gui, who had been feigning vulnerability, thrust his hand into Qinxing's chest, grasping firmly to extract a still beating heart. You. Qinxing's eyes widened in shock as he felt his strength rapidly deplete, his pupils beginning to fade. No, he could not fall here. He was destined to be the unparalleled hero of the world. Yet, all was in vain. Without a heart, his life would be short-lived. The spear clattered to the ground as Xiao Na, frightened, faltered, her abilities dissipating. The lifeless body plummeted from the sky, crashing down in a grotesque manner. Unrecognizable even to his own mother. Ha ha ha, truly foolish. You think you can outwit me? You are still too naive. Zhang Lin observed this battle, which lasted less than 3 minutes, his mind calculating the opponent's strength, which had multiplied several times beyond the previous assessment, and they had yet to reveal their true limits. This indicated that the actual scenario was likely even more dire. Chun Xing's tragic demise undoubtedly weighed heavily on the remaining abilities users, leaving them to ponder whether such a monster was truly within their capacity to confront. Director Zhang, we must avenge Captain Qin. We implore your approval. No, retreat. Immediately. We must hasten to bring out those old-timers. You cannot contend with this monster. But there are no buts. Obey the orders. All units withdraw. Old Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Seeing them prepare to leave, the commander could no longer remain composed. After all, he had held the line for a while. While these abilities users were ready to retreat after sacrificing one of their own. What use were they if they could not do better? My apologies. But this creature's strength far surpasses our initial evaluations. The individuals I brought cannot face it. I refuse to let them perish in vain. The commander glanced at the pale-faced abilities users, their legs trembling, lost in thought. Indeed, even if they were deployed, they would merely fall one after another like the children in the tale of the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. Zhang Lin hesitated. This was no longer a matter of exposure. Should humanity fall, the consequences would be dire. Cooperation might indeed be the only path forward. I am Nanzhuan. Foreseeing this calamity, I have come to assist. Nanzhuan, where did you emerge from? Zhang Lin sensed a familiar aura surrounding the elder, though it felt somewhat impure. Could this be a master of Taoist practices? Nanzhuan stroked his beard, projecting an air of profound mystery. There are no ranks among practitioners. One can only distinguish through the strength of their aura. Thus, it seemed this elder possessed some genuine skills, though whether he could contend with that accursed creature remained uncertain. Zhang Lin decided to observe first. Master Nanzhuan, it is you. I have long heard of your esteemed name. I did not expect to encounter you here. Director Zhang, do you know this Nanzhuan? Nanzhuan interrupted them. Enough of this trivial chatter. Our foremost task is to eliminate that monster. I dreamed of our ancestral master, who warned me that this is a catastrophe threatening the entire world. If we do not eradicate it completely, humanity will face annihilation. Such gravity. Could it be true? A dream? You dare invoke such mysticism? If you fabricate lies, we reserve the right to arrest you. Arrest me? You may attempt it. Delay this matter further, and I shall see if you can bear the consequences. The commander's face turned crimson, rendered speechless by the rebuke. Nanzhuan snorted coldly, producing various implements and casually drawing a talisman. As the talisman was cast, it ignited, transforming into a wall of flames. The swarm of insects seemed to hesitate before this fire, retreating slightly, allowing the soldiers still embroiled in battle a moment to breathe. This display earned the commander's respect. How curious. This old fellow's talisman works even better than my true fire. Is not Taoism a derivative of celestial arts? How could it be so potent? Unbeknownst to Zhang Lin, over the years, many extraordinary individuals had greatly advanced Taoist practices, developing unique aspects. Each talisman possessed specific properties to counteract malevolent entities. The insect swarm was not afraid of the flames, but rather intimidated by the unique aura emanating from them. Oh, who would have thought that a mere mortal could wield such powers? How on earth did you achieve this? As it descended, the creature known as Guei landed on the ground, and the weapons targeting it fired instantaneously. While it had previously harbored concerns about hitting its mark from above, being on the ground made the task significantly easier, prompting a barrage of gunfire. Annoying pests, be gone. Guei's horns glowed ominously, this time radiating a dark hue that signified death. The black gas spread swiftly, melting everything in its path, including the pride of humanity, the armored vehicles, which disintegrated within seconds, along with the soldiers inside, releasing a foul stench. Fools, do not provoke them further. Angering the enemy will yield no favorable outcome. The commander, though furious at being called a fool, ultimately conceded to the harsh reality. Everyone stand by. No one is to act without my explicit command. Upon receiving the orders, the soldiers reluctantly ceased their assault, and the dark gas halted its advance. Otherwise, annihilation awaited them. Excellent. This is how it should be. I detest senseless violence. I am a creature of principles. Guei approached Nanzhuan, scrutinizing him before stating, you are quite exceptional. Therefore, your flesh must be delectable. Let me be frank. I wish to consume you. You monster, what did you just say? Director Zhang, standing nearby, interjected with indignation. But his bravado faltered as a mere glance from Gui caused him to retreat a few steps. Yet, Nin Xuanzai remained composed. If my death can ensure the survival of humanity, I am willing to offer this body in sacrifice. I only hope you will show mercy and spare the others. How hypocritical you all are. Akin to those celestial beings, it disgusts me. Do you truly believe such gestures can sway me? You are sorely mistaken. Nan Xuanzai's mention of celestial beings ignited excitement within him. After all, immortals had always been the ultimate aspiration for cultivators, making it difficult for him to restrain his emotions upon hearing the term. Not one to be easily intimidated, Nan Xuanzai prepared a talisman and affixed it to his body. As soon as the talisman was applied, it emitted thick black smoke. Gui, enduring the pain, tore it away, revealing a patch of decayed flesh. Impossible. My skin is remarkably resilient. How could a mere scrap of paper inflict such harm? It roared, causing everyone present to cover their ears. Director Zhang invoked his magical defenses. But the ordinary soldiers were not so fortunate. They suffered ruptured eardrums and immediate deafness. How dare mere sustenance struggle? Your fate is sealed. You shall die. With a powerful flap of its wings, Gui conjured a massive storm, its formidable pull resulting in devastating losses for humanity as they were swept into the air. Indeed, the moment had come for the protagonist to make his entrance. If not now, then when? You wretched insect, I am still alive, and you dare to wreak havoc here? You must be tired of living. As the storm subsided, Gui gazed intently at the man who had appeared before him. So it is you. I did not expect you to still be alive. It seems I have found a worthy opponent. Zhang Lin. Director Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. How could this young man be here, and why did he seem to know the bull-headed creature? Zhang Lin, having also recognized Gui, exchanged a knowing smile, which only served to further terrify those around him, for anyone able to converse with such a monster was no ordinary being. Ha ha ha, splendid. If this victory is so effortless, I would indeed be disappointed. Since you have not perished, let us continue our unfinished battle. Gui's thirst for combat surged, the mightier the opponent, the more exhilarating the challenge. Wait, must we resort to violence immediately? Did you not say we should be civilized and exhibit good manners? Gui frowned, exuding impatience. What nonsense. Speak plainly, what do you desire? Let us not fight, but compete in various trials. Whoever wins the most shall be deemed the victor. Trials? What kind of trials? Ancient kings were said to possess strength, endurance, and courage. All three qualities are essential for a true king. Thus, we shall compete in lifting weights, holding breath, and archery. This fellow has lost his mind. How could a creature devoid of reason agree to such terms? If such a thing were possible, I might as well run naked on the spot. Director Zhang was filled with confidence, deeming the proposition utterly absurd. Very well, I accept your challenge. The speed of Gui's agreement was astonishing, leaving no time for reaction. What? Director Zhang repeated, as if unable to comprehend. The reality was undeniable. Director Zhang, you are not seriously considering running naked, are you? Please think of our female companions. Xiao Na could not resist teasing, prompting laughter from the other ability users. Who dares to laugh? Bring it on. In an instant, all laughter ceased, leaving an eerie silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Gui wore a peculiar smile, its sudden one to engage in this playful competition appearing harmless enough. Zhang Lin covered his mouth in astonishment. He had merely jested, never expecting the creature to truly accept. The absurdity of the situation left him speechless. Ahem, I did not expect you to possess such audacity. Do not waste my time with trivialities. What terms do you propose? I will not let you all go. I will allow only one of you to survive as my servant. Zhang Lin understood the mockery inherent in Gui's words. His gaze turned cold, and the atmosphere grew tense. I'm not one to cower in fear. Let us engage in a best-of-3 series. If I win, you shall kneel and apologize to all of humanity. What did you say? The oppressive aura weighed heavily upon him, akin to bearing an immense boulder. Zhang Lin bit his lip, refusing to kneel. This was a matter of dignity. Just as he felt he might relent, the pressure suddenly dissipated. Humph, you cannot possibly win. You are merely posturing. If I win, I shall make all of you my prey. Not at all. You have already trapped yourselves in my grasp. Whether I win or lose makes little difference, but since I have agreed to your terms, I shall not go back on my word. I am not like you humans, lacking in integrity. Very well, how shall we compete? Weightlifting, is it? What shall we lift? Zhang Lin quickly analyzed the situation. If it came down to sheer strength, he stood no chance against such a creature. We shall see who can lift the heaviest object. Oh, is that so? Gui surveyed the surroundings, seeking a suitable target. These are all too light. If we are to lift, let us choose something substantial. That one will do. You are doomed to lose. Watch me. Gue Yi's horns began to gather energy, the temperature rising rapidly as it directed its gaze at a distant mountain, slicing through it with a precise beam. The mountain began to crumble, and Gue Yi soared forward, bracing the collapsing earth with its sheer strength, veins and muscles bulging, lifting an entire mountain before the astonished eyes of onlookers. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Was this a feat achievable by mere mortals? No. It was evident that such strength was beyond human capability. Remarkable, this insect possesses great power, but what of it? The technique known as the mountain-moving spell allowed one to communicate with the spirits of the mountain and borrow their strength, thereby accomplishing feats that others deemed impossible. What was once regarded as a trivial lower-tier celestial art now proved invaluable. You may rely on brute force, but I call upon divine assistance. Now, it is your turn. With a dismissive gesture, Gue Yi cast the mountain aside, causing the ground to tremble and leaving the spectators in disarray, satisfied with the chaos it had wrought. Gue Yi nodded approvingly. Is that all there is to moving mountains? It seems rather trivial. Do you doubt that I could lift it with just a finger? As Gue Yi broke into a hearty laugh, his face was filled with disdain. You humans only know how to boast. Surely, you aren't suggesting that you can lift a mountain? Others shared his skeptical expressions. Raising a mountain with a mere finger was not a supernatural ability, but a mere fantasy, utterly impossible. Are you afraid? It's not too late to concede now. Huh? Am I to fear you? Go ahead and try. Zhang Lin approached an even larger mountain, then sat down, closing his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. What was this fellow doing? Surrendering to despair? Yet, this young man had bought us considerable time. I have already informed the old-timers. By the time they arrive, this bull-headed creature won't stir up much trouble. In this light, we ought to thank this lad, though I remain curious about his origins. Such audacity at such a young age. It's a pity he is too arrogant, ultimately bringing calamity upon himself. Gue Yi focused intently, with countless eyes fixed upon Zhang Lin, ready to detect any sign of movement. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin was engaged in communication with the spirit of the mountain, an entity born from the mountain's consciousness. Inaudible to ordinary ears, the dialogue was progressing smoothly. The mountain spirit was as fickle as a reed in the wind. Merely applying some pressure was sufficient, akin to coercing the weak. After a friendly exchange, Zhang Lin opened his eyes, a look of joy illuminating his face, indicating success. It was time to showcase his prowess. The mountain began to emit a faint green glow, visible only to him, as the spirit manipulated the mountain's weight. In truth, anyone could lift it with ease. Much like deflating a balloon. What are you up to? I lack the patience to wait indefinitely. If you aim to delay, it is futile. Your fates have already been sealed, to be executed by me. Zhang Lin turned his head, producing a series of crackling sounds, stretching leisurely, exuding an air of complete nonchalance. I am warmed up. Now, open your eyes wide and witness true divine power. Placing his hand upon the mountain, it began to tremble, countless stones cascading down, gradually lifting from the ground. With a gentle exertion, the entire mountain soared into the sky, ultimately being supported by a single finger. Compared to the mountain, Zhang Lin appeared diminutive, yet this stark contrast only heightened the disbelief. You are cheating. Such strength is impossible. What have you done? Chapter 57. Am I to die? Deadbug, can't you handle defeat? Just admit it, and I'll show you some mercy. Call me Deadbug again, and I shall ensure you become a corpse. Deadbug, Deadbug, Deadbug. If you dare, come bite me. Zhang Lin mocked, pulling faces, reveling in the chaos. Is this what you call submitting with grace? I can sense your unwillingness. You merely cling to pride. In the second round, I'll choose the venue. There's a lake over there. Let us compete there. Whoever ascends first is the loser. I concede. Excellent. Then what did you say? You concede? Not only was Gue Yi taken aback, but the others were as well. Having just won a round, logic dictated that securing this one would conclude the contest. Yet, to concede without even commencing the competition was utterly incomprehensible. No, you cannot concede. Do you look down upon me? I am heaven. I am a deity. I require no pity from you mortals. Zhang Lin's objective was to rattle the composure of Deadbug, causing him to falter and expose his vulnerabilities. This is against the rules. I must impose a new rule. Neither side may voluntarily concede. We must complete this contest, no matter what. Are you reneging on your promise? Gue Yi, no longer able to contain his rage, unleashed his pin-up fury, bellowing, I will kill you. Alas, this creature was reconsidering. Everyone, remain vigilant and prepare for battle. Zhang Lin's heart sank. It seemed time could no longer be delayed, and he would have to resolve matters through combat. With a sweeping gesture, he hurled the mountain toward Gue Yi, who regarded it with contempt. The horn atop his head emitted a powerful energy. After a brief silence, the mountain shattered. Damn it! Zhang Lin could evade the attack, but the others would suffer, especially the ordinary people stripped of their combat capabilities. Director Zhang took matters into his own hands, while other extraordinary beings displayed their abilities, shattering the falling debris. Yet, some unfortunate souls fell victim, and blood flowed freely as cries of anguish filled the air. Ha! You humans preach unity, yet look at those you have endangered. Do you not feel guilty? Guilty? Not in the slightest. Take this. Zhang Lin retaliated with a barrage of fireballs, followed by a toss of monkey fur. Gui dismissed it, merely raising a hand to block. But the fur transformed into the formidable Monkey King, swinging his staff toward him. By Malwin. No, this is that filthy monkey's avatar. Without time for astonishment, Gui quickly enveloped himself in his wings, forming a hard shell. Meanwhile, the celestial Sun Yukong sensed Gui's potent aura and wondered how such a formidable demonic presence could exist below, just as he intended to inquire of Zhang Lin. He found no trace of him. Odd. What is happening? Has there been a mishap? Old Tai-Bai, what trickery is this? Perhaps I should take this opportunity to deliver a lecture. As Sun Wukong spoke, the celestial beings began to notice the anomaly. Tai-Bai Jinxing quickly checked, relieved to find it was merely a minor issue. But was it truly an accident? Ah, it hurts. The Monkey King's avatar, imposing and fierce, rained blows upon Gui, blood staining the ground, clearly gaining the upper hand. While others were perplexed, Zhang Lin understood fully. An avatar, despite momentary dominance, would soon dissipate, its energy lasting at most another minute. Is that monkey? As the spectators witnessed the creature being battered, applause erupted. Filthy monkey, I cannot contend with you in the heavens. But down here, I fear not your avatar. Break. Gui unleashed a dual-colored energy, consolidating it and launching it toward the battering Monkey King. How infuriating. It lasted even shorter than anticipated. Things are looking grim. I have no artifacts left to buy time. Wait. Gui paused, curious about what this vexing human had to say. Zhang Lin took a deep breath and shouted, I'm hungry. May I go eat first? Eat your fill. I shall feast on you first. Gui was genuinely enraged now, resorting to coarse language as his sharp claws lunged forward. With a swift motion, Zhang Lin's clothes were torn, 3 claw marks raking across his chest, searing with pain and festering with poison. How long has it been since you washed your hands? Viruses abound. Curse you. Die quickly. Farewell. Zhang Lin vanished beneath the ground, evading Gui's attack. More of these tricks? Do you think they will work on me? Allow me to demonstrate what absolute dominance looks like. Gui roared skyward, stomping down heavily, causing the ground within several miles to collapse. Zhang Lin had scarcely begun to delve deeper when his insides were compressed, forcing him to expel a mouthful of blood. His strength waning as he emerged just in time to avoid being buried alive. Panting heavily, he was drenched in a mixture of sweat and blood. Greedily inhaling the fresh air, heavy footsteps gradually approached, and Zhang Lin struggled to support his body. In a haze, he caught sight of a pair of black-red claws. He wished to flee, but found himself utterly drained of strength, rendered helpless against the impending assault. A cry of agony escaped his lips as one foot was crushed, pain seeping into his very soul. Flee. Where could he escape? I will make you wish you were never born. Another stomp from Gui forced Zhang Lin into the ground, causing him to choke on the dirt, his throat constricted, gasping for breath. It was over, truly over. Even with his usual cleverness, he found himself at a loss in this dire situation. It felt as though he might genuinely perish. Yet he was unwilling to accept such a fate. If only he had time to grow stronger, this wretched insect would be no match for him. Chapter 58, The 3 Purity Strike, and you will know. It is finished, Ant. No, you are a rather formidable Ant. Ha ha ha. Gui's horns erupted with black and red hues, reminiscent of a previous devastating attack. Even an immortal body would likely be obliterated if struck head-on by such a blow. In a moment of desperation, Su Xiaoming suddenly emerged, exuding a ghostly aura that disrupted Gui's brewing offensive, causing a backlash. Damn it. Where did this wandering spirit come from, daring to thwart my plans? Disappear. No, Xiaoming. Zhang Lin strained to sense Su Xiaoming's presence, but their connection had been severed, leaving him lost. What? Do you still wish to resist? Gui was taken aback. Despite sustaining such severe injuries, Zhang Lin still managed to stand. This resilience was not something mere humans possessed. He could not fathom why humans, fully aware of their inability to triumph against him, would continue to struggle in their final moments. I don't understand, truly don't. Your actions appear utterly foolish in my eyes. And that ghost as well, sacrificing herself for you. You would not understand, for you are a beast. Do not attempt to provoke me. I am already enraged. Such actions will only hasten your demise. Blood dripped continuously as Zhang Lin's feet lay shattered. The scene before him blurred, and death seemed imminent. Yet, the hatred within him transformed into a source of strength. I will fight you, utterly overestimating himself. No miracle occurred as he anticipated. He was struck down by a single blow, his ribs shattered, devoid of the strength to even lift a finger. Is there truly no way out? In his daze, he recalled the mysterious man's words regarding the black and white energy within him. But how could he unleash it? Time was running out, and he was on the verge of death, yet salvation finally arrived. 3 elders joined the fray, one clad in blue robes, another in gray, and the last in striking green. At last you have come. It is that bull-headed monster. Director Zhang hesitated. This Zhang Lin had previously threatened him. Saving him now would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountain. Yet, to do nothing would likely lead to negative repercussions with so many witnesses present. However, the 3 elders did not wait for instructions. Their seniority rendered them beyond the director's command. The blue-robed elder noticed another person beneath the monster and immediately sent a torrent of water to repel Guei. As the water cascaded over Zhang Lin, a subtle transformation occurred, rapidly healing his injuries. The blue-robed elder lacked offensive prowess, but possessed remarkable healing abilities, filling a supportive role. Guei soon counterattacked. The gray-robed elder shot a fierce glare, unleashing a cloud of gray gas that exploded upon contact, leaving Guei battered and wounded. How dare you injure me? I shall eliminate you first. Stay still, little monster. Guei stumbled and fell, ensnared by thorny vines that had appeared around its feet, piercing its skin and siphoning its strength. Looking up, it saw the green-robed elder smiling down at it, knowing full well that this was the handiwork of that old man. The 3 elders worked in perfect harmony, and for a time, Guei was overwhelmed by their combined might. Support, control, and explosive power created an unstoppable force. Such powerful old men. They can suppress this wretched insect. I must do something too. Zhang Lin sat up, his mind wholly immersed within his core, seeking the black and white energy. The initial effects of the black and white energy were remarkable, yet it had not revealed its true potential. Now, he was attempting to communicate with it. The 2 energies intertwined but remained distinct. He gently approached them with his consciousness, sensing their transformations. The once familiar light within him had vanished alongside the mysterious man, leaving him to rely solely on himself. Destruction and vitality were 2 opposing forces. Yet who said they could not coexist? Eureka! A bold idea emerged. He would attempt to fuse the 2 energies. This was undeniably perilous. A single misstep could result in a catastrophic explosion, beyond even the intervention of a celestial being. My fate lies in my own hands, not the heavens. Zhang Lin resolved to take the risk. This opportunity would not come again. There was no retreat left, for Su Xiaoming's death had extinguished his will to survive. Forgive me. Linya, Xiaoming meant as much to me. We shall meet again in another life. At that moment, Linya's heart ached, as if something was slowly slipping away from her. Zhang Lin, sister, what is wrong? Why are you crying? I am fine, truly. She lifted her gaze toward the distant battlefield, where a fierce clash unfolded. The 2 energies seemed inherently antagonistic, facing terrifying resistance from the onset, causing him to spit blood repeatedly. The battle outside raged fiercely. Guei, once suppressed, now stood on equal footing, and the 3 elders grew increasingly alarmed, their expressions grave. What manner of monster was this, so formidable? The pain now rivaled that of compressing the golden core, perhaps even exceeding it. No, I cannot give up. I will succeed. The insect god was now panicking, astonished by the human's tenacity. The situation had become precarious, and it would not be long before their knowledge of his presence was unveiled. Yet, Guei had yet to resolve matters on that front. Enough. There is still time ahead. The insect god prepared to flee. The celestial realm was no longer an option, and he had no choice but to escape. The Tai-Bai Jinxing swiftly followed the breach, seeking the disruptor. The insect god was notorious for his misdeeds, endlessly tinkering with unknown matters. Did he truly seek to tear open the heavens? Taishang Laojun calculated the time. It was nearly time to intervene. In truth, the 3 purities had long been aware of all that transpired. Tragically, the insect god remained oblivious to the impending doom. Yuan Shi Tianzun, how could it be you? Did you think you could hide from me? All your actions lie within my grasp. I spared you once in hopes you would reform, yet you have chosen this path of no return. Humph. Spare me your lofty ideals. I refuse to listen. You self-righteous rulers irk me. I, the insect god, am far more suited to reign over the 3 realms. I shall not fail. Ha ha ha. Alas. Yuan Shi Tianzun sighed helplessly, then gently pointed at the insect god's form, causing it to dissolve into a pool of green liquid. Guei sensed something amiss above. The elder controlling it appeared to have been silenced. What now? Unclear, but it must not be allowed to escape, or it will sow future chaos. Together, we attack. Damn it, cursed ants. If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. Get away. Zhang Lin continued to struggle against the violent clash of energies. His recently healed body now faced with an even greater onslaught, and death loomed just moments away. Even as an immortal body, you cannot control the ultimate energy now. Stand down. This time, the elusive Ling Gao Tianzuan made an appearance, casting a lotus pedestal that hovered above Zhang Lin's head. The two tumultuous energies within him gradually harmonized and separated once more. How is the situation being handled? Yuanshi Tianzuan also descended to the mortal realm, followed closely by Taishang Laojun. The relationship among the three pure ones is rather strained, each holding the other in check, making this gathering a rare occurrence indeed. I have stabilized the situation, yet the commotion caused by the soul-snatching insect remains a significant concern. Chapter 59. The Secret of the Ancient City of Lulan. After pondering for a moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan agreed to the proposed plan. Seeing both pure ones in accord, Ling Gao Tianzuan could only follow suit in agreement. I too find this strategy feasible, but we must first address that beast. Indeed, it must be punished severely. You vile creature. Come forth to receive your just deserts. Upon witnessing the three pure ones manifest in the mortal realm, Guy panicked, his face turning pale as he knelt and prostrated himself. Spare me, spare me. This was all the idea of that old bug god. I had no part in it. How outrageous. Even now, you refuse to admit your misdeeds. You shall resume your cultivation from the beginning. My friends, I implore your assistance. Reversing time is a formidable task, and I fear I may not manage it alone. Meanwhile, time below had already been frozen. Ling Gao Tianzuan and Taishang Laojun channeled their powers to Yuanshi Tianzuan, causing the fabric of space to warp and time to slowly reverse. The deceased returned to life, as though the events had never transpired. What is happening to me? Zhang Lin stood blankly before a taxi, unable to recall what he was supposed to do. Xiaoming, where are we going? I can't remember. Su Xiaoming was equally perplexed, staring at the familiar surroundings, her small mind struggling to comprehend. What are you doing? You're wasting my time. Get lost. The driver slammed on the gas, filling Zhang Lin's lungs with exhaust fumes. Although infuriating, he felt an inexplicable joy. Ignoring the stares of those around him, Zhang Lin tightly embraced Su Xiaoming, greedily savoring every moment. Is this person insane? Perhaps he is an actor rehearsing? To the ordinary onlookers, Zhang Lin appeared distinctly peculiar. But so what? He would walk his own path, letting others speak as they may. Xiaoming, do you not find it strange? It seems we are missing part of our memories. Yes, it does seem that way, yet I cannot recall anything. Sigh, never mind, let it be. An elderly man on the subway observed everything. He was, in fact, Taishang Laojun in disguise. His purpose for being there was to ascertain whether Zhang Lin had regained any memories. Fortunately, he found nothing amiss at present. In the blink of an eye, the old man vanished, unnoticed by the busy crowd around him. The repercussions of this incident were dire, especially for the innocent. Much like in Journey to the West, where each monster had a background and a stronghold, committing heinous acts, their masters remained oblivious until the time for retribution arrived. Only then to intervene, a bitter irony. Taishang Laojun felt a profound guilt over this. He was the most benevolent and just of the three pure ones, as evidenced by his numerous acts of assistance towards Sun Wukong. Thus, he needed to make amends with Zhang Lin. What is this? Why is Taishang Laojun approaching me? This is quite unusual. Something must be afoot. Zhang Lin had come to understand the psyche of these deities. Typically, when they sought you out, it was rarely for benign reasons, likely requiring his assistance. Young friend Taishang Laojun, how have you been? I have news to share with you, if you are interested. Zhang Lin, grateful for the old gentleman's blessings, replied that he had been quite content lately. What news do you bring? You must be aware of the ancient city of Lulan. It is quite remarkable. I have deduced that the buried treasure, the Hunyuan Pearl, is about to emerge. You might want to try your luck. Isn't the ancient city of Lulan common knowledge? There's treasure there, and what connection does the Hunyuan Pearl have with it? With these questions in mind, Zhang Lin queried further. Taishang Laojun elaborated that the Lulan discovered by humanity was merely a fade, while the true city lay buried deep underground, unknown to all. After centuries, the ancient city of Lulan would re-emerge, accompanied by the Hunyuan Pearl, capable of summoning ghostly soldiers to aid its possessor, ready for battle. This sounds intriguing. Zhang Lin would not pass up such an opportunity and promptly resolved to embark on the journey. Lulan, an ancient city in the western regions, was first mentioned in records of the Grand Historian. It was once a crucial waypoint along the Silk Road, now reduced to ruins. Located in the northern boundary of Ruoqiang County in the Bayangolan Mongol Autonomous Prefecture of Xinjiang, about 7 kilometers south of the Peacock River. This information is readily available online for reference. Yet since the decoy is present, the true treasure must not be far away, perhaps even nearby. Upon learning that he was to embark on a journey, Linya vehemently opposed it, insisting on accompanying him. fearing that Zhang Lin intended to abandon her and sue Xiaoming for solitude. A strong sense of crisis consumed her thoughts. Linya, I genuinely have important matters to attend to. Would it not be better for you to remain at home and wait for me? I refuse. You must be hiding something. Otherwise, why bring her along? The innocent Su Xiaoming feigned ignorance, claiming it had nothing to do with her, leaving Zhang Lin to handle this mess alone. Zhang Lin felt overwhelmed. Love was indeed complicated, and it seemed he would have to sacrifice the lesser for the greater good. Believing one person would suffice. Is it acceptable for me to go alone then, to spare you from incessant bickering? To his surprise, Linya's temper flared even more, seizing Zhang Lin's ear and scolding. So, you find me bothersome now, do you? What do you mean by that tone? Am I merely a burden to you? Well, I don't care. Neither this nor that. No wonder it is said that only petty people and women are difficult to please. He could not fathom where the understanding Linyu had gone. She now resembled a shrew. Yet he was unaware that regardless of how gentle a woman may be, she is fiercely protective and sensitive in matters of the heart. This is no longer an age where one can have multiple wives. Equality is paramount, and her position must be safeguarded. Chapter 60. The mysterious woman and the mercenaries. Perhaps I shall just stay behind. This way, I can ensure my sister's safety. This statement displeased Linya. What does that mean? A grown woman like me needs a minor to protect her? Am I so weak? No need. You should come along. I can protect my sister. But sister, don't you dislike me? Don't you want me to spend time with Zhang Lin? For a moment, Linya was speechless, suddenly realizing she had overstepped. How could she utter such words? After all, the other party was just a little girl. Seeing hesitation on Linya's face, Su Xiaoming cautiously asked, So, sister, do you want me to stay here, or do you want me to leave? Their eyes met, and Linya saw the innocence reflected in Su Xiaoming's gaze. Perhaps things were not as she had imagined. There may have been a misunderstanding. All right, you may stay. I wish to see how you intend to protect me. Linya delightedly took Su Xiaoming's hand. Wonderful. Now we can play together again. Zhang Lin felt relieved. If the two women continued to bicker, his head would surely ache. Little did he know that this decision had saved Linyu from a dire fate. Allowing Su Xiaoming to remain was indeed the right choice. Zhang Lin, venturing alone, felt a sense of solitude. After several days of travel, he finally arrived at his destination. Subsequently, he needed to procure some supplies, as the previous stock was nearly depleted and urgently required replenishment. This expedition might encounter unforeseen circumstances. So he had prepared a considerable number of tools, though he doubted their utility, as he was no ordinary individual. Despite the fact that the ancient city of Lulan was no longer a secret, its terrain remained rather intricate and remote, without the guidance of locals. One could easily become lost. China is home to 4 major uninhabited regions: the Lapner, the Altan Mountains, the Hozil, and the Qiangtong. The hidden dangers in these desolate areas are evident. However, many people have begun to visit this place out of curiosity, allowing them to witness the ancient city of Lulan. The layout of the ancient city resembles a near-perfect square, with the walls having long been eroded by northeast monsoons, almost entirely buried by shifting sands. There are gaps in the walls on all 4 sides, resembling gates, with 2 remnants of earthen mounds situated 4 meters apart on the western wall, suggesting the ruins of a watchtower. Zhang Lin was not there for tourism. He understood that this was merely a decoy designed to mislead future explorers. The true ancient city of Lulan was likely still hidden deeper within, in a region too perilous for anyone to dare approach. As he ventured further, the relentless sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth with temperatures nearing 40 degrees Celsius. His mouth parched. He took a sip from his water bottle to regain his composure. Zhang Lin felt a slight discomfort, but in comparison to the suffering he had endured previously, it was but a minor annoyance. After all, he was still a mere mortal, subject to the tribulations of the human experience. The air was stifling, devoid of conversation from companions, making it easy to succumb to hallucinations. Wait, could there be 3 figures ahead? Was he so sun-stricken that he was imagining things? He quickly closed his eyes, then reopened them to observe closely, discovering that they were indeed real people. How peculiar that there were others in such a remote area. The trio also noticed Zhang Lin and aimed their firearms at him, clearly with malicious intent. Who are you? Crouch down and cover your head. Make any sudden movements, and I swear I will eliminate you. Zhang Lin wished to remain inconspicuous. Playing the role of an unsuspecting fool was far more intriguing. The 3 soon approached 2 men and a woman. One of the men, the elder, was named Anfu, while the younger was Nguo, presumably father and son. The woman, their employer, went by the alias Dai Wu, holding an antiquated map. In this barren land, were the duo truly treasure hunting? Could they be connected to the ancient city of Lulan? Zhang Lin swiftly dismissed this notion. He possessed first-hand knowledge that should remain undisclosed to others. Dai Wu scrutinized the unfamiliar man before her. commanding the father and son to search him thoroughly, which yielded no results, as his belongings were concealed in another dimension. It appeared she had overreacted. Lacking any equipment or supplies, they likely were not investigators, but rather lost tourists who had unwittingly stumbled upon this place. If this young man ventured too far, he might not even realize how perilous his situation had become. Dai Wu wore a mask that obscured her features, but her voice suggested she was in her 20s. A seemingly innocuous comment from her caused a momentary hesitation, which confirmed to Zhang Lin that their presence here was not coincidental, but rather intentional. The father and son quickly grasped the situation, aiming their firearms once more. Zhang Lin couldn't help but internally critique Dai Wu's ruthlessness. She was quick to resort to threats. Her complexion paled at the thought that he might know something, but that was impossible. Treasure? What treasure? There is nothing here. I won't say it again. Leave now, or I'll not hesitate to pull the trigger. Killing you here will leave no trace. Anfu, not wanting to escalate the situation, hastily intervened. Miss Dai Wu, we are here to accompany you in the search for the ancient city of Lulan, not to engage in violence. If you insist on this course of action, we will have to abandon this endeavor. Double the reward. Anfu immediately pressed the barrel of his gun against Zhang Lin's temple, unapologetically asserting that wealth afforded him the freedom to act as he pleased. Please, don't kill me. Spare my life. Zhang Lin's mind raced. This group was genuinely searching for the ancient city of Lulan. Could it be that the second-hand information from the Taoist sage was accurate? What are you staring at? And you, old man, weren't you told to keep your mouth shut? How could you let others know about this? By the way, isn't the ancient city of Lulan supposed to be over there? Have you lost your way as well? Allow me to guide you. Dai Wu, still fuming, did not expect him to pry into her wounds. Humph, it seems you are the one who is lost. She drew a small dagger from her thigh, approaching Zhang Lin with a fierce expression, brandishing the blade menacingly near his face and neck, as if to indicate that disobedience would lead to dire consequences. Zhang Lin obediently fell silent, which seemed to placate her, yet a dilemma remained. How to handle this individual? Allowing him to leave was out of the question. If word got out, all efforts would be in vain. However, keeping him nearby would deplete their food and water supplies. Only one solution remained. With a mere glance, Dai Wu signaled to Anfu, who understood immediately he would ready his weapon. Zhang Lin could no longer sit still and shouted, "Wait, I still have value." Anfu turned to Dai Wu, awaiting her directive. After a moment's contemplation, she snapped, "Speak quickly. If you waste my time, I will make you suffer." Chapter 61. The ancient city beneath the sand. I know the location you seek, the true ancient city of Lulan. Oh, you are aware of this secret? That is unexpected. For this map was passed down from my ancestors. How could you know? Map? Dai Wu briefly displayed the map to him, which indicated the locations of two ancient cities of Lulan, one primary and one secondary, alongside dates that coincided with today. It was uncanny. Who possessed such foresight? When inquired about the map's origins, Dai Wu admitted ignorance, stating it was a legacy from her grandfather to her father, and then to her, having been passed down through generations without detailing specifics, only mentioning that those who followed the recorded dates would find the true ancient city of Lulan, which supposedly housed treasures. Miss Dai Wu, you claim to be in search of the ancient city of Lulan, yet you remain silent regarding the treasures. Are you afraid we might become greedy? Dai Wu remained silent, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, hesitant to divulge the entire truth for fear of repercussions. We, father and son, have always abided by the rules. You need not worry about us crossing any lines. However, I hope you will not continue to withhold information, as this breeds distrust. I understand. My apologies. I can increase the reward. Anfu scoffed coldly, rejecting this offer, deeming it disrespectful. Even if greed were a driving force, dignity must prevail. And Guo's gaze inadvertently drifted elsewhere, lost in thought. Zhang Lin noticed the young man, sensing that something significant was about to unfold, which only added to the intrigue of the situation. Otherwise, it would be dreadfully dull. Find this boy and let him lead us. Hey, why must you tie me up to guide you? Are you afraid I might flee? Dai Wu shot him a cold glance, asserting, you are clearly not a trustworthy individual. Binding you is merely a precaution. Endure this slight inconvenience, and you will be freed upon arrival. The map only provided a general location, and after wandering for half the day, they had discovered nothing, placing their hopes on this suspicious character. Truthfully, Zhang Lin was unsure. He only knew that the ancient city of Lulan would eventually reveal itself, though the specifics of its location and timing remained a mystery. It was all the fault of that Taoist sage, who spoke only in half-truths. Thus, the four continued their aimless wandering, yet not a single shadow appeared, let alone any signs of architecture. I am thirsty. I yearn for water. Dai Wu approached and forcefully kicked him, exclaiming with irritation, weren't you supposed to lead the way? Why have we been wandering for so long? and remain in this place. Are you deliberately toying with us? Of course, let's not waste time explaining. Just kill him. Anfu was poised to pull the trigger when the sand beneath him suddenly sank. Alas, it was quicksand. The situation spiraled further out of control as the entire area collapsed. Evidently not a mere natural occurrence. The group fell into unconsciousness, while Zhang Lin, due to his robust physique, merely sustained minor injuries. What unfolded before his eyes left him astonished. A city lay beneath the desert, with the surrounding sand held back by a mysterious force, creating this extraordinary underground metropolis. Unlike the crumbling ruins above, the structures here remained intact, as if the bustling scenes of yesteryear were vividly displayed before him. Ouch, that hurts. Dawu gradually regained consciousness. Despite the height of a dozen meters, she had only broken an arm, showcasing her remarkable physical resilience. Unfortunately, Anfu and his son were far less fortunate, having several broken ribs and leg bones, still trapped in unconsciousness, certainly doomed according to the narrative's progression. Where's this place? It must be the ancient city of Lulan you have been desperately seeking, though I never imagined it would be concealed beneath the desert. How intriguing. Dai Wu's mask had shattered, revealing her true face to Zhang Lin. By the heavens, such a remarkable woman exists in this world. Today, my eyes are truly opened. While the beauty of the woman was indeed astonishing, Zhang Lin's focus was drawn to a peculiar birthmark that marred half of her face. Despite her appealing features, this blemish altered the perception entirely. Ah, you have seen it. I must kill you. Dai Wu hastily covered her face and brandished a dagger, attempting to silence him, but with her right arm fractured, she could only wield it with her left hand. Your appearance is not your fault. But frightening people is indeed a fault. Even if you haven't frightened anyone, scaring the flowers and grasses is still unkind. With rage clouding her vision. Dai Wu lunged forward, but how could an ordinary person contend with Zhang Lin? With a gentle swipe of his hand, the dagger fell to the ground. And she collapsed as well. Realizing she was outmatched, Dai Wu could only weep in despair. Zhang Lin, momentarily flustered, thought, I fear nothing but a girl's tears. Though her appearance is less than pleasing, she is still a woman. The commotion awakened Anfu and his son, who, still struggling with intense pain, donned expressions of agony. My leg. What is wrong with my leg? Dai Wu rose to inspect, but her visage clearly startled the two men. Miss Dai Wu. Your face. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? And Guo's expression turned grim. He had anticipated sparks flying between them, but her appearance was hardly commendable. Never mind. We must focus on acquiring the treasure. Nothing serious. A simple treatment will suffice, and then we can continue. I have a folding cane. And if you have medical supplies in your packs, tend to your injuries. I must bandage my arm as well. The trio, having tended to their wounds, prepared to venture forth once more. Zhang Lin, however, found himself unable to shake the image of Dai Wu's birthmark from his mind. It resembled a curse known as the ghost mark. The ghost mark is an exceedingly dreadful curse, manifested as a terrifying black line on the body of the cursed individual. Many mistake it for a birthmark, yet it is hereditary, passed down through generations, perpetuating a cycle of suffering. Who could have cast such a malicious curse? The randomness of the ghost mark's appearance is unfortunate, especially when it manifests on the face. Dai Wu's purpose in seeking treasure was twofold. While she sought riches, she also aimed to lift the curse. According to the information she had gathered, finding the treasure would dispel the curse, freeing her from the necessity of wearing a mask. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Indeed, a splendid flower blooms there. You will pay for this. I will settle the score with you. The group ceased their bickering, their attention captivated by the city before them. It is astonishing. Who would have thought the true ancient city of Lulan lies before us? This place, hundreds of years old, appears pristine as if newly constructed. You clearly lack knowledge. Do you not find it strange? We must proceed with caution. Do not touch anything lightly, lest you meet an untimely demise. Anfu, a bit irked, retorted, What do you know, girl? I have been in this profession for over 20 years. I have seen my fair share of tempests. Dai Wu, unwilling to waste breath on such an individual, preferred to conserve her energy. Unfortunately, their earlier fall had shattered their water canteens, and without water, they were essentially half dead. Son, come with me. Perhaps there is well water here, and we need not fear for our water supply. Fool. Chapter 62. The arrival of the ghost city. Who are you calling a fool? Whoever responds is. Zhang Lin scratched his head, watching the trio enter the city, and followed behind. The city displayed no signs of life, which was peculiar. Given the passage of time, the only possible inhabitants would be ghosts. Anfu and Nguyen searched for well water, but it was futile. Every well was dry. Without water, their thirst only intensified. Zhang Lin felt a pang of sympathy yet remained inactive. Until they reached dire straits, he could not reveal his secret. Is there truly treasure here? It seems there is nothing, Or perhaps this is not the Lulan ancient city we believe it to be. Daiwu shot him a glare. Do not speak such ill omens. This must be it. How else would one explain the existence of such a vast empty city? Hurry and help me search. I shall reward you handsomely for the treasure we find. Oh, your tone suggests you are quite wealthy. Are you a rich heir? That is none of your business. Remember this. Speak less. Act more. Understood? Zhang Lin stuck out his tongue, disregarding her words entirely. The desert's weather was capricious, and dusk approached, yet the four found nothing. Damn it, this is a dead city. We are severely dehydrated, and if this continues, we will perish. I should never have taken this job. People die for riches. Birds perish for food. You chose this path. I never forced you. Anfu lowered his head, sighing deeply. Indeed, all this was self-inflicted. He now wished only to escape safely. But sand surrounded them, and relying on strength alone to reach heights of several meters was impossible. For now, they could only take it one step at a time, hoping there might be another way out. Dad, what are you making such a fuss about? Conserve your energy, we still have a journey ahead. However, when he looked up, he was astonished by the scene before him. The once desolate city was now teeming with people, bustling with life. Is this an illusion? Zhang Lin activated his spiritual vision and realized these were not people, but rather spirits. The apparitions moved about, oblivious to the presence of the living, engrossed in their own affairs as if they were invisible. Due to the language barrier, the four could not comprehend the conversations. Yet the expressions reflected satisfaction and happiness among the spirits. Records indicate that the Lulan people spoke a dialect of Tocharian, a branch of the Indo-European language family. No. How could this place be your home? Hey, ugly, what are you daydreaming about? Who are you calling ugly? Whoever speaks up is. Daiwu, infuriated, pinched Zhang Lin sharply, only to hurt herself due to his tough skin. Truly, an attempt to steal chickens resulted in a loss of rice. Look, there is well water here. Upon hearing the astonished shouts of two individuals, Zhang Lin sensed something amiss. The appearance of a ghost was one thing. But how could a dry well during the day transform into a water-filled one by night? When they arrived, Anfu and Anguo were already hunched over the water bucket, drinking greedily as if they were pigs. Peering through his celestial vision, he discerned nothing substantial, yet the atmosphere was rife with the uncanny. He dared not partake in the water, especially since he had no need for it. Why aren't you two drinking? Go ahead, have some. They urged while continuing to guzzle the water, their bellies already swollen, full to the brink of bursting. Don't you find their behavior peculiar? Daiwu's expression shifted, and she rushed to intervene. If they continued, they might very well overindulge to the point of death. The two were evidently entranced, devoid of their usual rationality, and possessed immense strength. When Daiwu approached, she was unexpectedly shoved back several steps, falling heavily to the ground. Are you all right? You're so weak. Zhang Lin scoffed, seizing both individuals effortlessly and lifting them into the air as if they were mere chicks. However, before he could revel in his triumph, they struggled with such extraordinary might that they broke free from his grip and lunged at Zhang Lin, their eyes now tainted a menacing crimson, as if some unseen force had taken hold of their minds. Ha, serves you right. It seems you're not so formidable after all. Could it be you're lacking in some department? Zhang Lin's face flushed with embarrassment, finding himself at a loss for words. He unleashed his frustration upon the two before him, delivering two swift kicks that sent Anfu and Anguo flying several meters away. Daiwu, witnessing the scene, was left in shock. Such feats were beyond human capability. Surely even a bull could not possess such ferocity. For reasons unknown, Anfu and Anguo, seemingly unfazed, stood up, shook themselves off, and charged once more. What kind of water is this, possessing such miraculous effects? Faced with these seemingly invulnerable beings, Zhang Lin found himself in a precarious position. Knowing he must conceal his true strength, prepare the ropes, he commanded. Who are you to give me orders? Daiwu retorted, though her actions were decidedly compliant. Realizing they could not be subdued easily, Zhang Lin opted for a more drastic measure. He stepped forward, moving with the swiftness of a phantom, and delivered a precise strike to each of their necks. Such a maneuver was perilous, with the potential to cause severe injury. Yet, in the absence of alternatives, he proceeded. To his astonishment, despite his full-force attack, they remained standing, albeit their movements slowed significantly. After two more strikes, they finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and collapsed. Daiwu hastily bound them, using a secure knot. The rope was thick, rendering escape improbable. After completing this task, Daiwu fainted from exhaustion. Zhang Lin assessed her condition. Dehydration and fatigue posed no immediate threat to her life, but without prompt attention, the situation could worsen. Reluctantly, he retrieved his water flask and attempted to administer it to her, but most of it was wasted, unable to enter her mouth. I can't possibly sacrifice my own dignity to feed you. I simply can't bring myself to do it. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lin, he had committed a grave error. Television dramas had misled him. One must never attempt to give water to someone in a state of unconsciousness, as it could lead to asphyxiation. Just then, a transformation was imminent. It seemed that his companion was about to undergo her second metamorphosis. Zhang Lin quickly summoned Xiaobai, and the sound of cracking eggshells echoed around them. Xiaobai, now in its second form, appeared largely unchanged, save for a more solidified appearance. How? Enough of your wailing. Silence yourself. Zhang Lin exclaimed, questioning why this creature, supposedly of dragon lineage, emitted a howl akin to that of a wolf. Could it be a hybrid? The ground trembled as something approached from the distance, causing even the spirits to cower. What is happening? Zhang Lin wondered. The sound of hooves resonated, and he glanced toward the source, noting a dark mass illuminated by myriad green lights. As the figures drew nearer, he realized the green glow emanated from countless eyes, reminiscent of ghostly flames. There stood spectral steeds, each ridden by formidable soldiers clad in heavy armor, wielding enormous axes that glimmered in the moonlight, exuding an aura of chill. What in the world is this? Zhang Lin thought, narrowly dodging a merciless strike from one of the soldiers, which left a massive crater in the ground where he had just stood. Intruders, slay? A cold voice commanded, devoid of emotion, striking fear into the heart. They mechanically repeated this phrase, guardians of this ghostly realm, intent on exterminating all who dared trespass. Zhang Lin swiftly lifted Daiwu and leapt to the rooftop, leaving the bound individuals below to their grim fate. These soldiers were manifestations of the power of the mysterious Sky Pearl, undying and formidable in battle. Possessing such an army rendered one invincible, a ruler of realms. The ghostly soldiers swung their axes, decapitating Anfu and Angua in an instant, their blood staining the blades and amplifying the aura of menace that enveloped the scene. Xiaobai, witnessing the carnage, drooled in anticipation, ready to consume any energy entity. Oh no, I forgot to bring Xiaobai with me. Why did I prioritize saving this ugly creature over the divine beast below? Surely it won't just vanish. What a colossal loss. Such worries were unfounded, as Xiaobai opened its maw wide, conjuring a void that produced an overwhelming suction. The foremost ghostly soldier was drawn in before it could react, becoming sustenance for Xiaobai. Remarkable, Zhang Lin marveled, as Xiaobai devoured one after another. Yet, the soldiers seemed endless, rendering the feast never-ending. Soon, the void was filled, and Xiaobai burped contentedly, having amassed sufficient energy for its third transformation. Before morphing back into a cocoon of darkness, engaging in direct confrontation was futile, retreat was the only option. With a wave of his hand, flames erupted from the ground, and the ghostly soldiers seemed to recognize the inherent danger, rendered helpless as their prey slipped away. That was close. Thankfully, the flames can restrain them. In this perilous situation, nowhere felt secure. They needed to escape. The presence of the ghostly soldiers indicated that the mysterious Sky Pearl was nearby. Zhang Lin directed his gaze toward the origin of the soldiers, where a palace loomed, likely the source of their troubles. Coughing, Daiwu awoke, tears streaming down her face as she sputtered, nearly losing consciousness. Who dares to endanger me? No one is harming you. Since you're awake, you can walk on your own. Zhang Lin replied. Daiwu quickly realized the situation and struggled to free herself. You scoundrel, taking advantage of me. Where's this place? What has transpired? After regaining her composure, she felt bewildered. How had she ended up here? Zhang Lin succinctly explained the events, prompting her to roll her eyes. At your age, how can you lack such basic knowledge? Had it not been for my unique constitution, I might have perished by now. So you suspect the treasure is within that palace? Indeed, since we cannot leave, we might as well investigate. Wait, where did you get the water you tried to give me? I was not delirious. So do not attempt to deceive me with tales of well water. The ghostly soldiers were on their trail again. We must flee, Daiwu exclaimed, glancing back at the empty space behind them, seeing no soldiers nor even a shadow of a ghost. What are you waiting for? Move. And so, Zhang Lin hastily pulled her along, but by the time she comprehended the situation, it was too late. What do? We can't get in. A battalion of ghostly soldiers stood guard outside the palace, immovable, yet it was clear that anyone attempting to pass would be cleaved in twain. The soldiers flanking the grand entrance wielded great swords, while those above readied bows and arrows. It was nothing short of an army. Zhang Lin's peripheral vision caught sight of a nearby lid. The main entrance was impassable, but perhaps they could navigate through the waterways instead. Beneath the lid lay a dark, unseen drain. Zhang Lin cautiously lifted the cover, peering into the inky depths, and after confirming the absence of danger with his celestial sight, he leaped down. Jiwu heard only the sound of splashing water, and the ghostly soldiers glanced over in suspicion, yet remained motionless, bound by their duty to guard the entrance. Taking a deep breath, she plunged after him, discovering below a hidden stream, a waterway meant for escape. The water was cool and deep, but her swimming skills were commendable, and she quickly reached the bank. Throughout the ordeal, she kept her mouth tightly shut, uncertain if the water would pose the same dangers as the well water outside. All she could do was pray that this water would only affect her if ingested. Otherwise, there would be no way to guard against it. "Hey, you scoundrel! Where have you gone?" A flicker of flame illuminated the darkness, and upon seeing the newcomer, Diawu sighed in relief. "You scared me. Where did you get that torch? Why ask so many questions? Sometimes knowing too many secrets is not a good thing. Cut the mystique. Do you think I want to know? Just hand it over so I can dry off. I'm soaked." Under the glow of the fire, Diawu's alluring figure parched Zhang Lin's throat. But his intense scrutiny did not go unnoticed. "What are you staring at, you little lecher? Do you dare to have my eyes plucked out? Do you think I want to look? You should check a mirror to see your own reflection." Diawu's cheeks flushed with heat, vowing to lift the curse that had once made her the subject of ridicule. After drying off, the two continued onward through the eerily silent corridor. "Why are you so close to me? I dislike being clingy. Do you think I want to be? I'm merely trying to stay near the torch." You are the one overthinking. In truth, Diawu felt a twinge of fear, apprehensive of what might emerge from the darkness. Time passed without measure until they emerged from below, finding themselves in what appeared to be a hidden garden, overrun with peculiar plants, dominated by a massive, tightly closed blossom. How could there be plants here? Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted through the air, and the closed flower began to slowly unfurl, revealing a stunning bloom. As the scent enveloped him, Zhang Lin sensed a distortion in the scene before him. This flower was not to be trusted. "Hey, ugly creature, be cautious of that flower." Diawu remained silent. Her gaze glazed over, utterly unresponsive to his warning, as if drawn toward the blossom, which was just large enough to engulf a person. "Stay alert." Realizing the threat, Zhang Lin no longer held back, hurling a fireball towards it. Vines shot forth from the ground, deflecting the fireball and coiling around Diawu, seemingly to protect her. Yet the strangeness of it all unsettled him. The flower swallowed Diawu whole, and a face, beautiful and ethereal, emerged upon the blossom. Strikingly familiar, it resembled Diawu's, devoid of the ghastly markings. Without a second thought, Zhang Lin prepared for the approaching vines, perceiving himself as an intruder that must be eradicated. As the flower merged with Diawu, the surrounding plants withered, their nourishment siphoned away, and the blossom swelled to 3 stories high. His celestial sight revealed no useful information. This flower transcended the realms of man and demon. Flames seemed ineffective against the vines, as a dark aura hindered their potency. More vines erupted from below. Armed with thorns and lethal toxins, any contact would spell certain death. Chapter 64. Entering the inner sanctum, what on earth is this? Fearing that the flower was one with Diawu, he hesitated to strike. Humans indeed have many vulnerabilities. Their emotional nature sets them apart from mere beasts. For those devoid of emotion cannot be deemed truly human. They are incomplete. Zhang Lin summoned an earth talisman, erecting a wall of soil to temporarily withstand the assault. He then retrieved his phoenix brush, dipped it in spiritual sand, and began to paint on Bodhi paper, crafting the most powerful exorcism talisman within the mystic tier. Though lacking in destructive force, the exorcism talisman possessed unparalleled purging ability, making it perfectly suited for the current predicament. The wall trembled under the relentless assault of the vines, bits of earth crumbling away. Yet Zhang Lin remained engrossed in his task, undisturbed by the chaos around him. Initially, the process was smooth, but as he progressed, it became increasingly arduous. Beads of sweat trickling down his brow. He steadied his trembling hands, not due to any lack of skill, but because he sought to create the finest and most potent talisman possible. This flower was too bizarre. Zhang Lin was always cautious with uncertainties, striving for perfection. And even if he could not achieve it, he would exert every effort to do his utmost. As the final stroke was applied, he hastily infused the talisman with his blood, which shimmered with golden light, piercing the darkness and instilling terror in the ghostly souls haunting the city. This was the purest force of righteousness. All malevolence would be expelled. The vines began to thrash violently, battering against the earthen wall, which ultimately crumbled under their relentless onslaught. Surging towards Zhang Lin in a frenzied attempt to extinguish him, with a cold smirk, he pointed his finger, and the exorcism talisman radiated brilliant golden light. The vines recoiled as if encountering salt, disintegrating upon contact. The power of the talisman was truly formidable. Break. The golden radiance intensified, illuminating the entire garden. As the flower emitted a wretched scream, seemingly pleading for mercy, Zhang Lin felt no compassion. These creatures thrived on playing the victim. He would not fall for their ruse and amplified the talisman's purging force. The flower howled in a frenzy, writhing in its death throes. But all was in vain. Ultimately, Unable to withstand the onslaught, it expelled Diawu, her body drenched in a viscous, unidentifiable liquid, perhaps gastric fluid? What has happened to me? Diawu's eyes were clouded, her memory of recent events completely erased. How do you feel now? Ugh, so disgusting. Don't come near me. Keep your distance. Humph. You tell me to go east, I shall go west. How dare you disdain me? Watch how I deal with you. After some time, their playful banter subsided. Are you satisfied now? Zhang Lin grimaced at the sticky substance covering him. Its sour, rancid odor was unbearable, particularly given its stringy texture. Humph. Now you recognize my prowess. Don't you? Let us see if you dare to speak carelessly again. Whatever. Let us go. It's too dangerous to linger here. Fine. Traversing the garden, they encountered a grand door, relieved to find no ghostly sentinels guarding it. They likely did not anticipate anyone entering through the rear. Creak, creak. The door swung open, the noise causing Zhang Lin a moment of concern, but thankfully, nothing untoward occurred. All remained eerily calm. The two stepped inside, entering a grand palace, where two orbs of green light hovered motionless before them. They quickly realized these were ghostly soldiers, unexpectedly present. Zhang Lin had first-hand experience with the combat prowess of these soldiers. Dealing with them was exceedingly troublesome. Should they rouse a larger force, even 200 individuals would be insufficient to withstand their might. Be careful not to disturb them. Rest assured, I'm no fool. Don't question my intellect. As Diawu spoke, she leaned against a nearby vase, which could hardly support the weight of an adult. The next moment, it crashed to the ground. Silence enveloped the scene as the ghostly soldiers hurled their spears, embedding them deeply into the wall behind the two. I truly am inept at accomplishing anything while only causing trouble. Zhang Lin sighed, exasperated with this troublesome woman, accustomed as he was to being thwarted by her. I'm sorry. It was an accident. Enough. Hurry, be quiet, and run. In a moment of panic, the two rushed into a room, listening as the heavy footsteps outside gradually faded away. Zhang Lin's anxious heart finally found solace. Had they departed? Shut up, you ugly creature. You truly are a harbinger of misfortune. Being with you is nothing short of calamity. Diawu pouted, feeling a swell of grievance, and thus ceased her chatter. Observing her, Zhang Lin felt a twinge of remorse. His words had indeed been harsh, especially towards a woman. All right, don't be angry. As long as everything is fine, I won't hold it against you this time. The two scrutinized the room, which was piled high with various weapons and armor, evidently an armory. Why do these appear as if they were forged yesterday, despite being hundreds of years old? Zhang Lin mused, picking up a sword and drawing it across his arm, leaving a deep white mark. Although it was not a legendary weapon, it certainly met the standard of quality. It was hard to fathom that these were all genuine artifacts. Have you trained in iron cloth? Or are these mere illusions? Diawu, sword in hand, was eager to try it out. Zhang Lin, realizing the potential danger, swiftly knocked the sword from her grasp. Stop this nonsense. If you wish to die, could you not choose another venue? Dying beside me would surely bring bad luck. Diawu paid him no heed, instead finding a string of gemstone necklaces to adorn herself with. Spinning around and asking, how do I look? Zhang Lin glanced at her, exasperated. You look splendid, of course. With so many gemstones, how could it not be beautiful? I can't be bothered with your foolishness. Diawu retorted, her mood darkening as she continued her search. Zhang Lin quietly opened the door to peer outside. The serene hall was devoid of any ghostly soldiers. If they did not leave now, when would they? However, Diawu did not comply. Enchanted by the necklace as if it were meant for her, Zhang Lin sighed in exasperation. This woman was a source of constant trouble and disobedience. The palace had 3 levels, and they were currently on the first. To ascend, they needed to reach the stairs. Follow me, and do not make a sound. If you hinder my progress again, I shall deal with you. Zhang Lin threatened fiercely. Although Diawu was tempted to retort, the ferocity in his gaze quelled her spirit. He resembled a beast. Fortunately, their journey proceeded without incident, and they arrived at their destination, Zhang Lin letting out a breath of relief. Just as they prepared to ascend, a colossal shadow descended from above, cracking the ground beneath them. Intruders, I am General Reed. To ascend, you must first pass my trial. The defeated shall perish. Chapter 65, The Mysterious Shadow. General Reed. There existed a general among these ghostly soldiers? Zhang Lin felt a sense of foreboding. The figure before him was immensely tall, towering over 2 men, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence, an essence only one who had battled countless foes could possess, nearly tangible. Ghostly soldiers rushed to the scene but were halted by Reed's command. This is a battle for the strong. You shall not interfere. He retained a semblance of awareness from his past life. This was no ordinary foe. Zhang Lin's expression grew serious. To ascend to the 2nd level, he would have to confront General Reed. Come forth, young one. I sense strength within you. Defeat me, and you may ascend. General Reed raised his massive sword and plunged it into the ground, unleashing a cascade of electricity towards Zhang Lin. At this juncture, he could no longer hesitate. With Diawu in tow, he leaped high, drawing forth the flame blade and slicing downward, sending a roaring fire dragon spiraling toward the ground. Simultaneously, he activated his celestial vision, eager to discern the true might of this behemoth. Reed, Ghost, Level, Ghost General, Stage 3 background. Once a general of a small nation, he possessed formidable strength. In his final battle, he faced hundreds of thousands of enemies alone, ultimately meeting a tragic end on the battlefield. His intense obsession in death led to his absorption by the Celestial Pearl, transforming him into his current form. The Ghost General at Stage 3 surpassed even Su Xiaoming at her peak. Diawu felt her mind falter. Was this a fantastical play? How could one summon a fire dragon? God of Thunder, grant me strength. Reed raised his hands high, and his sword erupted with a myriad of electric sparks, wreaking havoc on the surroundings. He forcefully shoved Diawu aside and summoned earthen walls, yet the power of thunder was not easily thwarted. The walls crumbled in mere moments. Zhang Lin's heart raced as he met the onslaught with the flame blade, the violent currents ravaging his body, dismantling every cell with overwhelming force. He felt his entire being become numb and paralyzed. Kill. As Reed summoned another surge, Zhang Lin's eyes turned crimson. He activated his amplification technique, forcibly suppressing the chaos within. The flame blade glowed with a brilliant red light, its temperature skyrocketing, causing Diawu to faint from the heat. Drawing upon every ounce of strength, Zhang Lin unleashed his maximum power. The terrifying lightning was vaporized, and with a resounding crack, Reed's form was pierced through, letting out a final, defiant cry before collapsing. The ghostly soldiers stood in formation, refraining from attacking. It seemed the spirits honored their word more than humans. Zhang Lin immediately exited the amplification state. Yet the backlash left him dazed and utterly drained. Upon seeing Diawu unconscious, he hastily poured a bucket of water over her, rousing her from slumber. After completing this task, Zhang Lin lay flat upon the cold, shattered ground. Ugh, what is this? Diawu wiped her face, questioning whether it was sweat or water. Ugly creature, come help me. I am utterly spent. What ails you? Kidney deficiency? Diawu approached to assist him, but as a mere woman, she struggled with his weight. Zhang Lin was paralyzed, akin to a lifeless body. With all her might, she managed to prop him up, but ascending the stairs posed an exponentially greater challenge. You dead weight. By the way, what transpired while I was unconscious? I saw you wielding magic. Could you teach me? What magic? Such nonsense does not exist. Stop dreaming and focus on reality. Oh, is that so? Diawu remained skeptical, suddenly loosening her grip, causing Zhang Lin to tumble down the stairs, colliding with the floor. I truly did not mean to. Zhang Lin discerned her exaggerated performance, instantly recognizing it as deliberate. Enough with the theatrics, it's utterly unconvincing. Diawu looked down upon him. You brought this upon yourself for not being truthful. I despise deceit, and consider this a minor lesson. I never lie. Zhang Lin mentally protested, knowing he was not deceiving a human. Ultimately, Diawu helped him back onto his feet. There were 24 steps to ascend, and they were both thoroughly exhausted. Upon reaching the second level of the palace, they paused to rest. Given the presence of spectral guardians on the first level, it was likely the second would be no different. They needed to regain their strength. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Lin ignored her, continuing his meditation to restore energy. Noticing his lack of response, Diawu lost interest and sat idly beside him. The night had fully descended, with only the bright moon illuminating the landscape, casting a silvery sheen across the earth. They found themselves in a corridor on the second level, flanked by railings, reminiscent of an ancient castle. To reach the third level, they had to traverse the corridor. It was not until Diawu began to doze off that Zhang Lin opened his eyes. The powerful essence of his golden core facilitated a rapid recovery, and he felt invigorated once more. As he stretched, he noticed Diawu sleeping soundly. Not wishing to disturb her, he refrained from action, still wary of the mischief she might conjure. Freed from the burden, he could unleash his full potential. Yet, after only a few steps, he sensed something amiss. A thick black mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring even the moon above. Within the shroud of darkness, a frail figure materialized, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Who goes there, lurking in the shadows? Show yourself. Zhang Lin reluctantly activated his third eye, revealing that the so-called shadows were a throng of children, their faces grotesquely decayed, emaciated like starving wolves, crawling towards him. Their vacant stares were chilling, their mouths filled with sharp, tiny teeth. A single bite could lead to madness. Zhang Lin kicked away a child attempting to climb his leg, then unleashed a burst of flame, the fire of the golden core, rarely used due to its toll on his cultivation, yet its effects were nothing short of remarkable. The Inferno. imbued with black and white energy, was terrifyingly contagious and possessed immense destructive power. These children were merely spirits, hardly a threat. The real danger lay in the entity manipulating this chaos from within the mist, its true visage still concealed. The depths of the black fog were impenetrable, even to his heightened senses, keeping him at bay. The spectral children seemed endless, each wave of them met with Zhang Lin's fiery onslaught. Taking a deep breath, he wiped the sweat from his brow. This could not continue, as his throat felt as if it were inflaming. Chapter 66. The Land of the Undead resolutely. He performed a blood sacrifice to activate the divine fire talisman, allowing it to hover and unleash fireballs upon the ground, drawing attention away as he ventured deeper into the mist. In the depths where light failed to penetrate, his senses were shrouded, and he found himself in an alternate scene. Welcome to my realm. I am the necromancer Morsa, the source of all evil. As the darkness receded, revealing a graveyard densely packed with tombstones, a frail old man floated above, wielding a staff alight with blue flames, his body cloaked in black robes, exposing only his sunken eyes and gaping maw filled with blackened teeth. Morsa, Ghost, Level, Ghost General, 5th rank, a notorious sorcerer. He was destined for wickedness from the moment of his birth. In life, he cruelly slaughtered innocent children, turning them into puppets, until a righteous soul ended his life. His lingering resentment was absorbed by the Mingtian Pearl, transforming him into a necromancer endowed with boundless, undead power. My beloved little ones, arise and devour this human before us, turning his flesh and blood into part of our own. From beneath the tombstones, skeletal hands emerged, devoid of flesh, only dry bones. In the blink of an eye, a skeletal army assembled, their bones resilient, with ghostly green flames flickering in their eye sockets. The eerie scene caused Zhang Lin's legs to tremble involuntarily, a natural physiological response. Behold my army of the undead. This is merely an appetizer. I shall plunge you into endless darkness. My precious little ones, let me bestow upon you strength. Necromantic enhancement. With a wave of his staff, blue flames detached and struck one of the skeletons, which writhed in agony, expanding in size, its green flames transforming into blue. Thus, the Skeleton King was born. Thank you, my master, for bestowing me with immense power. I shall pledge my eternal loyalty. The Skeleton King raised a hand, and the surrounding skeletons merged into a colossal scythe. Perish, intruder. You will fall beneath this scythe, a symbol of resentment and hatred. The Skeleton King brandished the scythe, requiring both hands to wield its 5-meter length. Zhang Lin glanced at his own 1-meter-long blazing blade, feeling insignificantly small in comparison. The skeletal horde surged forth like a tide. Zhang Lin exhaled a breath of golden fire, scattering the front ranks, yet their numbers were quickly replenished. He could not remain on the ground. Flight was not an option. What to do? Zhang Lin leaped into the air, stepping atop their skulls to advance swiftly. The Skeleton King, noticing his movement, swung down with the scythe. Zhang Lin barely dodged, but the unfortunate skeletons beneath him were shattered into fragments. Water talismans, arise. This was his first time employing the water talismans, their applications so few, yet their potency was undeniable. The unique properties of water could conquer brute force. A torrent surged forth, causing the Skeleton King to flinch as the flames in its eyes flickered. Zhang Lin's objective was to extinguish those flames, hoping for a victory without conflict. Meanwhile, Daiwa was suddenly jolted awake by an icy chill, her surroundings eerily silent, and she became alert. Where have those pesky little creatures gone? In Daiwa's perspective, she could not see Zhang Lin battling the Skeleton King, for they existed in separate realms, mere tens of meters apart, yet separated by an unbridgeable divide. Who was playing the flute? It seems to be coming from above. Following the enchanting melody, Daiwa ascended to the 3rd level. Upon arrival, she could hardly believe her eyes. This place was astonishing. Unaware of the unfolding events outside, Zhang Lin's water talismans proved ineffective. The Skeleton King remained unscathed, as if the blue flames possessed an innate resistance to water. Foolish intruder. This is the power bestowed upon me by Lord Morsa. How could it be so easily vanquished? Ha ha ha, perish. Arrogant fool. Doubling technique. This was the 2nd time he employed this technique today, and the backlash would be greater. Yet, he could not afford to hesitate in the face of these overwhelming foes. Without bridging the gap in power, victory was unattainable. Empowered, Zhang Lin engaged the Skeleton King directly. The latter, momentarily bewildered, could not comprehend how this seemingly weak human had suddenly gained such strength. The size of a weapon dictates the wielder's agility, but it also impacts its might. Engaging in a contest of strength with such a massive scythe was unwise. Even the slightest contact sent a powerful jolt through Zhang Lin's hands, rendering him momentarily numb. His grip trembled, nearly losing hold of his weapon. Though he maintained a facade of indifference, the Skeleton King regarded him with grudging admiration. Not bad, you managed to withstand my strike. But how long can you endure? Determined, Zhang Lin resolved to train diligently upon the journey's conclusion. In comparison to these unfeeling monsters, his physical form was fragile. Yet, being a skeleton, devoid of a brain. Was it not expected? Meanwhile, the necromancer Morsa observed the spectacle from a distance, a mocking expression on his face, as if to ridicule Zhang Lin's very existence, denying him the right to engage. This was intolerable. Zhang Lin's fury erupted, his blazing sword radiating an overwhelming heat, yet he controlled it to avoid self-immolation. This reflected his current inability to wield the true power of this divine weapon. The Skeleton King ceased its laughter, sensing that this attack was not to be underestimated. All the skeletons converged upon it, their green flames merging with the blue. The blue flames swelled dramatically, the Skeleton King's power surging exponentially. The excess green flames clinging to the scythe, indicating a fierce clash was imminent. Zhang Lin obliged, summoning a colossal fire dragon, its form more solid than before, its size over fivefold, illuminating the graveyard in a hellish blaze. This was a confrontation between titans. Amidst the vibrant flames, their forces collided, generating a cataclysmic shockwave. Morsa too brandished his staff, summoning black mist for protection, clearly apprehensive. How intriguing. When did humanity grow this formidable? It appears the tides of time have truly shifted. As he gazed at the flickering flames, a sense of wonder enveloped him. Who, he pondered, had emerged victorious? As the smoke gradually dissipated, a colossal figure materialized, its face adorned with a malevolent grin. No matter how formidable, it could not even conquer the minions it had spawned. Yet, the ensuing scene would alter the course of events. The body of the Skeleton King lay charred to cinders, with Zhang Lin standing triumphantly atop it, the ultimate victor. The Skeleton King was nothing of consequence. Now, it was your turn, Necromancer. Chapter 67, Absorbing the Flames of the Undead. Ha ha ha. How arrogant. Do you believe that defeating one of my subordinates makes you remarkable? The real drama is yet to unfold. Morsa raised his staff once more, and Zhang Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Should his opponent conjure another minion, would there be any hope of enjoyment left? No, he must thwart this fiend at all costs. Extermination Talisman, Shatter. Unlike the Exorcism Talisman, the Extermination Talisman sought to counter violence with violence. Although Morsa possessed formidable summoning and offensive capabilities, a mage's Achilles heel lay in their defense, an undeniable vulnerability in the face of lethal strikes. Damn it. You interrupted my incantation. You shall soon learn the true meaning of cruelty. Blazing Slash. He had named this technique after the divine weapon he wielded, regardless of the circumstances. The mere act of naming a technique exponentially augmented its lethality and elevated his prestige. Wave of vengeful spirits. Unyielding, Morsa retaliated, conjuring an oppressive black mist that coalesced into a dark orb before erupting into a violent shockwave. When the flames clashed with the wave of vengeance, a wondrous reaction ensued, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the space, causing it to tremble precariously on the brink of collapse. Cough, cough, cough. Morsa appeared disheveled. The commotion had inflicted considerable harm upon him. But surely the human must be dead by now, right? Did you think I perished? It will not be so easy. For you shall be the one to meet your end. Swiftly, he pivoted, unleashing a plume of black mist. Yet, Zhang Lin had anticipated this move and deftly evaded. Ha! You fell for my trick, foolish human. Freeze everything. Blue flames began to flicker, the temperature plummeting rapidly. Zhang Lin felt his feet sink, his body growing increasingly immobile as frost gathered upon him. It is over. Death's embrace. Morsa, now exuding an air of absolute confidence, unleashed a powerful spell. However, the frost that had ensnared Zhang Lin ignited with an overwhelming energy, instantly evaporating the ice. Fiery flames engulfed him, their temperature soaring beyond 1,000 degrees Celsius, an intensity no mere mortal could withstand, yet he triumphed. After executing a few graceful rotations in the air, he brought his sword down upon Morsa. The latter instinctively raised his staff in defense, yet it was no relic of power, its might derived solely from the blue flames. The staff shattered, and as it fell, Zhang Lin seized the opportunity, delivering a flurry of kicks that left Morsa appearing much older and incapacitated. The blue flames that touched the ground did not extinguish. Instead, they beckoned the nearby skeletons to rise and contend for the power. Yet, such formidable energy was beyond the capacity of these ordinary skeletons. Any attempt to claim it resulted in their being consumed and frozen into mere artifacts. Ha ha ha. You lowly wretches, do you think you can wield the flames of the undead? Morsa reclined upon the ground, bursting into maniacal laughter. Zhang Lin, observing the flames, felt an inexplicable urge. What might happen if he absorbed them? What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Lin approached and grasped the flames of the undead. Finding them surprisingly cool to the touch, their temperatures counterbalanced each other. Morza's visage twisted in terror. Surely, you do not intend to consume them. Zhang Lin did not disappoint, swallowing the flames whole. Initially, he felt nothing, but soon after, an icy chill coursed through his abdomen. Ha ha ha, you are a madman. Absolutely insane. How could a mere human possibly withstand the supreme flames of the underworld? This is your own demise. The cold enveloped him, freezing his senses. At that moment, the energies of black and white commenced their battle against this intruder. Three distinct energies clashed within him. Yet the black and white energies, being of a superior nature and 2 against 1, easily overpowered the blue flames. Gradually, the blue flames were consumed, each retaining a trace of azure light, a subtle transformation, yet one that signified a profound enhancement. You absorbed the flames of the undead. How did you accomplish that? There is no need for you to know, for you shall soon be dead. Morza hesitated momentarily before retorting, but I seem to be dead already, then allow me to kill you once more. Morza's expression soured instantly. Without the flames of the undead, he was rendered powerless, a blank slate. Desiring to burrow into the ground and escape, a beam of golden light shot forth, instantly transforming him into a wisp of black smoke that vanished entirely. Zhang Lin unleashed the energies of black and white, now harmonized with the flames of the undead, rendering them more manageable than before, imbued with a unique quality. With a gentle breath, he coated every gravestone with a thick layer of frost. Come forth, hideous creature. Show yourself. Zhang Lin turned toward the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, sensing impending doom. Rushing upstairs, he discovered an oasis teeming with life. Rubbing his eyes to ensure it was not an illusion, he confirmed that the air and sensations affirmed the reality of this verdant paradise. Had he stumbled upon a new realm? Surveying his surroundings, he soon noticed fresh footprints upon the ground, recently made, and notably smaller than those of an adult male, suggesting they belonged to a female. Could they belong to Dai Wu? Following the footprints, Zhang Lin arrived at a lakeside where a patch of land in the center bore a man and a woman. The man was handsome and charming, adorned in attire reminiscent of a prince from an ancient kingdom, serenely playing a melody on a flute. The woman, undoubtedly Dai Wu, appeared entranced by the music. Zhang Lin sought to interrupt this seemingly idyllic scene when a miraculous occurrence unfolded. The flute emitted a radiant white light, transforming into butterflies that danced around Dai Wu's face, gradually erasing the haunting patterns that marred her visage. You have suffered, my princess. The man tenderly caressed Dai Wu's cheek, speaking softly to himself. Zhang Lin then noticed a hollow on the flute containing a brownish orb. He quickly employed his celestial vision to inspect it, discovering it radiated boundless energy. Could this be the legendary Hunyuan Pearl? Shouldn't it be suffused with the aura of death, designed for summoning ghostly soldiers? Come forth, guest, for I have sensed your presence. Chapter 68. The return journey. The man rose, smiling warmly in Zhang Lin's direction. Even a fool could discern that this guest referred to him. How did you discover my presence? Zhang Lin emerged from the underbrush, maintaining an impassive expression and a notably cold demeanor. Guest, it seems you harbor animosity towards me. Rest assured, I mean no harm. Once this matter is resolved, you may safely escort her away. You overestimate your importance. She and I share no connection. Yet, I sense you are familiar with her. The man's expression flickered momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. I must admit, your intuition is remarkably precise. She does indeed have some connection to me, albeit a distant one from long ago. Today, it is fair to say that she is entirely unrelated to my life. Oh, do tell. Zhang Lin suddenly expressed interest in this man, though the latter seemed reluctant to elaborate further. You should take her away quickly. She does not belong to this realm of the dead, which will soon be permanently buried. The man removed a bead from his flute and tossed it over. Zhang Lin caught it with one hand, gazing at the Hunyuan Pearl with a myriad of emotions, astonished at how smoothly things had unfolded. Aren't you going to resist? There is no need. I have long accepted this. The reason I did not stop them is that it was a test of your strength. You are capable of wielding this treasure. Remember, whether the Hunyuan Pearl is good or evil is determined by the thoughts within your heart. Zhang Lin wished to inquire further, but the entire space began to tremble violently, the power of the Hunyuan Pearl waning, signaling an imminent collapse. Not only here, but the city outside was also sinking, the vengeful spirits' grievances coalescing above. To quell them, Zhang Lin directly used an exorcism talisman to disperse the malevolent energy. Rest in peace. Zhang Lin lifted Dai Wu and utilized the power of the Hunyuan Pearl to ascend towards the ground, while the man watched their departure, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Farewell, realm of the dead. I shall sleep alongside you. Just as he intended to leave, Dai Wu began to murmur in her sleep. Celtic, do not leave me. We have only just reunited. No, please don't. Startled awake. She found not the man from her dream, but rather the face she loathed most. What did you just say? Who is Celtic? Mind your own business. Surprisingly, devoid of ghostly markings, her anger appeared considerably more pleasant. Indeed, in this era, appearances held great weight, a fact difficult to accept yet unchangeable. She gazed into the distance. Muttering, I dreamt of the Prince of Lulan. He told me I am the reincarnation of his queen. Who would have thought? Fate can be so cruel. What nonsensical drivel are you spouting now? However, Dai Wu's expression was grave, as the dream felt too vivid, too real to be mere fantasy. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, her demeanor profoundly sorrowful. Zhang Lin seemed to sense something amiss, but refrained from probing, as doing so would reveal his ignorance of human emotions. I wish to follow you. Very well. Say that again. Her gaze unwavering, she firmly declared. I want to follow you. Zhang Lin felt a headache coming on. He already had 3 at home, and now another? Why? What is it about me that attracts you? Am I not allowed to change? You carry a scent. Scent? Apologies. I am accustomed to solitude. I hope you understand. Dai Wu shook her head. I do not wish to understand. I only want to follow you. This is my sole request. I know you are no ordinary person. I wish to be your disciple and sever ties with the mundane world. Ah, I did not anticipate being discovered. Zhang Lin felt torn. Caught between the fierce matriarch at home and the charming young disciple. Fine, I accept your request, but remember our identities. Do not cross the boundaries of our worlds. Bah. With your looks, I feel nauseated just seeing you. There is no way I would beg. Very well, if you wish to be my disciple. You must first bow to me. Let me make it clear. I have many rules, the foremost being absolute obedience. Dai Wu gritted her teeth. All right, I accept. With that, she genuinely knelt. I, ZMO, willingly accept this little rogue as my master, and this bow shall serve as proof. Wait, who is ZMO? And what is this little rogue nonsense? Clarify yourself. ZMO is my true name. I do not yet know what you are called, master. So I shall use this in its stead. You dare use a pseudonym to fool me? How outrageous. ZMO stuck out her tongue in my line of work. Revealing my real name is forbidden. It is our code. All right, hurry and finish your bow so we can be on our way. Remember, your master's name is Zhang Lin. Do I need to repeat it? Do you take me for a fool? Oh, you dare speak back before even crossing the threshold? How audacious. The day passed with their playful banter, and by the next morning, Zhang Lin felt invigorated. The fatigue of the previous day dissipated, while ZMO discovered a change in her appearance that left her unable to sleep with excitement. He took out the Hunyuan pearl and began to toy with it. With a thought, 2 ghost soldiers materialized, their eyes filled with reverence, unlike their previous fierce demeanor. Summoning ghost soldiers drained considerable magical energy, and he was currently unable to call forth those of commanding rank, but conjuring a 100-strong battalion was well within his capabilities. It was time to contact Yiya and the others. Upon opening his phone, he was stunned to find dozens of missed calls. What on earth had transpired? Checking the timestamps, he realized they were from the night before, while he had still been in the ghost city, where there was no reception. Zhang Lin felt an urgency rising within him, and after a brief ring, a familiar voice echoed from the other end, alleviating his fears. Thankfully, nothing was amiss. Yiya's scolding came in a rapid torrent, only shifting to serious matters half an hour later. It turned out the Yang family had come knocking, but fortunately, Su Xiaoming was there to protect them. Otherwise, it could have been perilous. However, during the ordeal, Su Xiaoming sustained severe injuries and her body became transparent, leaving her at a loss for how to handle the situation. The Yang family, once again, these troublesome individuals, he had yet to seek them out. Yet they had come to him first. Due to the time reversal, the Yang father and son had evaded disaster, but for others, it was far from a blessing. Wait for me, Yang family. Zhang Lin's heart darkened with murderous intent. They had repeatedly thwarted him, and now they had harmed Su Xiaoming. Should anything happen to her, he would exact vengeance on the Yang father and son. Chapter 69. The undercurrent surging. I have prepared breakfast for you. Hurry and eat. ZMO entered with a bag filled with fried dough sticks, soy milk, and several meat buns. No need. I have no appetite. You can eat it yourself. What's wrong? You look rather pale. Did you not sleep well last night? Take care of yourself. Zhang Lin shot her a glare, remaining silent. An astute observer could easily see his foul mood, and how could she, with those dark circles under her eyes, dare comment on anyone else? ZMO took a bite of a bun, savoring it. Delicious. I haven't had such tasty buns in ages. I must return to that shop next time. We are setting off. Huh, what? ZMO hurriedly swallowed her mouthful, patting her chest as she struggled to recover, her face filled with confusion. 10 minutes. We are in a rush, and I haven't even had breakfast. Huff, I am utterly exhausted. No more chatter. Get in the car. I have already arranged everything. ZMO felt speechless. What kind of master had she found? It seemed her life ahead would be anything but dull, as each day would be exceedingly fulfilling. As she looked at the dilapidated inn, a wave of guilt washed over her. As she approached, a foul stench pervaded the air, reminiscent of a dead rat. Zhang Lin patted Yiya's back repeatedly until, after a long while, she finally calmed down. Who is this? Only then did she notice the new presence, a beautiful woman. And it struck her that Zhang Lin had already found a new companion in just a few days. Hello, sister-in-law. Nice to meet you. My name is ZMO. Who gave you permission to call me sister-in-law? Who do you think you are to get close to me? Faced with Yiya's hostility, ZMO was at a loss for words and could only glance at her master, hoping he would alleviate the awkwardness. But the exchanged glances between the two only fueled Yiya's suspicions, igniting her anger as she grasped Zhang Lin's ear. So you found yet another beautiful girl. Are you trying to turn our home into a kingdom of daughters? This is unjust. I am wronged. Zhang Lin was filled with grievances, wondering whom he had provoked. Xiaoming, right? Didn't you mention that Xiaoming's condition is quite critical? Let me in to take a look. Just as he almost forgot the pressing matter at hand, he decided to set aside his personal feelings until after addressing the situation. Fortunately, he had the presence of mind. Otherwise, he might have lost his hearing. Although Zhang Lin possessed formidable physical defenses, this was a magical assault that he could not withstand. Upon seeing Su Xiaoming, Zhang Lin sensed that things were dire, as if she had been afflicted by some restraining artifact, leaving her on the brink of collapse. Brother Zhang Lin, how is Sister Xiaoming? Is she in danger? Yiya gazed intently at Zhang Lin, seemingly eager to express something. And soon the two retreated to a secluded corner to converse. Have you been hiding something from me? Don't worry, I won't force you to speak. Xiaoming isn't human, is she? All right, you need not explain anything. I will keep your secrets, as long as Xiaoming remains safe. I owe this child so much. Thank you, Xiaoya. I'm sorry, but some matters are better left unknown for now. They would shatter your understanding, as they are difficult to believe. Enough of that. Hurry and attend to your affairs. Ah, women, what can one do? After an impassioned exposition, he finally clarified the origins of ZMO, yet it was evident that Yiya remained skeptical of this unfamiliar woman, suspecting ulterior motives. Master, where are you going? This matter does not concern you. Just stay put. No, your affairs are mine as well. You must teach me some skills. Zhang Lin pondered anxiously how to impart his unique celestial arts. It was not out of stinginess, but rather because ordinary individuals simply lacked the aptitude to learn. After dismissing ZMO, Zhang Lin contemplated the necessity of forging connections within the Taoist community, providing him with a better course of action. The city was unsafe. He needed to seek out a favorable location outside, free from the threat of enemies, but that required funds, without which, how could he build a home? Ultimately, it boiled down to poverty. Until this issue was resolved, he would never find peace. How did it go? Chairman, we failed. What? The man in the chair erupted in fury. They had dispatched numerous henchmen, including a master. But Zhang Lin's erratic behavior aroused suspicion that he might have learned some dark arts. Is Zhang Lin truly that formidable? To best even the master I hired at great expense? The subordinate reporting on his knees trembled as he spoke softly. It's not like that. We only discovered Yiya and her sister, along with another girl, but we found no trace of Zhang Lin. Oh, then why did you fail? The man, Yang Jiang, was the mastermind behind the previous incident. His son had suffered humiliation, staining his father's honor, and he was determined to exact revenge. It's that girl. She is not human and possesses demonic powers. It's terrifying. Demonic powers? Yang Jiang mused. It seemed that ordinary people could not contend with Zhang Lin, especially if even the girls around him possessed such abilities. It was time to enlist the Assassin's Alliance. This threat could not be left unaddressed. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lin, he had been added to the assassination list, and Hua Qianyu had no inkling that she would soon be tasked with eliminating someone presumed dead. Sister Hua, we have another target, but this person. What's wrong, Xiao Qian? You look so flustered. Is this person's identity special? Upon seeing the assassination target's name, Hua Qianyu felt a sense of familiarity. Had she encountered it before? Sister Hua, have you forgotten? Not long ago, the Abilities Bureau ordered you to eliminate this very person. The mention of the Abilities Bureau jogged her memory, but hadn't she already killed him? Could it be a case of a namesake? Yet upon seeing the photograph, her expression turned grave. It's really him. How is it possible? In such circumstances, I didn't manage to kill him. This was my first failure. Chapter 70. The indifferent assassin strikes again. What's wrong, Sister Hua? Your expression is terrifying. I recall the last time. Xiao Qian hesitated, knowing that it was a shadow that haunted Hua Qianyu for life. Sure enough, a palpable aura of killing intent enveloped her, and a delicate hand gripped her throat, lifting her off the ground. Woo woo woo, Sister Hua, spare me. I truly didn't mean it. I beg you. Just as she was about to suffocate, she was violently thrown to the ground, her face flushed from the pressure. I'll spare you this time. Remember, there will be no next. As she watched Hua Qianyu's retreating figure, a chill ran down her spine. This woman was truly fearsome. Zhang Lin, I swear I won't kill you. Even when later prevented by higher-ups, she could not alter this resolve. Achoo. Zhang Lin sneezed abruptly in the car. Which little girl is thinking of me? Who dares to offend me during such a foul mood? Get lost. Hiki, Li Yun. Who are you telling to get lost? Oh, boss, it's you. I was just speaking thoughtlessly. You wouldn't take it to heart, would you? Of course not. Xiaoyun, where have you moved to? I can't find you. It's all those people from the Yang family. We couldn't stay there any longer. So we ventured out on our own. It's been tough starting from scratch. I haven't slept for several days. Look at me. Zhang Lin understood her implication. She wanted his assistance. However, he felt compelled to help. As Li Yun grew, it would be akin to his own growth. To develop into a formidable force, a robust economic foundation was essential. But when it came to finances, he glanced at his balance. Merely a few $100,000. It was sufficient for his own sustenance. But to establish a team, it was utterly inadequate. Well, money isn't an issue. Before he could finish, Li Yun's excited voice erupted. Boss, that is fantastic. We're having a hard time getting started. All our savings have been spent just trying to establish connections. I'm in need of funds. Cough, don't rush. I haven't finished speaking. Money isn't the problem, but the issue is I lack money. Suddenly, a heavy silence fell on the line. Zhang Lin wondered if there was a signal issue, but upon checking, he was still connected. Li Yun's expression turned ashen. It was over, she had backed the wrong horse. Realizing that her so-called boss was a total letdown. Fate has conspired against me. It seems I, Li Yun, am doomed. Why the long face? Although I may not have money, I possess skills. Do you have any quick ways to earn money? But it must be legal. Remember, we are law-abiding citizens. A legal way to make money? Where does such a thing exist, unless you win the lottery? The lottery is beyond my control. Besides, there are always underhanded dealings. And it's usually the insiders who win. Winning is easier said than done. Li Yun pondered deeply before a flash of inspiration struck her. Boss, if you have the skills, why not try your hand at gambling on stones? That is immensely profitable and completely legal. Gambling on stones. Of course. How did I not think of this brilliant idea? With my ability to see through, I can simply pick the best. Reflecting on the past, I was so foolish to rely on others for small sums of money, living off their goodwill, imagining ascending to the pinnacle of life, marrying a wealthy beauty, and living a life unrestrained. He felt a rush of exhilaration. Boss? Well, what is it? Zhang Lin wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, noticing everyone around him staring at him oddly. What are you looking at? Never seen an ugly man before. I have encountered individuals, yet none as unattractive and self-absorbed as this pitiful wretch. Indeed, it is fortunate that this person possesses a modicum of self-awareness. Otherwise, they would be utterly lost. Zhang Lin hung up the phone, casting a fierce glare at the insufferable woman, causing her to retreat a few steps before turning away with an air of nonchalance. Was it merely a figment of his imagination, or was he being overly sensitive? He mused to himself, yet a shadow stealthily followed him from the corner after he departed. As time passed, the road grew increasingly desolate, lined with dilapidated buildings, devoid of any passers-by, so abandoned that even beggars would likely disdain it. The shadow hesitated momentarily before continuing to follow, but Zhang Lin came to a halt. My dear, you must realize that your furtive behavior is rather unbecoming. One might suspect you harbor ulterior motives. In truth, Zhang Lin had already sensed an undeniable presence trailing him. His earlier performance had been a deliberate ruse. Here, in this secluded place, was the perfect opportunity for an ambush. Oh, it appears you are not as foolish as I had presumed. Nevertheless, it matters not. Today, you shall meet your demise to uphold the dignity of my esteemed assassin's reputation. Esteemed assassin? Are you sent by the Assassin's Guild? That cannot be. I have already made arrangements on my end. Surely you are mistaken. We are, in fact, allies. Hua Qianyu let out a cruel laugh. Allies? Impossible. She had always been a solitary figure. In her world, there were no allies, only herself, while others were mere obstacles on the path to success. Do you remember me? Zhang Lin scrutinized her figure, recognizing her as one of the few with such distinct proportions. There were only two possibilities, the Black Widow or the assassin from his previous encounter. The Black Widow's voice was unmistakably different, and the answer became apparent. So it is you, the failure. What now? Having failed to assassinate me last time, are you eager to experience defeat once more? Humph. Hua Qianyu removed her mask, revealing her exquisite features. You haven't changed, still spouting nonsense. I despise those who rely solely on their tongues. This time, you shall not be so fortunate. My targets never see the light of the next day. Perhaps on a cloudy or rainy day? Seeking death, are we? Oh, do give it a try? Previously, Zhang Lin might have felt some trepidation, but now, armed with the mystic heaven pearl, his chances against this woman had drastically improved. Petal and leaf technique. Hua Qianyu flicked her right hand, sending forth several silver darts with blinding speed, too swift for the naked eye to follow, their lethality formidable. Zhang Lin stood firm. Absorbing the impact, his skin's resilience had evidently reached new heights. Ha ha ha. Is that all you've got? Is it? Have you not noticed your limbs growing weak? The toxin has already begun to invade your body. What nonsense. Your darts barely breached my defenses. How could I be poisoned? Who says one cannot be poisoned without breaking through defenses? This is an exquisite toxin that permeates through the skin. What? Zhang Lin's face drained of color. Beads of sweat forming as his body involuntarily began to weaken. You are still too young. I did not foresee this proceeding so smoothly. One might think you were cooperating with me in a performance. Chapter 71. The mystic heaven pearl makes its debut. Zhang Lin rose, laughing maniacally, tears streaming down his face. This woman was simply too overconfident, unable to recognize her own clumsy act. How could you? Zhang Lin possessed 3 top-tier energies within him. Any poison in this world would not stand a chance, evaporating instantly. It seems your rare toxin was purchased from a roadside stall. How unreliable. Next time, do support the authentic products. Hua Qianyu was utterly astonished. How did he know her toxin was bought on the street? In truth, the toxin was indeed potent, but it had encountered a monster impervious to poisons. Then I must take matters into my own hands. I will savor your torment. As she finished speaking, Hua Qianyu appeared before Zhang Lin, not through teleportation, but rather, time had been frozen in Zhang Lin's vicinity. Gazing upon her clenched fist, Zhang Lin attempted to evade, only to discover that no position would allow him to escape. He could only watch helplessly as it connected with his face. How uncouth. Do you not know the basic etiquette of striking without hitting the face? Truly lacking in decorum. I warn you, continue this manner, and I shall become enraged. While I may endure, there are limits. Such actions have undoubtedly provoked Zhang Lin's ire. With a swift motion, he summoned a wall of earth, yet she was too quick, evading his strike effortlessly. However, his intention was not to attack. He merely needed to buy time. Zhang Lin retrieved the mystic heaven pearl, an artifact of boundless utility forged by ancient celestial beings. Not only could it summon ghostly soldiers, but it also possessed a multitude of miraculous abilities. What have you done? Creating space. This is one of its abilities, allowing the manifestation of an entirely new realm based on one's thoughts. Any harm inflicted here will be retained in the real world, essentially creating a new dimension. Yet, as Zhang Lin lacked the eternal resentment that the Prince of the Undead possessed, he could not maintain it for long. Nevertheless, it was more than adequate for the current situation. You truly possess sorcery. Are you a fox spirit? But fox spirits are typically enchanting. Leaving only one possibility. You are a toad spirit. You are the toad spirit. Your entire family are dead toads. Zhang Lin unleashed the ghostly flame within him, exhaling a chilling mist that coated the ground in frost, further restricting her movements. Hua Qianyu furrowed her brow, surrounded by water and ice. Her agility as an assassin was severely hampered, clearly targeting her specifically. How infuriating. Her eyes glowed with azure light as time began to freeze. In this temporal realm, she alone could act, everything around her seemingly frozen in place, allowing her to traverse the water's surface while rendering the frost entirely ineffective. Such was the might of time. Zhang Lin was lifted into the air, receiving several blows. The chaos of time obscured his perception of her movements, and a dagger plunged into his chest, twisting violently. I refuse to believe you can survive this. Given Zhang Lin's exceptional physical defenses, embedding the dagger had proven quite challenging. And this strike had drained nearly half of Hua Qianyu's stamina. A mere mortal would surely have perished from such a grievous injury. How naive. Do you truly believe such an attack could harm me? Zhang Lin seized her hand, slamming her into the ground. Hua Qianyu, exhausted from her exertions, could offer no resistance. Pinned beneath him. Remove your repugnant face from mine. I intend to kill you. Silence, you foul woman. This is my domain now. Zhang Lin pressed down with his lower body, yanking the dagger from his chest. The wound healed swiftly, leaving Hua Qianyu in stunned disbelief. After all her efforts, it seemed utterly futile. Once calm, Zhang Lin recognized the awkward position they found themselves in, their bodies intimately intertwined, her soft form and enticing fragrance exuding an irresistible allure. You are behaving like a rogue. Hua Qianyu's complexion flushed, her body aflame with a mixture of rage and embarrassment. Who is behaving like a rogue? This is merely a natural physiological response. Look at you. Are you not the same? Zhang Lin warned her to vacate his person post-haste, lest he unleash his wrath upon her. Upon hearing this, he was taken aback. Did she truly believe she could provoke him so easily? Very well, under the peony. One may die, yet still remain a libertine. Why not grant me this one pleasure to fulfill my desire? Remarkably, upon uttering these words, this icy assassin began to weep, her previously established persona collapsing in an instant. A woman is a woman, no matter how resilient she may appear. The moment she encounters a vulnerable spot, she may crumble in an instant. Alas, it is true. Fine, I shall rise. Zhang Lin reluctantly stood from the body, but in the next heartbeat, Hua Qianyu ceased her tears and flicked her tongue, launching a silver needle toward his eye. The urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation, and he quickly expelled a flame to melt the needle away, yet his adversary had further tricks up her sleeve. A cloud of white powder was cast his way, obstructing his vision, and the pain of burning in his open eyes deterred him from carelessly breathing fire, for the danger of a dust explosion loomed. Underestimating a woman can lead to dire consequences. How do you like this move? Do not attempt to force your eyes open, or the outcome will be singular. You shall become disabled. However, you won't live to see that moment. Rest easy, for I shall guide you. Though blind, his senses remained intact, allowing him to perceive the subtle shifts in his surroundings and track her movements. Hua Qianyu found herself cornered, her abilities rendered useless. Thus evading him was a simple task. Zhang Lin raised the mixed heaven pearl, transforming the environment into a battlefield. Grotesque, ghostly soldiers emerging from the ground to encircle Hua Qianyu. Do you still wish to resist? At this juncture, Zhang Lin had regained his sight, while Hua Qianyu felt utterly bewildered. Why was this man so powerful, while she could not even inflict a scratch? It is not your weakness, but my strength. Surrender willingly. Cease your attempts at trickery, for my patience is finite. Her gaze fell, void of emotion as she declared, I concede. You may decide my fate. The vanquished have no right to choose. Do refrain from incessantly pondering violence. Would it not be preferable to coexist in peace? Would it not be more serene to be a quiet beauty rather than a killer? Do you believe that is admirable? In my eyes, you are not but an immature child. Enough. Kill me swiftly, or I shall find a way to end your life, torturing you mercilessly. Hua Qianyu's fury ignited. The man's humiliation was one thing, but his incessant nagging was akin to that of a monk. Chapter 72. Taming Hua Qianyu. Hey, I offer you sincere counsel. Yet you refuse to appreciate it? And you dare to sulk? What gives you the right to be so adorable? Hua Qianyu exploded in fury. Her sanity hanging by a thread, this torment was more unbearable than death itself. If she were guilty, let the heavens punish her, not this insufferable man. Seeing her on the verge of collapse, Zhang Lin finally silenced himself. He had no fondness for murder, especially not for such a beautiful woman. It would be a waste of resources. Hence, there was but one solution, to subdue her. Zhang Lin approached her, lifting her chin with his finger. His demeanor lecherous as he proposed, how about you follow me from now on, and assist me? I shall grant you immense power. To tame me? You must be dreaming. I would rather die than yield. In life, I am a member of the organization. In death, I am a ghost of the organization. Your organization has long since betrayed you. Do you not sense it? At this, Hua Qianyu recalled odd occurrences, such as the inexplicable obstruction of her current task, something that had never transpired before. Could it be that the Assassin Alliance had been covertly taken over? Do not speculate. The Assassin Alliance now serves me. You may boast all you wish, but I remain skeptical. Hua Qianyu was initially disinclined to believe his words. However, recalling the previous interceptors sent her way, had she not been so stubborn, this task would have remained unfulfilled. Was it possible? The thought of the Assassin Alliance being under the control of a mere boy filled her with deep-seated unease. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had been deceived. While the Assassin Alliance did possess some connection to Zhang Lin, it was merely transactional. The reason behind their interference in her task was their inability to decipher the talisman's secrets, necessitating long-term collaboration. As this individual could not be allowed to perish just yet. Now do you understand? Regardless, your essence is to serve me. Why not follow me directly? I will empower you. Hua Qianyu's interest was piqued. Immense power was her ultimate quest in life. This man before her might be her destined benefactor. Her abilities, though formidable, had recently stagnated, leaving her unable to break through her limitations. What would you have me do? Well, if I were to recruit someone directly, the Assassin Alliance would undoubtedly come after us, for you are their ace, a peak combatant, a rare talent. I comprehend. As a master assassin, she understood the necessity of discretion and thus did not question the truth of his claims. Zhang Lin had effortlessly acquired a top-tier assassin as an asset. This was a tremendous gain for him. By the way, how shall I contact you? As the ace assassin, she was not accessible through ordinary means. They utilized devices that were highly confidential, only reachable via specialized equipment. Zhang Lin accepted the card, a smile gracing his face. With such a killer at his service, he would no longer need to resolve every issue personally. That was simply too exhausting. Wait, who is the employer? Nearly forgetting the matter at hand. It was unlikely to be the people from the Abilities Bureau. They likely lacked the audacity. This is confidential. I am unaware. If you wish to know, I can inquire. That will not be necessary. I believe I have grasped the situation. Knowing yet asking? Hua Qianyu scoffed internally, yet this arrangement spared her from further complications. I shall take my leave. Go on, go on. As she turned to depart, she added, hurry and release me. Is this place an illusion? The weight in Hua Qianyu's heart finally lifted. Had it all been real, it would have been terrifying, for the ability to create such a space was indeed otherworldly. However, since it was merely an illusion, everything fell into place, though the realism was staggering. After dismissing Hua Qianyu, Zhang Lin's murderous intent intensified. If this matter did not involve the Abilities Bureau, then it could only point to the Yang family. You have performed admirably, yet I have a grand gift in store for you. Await your fate. Zhang Lin caressed the necklace around his neck, imbued with the essence of Su Xiaoming. Significantly stronger than before, yet still quite feeble, having temporarily evaded the brink of death. Xiaoming, rest assured, I shall soon ensure they pay dearly. Meanwhile, Yang Jiang remained oblivious to the fact that the Assassin Alliance had never intended to accept this contract, merely fulfilling a formality due to his unique identity. The long-standing rule of the Assassin Alliance forbidding the rejection of employers was the reason behind the charade, regardless of how the situation unfolded. They would claim to have heavily injured the target, but unfortunately, they were discovered, necessitating a withdrawal. This leads us to another regulation of the Assassin Alliance. During mission execution, if seen by others, they must immediately cease operations and cancel the task, forever barred from taking on contracts concerning that target. This rule was established to maintain the Alliance's secrecy. Barring these unavoidable factors, their success rate was extraordinarily high, nearly flawless at 99. What? Discovered? Upon receiving this news, Yang Jiang was utterly dismayed. Why had he encountered such a rare probability? Should not assassins operate in secluded places to avoid detection? How could they be seen by others? The voice on the other end was hoarse, clearly filtered. Mr. Yang, we share your discontent regarding this incident, but since it has transpired, we must comply. It is fate. Fate dictates that the lad cannot die. I refuse to believe it. I will ensure his demise. He furiously hung up the phone. The Assassin Alliance had proven unreliable, leaving him to rely solely on himself. However, dealing with this sorcerous individual would likely require more than an ordinary ability user, as the truly formidable ones were few and far between, and their services came at a steep price. Resolute, he decided to seek out the nemesis of the Ability Bureau. Although those ability users lacked a sense of collective identity, scattered as they were and varying greatly in strength, there seemed to be no better alternative at this moment. Ague, Chairman, I am here. I have a task for you. It is imperative that you complete it. Please, Chairman, speak. I shall accomplish it, whether it be traversing a mountain of blades or plunging into a sea of flames. Moments later, Ague stepped out, leaving a sinister grin on Yang Jiang's face. This time, I shall not let you escape. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin had also arrived at a hotel owned by the Yang family, which possessed immense strength and influence across various industries. Welcome, handsome sir, to the Yangjiang Grand Hotel. May I inquire if you have a reservation?